Chapter 2809 Insurmountable Obstacles. It's Xu Fang. Xu Fang is dead. He's one of the strongest among the 6 great overarching golden celestials we sent in. How can he be dead? The faces of the high-ranking officials of the martial dragon celestial sect changed when they saw the soul pearl that belonged to Xu Fang, one of the 2 great overarching golden celestials they had sent into the little world, had shattered. Xu Fang was the stronger one among the 2 they had sent into the little world. At this moment, there were only 2 soul pearls left hovering next to Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect. He was quite upset by this. After all, the other remaining soul pearl belonged to a mere violet sun golden celestial. In his opinion, even if Feng Wuji Guang was still alive, it was only a matter of time before he died. It was likely that Feng Wuji Guang was on his last leg. After all, it was so dangerous in the little world that even one of the martial dragon celestial sect's great overarching golden celestials had died. Let alone obtaining treasures, it would be a miracle if Feng Wuji Guang, a violet sun golden celestial, could make it out of the little world alive. Although none of the great overarching golden celestial younger than the age of 100 from the Tai Yi celestial sect and Thousand Spiders celestial sect had died, they were anxious when they discovered Xu Fang, the great overarching golden celestial from the martial dragon celestial sect, had died. Even a great overarching golden celestial died in there. Xu Fang is the stronger one among the 2 great overarching golden celestials whom the martial dragon celestial sect had sent in there. Even Xu Fang has died. Doesn't this mean the other great overarching golden celestials are in danger as well? Many high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were of the opinion that the little world was a trap. This little world that's left behind by a celestial king is dangerous to great overarching golden celestials. Why would the celestial king create this little world then? Is this just a trap? I have similar suspicions as well. A little world that only allows those younger than 100 to enter but is life-threatening to even great overarching golden celestials. If it's not a trap, then the celestial king must have a twisted sense of humor. If we'd known about this, we would have just left this little world alone. Why bother searching high and low in the wasteland just to find strong powerhouses below the age of 100? That might not be true, an elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect said. Although a great overarching golden celestial has died, it's possible that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. If the other great overarching golden celestials don't meet an insurmountable obstacle, there's a high possibility they would survive. Insurmountable obstacles. Some celestial kings like to leave insurmountable obstacles in the little world they created. Apart from strength, luck plays a big part as well. If that's the case, then there's a chance the others will survive even though Xu Fang has died. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, many high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland felt less anxious, and their eyes shone with hope. At this moment, Bai Ping, the sect leader of Tai Yi celestial sect, sent a voice transmission to Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of Tai Yi celestial sect. Do you know where Miss Huaner went? I hope Chief Celestial Alchemist Duan will be able to find or contact her when he comes out. Otherwise, how are we going to explain ourselves? Sect leader, maybe Miss Huaner has gone to Tai Yi City. Tai Tai He guessed. Tai Yi City, that's possible. I'll order those people I sent to the sect's estate to look for her to look in Tai Yi City as well. Bai Ping did not waste any time and ordered an elder of Tai Yi celestial sect to look for Huaner. The elder from the Tai Yi celestial sect left after receiving his instructions. Due to the death of a great overarching golden celestial in the little world, the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were too anxious to rest, let alone cultivate. Their eyes were focused on the remaining great overarching golden celestial soul pearls, wondering if Xu Fang's death was just an accident or if the little world truly posed a threat to great overarching golden celestials. A month passed in just a blink of an eye. The remaining 5 soul pearls were still intact. 2 months passed, and 3 months passed. The soul pearls were still intact. At this time, most of the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were no longer as anxious. Now that 3 months had passed, they seemed more certain that Xu Fang's death was just an accident. It has been 3 months since Xu Fang's death, but the remaining great overarching golden celestials are still alive. It's likely that Xu Fang was just unlucky and had met an insurmountable obstacle. If this is true, then all of us can relax a little. After a while, the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland turned to Feng Wuji Guang's soul pearl. They naturally, began to discuss this among themselves. It's truly a surprise that Feng Wuji Guang from the martial dragon celestial sect is still alive. He must be very lucky. As a violet sun golden celestial, it's a miracle that he has survived so long in there. It's possible that there are other violet sun golden celestials who are just as lucky and are still alive. After all, we don't have the soul pearls of all the violet sun golden celestials who entered the little world. Since most of their anxiety had been alleviated, they began to rest and cultivate. Half a month passed by. Crack. Crack. Two crisp cracking noises rang in the air, shocking the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. All of them immediately turned to look at the soul pearls. How's this possible? Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was filled with shock and disbelief. The soul pearls that had shattered were the ones hovering next to her. The two soul pearls of the two great overarching golden celestials younger than the age of 100 from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect had shattered at the same time. The expressions of the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, including Lu Yanjun, the supreme elder, darkened immediately. Both of them died. What happened? How did they die? Zhou Shuchu, who was standing next to Jian Chu Luo, was shocked and puzzled. Meanwhile, the people from the Taiyi celestial sect and the martial dragon celestial sect looked at each other worriedly. Another two people died. What's more, this time it's two great overarching golden celestials. The great overarching golden celestials from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect must have been exploring the little world together. Both of them died at the same time. Is the little world so dangerous? At this moment, they were certain the little world was extremely dangerous. It seemed like Xu Fang's death was not as simple as they had thought. With this thought in mind, all of them began to feel worried again. After a while, their attention shifted to Feng Wuji Guang's intact soul pearl. They all felt that it was a miracle that he was still alive. In the little world, there was a blizzard, and snow covered the ground as far as the eyes could see. The peaks of the mountains in the distance were covered in snow as well. This was a world of ice and snow. At this moment, two people could be seen hovering in the air above the snow-covered ground. A purple-clad young man held a fiery red ring in his hand. His eyes were bright as he cried out, "There's a response." The young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, and the ring in his hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. Brother Ling Tian, you've sensed the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring through the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. As usual, Huaner was with Duan Ling Tian as though she was his shadow. Duan Ling Tian replied, "I can feel the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring is trying to lead me in a specific direction. It's probably leading me to the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut that Brother Pei asked me to look for." He could clearly feel the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring trying to fly out of his hand toward the west. "Let's go then," Huaner said with bright eyes. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he led Huaner to the west. Meanwhile, in another place in the little world, the sky had not changed since Feng Wuji Guang had arrived here. The sky was painted red all the time as though it was perpetually stuck at the time when the sun was setting. The ground that was littered with black and yellow rocks was red as well. Hum. Hum, 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 hum. The humming of a blade rang through the air. A black-clad young man could be seen wielding a blood-red saber. Chapter 28:10 Mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring appears. It's here. Duan Ling Tian moved in the sky with Huaner in tow before he finally came to a halt above a glacier. He looked down at the frozen surface of a lake under his feet. Using his divine consciousness, he discovered the ice on the surface of the lake was more than 10 meters thick. Brother Ling Tian, the mystical Yin 9-water chestnut ring is in the lake. Huaner's eyes followed the direction of Duan Ling Tian's gaze and found the frozen lake. "I think so." Duan Ling Tian nodded. The mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring in his hand was constantly tugging him down as though it desperately wanted to plunge into the frozen lake. At this moment, Huaner's expression turned solemn as she looked at the frozen lake under her feet. "Brother Ling Tian, I sense a strong aura in the lake. It's comparable to a peak great overarching golden celestial." A peak great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing Huaner's words, Duan Ling Tian shook inwardly. If they were still in the wasteland, it would be easy for him to deal with peak great overarching golden celestials. However, it was different in the little world. Not to mention the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Even if it was a King-grade celestial weapon, he was still not an opponent of a peak-grade overarching golden celestial in the little world. After Duan Ling Tian's encounter with the stone man in the desert, he had encountered several monsters and beasts with strength comparable to great overarching golden celestials. All of them were superior to the stone man. Even when he unleashed all his strength and wielded the seven orifices exquisite sword, he only came to a draw with them. In the end, Huoner had to step in and kill them. Later on, he had encountered a beast comparable to a heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial with a king-grade celestial weapon. Similarly, he was not an opponent for that beast, and Huoner had to step in to kill the beast. For this reason, when Huoner told him she sensed an existence comparable to a peak great overarching golden celestial in the lake, he did not even dare to think about making a move. After all, he knew the thing in the lake could easily crush him. Huoner stared at the lake intently. It's coming. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lake intently as well. A thunderous noise rang from below, breaking the silence. Duan Ling Tian watched as cracks began to appear on the ice on the surface of the lake. The cracks spread more than 10 meters away. Another deafening noise rang in the air. The cracks expanded further, looking like snakes. The third time the noise sounded, the cracks had extended to almost a kilometer away. At this moment, a thunderous roar rang in the air. At the same time, the ice on the lake shattered. The shards from the ice flew in the air in all directions. It was clear that something was attempting to leave the lake. An even louder noise rang in the air. At this moment, a huge hole appeared on the ice. Duan Ling Tian and Huoner were shocked by a small figure that appeared for them. Duan Ling Tian had expected the thing that was comparable to a peak great overarching golden celestial to be gigantic in size. After all, the stone man from the desert and all the others he had met were all gigantic. On the other hand, the figure that had just appeared before them was nowhere near as big. Moreover, the figure did not belong to any beast. It was a human. To be more precise, it was a woman dressed in a sky-blue robe. She had a delicate and beautiful appearance. He would have been enchanted by her beauty if he did not have a flawless beauty like Huoner by his side. Saying that, there was no denying that the woman was still a rare beauty. At the very least, since he had ascended to the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, Huoner aside, the only person whose beauty was comparable to this woman was Mirong Bing. Even Zhou Shuchu was no match for her in regard to beauty. While Duan Ling Tian studied the woman standing before him, Huoner's voice rang in his ears. Brother Ling Tian, is that the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in her left hand? The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian snapped out of his daze. His eyes immediately fell on the woman's left hand. He saw a celestial weapon that greatly resembled the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring in his hand. The only difference between the weapons was their colors. While the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring was fiery red, the celestial weapon in the woman's hand that resembled the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring was azure blue. It emitted a cold aura while the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring emitted a hot aura. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Ling Tian had no doubt the woman held the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, in her hand. This was one of the main reasons he had entered the little world, and it was also the item that Brother Pei, the mysterious young man, had tasked him to look for. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian discovered that when the woman appeared, not only did the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring in his hand shone with a bright red light, but the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in the woman's hand shone with a blue light as well. It was clear the two rings had sensed each other's existence and were reacting to each other. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were still on the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring when the woman looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huoner. Her slightly fierce gaze finally fell on Duan Ling Tian before she asked, "Why do you have the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring? What's your relationship with Pei Yuanji?" Pei Yuanji. Duan Ling Tian, who had just regained his senses, were stunned by these words. Brother Ling Tian, is Pei Yuanji and Brother Pei the same person? Huoner sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply after he recovered from the shock. He looked at the woman holding the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and said, "I don't know who's Pei Yuanji. However, the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, in my hand is given to me by a young man with the surname Pei. I only know his surname." He was honest with his answer. He gave you the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring?" The woman seemed taken aback. Her body trembled slightly, and a hint of sadness could be seen in her eyes. It dawned on Duan Ling Tian that the woman had misunderstood his words. He quickly said, "Don't misunderstand. Brother Pei only temporarily gave me the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. After leaving the little world, I'll have to return it to him. He has given me the ring so that it'll help me find the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in the little world. If I'm not mistaken, the ring in your hand is the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, right?" As he spoke, his eyes were trained on the ring that greatly resembled the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. "Yes, it's the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring," the woman said with a nod. After a brief moment, she looked at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. How clever of him to ask a girl with the blood of our Phantom Fox clan to help him retrieve the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. A look of surprise appeared on Huaner's face as she asked excitedly, You're from the Phantom Fox clan as well?" "Of course." The woman's robe began to flutter in the air even though there was no wind. In just a beat, the silhouette of a huge fox appeared and shrouded her body. It looked real and illusory at the same time. "She's a phantom fox just like my mother." Huaner looked at the phantom fox that shrouded the woman dazedly. "It seems like our meeting is destined. I'll give you a treasure before I leave." As she spoke, the phantom fox figure became more clear. Although the phantom fox looked no different from an ordinary fox, Duan Lingtian felt chaotic in mind and heart when he looked into the fox's eyes. His heart thumped wildly in his chest as he quickly averted his gaze. The phantom fox emitted a gentle white light that swept toward Huaner. However, as soon as the light made contact with her, it was immediately repelled. At the same time, the woman said in shock and horror, You're a thousand phantom ice fox." Chapter 28:11 Dufei, Huaner's grandaunt. A thousand phantom ice fox. A one-in-a-million rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. In the eyes of the Phantom Fox clan, 1,000 phantom ice foxes were a symbol and were revered. They were so rare that they had become almost a legend. "Yes, my mother told me that I'm a 1,000 phantom ice fox." Huaner nodded. "Who's your mother? What's her name?" the woman asked. Huaner frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Her name seems to be Duzan." Duzan. Upon hearing Duaner's words, the woman's eyes widened. She asked eagerly, "Are there 2 small moles on the corner of your mother's right eye?" She looked at Huaner expectantly as she waited for Huaner's reply. How do you know that?" Huaner was shocked. She looked at the woman intently as she asked, Do you know my mother?" "Your mother is my niece. Her father is my brother." The woman's eyes were brimming with excitement as she looked at Huaner. She murmured, "You're Huaner's daughter, huh? I didn't expect her to have kids. Moreover, you're a rare 1,000 phantom ice fox. Great. This is great. My mother is your niece. Then, that means you're my." Huaner was stunned by the woman's revelation. She did not expect to meet a relative in the little world. "You should call me grandaunt since you're my grandniece," the woman said excitedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian stood at the side, clearly in shock. The woman who possessed the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, was not only from the Phantom Fox clan, but she was also Huaner's grandaunt. At this moment, he felt as though he was living in a novel. He did not expect there would be such a coincidence in this world. It's truly a surprise that I, Dufei, would meet Huaner's daughter before the remnants of my soul dissipate. Moreover, you're a 1,000 phantom ice fox as well. Even after my soul vanishes, I'll have no regrets, the woman said with a sigh. It was clear the woman's name was Dufei. "My child, what's your name?" Dufei looked at Huaner. Huaner was still in a daze. It felt as though she was dreaming. Who knew she had other relatives in the world apart from her mother? Huaner. What a nice name. Dufei nodded before she asked, "Why did you enter this little world? Where's your mother? Is she okay?" Hearing Dufei's question, Huaner suddenly looked down. "My mother passed away long ago." Huaner recounted everything that had happened to her slowly in response to Dufei's question. You're just a teenager." Dufei was stunned when she heard Huaner's words. Although the remnants of her soul only possessed strength comparable to a peak great overarching golden celestial, she still had the spiritual knowledge of a celestial king. Thus, she could easily detect Huaner's cultivation base and discovered that Huaner was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could a teenager be an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? However, after a moment, Dufei seemed to recall something. "Well, you're a 1,000 phantom ice fox after all. You're naturally talented. Moreover, your mother left you a divine crystal. It's not impossible for you to achieve such a feat." She sighed dejectedly as she continued to say, since your mother has passed away. I'm guessing that something has happened in your family. Based on what Du Fei could remember, her niece had a marriage alliance with one of the most powerful families in the Phantom Fox clan. However, her niece broke the marriage alliance, so there was no way that family would let matters slide. Moreover, if that family knew her niece had sex with a human and gave birth to Huoner, a thousand Phantom Ice Fox, that family would definitely go to great lengths to kill Huoner. After all, once Huoner became strong enough, that family's standing in the Phantom Fox clan would fall. They would definitely do everything in their power to prevent that from happening. What's the matter? Huoner asked anxiously. I won't tell you the specifics because it won't do you any good. With your talent, you might be able to help your mother and our entire family in 1,000 years once you've grown stronger. Du Fei sighed. She did not wait for Huoner to respond as she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Boy, after listening to Huoner, I'm certain you're a trustworthy person. It must be fate that Huoner met you. Du Fei continued to say, I can't give her the secrets of the Phantom Fox clan. However, since Huoner is 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox and has inherited the memories of the 1,000 Phantom Ice Foxes, she doesn't need those secrets. You're human, I can't tell you the secrets of the clan as well. However, I can give you all the power that's left in my soul remnants. As she trailed off, the huge Phantom Fox disappeared as well. After a few moments, her body became more and more translucent. At the same time, a strong, yet gentle force rippled out of her body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Huoner could sense the force was not malicious, so she did not make a move. However, her expression changed drastically. She knew what Du Fei was trying to do. Grandaunt, what are you doing? Huoner, I've died a long time ago. This is just the remnants of my soul. They'll dissipate sooner or later. I'm going to help him before they disappear. Since your mother and I have passed away, I'll leave you in his care. Du Fei grew even more and more translucent after she finished speaking. Her power poured into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his celestial origin energy boiling with power in his body. He could clearly feel Du Fei's power surging into his body. Du Fei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Remember this method. Due to the clan rules, I can't teach you the Phantom Fox clan's cultivation method. I obtained this cultivation method, the Tai Yi Profound method, by accident. It's a king-grade cultivation method. With your talent, you can easily break through and become a celestial king with its help. Suddenly, Du Fei exclaimed in surprise, Oh, you have 99 heavenly veins like 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox. It seems like you and Huoner are made for each other. You're just as talented as her. Boy, I don't have much time left. Remember this, before Huoner becomes a celestial emperor, don't let the Phantom Fox clan know about her existence. Du Fei continued to say in a solemn tone, Remember my words. If someone from the Phantom Fox clan finds out that Huoner is 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox before she grows strong, unless they're from the Du family, you must do everything in your power to kill them. Otherwise, Huoner would be in danger. As for Pei Yuanji, I'll leave him a memory celestial talisman before my soul dissipates. Please pass it over to him. If he still remembers our past friendship, he'll look out for both of you. Du Fei disappeared, and Duan Lingtian discovered her power had disappeared from his body as well. Moreover, he discovered that he had also completely mastered the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Yi Profound method. If he did not join the Tai Yi Celestial sect, he would have been unaware of the existence of king-grade cultivation methods. He had learned about their existence from the 3 celestial alchemists in Tai Yi Celestial sect. After joining Tai Yi Celestial sect, Duan Lingtian had wanted to change his cultivation method. There were several heaven-grade cultivation methods in the sect and one duke-grade cultivation method. It would not be difficult for him to ask for a heaven-grade cultivation method, but the same could not be said for the duke-grade cultivation method. One needed to make great contributions to the Tai Yi Celestial sect before they could cultivate the duke-grade cultivation method. It was at that time that he learned, apart from being divided into yellow, profound, earth, and heaven grades, cultivation methods were also divided into duke, king, royal, and emperor grades. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the stronger one's celestial origin energy would be. Moreover, the higher the grade of the cultivation method, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. With a fast cultivation speed, it would not take long for one to break through and become a celestial duke, a celestial king, a celestial lord, and a celestial emperor. Naturally, it had to depend on one's talent as well. If one were untalented, one would not be able to become a celestial duke even if one possessed a high-grade cultivation method. On the other hand, if one were talented, one would be able to become a celestial duke, a celestial king, a celestial lord, and a celestial emperor. Even if one only cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation method. Most importantly, in comparison to duke-grade cultivation methods, king-grade cultivation methods were extremely rare. Chapter 28:12 Leaving the Little World. It was very difficult for a celestial king to cultivate a royal-grade cultivation method. It was more suitable for a celestial king to cultivate a king-grade cultivation method. Similarly, it was difficult for a celestial lord to cultivate an emperor-grade cultivation method, and it was more suitable for a celestial lord to cultivate a royal-grade cultivation method. For these reasons, it was almost impossible to break through and become a celestial king by just cultivating a heaven-ranked celestial method. At most, one would break through and become a celestial duke with a heaven-grade cultivation method. After becoming a celestial duke, one could start cultivating a duke-grade cultivation method to become a celestial king. Needless to say, it was easier for one to have a breakthrough and become a celestial king with a duke-grade cultivation method compared to a heaven-ranked cultivation method. However, if a celestial duke cultivated a king-grade cultivation method, it would certainly be much easier to become a celestial king. Based on this, it was clear that the grades of cultivation methods were very important. A king-grade cultivation method. It's actually a king-grade cultivation method. Even in such a powerful sect like the Taiyi Celestial Sect, there's only one duke-grade cultivation method. Let alone the Taiyi Celestial Sect, I don't think there's any king-grade cultivation method in the wasteland. After Duan Ling Tian circulated the celestial origin energy in his body once, his attention was completely focused on the king-grade cultivation method, the Taiyi profound method, that Du Fei had given him. He was still in shock. It was a king-grade cultivation method after all. Before this, a king-grade cultivation method was something he did not even dream about obtaining. Grandaunt, Huaner's sorrowful voice brought Duan Ling Tian back to his senses. He saw Huaner standing with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful that it caused his heart to ache. He could vaguely see a celestial talisman in Huaner's right hand. That should be the memory celestial talisman left behind by Du Fei. He remembered Du Fei had asked them to pass it over to Pei Yuan Jim, whom he had known as Brother Pei. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian recalled the task that Pei Yuan Ji had given him. The mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. He looked up and saw the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, a royal-grade celestial weapon, was already in Huaner's left hand. Brother Ling Tian. Huaner tried to calm down after taking a few deep breaths. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "My grandaunt told me earlier that the little world she left behind will disappear in 15 minutes after her soul dissipates. At that time, we'll be sent out to the entrance." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He comforted her for a moment before he handed the things he found in the little world to Huaner that were useful to him, such as king-grade celestial weapons and celestial pills, so she could store them in her spatial ring. Needless to say, the royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, were also kept in Huaner's spatial ring. At the same time, he kept some duke-grade celestial weapons, celestial pills, and medicinal ingredients he did not need in his spatial ring. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had done all of this in case Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, checked his spatial ring. He did not think it was likely, but it was better to be prepared. Meanwhile, outside the little world, two cracking noises reverberated in the air, shocking the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland whose attention was focused on the soul pearls. Their expressions turned grim at this moment. The soul pearls of the two great overarching golden celestials from the Taiyi Celestial Sect who had entered the little world had shattered. Only one soul pearl was left hovering next to Bai Ping at this moment. What the hell is going on? Is this little world so dangerous? Another two great overarching golden celestials died. Currently, only one great overarching golden celestial from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and Master Duan from the Taiyi Celestial Sect are still alive. Wait, Feng Wuji Guang is still alive as well. I wonder, did he find a place to hide? The high-ranking officials from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Sect whispered among themselves, horrified by how dangerous the little world was and amazed by Feng Wuji Guang's luck. It was truly a miracle that Feng Wuji Guang was still alive. After all, 5 of the 6 great overarching golden celestials whom they had sent into the little world had died one after another. However, Feng Wuji Guang, a violet sun golden celestial, was still alive. In the little world, the sky and the ground were stained red. Black and yellow stones decorated the blood-red ground. A blood-red saber merged with the body of a black-clad young man who was hovering in the blood-red sky. He murmured to himself, a Duke-grade cultivation method. Senior G must have been extremely talented to be able to break through and become a celestial king with a Duke-grade cultivation method. In any case, he's not the celestial king who created this little world. This little world is created by a celestial king, a woman, from the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, she was a 10-direction celestial king. That's the peak for all celestial kings. The inheritance I found is only left behind by celestial king who was the woman's subordinate. He was only a 5-elements celestial king. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would identify this young man with just a glance. The young man was none other than Feng Wuji Guang. After Huaner had rescued Feng Wuji Guang, he had arrived at this place and found the inheritance from a 5-elements celestial king. Not only did he obtain the cultivation method of that celestial king, but he also obtained high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from that celestial king. Although he had obtained all these treasures, he had yet to comprehend or completely master them. He would need time to completely comprehend and master them. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out their full potential. Fortunately, the king-grade celestial weapon left by Senior G can conceal its aura. With the cultivation method, I can hide it in the heavenly veins of my body. Otherwise, the martial dragon celestial sect would definitely confiscate it. Feng Wuji Guang sighed in relief. After Feng Wuji Guang arrived at this place, apart from the cultivation method, celestial methods, and divine abilities, he had also obtained a king-grade celestial weapon. Thanks to the inheritance left by Senior G, I successfully broke through and became a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. He felt his emotions stir when he felt the improvement in his strength. Meanwhile, another person also felt emotional upon sensing the improvement in his strength. This person was Duan Ling Tian. Isn't this the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Before Duan Ling Tian left the little world, he studied the changes in his celestial origin energy. He discovered that his celestial origin energy had undergone a qualitative transformation and was vastly different from before. If the celestial origin energy in his body before was like iron, then, currently, his celestial origin energy was like steel. Iron could only be made into steel after intensive refining after all. After discovering he had become a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Ling Tian looked at the spot where Dufei had stood earlier and murmured, "Senior Dufei, thank you." A grateful expression could be seen on his face. On the other hand, Huaner, who heard Duan Ling Tian mention Dufei, was filled with grief. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner, "Huaner, time is almost up. Use the invisibility talisman now." As soon as he finished speaking, Huaner disappeared as though she was never there at all. After 10 breaths had passed, Duan Ling Tian felt his vision go black. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered he was at the clearing where the entrance of the little world was located. He discovered 2 other people next to him. There are others who are alive. He was rather surprised. Let alone 2 people, he did not expect anyone, apart from him and Huaner, to survive the little world at all. Feng Wuji Guang. Duan Ling Tian was even more shocked when he saw one of the 2 survivors. It was Feng Wuji Guang, the person he had met in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the person whom Huaner had saved in the little world. Duan Ling Tian also recognized the other person as a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had discovered the survivors' presence. "They've returned. They're back, Master Duan," Bai Ping cried out. His expression seemed to brighten. Previously, he was still rather upset by the deaths of the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Soon enough, the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect discovered the little world had disappeared. After a moment, people began to swarm toward Duan Ling Tian and the 2 survivors. Chapter 28:13 All eyes on Feng Wuji Guang. When the high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland gathered around the 3 survivors, Duan Ling Tian was looking at the distance. Huaner. At this moment, Huaner's figure gradually appeared in the space where the high-ranking officials of the 3 major sects of the wasteland were standing earlier. It seemed as though she had appeared out of thin air. Bai Ping, the sect leader of Taiyi Celestial Sect, noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and turned to look back. He saw Huaner standing at the place where he was standing earlier. It did not take long before the high-ranking officials from the Taiyi celestial sect discovered Huaner's presence as well. When did she show up? Perhaps she was around here all along. It's possible she only returned after sensing Master Duan has come out of the little world. Bai Ping shook his head as he thought to himself, I thought Miss Huaner had returned to Taiyi City. Who knew she was around here all along? The people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect also discovered Huaner's presence. Similarly, they thought Huaner was close by all along and had returned when she sensed Duan Lingtian had come out of the little world. No one would expect that she had also just come out of the little world. Meanwhile, Huaner stood apart from the others. She made no move to join the crowd. Duan Lingtian and the other two were the focus of attention of the high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Master Duan, is it dangerous in the little world? 5 out of the 6 great overarching golden celestials under the age of 100 whom we sent into the little world died in there. An elder from the Taiyi celestial sect asked Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this question, the others who were clamoring to ask questions fell silent immediately. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian, quietly waiting for his answer. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Feng Wuji Guang. Feng Wuji Guang, if you feel grateful to Huaner for saving your life, don't tell anyone that you saw her in the little world. Although the high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland might not believe Feng Wuji Guang even if he revealed he saw Huaner in the little world, Duan Lingtian still wanted to minimize the risk. For this reason, he sent a reminder to Feng Wuji Guang. He could see Feng Wuji Guang was not an ingrate. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his time talking to Feng Wuji Guang and would have directly solved the problem himself. When Feng Wuji Guang came out from the little world, he did not see Huaner, so he assumed something had happened to her in the little world. He was, naturally, startled when he saw her standing in the distance, alive and kicking. He was confused when he heard the words of the people from the Taiyi celestial sect earlier. Did Huaner not enter little world? Why did the people from the Taiyi celestial sect seem unaware of that? He was even more confused when he received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate as he replied through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. I'm not the type of person who bites the hand that feeds me. He decided to ask Duan Lingtian about Huaner later. After all, this was clearly not the time for questions. After receiving Feng Wuji Guang's reply, Duan Lingtian looked at the elder from the Taiyi celestial sect and calmly said, it's very dangerous. I almost died twice after entering the little world. Fortunately, I managed to escape unscathed. Duan Lingtian continued to say, indeed. There are king-grade celestial weapons in there, but one must go through extremely tough tests and obstacles to obtain them. Based on my experience, one must be a great overarching golden celestial at least to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. An Earth-rank grade overarching golden celestial with a Duke-grade celestial weapon in hand would need to master multiple heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities to pass the tests. The crowd remained silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Earth-rank grade overarching golden celestial. In the entire wasteland, there were only a few yellow-rank grade overarching golden celestials below the age of 100, let alone an Earth-rank grade overarching golden celestial below the age of 100. Such existence was few and far in between in the wasteland. In fact, there was no one like that in the past 10,000 years in the wasteland. So, it's almost impossible for anyone who enters to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. An elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sects asked in a deep voice. I can't speak for everyone. There might be easier obstacles to obtaining king-grade celestial weapons. However, the obstacles and tests I encountered require tremendous strength and ability, Duan Lingtian said. At this time, Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, approached the great overarching golden celestial from his sect and asked, Wang Hai, what did you gain in the little world? Sect leader, Wang Hai smiled bitterly. He removed his ownership over the spatial ring that had been given to him and passed it over to Chai Kongyu. Take a look. Chai Kongyu's expression was solemn as he looked through the spatial ring. As time passed, the frown on his face deepened. They're all Duke-grade celestial weapons. And the celestial pills are also very common. If the little world had sent us out any later, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me alive, sect leader, Wang He said with a wry smile. Before I was sent out, I saw a celestial weapon. I have a feeling it's a king-grade celestial weapon. However, the beast guarding it was extremely strong. It was far stronger than me. It had discovered me and its divine consciousness was locked on me. I thought I was going to die. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the little world sent me out. He sighed in relief after he finished speaking. At this moment, Feng Wuji Guang stepped forward and handed his spatial ring over to Chai Kong Yu. Sect leader, this is my spatial ring. Chai Kong Yu did not have any expectations for the content in Feng Wuji Guang's spatial ring. After taking a look, he confirmed his thoughts. He casually tossed the spatial ring back to Feng Wuji Guang and said disdainfully, "You don't even have one Duke-grade celestial weapon. It's already a miracle that you're alive, Feng Wuji Guang." An elder from the martial dragon celestial sect curiously asked, "Feng Wuji Guang, tell us. How did you survive in the little world? Out of the 6 great overarching golden celestials we sent in there, 5 of them died." "Yes," an elder of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect said, "so many violet sun golden celestials entered the little world. However, you're the only surviving violet sun golden celestials. How did you do it?" While everyone was waiting for Feng Wuji Guang's answer, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of Tai Yi celestial sect, widened his eyes in surprise. He asked, "Feng Wuji Guang, you had a breakthrough in the little world. Is that why you survived?" A breakthrough. Upon hearing Tai Tai He's words, many high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland extended their divine consciousness to probe Feng Wuji Guang. He really had a breakthrough. Feng Wuji Guang is now a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. No wonder he survived in there. As it turns out, he's no longer a violet sun golden celestial and has become a great overarching golden celestial. All the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were of the opinion that Feng Wuji Guang had survived the little world because he had broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Feng Wuji Guang did not explain himself. What could he say? Could he tell them that he survived because he found the inheritance of a celestial king? He knew it was better to remain silent. If he spoke up, he would attract unnecessary questions. "Feng Wuji Guang, you actually had a breakthrough and became a great overarching golden celestial. Congratulations," Chai Kong Yu said. Compared to his attitude before, he was much more polite now that he discovered Feng Wuji Guang was a great overarching golden celestial. After all, Feng Wuji Guang was a disciple of the martial dragon celestial sect. Previously, he was just a violet sun golden celestial. Although he was talented, it was not the point where the sect leader of martial dragon celestial sect placed any importance on him. However, currently, he had become a great overarching golden celestial before he even reached the age of 100. With this, he would definitely be one of the pillars of the martial dragon celestial sect when he grew stronger. How could the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect not cherish such a talent? If I had known how dangerous that little world was, I wouldn't have let them enter and risk their lives. In the end, the martial dragon celestial sect has the last laugh. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect were dark. It was only natural since the powerhouses below the age of 100 from the Thousand Spiders celestial sects all died in the little world. The martial dragon celestial sect still had 2 great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100. In comparison, their sect really suffered a big loss. Once the 2 great overarching golden celestials grew stronger in the future, they would definitely pose a threat to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was also surprised to learn that Feng Wuji Guang had broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial in the little world. At the same time, the question on his mind was finally answered. No wonder he managed to come out of the little world. Chapter 28:14 Where's Brother Pei? Sect leader, I failed to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon as well. I only managed to obtain a variety of Duke-grade celestial weapons, celestial pills, and medicinal herbs. Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush to go to Huaner. He smiled at Bai Ping, the sect leader of Tai Yi celestial sect, and said, "Do you want to check my spatial ring or should I hand them over when we return to the sect?" Bai Ping shook his head and replied, "Master Duan, you must be joking. How can I not trust your words? Moreover, if I planned to check your spatial ring, I would have given you an empty spatial ring before you entered the little world." He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, the great overarching golden celestial below the age of 100 from the martial dragon celestial sect had also failed to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon from the little world. It was no surprise that Duan Ling Tian failed as well. In his opinion, although Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the other great overarching golden celestials below the age of 100, the difference in their strength was not too big. After a brief pause, Bai Ping said regretfully, unexpectedly, 5 great overarching golden celestials had died. Fortunately, Master Duan is alive. If I had known it was so dangerous in there, I would have stopped you from entering the little world. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Although I didn't obtain any treasures, it was still a good way to train. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian excused himself and flew in the air, making his way to Huaner, who was waiting for him in the distance. Meanwhile, the high-rank officials of the 3 major sects of the wasteland were regretting their decision to send young powerhouses into the little world. Not only did they fail to obtain king-grade celestial weapons, but they also suffered a huge loss when they lost so many outstanding talents. If the young powerhouses did not die, their future was undoubtedly bright. Alas, only 3 people survived. Sect leader Bai and sect leader Chai, farewell. Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and the members left with heavy hearts. The deaths of so many talented young powerhouses in the little world was a difficult pill for them to swallow. Although the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shared the same fate as the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, they were slightly better off since Duan Ling Tian was alive and well. Meanwhile, the gloomy expressions of the high-ranking officials' Martial Dragon Celestial Sect eased up when they thought about the loss that the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect had suffered. Sect leader Bai, farewell. Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and his men left as well. Before the people of Martial Dragon Celestial Sect left, Feng Wuji Guang was communicating with Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission as he looked at Huaner. Duan Ling Tian, didn't Lady Huaner enter the little world as well? Why is everyone unaware of this? That's because she used an invisibility talisman, Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. An invisibility talisman? An invisibility talisman that allows one to go completely unnoticed by the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It has to be inscribed by someone who's a celestial lord, at least, right? Duan Ling Tian did not answer Feng Wuji Guang. After all, the answer was obvious. Feng Wuji Guang found Duan Ling Tian and Huaner even more mysterious after speaking to Duan Ling Tian. How did these 2 people possess an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord? Who were they? Although he knew very little about the duo, he had no doubt the duo had extraordinary backgrounds. When I was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, I heard Lady Huaner is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She even effortlessly killed an elder from the Zhou clan who was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Rumor had it that she hasn't even reached the age of 100. Later on, someone claimed to have investigated her age and dispelled the rumor. It's not that surprising that the spirit overarching heaven has an overarching heavenly supreme celestial below the age of 100. However, it seems unlikely for someone like that to stay in an insignificant place like the wasteland. In any case, since she's able to enter the little world, it seems like the rumor about her being younger than 100 years old is true. That aside, I would have died in the little world if it weren't because of them. I would not have the chance to obtain the inheritance from Senior Ji. I must repay their kindness. Various thoughts ran through Feng Wuji Guang's mind as he left with the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If Feng Wuji Guang did not obtain the inheritance from a 5-element celestial king, he would not have the confidence to say he would repay the duo's kindness. After all, his strength was insignificant compared to theirs. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were unaware that Feng Wuji Guang had obtained the inheritance from one of Dufei's men. They only knew Dufei was the celestial king who created the little world. They were also unaware that Dufei was a 10-direction celestial king, the strongest of all celestial kings. Dufei was only a step away from becoming a celestial lord. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner followed the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect to return to the sect's estate in Tai Yi City. Huaner, what did Senior Dufei tell you before she passed away? Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huaner during their journey back. Grandaunt told me to follow you and listen to your words. She also wants me to hand the memory celestial talisman to you so you can pass it over to Brother Pei, Huaner replied through voice transmission. She felt sad when Dufei was mentioned. Sensing the change in Huaner's mood, Duan Ling Tian quickly consoled her. Huaner, your grandaunt passed away a long time ago. When she entrusted you to me, she told me she was happy to have met you before her soul dissipates. Anyway, when we arrive at the sect's estate, pass the memory celestial talisman to me. He tried to change the topic to distract Huoner. After Huoner calmed down, Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts. I remember Brother Pei saying he would come after I leave the little world to collect the royal grade celestial weapons, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. Why didn't he come? Did he encounter a difficult situation in the compassionate celestial traveler sect? It has been so long but he still hasn't returned. Did something happen to him? He felt worried. After all, Brother Pei, or Pei Yuanji, had gone to the compassionate celestial traveler sect because of him. He would not be able to forgive himself if something happened to Pei Yuanji. Although he did not know where the compassionate celestial traveler sect was based, it should not take Pei Yuanji such a long time. After all, Pei Yuanji was a one basic celestial king. Moreover, with Pei Yuanji's cultivation base, it seemed unlikely that something untoward had happened to him. So where did Pei Yuanji go? I wonder if it has something to do with the force that the compassionate celestial traveler sect wanted to form an alliance with by marrying Mirong Bing off. Impossible. Zhou Shuchu has already said it was just a lie. There must be another reason. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself worriedly. In the end, he dismissed his worries. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps, Brother Pei has something to attend to. In any case, there are very few people who could pose a threat to Brother Pei in the wasteland since he's a one basic celestial king. Let's wait until I return to Taiyi City first. Who knows, Brother Pei might already be waiting for me there. Even if that's not the case, he'll know how to contact me through the 13th prince. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted to a different matter. My biggest gain in the little world isn't obtaining king-grade celestial weapons. It's the improvement in my cultivation base. If I tried breaking through from a great overarching golden celestial to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, even with the help of extraordinary celestial pills and Huoner's divine crystal, it would have taken me a long time. However, after entering the little world, I successfully broke through. I'm now an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His eyes shone as bright as the stars in the sky when he thought about this. Chapter 2815 The Alchemy Conference. When they returned to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian took the memory celestial talisman and the two royal-grade celestial weapons from Huoner and stored them in his spatial ring. At this moment, three familiar voices rang out in unison. Master Duan. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Why are they here? He knew the voices belonged to the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Master Situ, Master Yang, Master Yu. What brings you here? Huoner had entered her own room when Duan Ling Tian invited Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhangjing into his front courtyard. Master Duan, we heard about what happened from the sect leader. You barely escaped death in the little world. Situ Ming said solemnly. If we knew how dangerous the little world was, we would have stopped you no matter what, Yang Chong added. That's right, Yu Zhangjing chimed in. Barely escaped death. That's too much of an exaggeration. I'm out and alive, aren't I? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, no one knew Duan Ling Tian was aware of how dangerous the little world was before he even entered it. Moreover, he knew as long as he had Huoner by his side, he was not in any danger. Due to various reasons, he had to keep all these a secret. How is it an exaggeration? Master Duan, we heard that out of so many people who entered the little world, everyone, except for you, one great overarching golden celestial, and one violet sun golden celestial, died. Yang Chong's expression grew increasingly solemn as he spoke. That's right, excluding you, only 2 people survived. Moreover, one of them only managed to survive because he had a breakthrough and became a great overarching golden celestial in the little world, Situ Ming said as he nodded. Barely escaped death, and obtained nothing. It's really not worth it, Yu Zhangjin said. Duan Ling Tian could feel the sincerity of these 3 prominent celestial alchemists, and a warm feeling flooded his heart. He quickly changed the topic since he was uncomfortable with the current topic. That's right, 3 masters, does the sect possess any duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Since Duan Ling Tian had become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and obtained the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, he hoped to master high-grade celestial techniques and divine abilities. The only heaven grade he possessed was his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The others were only earth-grade divine abilities. As for his celestial method, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, was also only comparable to an earth-grade celestial method. Cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods all shared the same grading system. Above the heaven grade, there were Duke grade, King grade, Royal grade, and Emperor grade. Duan Ling Tian thought that if the Taiyi celestial sect possessed Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he was open to mastering them and replacing his earth grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if they only had heaven grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he would not attempt to master them. After all, it would only be a waste of his time. By the time he completely mastered them, who knew if he would obtain Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities? There is a Duke grade celestial method. It's a movement celestial method. Apart from that, the sect also has an offensive and an assist type Duke grade divine ability. If Master Duan wants to cultivate the Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities, we'll accompany you to speak to the sect leader about it. I don't think he'll refuse you. After all, the sect places importance on the Duke grade cultivation method more than the Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities, Situ Ming said. Yes, I'm afraid we won't be of much help if Master Duan wants to master the Duke grade cultivation method. However, if it's the Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities, we'll be able to persuade the sect leader, Yang Chong added. That's right, Yu Zhongjing nodded in agreement. If that's the case, 3 masters, please follow me, Duan Ling Tian said. His eyes brightened when he heard the words of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the Taiyi celestial sect would possess Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities. Who knew he would have a chance to master them when he had casually asked about it? He was indeed interested in the Duke grade celestial method in the sect. As for the Duke grade divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian was only interested in the offensive divine ability. After all, he had already mastered the elementary devouring tactic, a heaven grade assist type divine ability. Before he could fully master it, its strength would still be weaker than the elementary devouring tactic, and by the time he mastered it, he was confident he would have already obtained a higher grade assist type divine ability. Therefore, he was not interested in the assist type Duke grade divine ability. He had to choose wisely. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian and 3 prominent celestial alchemists spoke to Bai Ping, the sect leader of Taiyi celestial sect, Bai Ping readily handed the Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, I would have given you the Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities even if the 3 prominent celestial alchemists didn't speak up for you. However, due to the rules of the sect, I can't give you the Duke grade cultivation method. Bai Ping said bluntly. He knew that Duan Ling Tian had long wanted to master the Duke grade cultivation method of the Taiyi celestial sect. However, he was unaware that the current Duan Ling Tian had lost interest in the Duke grade cultivation method. After all, Du Fei, a 10-direction celestial duke, had given him a king grade cultivation method, the Taiyi profound method, when he was in the little world. Thank you, sect leader. Regardless, Duan Ling Tian was still grateful to Bai Ping. Before they left Bai Ping's residence, Yang Chong seemed to have recalled something and said, Master Duan, if you are in search of other celestial methods and divine abilities, there will be a chance for you soon. The Alchemy Conference is coming up in 2 years. The Alchemy Conference? Duan Ling Tian appeared confused. It was his first time hearing about the Alchemy Conference, after all. Every 30 years, the wasteland and the surrounding regions would come together to organize the Alchemy Conference. Celestial alchemists from the wasteland and other regions can have discussions and exchange ideas with each other. It's a great learning opportunity. Since there would undoubtedly be disagreements and disputes between celestial alchemists, many people would compete in alchemy to prove their points. More often than not, celestial alchemists would wager their Duke grade celestial methods or divine abilities. There are many 2-in-1 Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities such as an offensive and defensive divine ability. Although it's rare, there are also 3-in-1 Duke grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Situ Ming explained, 2-in-1 and 3-in-1 Duke grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he heard Situ Ming's words. In the Devata realms, there were single trait, double trait, and triple trait celestial methods and divine abilities. A single trait celestial method and divine ability were definitely incomparable to celestial methods or divine abilities with double or triple traits that were made up of the offensive, defensive, movement, or assistive traits. After all, it would take one a long time to master 2 single trait celestial methods or divine abilities. It would definitely be faster if one could master a double trait or triple trait celestial method or divine ability. One could obtain the same result with a lesser time. Who would not choose a double trait or triple trait celestial method or divine ability over single trait celestial methods and divine abilities? The Alchemy Conference will be held in 2 years. Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Situ Ming with eyes that were brimming with hope. Yes, Situ Ming nodded and continued to say, what a coincidence. The Alchemy Conference will be held in the barren land that's adjacent to the wasteland. In the past alchemy conferences, the celestial alchemists from the wasteland were only there to watch the excitement. However, now that we have Master Duan, it's time for the wasteland to shine. With your cauldron heating speed, not to mention in the wasteland, even the other regions are no match for your speed. Yang Chong said before he laughed heartily. Exactly, look for a celestial alchemist that's rich and boorish and compete with him in speed. You'll definitely win, Situ Ming said. A contest in heating the cauldron? Really? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. However, I'll need to put out something as valuable as a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability if I want to compete or make a bet, right? In order to bet or compete, one would have to provide a valuable reward, right? Why would someone agree to a bet without sufficiently valuable rewards? Although Duan Ling Tian possessed the Chaos Divine Flame and was confident in his heating speed, he remained humble. He asked many questions to gain an understanding of the contests or bets. Chapter 28:16 Gambler. This is. Duan Ling Tian's words sobered up Situ Ming like a bucket of cold water. After a while, Situ Ming gritted his teeth and said, Master Duan, at most, you can just use the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as a wager. In any case, with your perverse cauldron heating speed, you'll never lose. You'll probably have to share your gains with the sect though. All in all, it's a good thing for the sect. That's right, Yang Chong nodded in agreement. I believe that as long as Master Duan shows his heating speed to the sect leader wouldn't be opposed to it. After all, even if you lose, at most, the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities would only be shared with outsiders. We still retain knowledge of the Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities. In Devata realms, as long as one had completely mastered a celestial method or divine ability, one would be able to inscribe it on a memory celestial talisman to let others comprehend it. In the Taiyi celestial sect, Bai Ping, the sect leader, had many memory celestial talismans that contained celestial methods and divine abilities, apart from the ones he had given to Duan Ling Tian. Even without the memory celestial talisman, Bai Ping and the 8 trigram celestial duke in the sect had completely mastered many of the celestial methods and divine abilities. They could easily teach it to those who wanted to learn it or inscribe memory celestial talismans. Most importantly, if you win, you might obtain a double trait or triple trait celestial method and divine ability. Yang Chong said with a gleam in his eyes. If I'm afraid that for the other party to stake their double trait celestial methods or divine abilities, I'll have to use the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities at the same time as a wager, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. That's right, Situ Ming nodded. Nobody would use a double trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability as a wager for 2 single trait Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. You'll need to put out 3 single trait Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities, at least. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper insight into the bets and contests in the Alchemy Conference. It was easy to see why double trait or triple trait celestial methods or divine abilities were far superior to single trait celestial methods and divine abilities. For example, one would take double the time to master 2 celestial methods or divine abilities. However, that time would be halved if one mastered a double trait celestial method or divine ability. The time would be shortened even more if one had a triple trait celestial method or divine ability. For a shorter time, one would obtain the same result. Yu Zhongjing, who was a straightforward person, said, Come. Let's look for the sect leader again. The 4, who had just left the sect leader's residence, turned around and made their way to Bai Ping's residence again. Masters, you're all. Bai Ping trailed off in confusion when he saw the 4 celestial alchemists again. Situ Ming stepped forward and said, Sect leader, it's like this. He explained that Duan Ling Tian was interested in attending the Alchemy Conference in 2 years and honestly laid out their intentions. Double trait or triple trait celestial methods and divine abilities. Bai Ping's breathing quickened when he heard Situ Ming's words. Although the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland possessed Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, they were all single trait celestial methods and divine abilities. There was no double trait or triple trait duke-grade celestial method and divine ability in the wasteland at all. How could Bai Ping not be moved when he heard there was a chance the Tai Yi celestial sect might obtain a double trait or triple trait celestial method and divine ability? Bai Ping solemnly asked, Master Duan, are you confident? Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Yang Chong said, Sect leader, although you're not a celestial alchemist, you ought to have a rough estimate of the time it takes a prominent celestial alchemist to heat the cauldron, right? Yes. Bai Ping nodded lightly. In the wasteland, Xiao Yu Chan, the prominent celestial alchemist from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, has the fastest speed in heating a cauldron. It takes him 8 hours to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron. He glanced at Yu Zhongjing before he continued to say, after that, Master Yu has the fastest speed. It takes you 8.5 hours to heat a cauldron, right? Right. Yu Zhongjing faintly nodded. Before witnessing Duan Ling Tian's speed in heating cauldrons, he was proud of his speed. However, at this moment, he no longer felt proud of his speed. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a freak who managed to heat a cauldron in just half an hour. Since the three masters are confident in Master Duan's cauldron heating speed, I assume Master Duan's speed is less than 6 hours. A hint of hope could be seen in Bai Ping's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Yu Chan's speed was only considered superior in the wasteland. However, when placed among the celestial alchemists from other regions, his speed did not amount to much. For this reason, Bai Ping thought that Duan Ling Tian's speed was less than 6 hours. Anymore, Duan Ling Tian's speed was not considered fast among the celestial alchemists in the other regions. 6 hours. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Bai Ping's words. Is the sect leader cursing me? On the other hand, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhang, the three prominent celestial alchemists in Tai Yi celestial sect, felt their mouths twitch when they heard Bai Ping's words. What's wrong? Does Master Duan take longer than 6 hours to heat a cauldron? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and the three prominent celestial alchemists' reactions, a disappointed expression briefly flitted across Bai Ping's face. He did not wait for anyone's reply as he continued to say, then. It has to be 6.5 hours, at least, right? He looked at Duan Ling Tian anxiously, waiting for a reply. Duan Ling Tian only moved his hand, taking out his prominent celestial pill cauldron. He was going to refine the overarching heaven pill on the spot. Upon seeing this, Bai Ping, naturally, knew Duan Ling Tian intended to demonstrate his speed. For this reason, he no longer asked any more questions and watched Duan Ling Tian attentively. I'm starting, Duan Ling Tian said as a gray flame appeared, and he began to heat the cauldron. Bai Ping was momentarily confused when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had stopped heating the cauldron before he even took out the medicinal ingredients. He thought to himself as he shook his head, what's going on? Half an hour? That's impossible, right? Even if he wants to deceive me, stopping after half an hour is too much, right? After a while, Bai Ping's expression froze when he saw Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. He looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. He felt as though he was dreaming even though he had seen and experienced many things in his life. How's this possible? Not only did he heat the cauldron in half an hour, but he even successfully refined the overarching heaven pill. Heavens, am I dreaming? After Bai Ping digested this fact, an elated expression appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian was some rare and precious treasure. Master Duan, you can freely use the Tai Yi celestial sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as a wager during the alchemy conference. Many thanks, sect leader, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although he could use the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained in the little world as a stake, he would rather not expose the fact that he had king-grade celestial weapons in his possession, especially to the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. If this fact was made known, they would know he had lied about not obtaining anything of value in the little world. Upon hearing Bai Ping's words, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhang smiled. They were not surprised by this outcome. Master Duan, to boost your confidence, I'll go and see the old ancestor now. I'll ask for permission to use our sect's king-grade celestial weapon to increase the stakes. I believe he'll agree to this as well. Bai Ping seemed to have gone crazy from the excitement and delight. He was like a gambling addict at this moment. Chapter 28:17 Offensive Defensive Movement Celestial Method or Divine Ability. Before Duan Ling Tian, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing could react, Bai Ping, the sect leader of Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had already disappeared before their eyes. Only his voice echoed in his wake. Master Duan, I'll go see the old ancestor right now. I believe he'll agree to you using our sect's king-grade celestial weapon on top of the duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as a stake as well. Based on Bai Ping's words, it was obvious he had gone to see the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, who was also the sect's sole 8 trigrams celestial duke, to discuss Duan Ling Tian's plan for the alchemy conference that would be held 2 years later. After personally witnessing Duan Ling Tian's perverse speed in heating the cauldron, he was, naturally, brimming with confidence. This, Yu Zhongjing was stunned. Who would have thought the sect leader would be excited to this extent? I never knew he has this side to him. Situ Ming smiled wryly. He had known Bai Ping for many years, but this was his first time seeing Bai Ping in such a state. If a king-grade celestial weapon is added on top of the duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities, people might even be willing to use their triple-trait celestial methods or divine abilities as a stake. Who knows if someone might have an offensive-defensive movement duke-grade celestial method or divine ability? Yan Chong said hopefully. Triple trait, an offensive-defensive movement celestial method or divine ability. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Yang Chong's words. An offensive-defensive movement celestial method or divine abilities was undoubtedly even more precious than a double-trait celestial method or divine ability, let alone a single-trait celestial method and divine ability. It was 3 times more valuable than single-trait celestial methods and divine abilities. Needless to say, one could save even more time with a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability compared to a double-trait celestial method or divine ability. For example, if one comprehended an offensive-defensive celestial method or divine ability, one would still need to comprehend an assist-type or movement celestial method or divine ability. With a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability, one would no longer have to waste time comprehending a separate celestial method or divine ability. Moreover, for talented individuals, it would be easier for them to cultivate a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability in comparison to cultivating them in separate parts. Similar to how it was more efficient to cultivate and comprehend a double-trait celestial method or divine ability compared to a single-trait celestial method or divine ability, it was far more efficient if one had a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability. The Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that I inherited from Senior Feng Qing Yang is equivalent to an Earth-grade offensive-defensive movement celestial method. Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword, was, naturally, aware of this. This celestial method was undoubtedly superior compared to single-trait and double-trait celestial methods. At this moment, Yang Chong shook his head and smiled wryly. Although I'm the last one to join the sect among the 3 of us, I've still been in the sect for a long time. Today is the first time I've seen the sect leader in such a state. Where did his bearing as the sect leader go? Well, his reaction is understandable, Situ Ming said with a smile. Having personally confirmed Master Duan's cauldron heating speed, it's only natural that our sect leader has developed a blind trust in Master Duan. Since he's sure of Master Duan's victory, what's wrong with increasing the stakes? Situ Ming continued to say, it's just as you said. If a king-grade celestial weapon is added to the stakes, we might even obtain an offensive-defensive movement celestial method or divine ability. If our sect obtains a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability like that, not only would our sect leader's name go down in history for being the first person to help obtain a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability for the sect, but it would boost our sect's strength as well. How could the sect leader not be excited by this prospect? After a brief pause, Situ Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly said, Master Duan, the alchemy conference will be held 2 years later. I suggest that you don't comprehend or cultivate the duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities you just obtained from the sect. After all, you wouldn't gain much after comprehending them for 2 years. It's better to save your time and energy since it's highly likely that you'll obtain a double-trait celestial method or divine ability during the conference. If you're lucky, you might even obtain a triple-trait celestial method or divine ability. During these 2 years, it's better that you wholeheartedly focus on the Tao of alchemy and cultivation. His advice was given in earnest. I agree. Yu Zhongjing nodded lightly. Indeed, Yang Chong agreed with Situ Ming's words as well. He said, rather than wasting time on meaningless and superfluous matters, it would be better to focus on the Tao of alchemy. If it gets too overwhelming, you can resume cultivating to calm your heart before you start on alchemy again. Situ Ming said, "During this time, Master Duan, you can speak to me if there's something you don't understand about alchemy. I'll surely help you without withholding any information." "The same goes for me," Yang Chong chimed in. Although Yu Zhongjing remained silent, the look in his eyes was enough to convey his intention. "Many thanks, masters." Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. "There's no need to thank us, Master Duan. After all, if you truly manage to win an offensive-defensive movement celestial method or divine ability, it'll benefit us in the sect as well," Yang Chong said smilingly. "I'm confident there's a high chance Master Duan will be able to obtain a triple trait celestial method or divine ability." Based on Situ Ming's words, one could see how optimistic he was. Yu Zhongjing only smiled faintly. However, it was clear that he felt the same way as his peers. The four of them waited for about half an hour before Bai Ping finally returned with a huge grin on his face. "Sect leader, did the old ancestor agree to your proposition?" Situ Ming asked, even though he knew the answer when he saw the smile on Bai Ping's face. "Yes," he agreed. Bai Ping nodded before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Master Duan, the old ancestor intends to accompany you during the alchemy conference. He wants to see your skills in alchemy. Most importantly, it's to protect you. After all, if you win those valuable celestial methods or divine abilities, it's inevitable that there would be a few people with nefarious intentions in the absence of a powerful expert guarding you. In that case, please express my gratitude to the old ancestor," Duan Ling Tian said politely. He was well aware that apart from protecting him and witnessing his skills, the old ancestor wanted to accompany him to the alchemy conference so that he could make sure the king-grade celestial weapon would not be lost. After all, the king-grade celestial weapon was the only one in the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland. Its importance to the Taiyi celestial sect was immense. If the Taiyi celestial sect were to lose the king-grade celestial weapon, it would lose a significant amount of its strength as well. Bai Ping exchanged a few more words with them before he left. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian also bade farewell to the three prominent celestial alchemists and returned to his residence. "Huoner," Duan Ling Tian called out when he was certain Huoner was not cultivating. Then, he recounted the day's event to her. "So you'll be participating in the alchemy conference 2 years later?" Huoner's eyes shone as she asked excitedly. "There will be many celestial alchemists from the wasteland and the other regions, so it would be really lively, right? Do you want to join in the fun as well?" Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, see through Huoner's thoughts. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Can I?" Huoner asked. If Duan Ling Tian was attending the alchemy conference alone, there was no doubt he would bring her along as well. However, he had said earlier that apart from the three prominent celestial alchemists, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, an 8 trigrams celestial duke, would be attending the alchemy conference as well. "Huoner, if you wish to attend the conference, you can, naturally, come along." He reached out and patted Huoner's head affectionately. A doting expression could be seen on his face. When they were in the little world, based on Dufay's words, Duan Ling Tian understood that although Huoner was a rare thousand phantom ice fox who would only appear once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, she had also become a thorn to some people in the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, why would Dufay, the Celestial King, ask him to keep Huoner away from the members of the Phantom Fox clan? She had bluntly said that if some of the forces in the Phantom Fox clan found out that Huoner was a thousand phantom ice fox, the Du family aside, they would kill her at all cost. The Du family was Huoner's family in the Phantom Fox clan. It was obvious that opposing forces of the Du family in the Phantom Fox clan would be unhappy about the existence of a thousand Phantox ice fox in the family. Duan Ling Tian could vaguely feel how helpless Huoner's mother must have felt when she had to leave back then. After all, how could it be easy for a mother to leave her daughter behind? Therefore, he felt sympathetic toward Huoner and doted on her even more. "Huoner wants to go." Huoner tugged Duan Ling Tian's hand excitedly as soon as she heard his words. She was just like an overgrown child. Chapter 28:18 A genuine prominent celestial alchemist. The alchemy conference that would commence after 2 years would not be held in the wasteland. The venue was in the barren land that was located adjacent to the wasteland. Even with the help from the 8 trigrams celestial duke of the Taiyi celestial sect, they would need to start their journey 3 months prior. Duan Ling Tian learned all of this from Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, and Situ Ming, a prominent celestial alchemist of the sect. Just as Master Situ and Master Yang said, over the next 2 years, there's no need for me to waste my time comprehending the sect's single-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian heeded Situ Ming and Yang Chong's advice since he found them reasonable. He focused his attention on alchemy and cultivating. If he had any questions, he would look for Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Since the three prominent celestial alchemists were skilled in different ways, it helped him to improve his skills and knowledge in all aspects as well. Situ Ming smiled bitterly before he said, Master Duan, not only do you possess an extraordinary prominent celestial fire, but your talent in alchemy is enviable as well. Currently, I no longer have anything left to teach you. Me too. Yang Chong smiled bitterly as well. Although Yu Zhongjin did not say anything, based on the expression on his face, it was obvious that he felt the same way. Although the three prominent celestial alchemists knew Duan Ling Tian was highly talented, during this past half a year, their views of Duan Ling Tian were refreshed. They discovered that he was even more talented than they had thought. The talent Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated before this was just the tip of the iceberg. Duan Ling Tian's talent made them feel embarrassed about themselves. Duan Ling Tian sincerely said, in any case, many thanks to the three master for always helping me. I'll engrave this kindness onto my heart. Although Situ Ming and the other two prominent celestial masters had always maintained that they were wholeheartedly helping Duan Ling Tian so they could obtain a double trait or triple trait celestial method or divine ability, he knew they were just using that as an excuse. With their skills and knowledge in the Tao of alchemy, if they wanted double trait or triple trait celestial methods or divine abilities, they could have easily joined a sect that was more powerful than the Tai Yi celestial sect. After staying in and contributing to a powerful sect for a few years, it would be no problem for them to obtain single trait or triple trait celestial methods and divine abilities. Since they joined the Tai Yi celestial sect instead, it could be seen that they were not overly interested in a double trait or single trait celestial methods and divine ability. Apart from that, they also helped him unreservedly. Previously, before he entered the little world that Dufay created, he could see that all of them were genuinely worried about him. He could also see they were so helpful because they thought he had potential and did not want the potential to go to waste. He did not see any immediate benefits for them to help him to this extent. For this reason, he was rather moved by their sincerity. The rebirth martial emperor is truly a genius. Over the past half a year, I spent a lot of time to completely understand his memories and knowledge of alchemy. After that, it felt like my eyes had been opened. I can understand the teachings of the three masters twice as fast with half the effort. It's as though I inherited the rebirth martial emperor's talent in alchemy as well. To a certain extent, it feels like the student has surpassed his master. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were shining like the stars in the night sky. This was the conclusion he had come to after assessing his improvements half a year later. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was able to refine pills largely due to the rebirth martial emperor. However, after understanding the rebirth martial emperor's knowledge of alchemy and learning on his own, he had already surpassed the rebirth martial emperor. His former self could not compare to his current self in alchemy at all. Being able to master alchemy really feels good. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were half closed as he thought about his knowledge and skills in alchemy. A satisfied expression could be seen on his face at this moment. In the past, when he studied alchemy and practiced pill refinement, he was less sure of himself and his interest in alchemy was not as strong. He did not place immense importance on alchemy. However, at this moment, he felt his heart and body had become one. He mused inwardly, perhaps, now I can be considered as a genuine prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and continued muttering to himself, there are a year and 3 months left before we have to make our way to the barren land for the alchemy conference. Since the three masters feel they have nothing left to teach me, they told me the Tai Yi celestial sect's library has many works related to alchemy. He was determined to further improve and progress in the field of alchemy. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not forget about his cultivation. Currently, he was a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The cultivation environment on the prominent celestial island in Tai Yi celestial sect no longer provided him with enough heaven and earth spirit energy. For this reason, he could only cultivate in Huan'er's room. With the superior cultivation environment provided by Huan'er's divine crystal, his cultivation speed was not any slower than when he was a great overarching golden celestial realm. He was more than 60% certain he would be able to have a breakthrough and become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the alchemy conference. Time continued to pass as Duan Ling Tian busied himself with cultivating and learning about alchemy. It's been so long. Why hasn't Brother Pei returned? Duan Ling Tian could no longer sit around and wait. He eventually decided to leave the Taiyi Celestial Sect to head to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He would ask Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, about Pei Yuanji. I can use this chance to catch up with the 13th Prince as well. It's been a while since we last met. Duan Ling Tian had a strong feeling that Pei Yuanji was not in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, Pei Yuanji would have looked for him. Regardless, he still decided to make a trip to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Upon learning that Duan Ling Tian would be leaving the Taiyi Celestial Sect to visit the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Bai Ping, who treated Duan Ling Tian like a peerless treasure, did not hesitate to send Tai Tai He, the former left guardian and current supreme elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, to accompany Duan Ling Tian on his trip. Elder Tai, Master Duan wants to visit the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Please accompany him and make sure he returns to the sect safe and sound. In the history of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, nobody had received such a treatment. Duan Ling Tian was probably the only person in the sect who was given a 7-star Celestial Duke as a personal escort, after leaving the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate. Tai Tai he said to Duan Ling Tian, Master Duan, I've been wanting to see you before this. However, I was afraid of disturbing your cultivation, so I didn't look for you. Elder Tai, there's no need for you to be so courteous with me. After all, it can be said that I joined the Taiyi Celestial Sect because of you, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. After a brief pause, he asked, Elder Tai, is there a specific reason why you wanted to see me? Tai Tai He's eyes flashed briefly before he said, it's nothing. I just heard from the sect leader that you'll be attending the alchemy conference in the Barren Land a year later, and the old ancestor will be accompanying you there as well. Most importantly, I heard you're able to heat a cauldron in only half an hour. Elder Tai, do you have doubts? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. It's not that I doubt you. It's really inconceivable, Tai Tai he said with a wry smile. Put everything aside, even the sect leader, who has personally witnessed you heating the cauldron twice, had a hard time digesting and believing that fact the first time he saw your skills. Back then, he even wondered if you had heated the cauldron in advance. Heated the cauldron in advance? Indeed. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered he had demonstrated his skills in front of Bai Ping twice. Why did Bai Ping act as though he had never seen his speed in heating up a cauldron the last time he made a demonstration? He found this quite confusing. However, realization dawned on him after he listened to Tai Tai He. It seemed like after his first demonstration, Bai Ping had assumed that he had heated the cauldron in advance and did not really think he was capable of such a feat. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. A wry smile could be seen on his face at this moment. Bai Ping was really overthinking things. I really didn't expect the sect leader would have these thoughts back then. No wonder he wanted to see me heating up a cauldron again when the 3 masters brought me to his residence. It seems like the 3 masters also knew the sect leader doubted my skills, so they were more than happy for me to demonstrate my skills again in front of the sect leader. Well, it's only natural since the 3 masters are prominent celestial alchemists and can tell I wasn't cheating. The same can't be said for the sect leader. Chapter 2819 The Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect in the General Region. However, an assuring thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He recalled when he had first met Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Yu Zhongjing had said that even the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist took 5 hours to heat up a cauldron. It's no wonder that the sect leader had asked if it takes me less than 6 hours to heat up a cauldron. Master Yu must have told him about the heating speed of a skilled prominent celestial alchemist as well. Moreover, I'm sure he understands alchemy to a certain extent. That's probably why he was so eager to find out the time I need to heat up a cauldron, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he saw Tai Tai He's expectant gaze. He asked, amused, what? Elder Tai, do you want to see it as well? Would it be inconvenient for you if I stay and watch? Tai Tai He felt embarrassed that Duan Ling Tian had seen through him. Don't worry, it'll only take half an hour. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and took out his prominent pill cauldron. He unhurriedly moved the cauldron in front of Tai Tai He before he heated the cauldron. Master Duan, what are you doing? Tai Tai he was baffled when Duan Ling Tian moved the cauldron to him. Elder Tai, you can check to see that the cauldron has not been heated in advance, Duan Ling Tian said. He wanted Tai Tai he to confirm that he was not cheating. Master Duan, there's no need for that. Tai Tai he shook his head. You didn't even know that I was going to stay and watch. How's it possible for you to heat the cauldron beforehand? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tai Tai he before he said, are you trying to say that I cheated and heated the cauldron in advance before I refined pills in front of Master Situ and the others? That's not what I mean. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Tai Tai he was at a loss for words. In any case, Elder Tai, you should still confirm it. That way, you'll feel more at ease, Duan Ling Tian said. Upon hearing this, Tai Tai he no longer hesitated. He touched the prominent pill cauldron in front of him, checking the temperature. At the same time, he probed it with his divine consciousness as well. It took just a second for him to confirm that the cauldron was cold to the touch and was not heated in advance. He sent the cauldron back to Duan Ling Tian and said, I'm done. After that, Tai Tai he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. He hastily explained himself in fear of angering Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, it's not my intention to doubt you. I was just in shock and dumbfounded. I understand, Duan Ling Tian said. He no longer wasted words with Tai Tai he and summoned his chaos divine flame to heat the cauldron. After half an hour, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped heating the cauldron and began to refine the pills. Needless to say, the pills were successfully refined. Upon seeing this, Tai Tai he finally confirmed that Duan Ling Tian truly only needed half an hour to heat up the cauldron. He took the initiative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to doubt you. Duan Ling Tian, who had just put the cauldron away, looked at Tai Tai he intently with a slight smile on his face as he said, Elder Tai, based on your character, you wouldn't easily doubt me for no reason. Can you tell me the reason you wanted to personally watch me heat up the cauldron? He seemed to be able to read Tai Tai he's mind. Master Duan, Tai Tai he's expression stiffened. Soon after, it was replaced by an embarrassed expression. It was as though he was hiding something. Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to say, actually, even if you don't tell me, I know that the old ancestor asked you to test me. He was blunt with his words. Why you knew all along? Tai Tai he was taken aback. He was curious how Duan Ling Tian found out about it. It seems like my guess is correct. When Duan Ling Tian saw the shocked expression on Tai Tai he's face, Duan Ling Tian smiled victoriously. You were calling my bluff. Tai Tai he finally realized Duan Ling Tian had baited him into revealing the truth. A helpless and wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had exposed the person who had given him this order. He hurriedly said, Master Duan, please don't tell the old ancestor about this when you meet him in the future. Otherwise, he'll surely reprimand me. Saying that, Tai Tai he did not forget to defend the action of the old ancestor of Tai Yi Celestial Sect as well. Please try and understand the old ancestor, Master Duan. Although the sect leader vouched for you, this is a matter that concerns the king-grade celestial weapon after all. The old ancestor has no choice but to be extra careful about this matter. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could understand the old ancestor. After all, if he was in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have done the same as well. I didn't take this matter to heart. Elder Tai, let's continue on our journey. All right, Tai Tai he heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he continued on the journey to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate. During the journey, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He looked at Tai Tai he and asked, Elder Tai, will the celestial alchemists from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect attend the upcoming alchemy conference? Speaking of, I don't even know which region the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect is from. I wonder if their region would participate in the alchemy conference. As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was located not too far away from the wasteland. Otherwise, how could Zhou Shuchu from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect become good friends with Mirong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect? The Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect is located in the general region. The general region has always participated in the alchemy conference. Apart from that, the barren land, the light region, and the shadow region would be participating in the conference as well. Tai Tai he replied, if all goes well, there's no reason why the compassionate celestial traveler sect wouldn't attend the alchemy conference. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he curiously asked, Master Duan, why did you suddenly ask about the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Do you have anything to do with that sect? Well, you can say that. Duan Ling Tian nodded absent-mindedly. A beautiful figure appeared unbidden in his mind as he thought to himself, I wonder if she'll be attending as well. The beautiful figure belonged to Marong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, whom he had sex with in a little world left by a celestial king shortly after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, a Devata realm. Tai Tai he was a 7-star celestial duke. With his help, it did not take long before they arrived in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to their speed, they did not encounter any obstacles during their journey. Even if they met with difficulties, with Tai Tai he's strength, it could no longer be considered as a difficulty. In the residence of the 13th prince in the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Bridge. Master Duan, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, could not contain his excitement when he saw Duan Ling Tian again. However, due to Duan Ling Tian's current status, it was no longer appropriate for him to act as casually as he did when he interacted with Duan Ling Tian in the past. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, sense the change in Long Fei Yun's behavior. He sighed inwardly but did not say anything. He knew that regardless of what he said, Long Fei Yun would only see him as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, someone who could easily destroy the soaring dragon celestial kingdom with just a word. Long Fei Yun treated Duan Ling Tian with restraint just like how he had treated Pei Yuanji, the mysterious brother Pei. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. 13th Prince, have you seen brother Pei recently? This was the main reason he had returned to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. No, Long Fei Yun shook his head. He asked, Master Duan, did you come back to see brother Pei? In fact, ever since that time we went to see brother Pei together, I haven't seen him again. The servants whom I sent to clean his residence didn't see him as well. My guess is he's being held up by some matters. Although Duan Ling Tian had expected this, he still could not help but sigh. After a moment, he looked at Long Fei Yun and said with narrowed eyes, 13th Prince, I heard that you're now the crown Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If you wish, I can help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not one of the high-ranked celestial kingdoms under the Taiyi Celestial Sect's jurisdiction, Duan Ling Tian could still easily put Long Fei Yun on the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would definitely consider his status as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Father told me that he'll pass the throne to me after 10 years. The timing is just right. I don't want to ascend the throne too soon. Long Fei Yun smiled as he continued to say, Thank you, Master Duan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew very well that his fate had been changed by the person before him. If it were not for this person, he would still be lamenting his tragic fate in an unknown corner of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 28:20 Unbelievably talented in alchemy. After declining Long Fei Yun's invitation to stay for the night, Duan Ling Tian, under Tai Taiyi's protection, returned to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate. After returning to the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian devoted his time to studying alchemy. Naturally, there were times when he felt bored or encountered difficulties. During those times, he would stop studying alchemy and focus on cultivating with the king-grade cultivation method, the Taiyi Profound method, to break through and become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial instead. Nothing eventful happened in the Taiyi Celestial Sect in the wasteland during this time. Everything was calm and peaceful. Time passed by swiftly, and in just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. It was time for Duan Ling Tian to leave the Taiyi Celestial Sect in the wasteland to go to the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. In a spacious courtyard, the door to one of the rooms suddenly opened, and two people, who looked like they were a match made in heaven, walked out. The man was handsome. He had sword-like brows and bright eyes. His bearing was graceful and extraordinary. On the other hand, the woman was a peerless beauty with a figure to match. It seemed as though she had been personally sculpted by God himself. She seemed to make everything in her surroundings dim in comparison. The white-clad woman looked at the man next to her and asked with a smile, Brother Ling Tian, Shall we look for sect leader Bai Ping now? Her smile was incredibly dazzling. This woman was none other than Huaner, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. The man next to her was, naturally, Duan Ling Tian. He had been cultivating with her as well. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded gently. The sect leader and I have agreed to meet at noon today. It's almost time now. He raised his head to look at the sky. The scorching sun hung high in the horizons. Based on the sun's position, he could tell it would be noon in a quarter of an hour. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind and he asked knowingly, by the way, Huaner, did you have a breakthrough? Previously, Huaner had been an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If she truly had a breakthrough, it meant she was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now. Although Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating in the same room as Huaner for more than a year, they did not have any interaction. Each of them was deeply engrossed with cultivating. He had only woken Huaner up from her cultivation today because they would be leaving to the barren land to attend the alchemy conference. Huaner replied with a smile, I had a breakthrough 2 months ago. 2 months ago, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and he congratulated Huaner. Huaner, congratulations, you've become stronger again. Brother Ling Tian, you're making fun of me again. I'm sure you know that I'm currently lacking in strength. Although I've become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, my strength is inferior to my peers, Huaner said with a sigh. Although she had inherited extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities, she had difficulties comprehending them. For this reason, she could not unleash the full potential of the celestial methods and divine abilities. She could not even compare to Duan Ling Tian when it came to the mastery of their celestial methods and divine abilities. Due to this reason, her strength is weaker than most heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In fact, she might not even be a match to really outstanding and powerful earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had complete mastery of their celestial methods and divine abilities. Huaner, you're still so young, Duan Ling Tian said in an attempt to comfort her. Moreover, with your talent, if you continue to devote yourself to comprehending the celestial methods and divine abilities, you'll undoubtedly improve. Don't give up if you encounter a bottleneck. Just cultivate diligently, and your cultivation base will naturally improve. All right, I'll listen to your advice. Huaner nodded. Seeing how obedient Huaner was, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned even more doting. Then, he turned to look at the sun again and said, it's almost time. Let's find the sect leader. He led Huaner to Bai Ping's residence after that. It did not take long for them to arrive in Bai Ping's residence since they lived on the same prominent celestial island in the Taiyi celestial sect's estate. After Bai Ping was informed of their arrival, they entered the main hall. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the hall, he discovered the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect were already there. Master Situ, Master Yang, Master Yu. Duan Ling Tian respectfully greeted Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhang. They were sincere and had done their best to help him in his pursuit of alchemy, so he regarded them as his elders. In fact, he did not even treat Bai Ping with as much respect as he did the 3 prominent celestial alchemists. Bai Ping, who was standing at the side, could naturally sense this. However, he was not offended. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian was respectful to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists because he considered them his teachers. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's greetings, the 3 responded in unison, Master Duan, Huaner. Duan Ling Tian looked around the main hall. There's one person missing. It seems like the old ancestor hasn't arrived. This time, 6 people from the Taiyi celestial sect would be going to the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. 5 out of the 6 people had arrived. The 6th person was none other than the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, the only 8 trigrams celestial duke in the sect. Masters, please wait a moment. The old ancestor should be here soon, Bai Ping said reassuringly, seeing the old ancestor was still absent even though it was already noon. There would be no need for these words if Duan Ling Tian was a true elder of the Taiyi celestial sect. After all, everyone in the sect was juniors of the ancestor. It was only normal for juniors to wait for their seniors. There was no need for justifications. However, Duan Ling Tian was just an interim elder of the sect. He could leave whenever he wanted. Naturally, the Taiyi celestial sect could stop him from leaving by threatening him. However, in the future, who would dare to become an interim elder in the sect if word of it spread out? It's okay, Situ Ming shook his head and said with a smile, the three of us can make use of this time to discuss alchemy with Master Duan about alchemy. During the past year, our skills have improved as well with Master Duan's help. That's true, Yang Chong chimed in. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and teased him in a good-natured manner. Master Duan, if you haven't made any progress during this past year, I'm afraid you will have to learn from us for a while. Although Yu Zhongjing didn't speak, his eyes were filled with expectations when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After half an hour, the three prominent celestial alchemists could no longer laugh. When the four of them discussed alchemy, Duan Ling Tian's words and knowledge would render them speechless. They had no way to refute his words at all. In just half an hour, they discovered that Duan Ling Tian's knowledge and skills in alchemy had far surpassed their knowledge and skills. Bai Ping, who was standing at the side, wore a shocked expression on his face. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's speed in heating up his cauldron, he had spoken to the three prominent celestial alchemists. He had learned that apart from his superior speed in heating cauldrons, Duan Ling Tian was, initially, inferior to the three prominent celestial alchemists in other aspects. Then, more than a year ago, he heard the three say that Duan Ling Tian had improved to the point where they had nothing left to teach him. They were on equal footing. Today, in just half an hour, he shockingly discovered how talented Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have surpassed the three prominent celestial alchemists. Situ Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian. Hints of shock still lingered on his face. Master Duan, more than a year ago, I had a feeling that you had a sudden enlightenment. It seems like I'm right. You've grown even more skilled. I agree. Yang Chong nodded. Similarly, he had a shocked expression on his face as well. Master Duan, your knowledge in alchemy is extraordinary even among top celestial alchemists in the entire 6th Southeastern region. The entire 6th Southeastern region. It was evident that he was greatly impressed by Duan Ling Tian's alchemy knowledge and skills. I've had a chance to speak to the prominent celestial alchemist who's widely acknowledged as the most skilled in the past alchemy conference. Master Duan, I have to say that you're even more skilled than him. Yu Zhongjing said, clearly amazed. Chapter 2821, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. The person who's widely acknowledged as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the last alchemy conference is Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region, right? Bai Ping's eyes widened when he heard Yu Zhongjing's words. He had also attended the last alchemy conference 30 years ago and knew about Yu Zhongjing's discussion with Sun Chao. At that time, Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun celestial sect, from the light region, defeated many prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions and was recognized as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Bai Ping remembered being in awe of Sun Chao's skills at that time. He truly did not expect such a high evaluation of Duan Ling Tian from Yu Zhongjing. Who knew Yu Zhongjing would say Duan Ling Tian had surpassed Sun Chao even if it was just in regard to theoretical knowledge? Yu Zhongjing, Situ Ming, and Yang Chong would have scoffed if they were privy to Bai Ping's thoughts. Theoretical knowledge, they were far more familiar with Duan Ling Tian compared to Bai Ping. Bai Ping might be unaware, but three of them knew how outrageously rare and extraordinary Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial fire was. His prominent celestial fire could heat up a cauldron in half an hour. It was leagues above other prominent celestial fires. They also knew he was so talented that it would not be difficult for him to put his theoretical knowledge to practice. With all these factors, it was not difficult to see that he was superior to the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. A thought appeared in Situ Ming's mind. He hastily turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. His action caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he bluntly asked, Master Duan, did you have any fortuitous encounter when you were in the little world? Is that why you improved so much? I really can't think of another reason why your alchemy skills skyrocketed in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing's eyes brightened. That was right, why did they not think of this? Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills had skyrocketed after he returned from the little world. Prior to entering the little world, although he was highly talented, it was not outrageously so. Although Bai Ping did not think that was the case, he was also curious about Duan Ling Tian's answer. Master Situ, now that you mention it, I finally recalled that I received the memories of a prominent celestial alchemist in the little world. However, I did not dwell on it since the prominent celestial alchemist's skills were similar to mine and inferior to the three of you. However, after our memories merged, it seems like I've become more knowledgeable. Except for the part about inheriting the memories of a prominent celestial alchemist in the little world, Duan Ling Tian was not lying. He had found it strange as well. With the rebirth martial emperor's knowledge of alchemy and his own knowledge, his talent seemed to have become shocking. Perhaps, this could also be considered as an enlightenment like Situ Ming had said earlier. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Situ Ming. Situ Ming said with a frown, "It's strange. If it's as you said, by right, your skills shouldn't have improved so much due to the level of the prominent celestial alchemist whose knowledge you inherited. Moreover, it's unlikely to make you even more talented." Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing nodded, agreeing with Situ Ming's words. Then, what do you think is going on? Duan Ling Tian was also puzzled. Duan Ling Tian was still ruminating on this matter when a cold scoff rang in mind, startling him. You're. An energetic voice spoke in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Do you really think your talent is because of the rebirth martial emperor from the mundane realm? It's the chaos divine flame that enhanced your talent, that used his memory as a medium to enhance your alchemy talents. Boy, work hard to improve me and the chaos divine flame. If you help us, you'll be greatly rewarded. Is that the voice of the profound divine metal? Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and took a look inside his body. He saw the profound divine metal flashing a few times before the light dimmed. No matter how many times he called out to it, the profound divine metal no longer responded to him. A sudden realization dawned on him after a while. He can read the thoughts in my head. Otherwise, how did the profound divine metal know about the rebirth martial emperor from the mundane realm? A hint of fear appeared in Duan Ling Tian's heart as he thought to himself, I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that there are two monsters in my body. They could read his mind. Did it mean that he would not be able to keep any secrets from them? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Fortunately, they seem to be in a state of unconsciousness most of the time. Otherwise, I'll truly be exposed in front of them. After that, Duan Ling Tian called out several times to the Chaos Divine Flame, but there was no response from the Chaos Divine Flame. With this, Duan Ling Tian determined that the profound divine metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were not always conscious. Moreover, he had only exchanged a few words with the profound divine metal earlier before it seemed to fall unconscious again. In any case, currently, they're beneficial to me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled the profound divine metal that guarded his soul-like soul defense celestial weapon and how the Chaos Divine Flame elevated his talent in alchemy. With these thoughts in mind, the fear in his heart dissipated a lot. The mystery is solved. I finally know why I improved so much in alchemy. As it turns out, it's not the memory of the rebirth martial emperor or any enlightenment. It's all thanks to the Chaos Divine Flame using the memory of the rebirth martial emperor as a medium to greatly boost my alchemy talent. Duan Ling Tian's curiosity was aroused as he continued thinking to himself. However, what's the Chaos Divine Flame? It can also function as a celestial fire. There's no doubt it's far superior to celestial fire. The next time the Chaos Divine Flame wakes up, I must ask it about this. Although the Chaos Divine Flame had awoken once, and the profound divine metal had awoken twice, Duan Ling Tian failed to communicate with them. They would fall unconscious so fast that he did not have time to communicate with them. Earlier, the profound divine metal said if I work hard to improve their strength, I would be greatly rewarded. This means they need my help, to a certain extent. While Duan Ling Tian and the three prominent celestial alchemists were lost in their own thoughts about Duan Ling Tian's sudden and shocking improvement, Bai Ping's voice suddenly rang in the air. 4 masters, the old ancestor has arrived. 4 of them regained their senses immediately and looked outside the main hall. An old man entered the main hall. The old man was tall and had a sturdy body. He had a kind and youthful appearance. An old figure floated into the hall from outside. He was a tall and sturdy old man wearing a gray robe. He had a benevolent appearance and a youthful face. At first glance, they thought that he was a kind old man. He is the old ancestor of our sect. Greetings, old ancestor, Bai Ping, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing said in unison and hurriedly bowed. Old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands together and greeted the old man. On the other hand, Huaner, who was standing by Duan Ling Tian's side, looked at the old man curiously. She did not greet him, let alone bow to him. She would not simply bow to anyone. Chapter 2822 The Vast Wasteland. The gray-clad old man, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, nodded in response to Bai Ping, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing's greeting. Then, his eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. His eyes were bright as he sincerely said, "Both of you are like a match made in heaven. Thank you for your compliments." Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. Huaner, who was usually indifferent, blushed immediately when she heard the gray-clad old man's words. "Girl, are you blushing?" The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect laughed when he saw Huaner's rosy cheeks. Upon hearing this, Huaner's cheeks reddened even more. She glared at the old ancestor and said, "Stupid old man, are you making fun of me just because I didn't greet you?" Stupid old man. Duan Ling Tian's expression stiffened as soon as he heard Huaner's words. Not only was the old man the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, but the old man was also an 8 trigram celestial duke. And yet, Huaner just called the old man stupid. Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and the others were taken aback as well. Their expressions changed drastically. Bai Ping quickly said, "Please don't mind her, old ancestor. She's naive by nature. She rarely interacts with others, so her words can be blunt. She definitely didn't mean to insult you." Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing quickly bowed as well. "Please forgive her." The three of them had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, they did not wish for harm to come to Huaner. As the saying went, "Love me, love my dog." Contrary to their expectations, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect laughed heartily when he heard Huaner's words, ignoring the pleas of the high-ranking officials of the sect. After his laughter subsided, he looked at Huaner and said, "Girl, this is the first time I've been called a stupid old man. Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and attack you?" Before Huaner could reply, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. He quickly said, "Old ancestor, Huaner rarely interacts with people. She doesn't know the proper etiquette when speaking with others. I hope you can forgive her." However, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect did not pay attention to Duan Ling Tian. He continued to look at Huaner, clearly waiting for her response. "Old man, aren't you the old ancestor of Taiyi celestial sect? How can you be so petty?" After seeing the reaction of Duan Ling Tian and the others, Huaner could vaguely feel that her words and manners were inappropriate. After all, she had been rude and casual when she had spoken to the old man who was an 8 trigram celestial duke. Petty. The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect was briefly taken aback by Huaner's words. Then, he laughed again. "How interesting. I've taken a liking to you. How about it, are you interested in becoming a direct disciple?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were surprised that not only was the old ancestor not angry, but he even wanted to accept Huaner as his direct disciple. This result was somewhat unexpected. Everyone, except for Duan Ling Tian, was certain Huaner would agree to become the old ancestor's direct disciples. They were shocked again when they saw her shaking her head. "You are just an 8 trigram celestial duke. I refuse to be your direct disciple." The old ancestor laughed again. "Are you looking down on me even though I'm an 8 trigram celestial?" However, he did not force Huaner. Some things could not be forced, and he did not like repeating himself. Moreover, if he had insisted, would it not look like he, an 8 trigram celestial duke, was desperate for a direct disciple? After a brief moment, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Master Duan, the sect leader has praised you and spoken about your cauldron heating speed. This time around, the Taiyi celestial sect will have to depend on you to obtain better celestial methods and divine abilities." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to live up to your expectations," Duan Ling Tian replied. At this moment, Bai Ping looked at the old ancestor and said with a smile, "Old ancestor, the sect will gain more than we've ever imagined during the alchemy conference. Not only is his heating skill outrageous, but he's extremely knowledgeable in alchemy as well. He's comparable to Sun Chao, who was chosen as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist during the previous conference. There are many people who would debate about theories of alchemy, and most of the time, these discussions would turn into a bet and competition." Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian expectantly. He was clearly confident Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain better celestial methods and divine abilities for the Taiyi celestial sect. Oh, hearing Bai Ping's praise, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise. His eyes were filled with a hint of doubt. He naturally knew who Sun Chao was. Sun Chao was widely acknowledged as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Sun Chao was so famous that even sects from foreign lands had invited him to join their sects. In any case, Bai Ping only said Duan Lingtian's alchemy knowledge was comparable to Sun Chao. Bai Ping did not say anything about Duan Lingtian's practical ability. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian was as good as Sun Chao. Old ancestor, what the sect leader said is true. Yu Zhongjing, who was standing across the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, stepped forward to support Bai Ping's words when he saw the skeptical expression on the old ancestor's face. During the last alchemy conference, I discussed alchemy with Sun Chao. Sun Chao's mastery of alchemy at that time is certainly not as high as Master Duan. However, so many years have passed since then, I'm not sure if Sun Chao has further improved. However, one thing's for certain, Master Duan will not be inferior to Sun Chao. He did not say it was impossible for Sun Chao to improve much after 30 years unless he was as talented as Duan Lingtian. Oh, the old ancestor seemed to be finally convinced about Duan Lingtian's skills. After all, not only did Bai Ping vouch for Duan Lingtian, but Yu Zhongjing had vouched for Duan Lingtian as well. When he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of shock could be seen on his face. Not only was Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist below the age of 100 and possessed an extraordinary prominent celestial fire, but his knowledge and skills were not inferior to Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeast regions. Sun Chao. His talent in alchemy was outrageous. Unexpectedly, such a person was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. A hint of anticipation could be seen in the old ancestor's bright eyes as he said, "Master Duan, I'm looking forward to your performance in the conference even more compared to before." "I will do my best," Duan Lingtian replied. Since the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect had arrived, they could start making their way to the barren land where the alchemy conference would be held. Duan Lingtian and the others bade Bai Ping farewell and left the Taiyi celestial sect's estate under the lead of the old ancestor. Since the old ancestor was an 8 trigrams celestial duke, his speed was, naturally, extremely fast. Although he had to carry 5 people with him, he was so fast that even Duan Lingtian found the flashing scenery had turned into a blur. The gray and yellow of the barren desert and the green of the grass seemed to bleed into one another. How fast! So this is the speed of an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Duan Lingtian thought to himself in shock. However, regardless of the old ancestor's speed, the distance they had to travel was long, so it would take a while for them to arrive in the barren land. Seeing the shocked expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Situ Ming asked with a smile, "Do you think the old ancestor is fast?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "He's really fast. At this speed, it won't take long for us to reach our destination, right? After all, we need to cross regions, and the place where the alchemy conference is held is on the other side of the barren land. The venue is quite far from the borders of the wasteland and the barren land. We'll need at least 2 months before we arrive at our destination," Situ Ming replied. 2 months. Duan Lingtian was shocked. It would take 2 months even though they had the help of an 8 trigrams celestial duke. If he were alone, would it not take him several years just to arrive at the destination? In fact, the wasteland is rather vast. In our wasteland, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are based in the central area of the wasteland, surrounded by various celestial kingdoms. However, in the periphery of the celestial kingdoms, there's a desert that's void of heaven and earth spirit energy. The desert is even more vast than all the celestial kingdoms combined, Situ Ming said to Duan Lingtian. "That's right," Yang Chong chimed in at this moment. "It would take at least 2 months to leave the wasteland from the Taiyi celestial sect if one were an 8 trigrams celestial duke. However, it would only take 5 days to go to the desert that's unsuitable for cultivating." Situ Ming and Yang Chong's words helped Duan Lingtian understand the wasteland better. As it turns out, the wasteland is so vast. Who knew the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland and the celestial kingdoms under their rule only make up a small part of the wasteland? Most of the wasteland is a desert with little to no heaven and earth spirit energy. Chapter 2823 The Tidal Temple. Through his conversation with Situ Ming and Yang Chong, Duan Lingtian also learned that apart from the wasteland, 5 out of the 6 southeastern region were just as vast, Due to how big the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, was, the celestial stone ores and celestial crystal veins only covered an insignificant amount of the land. Therefore, only certain parts of the spirit overarching heaven were rich in heaven and earth spirit energy. The gap between the place with the richest heaven and earth spirit and the place with the least heaven and earth spirit energy was insurmountably big. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian learned about many other things as well. Situ Ming said, the 6 southeastern regions are divided into the wasteland, the barren land, the general region, the cross region, the light region, and the shadow region. The names of the regions were given based on 3 famous titled celestial lords in the history of the southeastern regions. The 3 titled celestial lords were the Waste Barren Celestial Lord, the General Cross Celestial Lord, and the Light Shadow Celestial Lord. The barren land and wasteland are named after the Waste Barren Celestial Lord. The general region and cross region are named after the General Cross Celestial Lord, and the light region and shadow region are named after the Light Shadow Celestial Lord. What's the difference between a titled celestial lord and ordinary celestial lords? It was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of titled celestial lords. He only knew celestial lords were a level stronger than celestial kings, and celestial lords were divided into 10 stages, from 1 basic to 10 directions. In Devata realms, the strongest celestial lords usually have their own title. For example, the strongest celestial lord in the wasteland and the barren land was given the title Waste Barren Celestial Lord. The strongest celestial lord in the general region and the cross region was given the title General Cross Celestial Lord, and the strongest celestial lord in the light and shadow regions was given the title Light Shadow Celestial Lord. Yang Chong explained to Duan Ling Tian. Titled celestial lords are leagues above ordinary celestial lords. Apart from being stronger, they have to go to the title temple, the most mysterious and sacred force in the spirit overarching heaven, to compete in a life or death battle with 9 celestial lords before they are given a title. Among the 10 celestial lords competing for a title, only the last surviving celestial lord would be given a title by the temple. Then, the name of the surviving celestial lord would be recorded in the titled celestial lords book in the title temple. The list would be updated and made known to the public. It's truly not easy to become a titled celestial lord. Therefore, titled celestial lords acknowledged by the title temple are definitely extraordinary and superior to ordinary celestial lords. Yang Chong explained in one breath. How cruel. Out of 10 celestial lords, 9 have to die. Only 1 surviving celestial lord would be given a title. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect this. He had thought titled celestial lords were just given a special title based on their strength. He did not expect that the celestial lords had to go through such a difficult process just to become a titled celestial lord. Currently, the 6 southeastern regions don't even have a celestial king. However, you're saying, in the past, not only were there 3 celestial lords, but the 3 celestial lords were also titled celestial lords? Duan Ling Tian asked. A year ago, during his journey from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's estate, Tai, the supreme elder of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, had told him that there was no celestial king in the 6 southeastern regions. How could he not be surprised to learn that there were once 3 titled celestial lords in the 6 southeastern regions? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it's possible that there are no celestial kings in the 6 southeastern regions now because they have left the regions for a better place. After all, with a better cultivation environment, they would be able to break through and become a celestial lord. Although the cultivation environment in the 6 southeastern regions was good, it was still difficult for a celestial king to break through and become a celestial lord. A celestial king would need a place with more heaven and earth spirit energy than what the 6 southeastern regions had in order to have a breakthrough. Master Yang, what kind of place is the title temple? You said it's the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chong and asked. He was, naturally, curious about the force that bestowed titles to celestial lords. Up until now, he had never heard of the title temple. Yes, Yang Chong nodded and said, the title temple is indeed the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realm. They have remained neutral and stayed out of disputes between other forces. Nevertheless, they're one of the most terrifying forces in the spirit overarching heaven. In the course of the spirit overarching heaven's history, there were many forces standing at the peak that challenged the title temple. However, all of the forces were annihilated without exception. They were completely wiped out and disappeared from the history of the spirit overarching heaven. His eyes were filled with sincere respect when he spoke about the tidal temple. After a beat, Yang Chong continued to say, in fact, there's a tidal temple in all 81 Devata realms. That's how far the reaches of the tidal temple are. Without fail, every celestial lord in every Devata realm who wants to be a tidal celestial lord has to go to the temple realm to compete for a title. The same goes for celestial emperors who want to become titled celestial emperors. Titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly. So if one wants to become a titled celestial emperor, one would have to battle with other celestial emperors as well. That's right, Yang Chong said, the process is similar to becoming a titled celestial lord. The only difference is celestial lords have to battle with 9 other celestial lords while celestial emperors have to battle with 4 celestial emperors for the title. Titled celestial lords and emperors stand on corpses of their peers. He grew emotional as he spoke about this. A celestial lord or celestial emperor wouldn't go to the tidal temple unless they're extremely confident about their strength. After all, it's a battle to the death. All the heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms are titled celestial emperors without exception, Yang Chong continued to say. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that all 81 heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms were titled celestial emperors. After all, if one could not even qualify for a title, how could one qualify to become the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, is it possible for an army led by a heavenly emperor to defeat the tidal temple? Based on what he knew, heavenly emperors were overlords in their own rights. Were heavenly emperors a match for the tidal temple? In the history of the 81 Devata realms, there had been no less than 10 heavenly emperors who wanted to take down the tidal temple. However, all of them died without exception. Yang Chong solemnly said. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he heard Yang Chong's words. Was the tidal temple truly so terrifying? Is the tidal temple related to the divine offering land? Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder to himself. He thought about the divine offering land that seemed to be more powerful than the Devata realms. It was also where Ka, his family, and his friends were currently at. All the people he had met from the divine offering land so far were extremely strong. Even Yun Qingyan, an insignificant lackey in the divine offering land, was able to force the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to escape to the Asura hell, one of 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms. Shajia's strength was even more unfathomable. After all, even a lackey like Yun Qingyan was extremely respectful to Shajia. As far as anyone in the Devata realms can remember, the tidal temple has been around for the longest time. It's been there since the founding of Devata realms. It's the oldest force in the Devata realms. Rumor has it that there are 10 directions celestial emperors in the tidal temple. Naturally, no one knows if it's true or just a rumor. Yang Chong said, regardless, there's no denying the tidal temple is unshakable in the Devata realms. Fortunately, the tidal temple has no interest in participating in the disputes between forces in Devata realms. Otherwise, with its strength, it's not difficult for it to dominate all Devata realms. The tidal temple. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly. He was curious about the tidal temple's strength. A crazy idea appeared unbidden in his mind. If he gained control of the tidal temple, did it mean he could easily enter the divine offering land to kill Yun Qingyan and bring Ka, his family, and friends away? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. How bold of me to have such thoughts. Even if it's possible to control the tidal temple, there's no way that I'll be the one to achieve that. A self-deprecating expression could be seen on his face as he smiled wryly. Chapter 2824 The Southern Heaven Territory. I'm still miles away from becoming a celestial emperor or a celestial lord, let alone defeat the tidal temple. I'm just a measly profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian knew he had easily broken through and became a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial due to him being very close to the profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when he broke through and became a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial last time. With the help of Huan'er's divine crystal, the king grade cultivation method, the Tai profound method, his 99 heavenly veins, and overarching heaven pills, he would be truly useless if he did not have a breakthrough. I had a breakthrough in such a short time is mainly because my cultivation base was very close to that of a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial after my stint in the little world. Without the help of Huan'er divine crystal, Tai profound method, and my 99 heavenly veins, it wouldn't be possible for me to become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just over a year. Duan Ling Tian also knew very well that if Huan'er's aunt did not help him to become a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would not have been able to break through and become a profound rank overarching heaven supreme celestial in such a short time. Master Yang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Chong with a gleam in his eyes as he changed the subject. If I'm not mistaken, there must be differences in strength between the 6 southeastern regions, right? For example, the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the general region is stronger than the 3 major sects of the wasteland. Yes, Yang Chong nodded. There's indeed a difference in strength among the 6 southeastern regions. The wasteland is one of the weakest regions among the 6 southeastern regions. The barren land, our destination this time, is also one of the weakest among the 6 southeastern regions. There are also 3 celestial sects in the barren land that are equal in strength with the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The strongest among the 6 southeastern regions are the general region and the cross region, followed by the light region and the shadow region. The wasteland and the barren land are the weakest. The general region, and the cross region. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as he asked, Master Yang, which region is the blissful sect from? The blissful sect is in the cross region, Yang Chong replied. A thought appeared in his mind, and he continued to say, the blissful sect and compassionate celestial traveler sect are old enemies. They fought each other intensely in the early years, but their conflict has eased up in recent years. However, even now, the members of the 2 sects are hostile to each other when they meet. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Previously, when he had spoken to Murong Bing, he had learned that the compassionate celestial traveler sect and the blissful sect had a strained relationship. Otherwise, the celestial king from the blissful sect would not have taken the world-cleansing horsetail wisp, one of the 3 celestial weapons of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and hid it in the little world. If Murong Bing did not go into the little world to search for the world-cleansing horsetail wisp, Duan Ling Tian would not have met her. If he could go back in time, he would not have entered the little world. It was not that he disliked Murong Bing. However, he had no intention of cheating on his wives. Moreover, he was fully focused on saving his wives, family, and friends from the divine offering land. Alas, there was no way for him to turn back time. He could only take responsibility for his actions. Murong Bing was his woman now. He had told her that she could only be his woman since they had sex. Although these words were overbearing, they clearly expressed his basic instinct of claiming the woman he had slept with. Yang Chong said, the blissful sect and the compassionate celestial traveler sect are equal in strength. However, there's a sect that's even more powerful than the blissful sect in the cross region. It's so strong that the blissful sect would only be a match for it if it joined forces with another 2 sects in the cross region. There are 4 sects that are considered to be the strongest in the cross region, while there are 5 sects that are considered to be the strongest in the general region. The compassionate celestial traveler sect is one of the 5 powerful forces in the general region. In any case, the compassionate celestial traveler sect and blissful sect can only be regarded as sects of the second echelon in the general region and the cross region. He explained the situation of the blissful sect, the compassionate celestial traveler, the general region, and the cross region to Duan Ling Tian. Yang Chong continued to say, in the general region and the cross region, only one sect in the cross region stands above all the sects. What's the name of that sect? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. It's the profound heaven celestial sect. Yang Chong said slowly and clearly. Then, he added, the profound heaven celestial sect is also the most powerful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he asked again, since the profound heaven celestial is the strongest in the 6 southeastern regions, the sect must have more than one 10-direction celestial duke, right? Based on what he knew, there was only one 10-direction celestial duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Since the blissful sect's strength was similar to the compassionate celestial traveler sect, it stood to reason that the sect had one 10-direction celestial duke as well. If the profound heaven celestial sect was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, it was only natural that they had more than one 10-direction celestial dukes in the sect. Of course, Yang Chong nodded. In the profound heaven celestial sect, there are 3 10-direction celestial duke. 2 out of the 10-direction celestial duke are twin brothers. When they join forces, they're invincible to those weaker than celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. They're invincible to those weaker than celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. Where's the southern heaven territory? Duan Ling Tian was curious. It was his first time hearing about the southern heaven territory after all. I don't know much about the southern heaven territory, Yang Chong said, I only know the 6 southeastern regions are located in the southern heaven territory. Master Situ, please explain to Master Duan. You're the oldest and most knowledgeable among the 3 of us. Then, Yang Chong turned to look at Situ Ming. What do you mean by the oldest? Master Yang, mind your words. Situ Ming looked at Yang Chong irritably before he looked at Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, the 6 southeastern regions, as well as the 9 southern regions, the 5 southwestern regions, and the 7 western regions, are located on the edge of the southern heaven territory. We're located at the border and the most remote place in the southern heaven territory. The southern heaven territory is controlled by a titled celestial lord. Southern heaven is the title of that celestial lord. The central area of the southern heaven territory covers a vast area. It's far bigger than the combined area of the borderlands, including our 6 southeastern region. There are countless powerhouses in the central area of the southern heaven territory, and there's a barrier between them and the borderland where we are at. Because of that barrier formation, the people born in the borderlands, including our 6 southeastern regions, must go to the central area of the southern heaven territory after becoming a celestial king. Otherwise, one's cultivation base would start to regress. After a long time, one would regress and become a celestial duke. If that happens, it would be much more difficult to have a breakthrough. After a celestial king passes through the barrier formation into the center of the southern heaven territory, it would be difficult to return to the other side. After all, the barrier is set up by the titled celestial lord. Not even ordinary celestial dukes are able to break the barrier formation. This is part of the reason why there are no celestial kings in the borderland, including our 6 southeastern regions. It's not that there are no celestial kings here, it's just that most of them have left for the center of the southern heaven territory. With this, Duan Ling Tian understood that southern heaven territory was divided into the central area and the borderlands where the 6 southeastern regions were located. Situ Ming continued to say, and once the celestial kings leave the borderlands and enter the central area, there's almost no way for them to return. To return, one has to be a celestial lord at least. In fact, even an ordinary celestial lord might not be able to break the barrier formation. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He no longer asked any question for the time being. After all the information he had just learned was a lot for him to take in. He learned that the wasteland in the 6 southeastern regions was also in the southern heaven territory that was controlled by a titled celestial lord. In addition, the southern heaven territory was divided into the borderlands and the central area. He also learned about how powerful titled celestial lords are. Ordinary celestial dukes could not compare to them at all. Chapter 28-25 Alchemy City. Master Situ, since only celestial kings are those who are stronger can break the barrier formation and return to the borderlands, it's a little ridiculous and redundant to say the twin 10-direction celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect are invincible to those weaker than celestial kings, right? Duan Ling Tian said. After getting a good grasp about the situation in the southern heaven territory, he discovered it was redundant to say the two 10-direction celestial dukes were invincible in the borderlands to those who are below celestial kings. After all, there were no celestial kings in the borderlands at all. Indeed, there are many people who think the twin 10-direction celestial dukes are shameless for saying they're invincible to those who are weaker than celestial kings. Situ Ming nodded. After all, there are so many 10-direction celestial dukes in the central area. Many of them cultivated king-grade cultivation methods and mastered king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Any one of them can easily defeat the two brothers. They know very well that celestial kings won't be able to come or return to the borderlands. That's why they're shameless enough to say they're invincible to anyone below celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. Situ Ming continued to say, however, there's no denying the brothers are strong. When they join forces, they're able to defeat the 10-direction celestial dukes from the blissful sect and other sects. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A thought appeared in his mind, and he asked, Master Situ, the 6 southeastern regions are located in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory, and the borderlands surround the central area of the southern heaven territory. If we travel inward through the barrier formation, we'll arrive at the center of the southern heaven territory. Where would it lead to if we travel outward from the borderlands? He was extremely curious about this. Instead of Situ Ming, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect answered Duan Ling Tian's question. If you travel outward and leave the borderlands, you'll arrive at the Riot Star Sea. His tone turned solemn when he mentioned the Riot Star Sea. Riot Star Sea. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. The Riot Star Sea covers much of the spirit overarching heaven, and one could travel to everywhere in the spirit overarching heaven through the Riot Star Sea. There are many low-intelligence celestial beasts there. However, despite their lack of intelligence, they're very strong. Since there are as many celestial beasts in the sea as there are stars in the sky, people call it the Riot Star Sea. It's said that to cross the sea or to travel the sea, one has to be as strong as a celestial lord at least. Even ordinary celestial lords would perish at sea. In the spirit overarching heaven's history, only titled celestial lords and celestial emperors had successfully crossed the sea unharmed. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect patiently explained to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. Just how terrifying and dangerous was the Riot Star Sea? Since the Riot Star Sea surrounds the southern heaven territory, there are only two choices for people in the borderlands. They can either head inward to the center of the southern heaven territory or head outward to the Riot Star Sea. Suddenly, another thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He looked at the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect and asked, "Old ancestor, if someone from the Tai celestial sect breaks through and becomes a celestial king, does that mean the celestial king can annihilate the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect before leaving the borderland to the center of the southern heaven territory, leaving the Tai celestial sect in charge of the entire wasteland?" Impossible. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect refuted immediately. There are rules in the southern heaven territory. Once a 10-direction celestial dukes in the borderland breaks through and becomes a celestial king, they can no longer participate in the disputes in the borderland. Otherwise, they will be executed by a special envoy from the central area. The restriction formation that blocks the central area and the borderlands is able to monitor a celestial king and restrict his or her strength. Therefore, those who have just become celestial kings don't dare to act recklessly. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply, clearly shocked by the strength of a titled celestial lord. Just a formation set up by a titled celestial lord was so strong. Not only must celestial kings obediently head to the center of the southern heaven territory after their breakthroughs, but they were also monitored and restricted by the formation. However, he was unaware that the restrictive formation was not set up by the titled celestial lord. The formation had existed since the founding of the spirit overarching heaven. All the titled celestial lord needed to do was to maintain it at regular intervals. At that time, the southern heaven territory was not called the southern heaven territory yet. When Duan Ling Tian no longer had any questions to ask, he silently focused on alchemy and cultivating during their journey to the alchemy conference. It was no longer useful for him to discuss alchemy with Situ Ming and the others since his alchemy skills had surpassed theirs, although the three prominent celestial alchemists wanted to discuss alchemy with Duan Ling Tian to improve their skills. They did not want to disturb Duan Ling Tian since he was about to participate in the alchemy conference. On the other hand, since they had left the Tai celestial sect, Huiner had been silently comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities. From time to time, an intimidating aura would ripple out from her body. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the barren land where the alchemy conference would be taking place. Although it was said that the alchemy conference was jointly organized by the 6 southeastern regions, it was actually organized by one region. Each time, each region would take turns organizing the conference. This time, it was Barren Land's turn to organize it. To be more precise, it was organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Lands. The Barren Land was very similar to the Wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Lands were located in the center of the Barren Land, and each of the 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Lands was based in a bustling city that spanned a large area. However, the alchemy conference this time was not held in any of the 3 major cities. It was going to be held in a city that was located on a plain in the center of the Barren Land. The city was vast. Although it was not better than 3 cities occupied by the 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Lands, it was not much worse either. This city is called Alchemy City. It's where the alchemy conference would be held. There is a city like this in the Wasteland and the other 4 regions as well. Most of the time, these cities are protected by a restrictive formation and aren't open to the outside world. Situ Ming took the initiative to explain to Duan Ling Tian when they arrived in Alchemy City. After all, among the group of people, Duan Ling Tian and Huiner were the only ones who had not participated in the alchemy conference before. Situ Ming continued to say, in Alchemy City, in addition to the estates owned by the 3 major celestial sects of the Barren Land, there are also many celestial pills and medicinal herb stores specially opened for us. The three major celestial sects of the barren land also provide accommodations for sectless cultivators and small sects. They're also allowed to shop in the stores. Alchemy City is open to the public for 3 months starting from a month before the start of the Alchemy Conference. During this time, people can come to participate in the Alchemy Conference and buy rare and precious medicinal herbs and celestial pills. There are also many who come just to join in the excitement. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw large groups of people entering Alchemy City from all sides one after another. Chapter 2826 The Young Master of Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The Taiyi Celestial Sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland, had a mansion in the Alchemy City of the Barren Land. They also had a shop downtown where they could sell medicinal herbs and celestial pills. The sect's mansion and shop were given to them free of charge by the Barren Land. Needless to say, such a treatment was only given to the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. The authorities of the Barren Land also arranged accommodations for sectless cultivators and small sects from various celestial kingdoms in the 6 southeastern regions, but they would have to pay for them with celestial stones and crystals. Naturally, the better the mansion was, the more celestial stones and crystals one would have to pay. However, even the best mansion or residence available to these people were not comparable to the mansions and residence of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, rent was also collected for the stalls provided to the small sects and sectless cultivators. The better the locations of the stalls, the higher the rent. The rent of a stall downtown was so expensive that most people simply could not afford it. Even if they could afford it, they might not be able to earn enough to cover the cost. For this reason, those who rented the stalls were outstanding mediocre celestial alchemists from small sects or without a sect. Occasionally, one would be able to see a sectless prominent celestial alchemist, but it was really rare. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were in high demand and could join any of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. If they join a top sect, they would be able to enjoy superior cultivation environments and resources. Moreover, they would be given a lofty position as an elder. The top sects would not restrict their freedom, and they were free to join and leave at any time. All they needed to do was refine celestial pills for the sect during their stay in the sect. The medicinal herbs and ingredients needed were also provided by the sect. They were treated extremely well and generously rewarded most of the time. How could they not join a top sect? Only a few eccentric prominent celestial alchemists would choose to remain solitary and not join any sects. As soon as they entered Alchemy City, Huaner's melodious voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears before he could even take a good look at the city. Brother Ling Tian, there are so many people here. Duan Ling Tian had seen large groups of people entering the city earlier. However, the outside of the city was vast, so it did not seem crowded. However, now that everyone was gathered in the city looked shockingly crowded. Let alone downtown of the city, even the entrance was lively and crowded. Huaner held Duan Ling Tian's hand as they walked next to Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. The old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect walked in the lead and brought them to the residence of the Taiyi Celestial Sect in Alchemy City. He had been here numerous times, so he was familiar with the city. Needless to say, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were also familiar with Alchemy City. The residences that the Barren Land arranged for the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions were the same each time. Thus, the three major celestial sects of the Barren Land did not arrange for anyone to welcome and lead the way for the people from the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. The top sects of the 6 southeastern regions would only set up noise-canceling formations and spirit-gathering formations in their residences in Alchemy City. Although there were no restrictive formations, nobody would dare to simply trespass. It was only natural, since these were the residences of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, who would dare to simply provoke them. There are so many mediocre celestial alchemists. As they walked on the streets of Alchemy City, Duan Ling Tian saw many people dressed in black robes with flames embroidered on them. The flames formed the word, Yang. At first glance, the flames were so well embroidered that they looked like they were burning. They were extremely eye-catching. These were the Celestial Masters' robes. The Celestial Masters' robes were the uniforms of the members of the Alliance of Celestial Masters. The members of the Alliance were celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen who have proven themselves worthy. Very few dared to wear imitations of the uniforms. If they were caught wearing a fake robe, their future would be ruined. There were 4 different Celestial Masters' robes: Heaven-ranked Celestial Master's robe, Earth-ranked Celestial Master's robe, Yang Celestial Master's robe, and Yin Celestial Master's robe. Heaven rank Celestial Master's robe could only be worn by Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Weapons Craftsmen. Earth rank Celestial Master's robe could only be worn by prominent Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Weapons Craftsmen. Yang Celestial Master's robe could only be worn by mediocre Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Weapons Craftsmen, and Yin Celestial Master's robe would be given to primitive Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Weapons Craftsmen after they have proven themselves worthy of joining the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Based on the Yang Celestial Master's robes, Duan Ling Tian could tell the group of people before him were mediocre Celestial Alchemists. Since the Alchemy City was opened for the Alchemy Conference, more than 90% of the people here were Celestial Alchemists. There were very few Celestial Weapons Craftsmen here. Duan Ling Tian also saw a few primitive Celestial Alchemists who wore the Yin Celestial Master's robes. However, their numbers were much smaller compared to mediocre Celestial Alchemists. Master Situ, why aren't you wearing your Celestial Master's robe? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. Although he was now a prominent Celestial Alchemist, and he could go to one of the branches of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in Taiyi City, he had never done so since he did not have the time for it. Moreover, previously, there was no occasion that needed him to wear a Celestial Master's robe. We only wear our Celestial Master's robes when we need to prove our identities or during formal events like the Alchemy Conference. We'll be wearing our Celestial Master's robes during the conference, Situ Ming explained with a smile. I see, Duan Ling Tian said with a wry smile. I didn't know we're supposed to wear Celestial Master's robes during the Alchemy Conference. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Alliance of Celestial Masters branch in Taiyi City to get a Celestial Master's robe. Is there an Alliance of Celestial Masters branch in Alchemy City? No, Situ Ming shook his head. Master Duan, although there's no Alliance of Celestial Masters branch in Alchemy City, there are other branches in other cities near Alchemy City that are governed by the three major celestial sects of the Barren Land. If you want a Celestial Master's robe, I can accompany you to one of the cities. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongjing suddenly chimed in, Master Duan, I have a set of Yin Celestial Master's robe that has only been worn once. If you don't mind, you can wear them. Of course, I don't mind, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Thank you, Master Yu. He did not care that the robe had been worn once. After all, he could easily clean it again. As Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Taiyi Celestial sect walked down the streets, Huaner, who was not wearing a veil, naturally, became the topic of everyone's discussion. I've never seen such a gorgeous woman. It would be a blessing of a lifetime to be able to sleep with her once. Don't think even about it. Can't you see she already has a boyfriend? The purple-clad young man next to her has an outstanding bearing. It's obvious he has an extraordinary background. It's not just that, even the other four people in his party look like important personages. The old man walking in the lead, in particular, seems extraordinary. Although he looks just like an ordinary old man, it's unassuming people like him who are the most terrifying. Judging by their speech, behavior, and temperament, they don't seem like they're from small sects in the 6 southeastern regions. I wonder which top sect in the 6 southeastern regions they're from. Although these people were admiring Huaner beauty, they did not fail to notice Duan Ling Tian and the others' extraordinary temperament. For this reason, although many people coveted Huaner, they did not dare to act recklessly. As Duan Ling Tian and the others continued walking down the street, a commotion could be heard as people began to move to the sides. Give way, move aside. Do you know who my young master is? My young master is the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. If you don't want to die, move aside. Upon hearing these arrogant words, many people gave way and moved to the sides. After a while, a young man dressed in white robes appeared. He was riding on the back of a gigantic tiger that was 2 meters tall. 3 muscular men who were naked from the waist up parted the crowd for him. The young master of Profound Heaven Celestial sect. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect in the Cross region. The strongest sect in the 6 southeast regions. Chapter 28-27a Fly. The Profound Heaven Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. During the journey to Barren Land, he had learned that the Profound Heaven Celestial was the strongest force in the 6 southeastern regions. It was head and shoulders above the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. In the Cross region, the Blissful sect would have to join forces with another 2 top sects to even be a match for the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. What a coincidence! The first people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions we meet after arriving in Alchemy City are people from the profound heaven celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the young man who was riding on a giant tiger that was 2 meters tall. The young man was handsome with a dignified air about him. He's the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Based on the 3 burly men's words and the arrogant way they forced everyone to make way for the white-clad young man, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the young man's identity. In addition, he had a bad impression of the young man as well. It did not matter if the white-clad young man did or did not explicitly condone the 3 burly men's domineering behavior, the white-clad young man was still at fault for not being strict with his subordinates. At the same time, he overheard the discussions in his surroundings. He is Bai Yuzan, the young master of profound heaven celestial sect. The 2-meter-tall giant tiger is the red electric white tiger that was given to him by one of the 10 directions celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect for his 200th birthday, right? Red electric white tiger, it's the unintelligent celestial beast that has strength comparable to a celestial duke, right? I heard it was raised by one of the 10 directions celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect. There's no doubt it's the red electric white tiger. There are less than 5 domesticated celestial beasts with strength comparable to a celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, right? After hearing the discussions in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-clad young man's mount. He looked at the 2-meter-tall white tiger intently. Red electric white tiger, a domesticated and unintelligent celestial beast with strength comparable to a celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He did not expect to see a celestial beast with strength comparable to celestial duke here. The strongest celestial beast he had seen before this only had strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. The discussions in the surroundings did not die down. Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is said to be the most outstanding genius in the profound heaven celestial sect in the past 1,000 years. He's only a little over 200 years old, but he has already become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's just a hairbreadth away from becoming a celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, the only person younger than 1,000 years old who's as talented as him is Merong Bing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, right? Merong Bing is also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but she's younger than Bai Yuzan. Duan Ling Tian's ears perked up when he heard the people mentioning Merong Bing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Merong Bing was the female disciple from the celestial traveler sect whom he had sex with in the little world left by the celestial king from the blissful sect. He was determined to claim her as his woman. I wonder if she'll attend the alchemy conference. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mind was no longer on Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. He did not even spare Bai Yuzan a glance. His mind was only focused on whether Merong Bing would come to Alchemy City in the barren land or not. Why are 3 of you yelling? How many times have I told you not to bully others? If it happens again, I'll ask my father to severely punish all 3 of you. Bai Yuzan said with a gleam in his eyes. Initially, he was about to rebuke the crowd for not making way for him even after his subordinates ordered them to move aside. His sudden change in attitude was because he had seen Huaner. Young master, you're... The 3 burly men stopped in their tracks and looked at Bai Yuzan in confusion. They could not figure out why their young master suddenly changed his attitude. After all, he had never objected to their behavior in the past. The 3 burly men were still confused when Bai Yuzan rode on the red electric white tiger and stopped in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. His eyes were trained on Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, as he said, "Young lady, I'm the son of the sect leader of Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. My name's Bai Yuzan. What's your name?" Bai Yuzan's eyes were brimming with excitement as he thought to himself, what a perfect woman. Originally, I thought Merong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is the #1 beauty in the 6 southeastern regions. Who knew I'd meet someone who's even more beautiful than Merong Bing? Huaner's appearance, body, and bearing were flawless. Naturally, most men would be charmed by her, let alone a lecherous man like Bai Yuzan who only looked like a gentleman on the surface. At this time, Bai Yuzan was so focused on Huaner that he failed to notice his mount, the red electric white tiger, was looking at Huaner fearfully. It was as though Huaner was some terrifying monster. Alas, she's only fit to become my concubine. My wife can only be Merong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After a moment, Bai Bai Yuzhan's gaze fell on Huaner's hand that was holding onto Duan Lingtian's arm. His eyes turned cold immediately. His gaze was pointed, like a knife, as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Huaner did not bother with answering Bai Yuzhan's question. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a slight frown on her face, "Brother Lingtian, this person is so annoying." Duan Lingtian, who just regained his senses, saw the lecherous look in Bai Yuzhan's eyes. He glanced at Bai Yuzhan briefly before he turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, you can just think of him as a fly and ignore him." "Okay." Huaner nodded. She did not even spare Bai Yuzhan a glance as she ignored him like Duan Lingtian had told her to. Bai Yuzhan's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "What's your name? Which sect are you from? This is the first time I have met someone in the 6 southeastern regions who dares to act so disrespectfully toward me." Similar to Huaner, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Bai Yuzhan and ignored him. He looked at the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect and said with a slight smile on his face, "Old ancestor, let's go." The behavior of the 3 burly men had long angered the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. If they were not from the profound heaven celestial sect, he would have already killed them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded and said, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked past Bai Yuzhan and the red electric white tiger without sparing them a glance. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. Upon seeing this, the onlookers broke out in an uproar. Who are these people? How dare they disrespect the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? They must be from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Otherwise, how could they have the guts to act so arrogantly to the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Upon seeing the lack of respect from Duan Lingtian and the people with him, Bai Yuzhan's expression soured. However, he still maintained his composure. Similar to the onlookers, he was certain Duan Lingtian and the others were from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. He looked at the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect and asked again, "Which sect are you from? Your father might have the right to question me, but the same can't be said about you." The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect said indifferently as he glanced at Bai Yuzhan. Upon hearing these words, the 3 burly men flew toward the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect at lightning speed, clearly angered. Despite their burly bodies, they were nimble and swift when they moved. "This old man is seeking death. How dare you be so rude to our young master?" A gust of violent wind blew in the air as punches rained down like a net on the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. The 3 burly men attacked in unison, wisely combining their strength. They were extremely fast and ferocious. 4 phenomenon celestial dukes joining forces. Your combined strength is equivalent to the full strength of a 6 combination celestial duke. Not bad. If I'm not mistaken, 3 of you must be the 3 heroes of Huangzhong who joined the profound heaven celestial sect 20 years ago. The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect said unhurriedly. Although the 3 men's punches seemed to form a net that was falling on him, he remained calm. Chapter 28 Huaner's Deterrence. The 3 heroes of Huangzhong. As soon as the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect finished speaking, his robes began to flutter. Under everyone's watchful eyes, visible ripples of energy rolled off his body toward the 3 burly men, causing the air to distort. There was no dramatic sight, but a soft sound clearly rang in the air. The crowd saw the energy easily overwhelmed the punches from the 3 burly men that formed a net. The punches disappeared in just an instant. The ripples of energy continued to roll out and landed on the bodies of the 3 burly men. The 3 burly men's faces paled in just a blink of an eye as they were sent flying like a shot arrow. The energy dispersed as soon as it landed on the 3 burly men and sent them flying. They were sent flying quite a distance away before they fell to the ground. They looked wretched and miserable as they struggled and failed to rise to their feet. After struggling for a while, they only managed to sit cross-legged before taking pills to heal their injuries. It took a while before the pained expressions on their faces eased. Upon seeing 3 of his men injured, Bai Yuzhan glared at the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. He suppressed the fear that rose in his heart and loudly said, How dare you hurt the members of the profound heaven celestial sect?" The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect only scoffed in response, ignoring Bai Yuzhan. Then, he walked past Bai Yuzhan who was still on the red electric white tiger's back toward the others. As he walked past Bai Yuzhan, he casually raised one hand to shoo off the red electric white tiger. Upon seeing this, Bai Yuzhan's expression changed drastically. The red electric white tiger let out a soft howl. Anyone with an understanding of celestial beasts would be able to tell the tiger was frightened. Bai Yuzhan was about to speak up, thinking the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect was going to attack his mount when the earth trembled slightly as the red electric white tiger moved to the side. It seemed to have lost its strength as it fell to the ground. Bai Yuzhan, who was on the red electric white tiger's back, was horrified. The red electric white tiger lay on the ground like a docile kitten, its huge body trembled in fear. It looked at Huaner fearfully as though she was a terrifying monster. Only Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect noticed the tiger's frightened gaze when it looked at Huaner. Bai Yuzhan and the others who finally regained their senses were completely unaware of this. They only thought the tiger was frightened by the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed closely behind the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect with indifferent expressions on their faces. They looked neither happy nor upset. The old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect glanced at Huaner. A look of surprise briefly flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself as he moved forward, this young lady must be quite powerful. The red electric white tiger is actually afraid of Huaner. Who is she exactly? Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing looked at Huaner in shock as well as they followed the old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and sent her a voice transmission. Huaner, although you're in human form, your aura is that of 1,000 phantoms ice fox, right? He speculated that the red electric white tiger was so afraid of her because it could sense she was 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Although the red electric white tiger was a celestial beast without intelligence, its survival instinct was strong. Naturally, it would be afraid when it encountered a stronger celestial beast. Brother Ling Tian, I haven't matured, so the aura of the 1,000 phantoms ice fox in me isn't very strong. The little red electric white tiger is afraid of me because of my phantom fox aura, Huaner replied through voice transmission. In the Devata realms, the phantom fox clan is a powerful clan of celestial beasts. The aura of a phantom fox is enough to serve as a deterrent to most celestial beasts. I see. Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Huaner had stepped aside because she knew the red electric white tiger was afraid of her. Meanwhile, everyone could only watch as the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect walked away. Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was left sitting on the red electric white tiger that was lying in the ground. His expression was unsightly. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and the others viciously as he thought to himself, no matter who you are, I, Bai Yuzhan, will have my revenge one day. At this moment, the onlookers shifted their attention to Bai Yuzhan and began to discuss among themselves. Who are they? They're definitely from a top sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Otherwise, how could they act so arrogantly and offend the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? The young sect master of profound heaven celestial sect really suffered a huge humiliation this time. Meanwhile, Bai Yuzhan got off the red electric white tiger's back when it was about to rise to its feet. The crowd was still busy discussing among themselves as he left the tiger and his 3 men behind. He left just like that. Why would he stay? Hasn't he been humiliated enough? I've long heard about Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. According to rumors, he has always been arrogant and domineering. Almost everyone would try to flatter him. It's truly a sight to see him being humiliated today. Many people felt the same way. The 3 men, the old man who defeated them with just a single move called them the 3 heroes of Huangzhong, right? I wonder why, someone asked curiously, looking at the 3 burly men. The 3 heroes of Huangzhong are famous thieves in the Cross region. Although they're just 4 phenomenon celestial dukes, they're able to defeat 5 elements celestial dukes when they combine their strength. Someone from the Cross region replied. As he spoke, he looked at 3 burly men fearfully. That's right, there are more than 10 5 elements celestial dukes who have died in their hands over the years, another person from the Cross region chimed in. Upon hearing these words, many people inhaled sharply. Initially, I didn't believe it when the old man said the 3-4 phenomenon celestial dukes, joint attack was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 6 combination celestial duke. I thought the old man was trying to make himself look good. When they join forces, their attack is comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 6 combination celestial duke. It's only natural that most 5 elements celestial dukes are not a match for them. The old man didn't even make any big movements. Just his celestial origin energy is enough to subdue the 3 heroes of Huangzhong. He even severely injured them. He must be a 7-star celestial duke at the very least, right? Someone scoffed. Didn't you see it earlier? The old man withdrew his strength at the very last minute. If he didn't, not only would the 3 heroes of Huangzhong die, but even the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect and the red electric white tiger would have died. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and cried out, "I remember now." Everyone turned their attention to the middle-aged man. At the same time, another middle-aged man exclaimed, "It's him. No wonder I found him familiar. Who's he? Tell us, I'm dying to know. Mister, please don't keep us guessing." The group of people looked at the middle-aged man and urged him. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to suppress his excitement before he said, "During the alchemy conference 300 years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet the old senior. If I'm not mistaken, he's the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. At that time, he was already an 8 trigram celestial duke. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He's the strongest person in the Tai celestial sect, right? As it turns out, he's the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. No wonder he's so strong." Chapter 28-29 Settling in Alchemy City. No wonder, he's an 8 trigrams. Celestial Duke. The Tai celestial sect is one of the top sects in the wasteland. Saying that, it's still weaker than the profound heaven celestial sect. Why did he seem unafraid of offending the profound heaven celestial sect? That's right, he didn't leave a shred of dignity for the young master of profound heaven celestial sect at all. Isn't he afraid that he'll get the Tai celestial sect into trouble? Most people were certain the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect would bring trouble to the sect for offending the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. There were, naturally, some who disagreed as well. Well, if you think about it, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect is senior to the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Why does he need to tread on eggshells around his junior? Yes, although the overall strength of the profound heaven sect is stronger than the Tai celestial sect, the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions are somewhat equal to a certain extent. Many factors are involved when determining which sect is stronger. Who knows if there are currently 10 direction celestial dukes silently guarding the Tai celestial sect? That's right, if the profound heaven celestial sect acts against the Tai celestial sect, that incident from hundreds of thousands of years ago might happen again. The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect has already taken the profound heaven celestial sect into consideration by sparing the lives of the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Indeed, if those 3 weren't from the profound heaven celestial sect, they would have been killed by the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Although the little conflict was over, the crowd was extremely lively as they continued to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others soon arrived at the residence of the Tai celestial sect in Alchemy City of the Barren Land. After they entered the residence, before everyone went their own way, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect solemnly said to Duan Ling Tian, "Master Duan, since I took the profound heaven celestial sect into consideration and spared the lives of Bai Yuzan and his 3 men, we don't need to worry about the profound heaven celestial sect looking for trouble with us. However, Bai Yuzan will certainly not let this matter go. Therefore, it's better for you to not go out unless it's absolutely necessary. If you truly need to go out, remember to inform me so I can accompany you." That's right, Situ Ming nodded in agreement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a somber expression and said, "Master Duan, in the coming month, you must remember to inform the old ancestor if you're going out. Bai Yuzan is the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect after all. You shouldn't underestimate the influence he wields. Moreover, his cultivation base is higher than yours and Miss Huaner's. He can easily defeat you and Miss Huaner." Although Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing did not speak, they both nodded in agreement. "I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Even without the reminder from the old ancestor of Tai celestial sect, he still would not venture out alone. He had only acted so boldly in front of Bai Yuzan earlier because the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect was present. Without the protection of the old ancestor, it would be easy for Bai Yuzan to retaliate against him. After everyone went their own way, Duan Ling Tian sighed. "Currently, I'm still too weak." Duan Ling Tian walked into an independent courtyard in the residence. It was located close to the others' courtyards. If anything happened, the others would be able to rush to his aid as quickly as possible. The courtyard had 3 rooms, and the compound was spacious and filled with flowers and plants. It looked refreshing and elegant, and it also gave off a cozy feeling. At this moment, Huaner curiously asked, "Brother Ling Tian, is the profound heaven celestial sect so strong? Why does it seem like even the old man is slightly afraid of the profound heaven celestial sect?" In her opinion, the old man who brought them to Alchemy City was the strongest person in the Taiyi celestial sect and was revered. Even the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect was respectful and deferential to the old man. However, even such a person seemed slightly afraid of the profound heaven celestial sect. Thus, she was a little curious. Since Situ Ming and the others only told Duan Ling Tian about the profound heaven celestial sect during their journey here, Huaner was, naturally, unaware of the profound heaven celestial sect. She was busy comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities during the journey after all. Huaner, the profound heaven celestial sect is the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian said, disclosing everything he knew about the profound heaven celestial sect to Huaner. There are 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect. Even Huaner, who was usually indifferent, was slightly surprised by the fact that there were 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound heaven celestial sect. She asked, "Brother Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, the old man from the Taiyi celestial sect, the strongest person in the sect, is just an 8 trigram celestial duke, right?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. The old ancestor is indeed an 8 trigram celestial duke. Above 8 trigram celestial dukes are 9 palaces celestial dukes and 10 direction celestial dukes. This means the old ancestor's strength is 2 levels lower than the 3 10 direction celestial dukes from the profound heaven celestial sect. Huaner murmured, apart from the 10 direction celestial dukes, there must be 9 palaces celestial dukes as well in the profound heaven celestial sect. It's no surprise the Taiyi celestial sect is no match for the profound heaven celestial sect. After a while, a thought appeared in Huaner's mind, and she asked again, "Brother Ling Tian, since the profound heaven celestial is so much stronger than the Taiyi celestial sect, why is the old man so bold as to offend the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect earlier? Isn't he afraid the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect would look for trouble with the Taiyi celestial sect in a fit of rage? If the profound heaven celestial sect attacks the Taiyi celestial sect, the Taiyi celestial sect won't stand a chance at all, right? It's true that the Taiyi celestial sect would be powerless to fight back if the profound heaven celestial sect makes a move against them. Even if the other 2 major celestial sects of the wasteland lend a helping hand, the Taiyi celestial sect still won't be a match for the profound heaven celestial sect," Duan Ling Tian replied. "If that's the case, why did the old man act in that manner toward the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Isn't he afraid that the sect leader of profound heaven celestial sect would seek revenge?" Huaner asked again. The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect is the strongest person in the sect and represents the sect. The sect is also one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, so it has its own dignity to protect as well. If the old ancestor is subservient to the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, everyone would look down on the sect. Reputation is important. There are times where we shouldn't back down, Duan Ling Tian explained. Furthermore, the old ancestor did not go too far. He did not kill anyone. If the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect attacks the Taiyi celestial sect because of this, he would only gain a bad reputation. Moreover, the other high-ranking officials of the profound heaven celestial sect might not agree with their sect leader's actions over such a minor matter. "Why?" Huaner asked in confusion. "With the strength of the profound heaven celestial sect, it'd be easy for them to annihilate the Taiyi celestial sect, right?" "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded. His eyes were bright as he said, "But that's based on the assumption that there are 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound heaven sect and none in the Taiyi celestial sect. However, who can be sure there are no 10-direction celestial dukes silently guarding the Taiyi celestial sect?" "I heard the ancestor said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a sect from the general region that was the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions. At that time, the young master of the Taiyi celestial sect accidentally killed one of the descendants of the 10-direction celestial duke of that sect. This caused a great war between the 2 sects. The sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect at that time was willing to sacrifice his son's life as compensation to the other sect. After all, the strongest member of the Taiyi celestial sect at that time was only an 8 trigram celestial duke just like now. Thus, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect could only give up his son's life in order to defuse the situation. However, although the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect sacrificed his son's life, the other sect still refused to let the matter go. The 10 Directions Celestial Duke, whose child died, personally killed all the celestial dukes in the Taiyi celestial sect. In fact, he even planned to completely destroy the Taiyi celestial sect. When the Taiyi celestial sect was on the brink of destruction, 2 10 Directions celestial dukes appeared. The 2 10 Directions celestial dukes had strength similar to a 1 basic celestial king. They easily killed the other 10 Directions celestial duke. After that, those 2 even went to the other sect and killed all 4 of the sect's 10 Directions celestial dukes. That sect was subsequently wiped out and disappeared in the long river of history. Chapter 2830 The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. In fact, 10,000 years before that incident, the 2 10 Directions celestial dukes from the Taiyi celestial sect had a breakthrough and became celestial kings, so they left the Taiyi celestial sect. The people of Taiyi celestial sect thought that they had already gone to the central area of the southern heaven territory, but to their surprise, those 2 stayed in the borderlands, silently guarding the Taiyi celestial sect. Even now, there are many who believe the 2 10 Directions celestial dukes are secretly guarding Taiyi celestial sect and would show up when the sect faces a huge threat, Duan Lingtian said. When they made an appearance, it was clear that their cultivation bases had regressed to that of a 10 Directions celestial duke due to the restrictive formation that separated the borderlands and the central area of the southern heaven territory. Since they gave up on becoming celestial kings by refusing to go to the central area of the southern heaven territory, their cultivation bases deteriorated. In any case, since that incident, there had been a few violent skirmishes between the forces in the 6 southeastern regions, but the threat they posed would not destroy the sect. For this reason, the 2 10 Directions celestial dukes haven't been seen again. Many people are reluctant to get into a conflict with the Taiyi celestial sect because of this. After all, someone who regressed from a celestial king to a 10 Directions celestial duke is much stronger than most 10 Directions celestial dukes. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to Huaner why the profound heaven celestial sect would not recklessly act against the Taiyi celestial sect. Apart from that, he also told her about the central area of the southern heaven territory and the borderlands, and the restrictive formation that separated them. Huaner pondered on Duan Lingtian's words for a long time. When she regained her senses, she only nodded and said, "I see. Huaner, let's rest for a few days. After that, we'll ask the old ancestor to accompany us to explore the city," Duan Lingtian said to Huaner. Although he wanted to focus on cultivating and raising his cultivation base after realizing the difference in his strength and Bai Yuzan, he knew there was no rushing these things no matter how diligent he cultivated. Moreover, since the alchemy conference would be held a month later, it was useless for him to enter closed-door cultivation. He had also seen Huaner looking around curiously when they were walking in Alchemy City. It was obvious she could not wait to walk around. For this reason, he decided to take her out to explore the city. All right, as expected, Huaner's eyes lit up with excitement when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "Okay, for now, you should go to your room and rest." After Huaner selected her room, Duan Lingtian entered one of the rooms as well. He did not cultivate. Instead, he took out his prominent celestial pill cauldron and began to refine prominent celestial pills. The alchemy conference is happening in 1 month. Before that, I must improve my alchemy skills so I won't embarrass myself during the conference. Hey, did you hear? The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect was thoroughly humiliated. The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Humiliated? Impossible. Who would dare to do such a thing? Hey, I'm guessing you're unaware the other party is the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. He's an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Taiyi celestial sect, the sect from the wasteland. As far as I know, there's only one 8 trigrams celestial duke in the sect, and he's the strongest in the entire sect. The Taiyi celestial sect is much weaker than the profound heaven celestial sect. Where did the 8 trigrams celestial dukes of the Taiyi celestial sect find the courage to offend the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Well, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect did provoke them first. Don't underestimate the Taiyi celestial sect. In the past, the most powerful sect in the 6 southeastern regions with 5 10 Directions celestial dukes was destroyed by 2 hidden powerhouses of the Taiyi celestial sect. That's right, Although it's said that the two hidden powerhouses have left the Tai celestial sect, there are rumors they're still in the 6 southeastern regions. I think it's highly likely that the two hidden powerhouses are still in the 6 southeastern regions. After all, they didn't leave even after they became celestial kings. It's clear that they're determined to protect the Tai celestial sect. It's not just the Tai celestial sect. It's said that there are hidden powerhouses in the other top sects of the 6 southeastern regions as well. Therefore, the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions would not escalate their conflicts into a full-blown war. Due to nosy people, word about the conflict between Bai Yu Zan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, and Duan Ling Tian spread like a wildfire in Alchemy City. It did not take long before everyone in the city had heard about what happened. Damn it, Bai Yu Zan was furious when he discovered word of what happened had spread everywhere in the city. Don't those people have anything better to do? Why are they gossiping about me? Bai Yu Zan's eyes flashed viciously as he muttered to himself, those people from the Tai celestial sect. Just wait, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Bai Yu Zan discovered he could no longer endure the anger. Thus, he left his residence in search of his father, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The party from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who came to Alchemy City was led by the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. In fact, most of the forces who came to the Alchemy Conference were led by their sect leaders unless other powerhouses in the sects took the initiative to come along. This was the tradition of the Alchemy Conference. Father, Bai Yu Zan cried out. Shuaner, you came at the right time. The sect leader of Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was a middle-aged man of medium build and ordinary appearance. However, there was no denying his majestic aura. He furrowed his brows slightly when he saw Bai Yu Zan and asked, I've heard the gossip about you. What's going on? Why did you go provoke the Tai celestial sect for no good reason? Also, why did you leave the red electric white tiger and the Tong brothers behind? The Tai celestial sect's people had already left at that time and no longer posed a threat to you, right? Moreover, if the 8 trigrams celestial duke of Tai celestial sect really wanted to kill you, you won't have the chance to escape at all. His tone grew more and more solemn as he spoke. The eyes of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect turned pointed and fierce as he said, apart from rumors about you being humiliated, everyone is also saying you're cold-blooded and vicious. The Tong brothers were injured because of you, but you left them behind. The red electric white tiger is a gift from your junior granduncle for your 200th birthday. If he knows that you just left it in the streets, what would he think? Father, Bai Yu Zan did not expect he would be berated before he even had a chance to speak. He felt speechless and aggrieved. After a while, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect looked at Bai Yu Zan coldly and said knowingly, why are you here? Did you come to me to seek revenge for you over the trivial conflict between you and the people from the Tai Celestial Sect? Yes. Bai Yu Zan took a deep breath before he burst into a tirade. Father, the 8 trigrams celestial of Tai Celestial Sect knows that I am your son, but he still didn't take you into consideration and humiliated me anyway. It's clear he has no respect for you. I think. Before Bai Yu Zan finished speaking, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect interjected, what do you think? He looked at Bai Yu Zan, clearly disappointed that his son fell short of his expectations, and said, you want me to step forward and deal with the 8 trigrams celestial duke from the Tai celestial duke for you? Father, if you don't do anything, your dignity and reputation would be tarnished, Bai Yu Zan said again. Before he came over to see his father, he had already planned to turn his father against the 8 trigrams celestial duke of Tai celestial sect. As long as father is willing to help me deal with the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, I can easily deal with the others. At that time, that peerless beauty will become my plaything. Bai Yu Zan's heart burned with eagerness and excitement when he thought about Huaner becoming his plaything. My dignity and reputation would be tarnished. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect laughed. When he stopped laughing, his expression was icy cold. The temperature of the surroundings seemed to have dropped as well when he looked at Bai Yu Zan. Bai Yu Zan shuddered in fear. Based on his father's reactions, he knew it would be difficult to involve his father in this matter. If you really care about my pride, you should have behaved properly. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect said in a deep voice, before this, no one dared to provoke you because I'm your father. Even if you took the initiative to provoke others, they would endure. Why didn't you think of preserving my pride then, huh? Do you think that's something to be proud of? Now that you're humiliated, you suddenly care about my dignity and pride. His tone turned colder as he spoke. I'm warning you. You better dismiss all ideas of seeking revenge from the Tai celestial sect. Chapter 28:31 Are they from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Yuzhan knew his father was truly furious. He hastily replied, yes, father. At this time, he could only temporarily compromise even if he was unwilling. He would not let the people from the Tai celestial sect go, but he would compromise for now. So what if you're the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? I, Bai Yuzhan, swear that I will never let you leave the alchemy city of barren land alive. Although Bai Yuzhan decided to temporarily compromise in front of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, his hatred did not diminish at all. A sly expression flitted across his face as he thought to himself, judging by the time, my soul pearl that is in father's possession only has half a month left before the energy in it runs out. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, naturally, did not notice his son's expression. When he saw his son's attitude softening, his tone became less harsh as well. After all, Bai Yuzhan was his only son. He did not like seeing his son being wronged as well. If that's all, you can take your leave now. Mind your behavior and stop getting into trouble within the next month. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuzhan remained silent and took his leave. Outside Alchemy City. Third senior sister, we're here. Alchemy City lies before us, a green-clad girl said to a woman next to her as they descended from the sky. Her voice was as melodious as a silver bell. The other woman wore a simple purple robe. Her eyebrows were like the feathers of a peacock, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her waist was slender as well. Her face was half hidden by a veil, only her limpid eyes could be seen. Her temperament was extraordinary that everything in the surroundings dimmed in comparison. Her veil was slightly translucent so the outline of her face could be vaguely seen. This only added to her charm, filling people with the urge to lift the veil so they could see her face. One could only imagine how much more beautiful she would be without a veil hiding her face. Indeed, the purple-clad woman said with a slight smile on her face. Her smile was like a delicate blooming flower, capable of enchanting anyone who saw it. Seeing the purple-clad woman smile, the green-clad girl fell into a momentary daze. She said with a sigh, third senior sister, you're really beautiful. Trying to flatter me, huh? Are you short of celestial crystals? The purple-clad woman shook her head and smiled. Third senior sister, how can you doubt me? My compliment is sincere. Moreover, I've asked for a lot of celestial crystals from Master this time around so I don't need to ask you for more, the green-clad girl said smugly. Another woman who was standing nearby said irritable, Liu Luo, you've been chattering incessantly throughout our journey. We can finally get some peace and quiet after we settle down in Alchemy City. This woman could also be considered a beauty in her own right. However, her beauty was outshone by the purple-clad woman. The green-clad girl made a silly face as she looked at the other woman before she said with a smile, Senior Sister Xiao, sect leader and senior aunt have said that all of you are lucky to have me on this trip. Otherwise, you'd be bored to death. Are you saying that sect leader and senior aunt are wrong? The pretty woman was rendered speechless by the green-clad girl's words. She, naturally, did not dare to say that her master was wrong. Liu Luo, you really have a glib tongue. Xiaoping was just joking with you, a beautiful woman, who seemed to be the leader of the group, said, trying to defuse the situation. Senior aunt, I was just joking with senior sister Xiao as well. The green-clad playfully stuck out her tongue. You. The beautiful woman only shook her head helplessly as she led the group into Alchemy City. This beautiful woman wore a white robe that was embroidered with many lotuses. The people in her group were all women. There were 3 old women, 2 middle-aged women, and 3 young women in the group. Including her, there were 10 people in the group. As they approached the gate of Alchemy City, a thought appeared in the white-clad woman's mind. She looked at the purple-clad woman and asked, Binger, why did you decide to come to Alchemy City to participate in the Alchemy Conference this time around? In the past, you've never been interested in this kind of event. Senior aunt, the purple-clad woman replied, I received a communication celestial talisman from Shu Chu saying that she'll be attending the conference as well. Shu Chu, the white-clad woman was slightly taken aback. Then, she said with a slight smile, you mean the girl from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in the wasteland? As it turns out, She invited you to come along. I was wondering why you're suddenly interested in alchemy. After that, she glanced at the green-clad girl who was standing next to the purple-clad girl and said, if it weren't for you, Liu Luo definitely wouldn't have come along. Of course, I definitely wouldn't come if third senior sister didn't come, the green-clad girl said. When the group of women entered Alchemy City, they successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. It was only natural since this group of women was simply too eye-catching. The white-clad woman who was in the lead was graceful and noble. She exuded a sense of superiority. It was clear that she was an elite. Moreover, one of the old women standing behind her would constantly scan their surroundings, clearly wary. When the old woman's gaze swept past them, they felt a chill running up their spines. In addition, 2 of the 3 young women were rare beauties. Although one of them was still young, one could tell she would grow up into a beauty in the future. In fact, it was easy to see she would be on par with the other beautiful women in the group. The most eye-catching person in the group was, naturally, the purple-clad woman. Although her face was partially hidden by a veil, based on her eyes, brows, and the vague outline of her face, one could tell she was a great beauty. With all these factors, how could this group of women not attract everyone's attention? Who are they? Are they from one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions? This group of people are all women. In the 6 southeastern regions, there are only 2 top sects that are composed of all women. One of the sects is the Colored Glaze Celestial Sect of Light Region, and the other one is the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect of General Region. The passers-by discussed among themselves as they looked at the group of women who had just entered the city. Based on the temperament of this group of women, most of them guessed the women were from one of the 2 all-women top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. In the 6 southeastern regions, the only person who matches the description of the purple-clad woman is Mirong Bing from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, right? A middle-aged man muttered to himself as he looked at the back of the purple-clad woman. Although he did not speak loudly, most people in his surroundings heard his words. Mirong Bing. If the purple-clad woman is Mirong Bing, then, this group of women is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Speaking of this, the beautiful white-clad woman walking in the lead seems to match the description of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect as well. As some speculated that the purple-clad woman was Mirong Bing, there were also people who speculated the white-clad woman walking in the lead was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. A young man said, she's Mirong Bing. Indeed, she's as beautiful as the rumor says. Among all the women I've seen in the 6 southeastern regions, she's probably the second most beautiful woman in regard to appearance and bearing. Many people heard the young man's words. One person asked, you've seen someone who's more beautiful than Mirong Bing? Yes. The young man nodded and pointed ahead of him. I met that woman on that street in front of us recently. Recently? The street in front? Are you talking about the white-clad woman with the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect? They had a conflict with the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, right? An old man asked. That's right, the young man said with a love-struck expression on his face. That woman is definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Both her appearance and figure are perfect. She is flawless. I have also heard people talking about that woman. They described her just as you did. It's a pity that I didn't get to see her. What's the rush? The people from Tai Yi Celestial Sect must have come to participate in the alchemy conference. During the conference, you'll definitely be able to see her. You're right, I'll be able to see her at that time. Meanwhile, the green-clad girl also heard the discussions in her surroundings. She was clearly upset by the words she heard. So what you're saying is there a woman who's more beautiful than my third senior sister? Chapter 28:32 Mirong Bing. The green-clad girl stopped in her tracks and turned around. She asked angrily, so what you're saying is, there's a woman who's more beautiful than my third senior sister? In her eyes, her third senior sister was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. No other woman could compare to her third senior sister. Moreover, her third senior sister was extremely talented, so she has regarded her third senior sister as an idol since she was a child. How could she not be upset when she heard people saying there was someone more beautiful than her third senior sister? Liu Luo. When the green-clad girl stopped moving, the other 9 women stopped and turned to look at her. The purple-clad woman looked at the green-clad girl and said with a smile, the 6 southeastern regions is vast, let alone the entire spirit overarching heaven. It's only natural that there are women more beautiful than your third senior sister. Clearly, she did not take the passers-by's words to heart. Third senior sister, I don't believe there's anyone more beautiful than you. The green-clad girl pouted. One of the women who had remained since the beginning chimed in, Junior sister Liu, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although they think the other woman is more beautiful than junior sister Bing, it doesn't mean that everyone feels the same way. That's right, Xiaoping, the young woman who had quibbled with the green-clad girl earlier, said, Sister Liu, I disagree with what they said as well. Moreover, junior sister Bing is wearing a veil. They can't see her appearance, so it's only natural that they came to this conclusion. Didn't they say the woman is from the Tai celestial sect? We can always master to bring us to visit the people from the Tai celestial sect. At that time, we'll be able to see that woman and compare her beauty to junior sister Bing. At this moment, the purple-clad woman said, Junior sister Liu Luo, senior sister Xiaoping, senior sister Yu Huan. Let's not keep senior aunt, junior grandaunt, and the 4 celestial alchemists waiting. Let's go. Then, she added, I, myself, don't care about these things. Why do you guys care about it so much? Binger is right, she doesn't care about these silly things. Why are 3 of you so angry? Let's go, the beautiful white-clad woman who seemed like the leader of the group said before she walked into the inner part of Alchemy City. The 3 old women, 2 middle-aged women, and the purple-clad woman followed after the white-clad woman's footsteps. Xiaoping, Yu Huan, and Liu Luo exchanged a look before Xiaoping and Yu Huan followed the rest of the group as well. Only Liu Luo remained unmoving. She glared at the young man who had brought the topic and said, After I visit the woman from the Tai celestial sect, if I find she's not as beautiful as my 3rd senior sister, you better pray that you don't run into me. Otherwise, I'd beat you up every time we meet. Remember, my name is Liu Luo, and I'm the last disciple of Wang Danfeng, the 2nd guardian of compassionate celestial traveler sect. After warning the young man, she left. It took a while before the crowd regained their senses. Did she say she's the last disciple of Wang Danfeng, the 2nd guardian of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? It seems like they're really from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. So the purple-clad woman whom the green-clad girl refers to as 3rd senior sister is really Mirong Bing of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. From what I know, Mirong Bing is the 3rd direct disciple of Wang Danfeng. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's 2nd guardian, Wang Danfeng. Isn't she the only daughter of the 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the compassionate celestial traveler sect? I heard that the 10 Directions Celestial Duke of compassionate celestial traveler sect is the only man in the sect. He's not a real member of the sect, he's just a sort of guardian of the sect. After all, his wife is the former sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He had promised his wife that he would spend the rest of his life protecting the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Now that the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect are here, 10 of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions have arrived. As the alchemy conference draws closer, more and more people from the top sects will arrive. I wonder whether Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun celestial sect, will be crowned the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist during the alchemy conference again. If Sun Chao is acknowledged as the most skilled prominent celestial alchemist again, his standing in the 6 southeastern regions as a celestial alchemist would be further cemented. How exciting! There's roughly a month left before the start of the alchemy conference. Gradually, the crowd's topic changed. After all, the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the general region was not the only top sect that would come to Alchemy City. Senior sister, that guy said another woman is more beautiful than you. Aren't you upset at all? Liu Luo asked in confusion as she looked at Mirong Bing who was walking next to her. If she were in Mirong Bing's shoes, she would definitely feel upset. There is nothing to be upset about. Mirong Bing shook her head slightly. Her expression was as calm as usual. Why? Liu Luo asked again. Because I'm, indeed, not as beautiful as the woman from the Tai celestial sect, Mirong Bing said. Then, she added, even if she's not more beautiful, I still wouldn't care about what others say about me. It'd be too tiring to care about what everyone says. What? Liu Luo did not seem to hear the latter half of Mirong Bing's words. She was shocked by Mirong Bing saying the other woman from the Tai celestial sect was, indeed, more beautiful. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face as she asked, Senior sister, did you just agree that the woman from the Tai celestial sect is more beautiful than you? It was not only Liu Luo who was shocked by Mirong Bing's words, but the others, including the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, turned to look at Murring Bing in shock as well. Junior sister Bing. Are you joking? Xiao Ping looked incredulous. There's someone even more beautiful than you. Unbelievable. Yu Huan also looked at Murong Bing in surprise. For Xiao Ping and Yu Huan, Murong Bing was the most beautiful woman they had seen in their lives. Even as women themselves, they admired Murong Bing's beauty. The old woman whom Murong Bing referred to as junior grandaunt could not help but ask in surprise, Binger, have you seen that woman from Taiyi Celestial Sect? She was also the one whose gaze sent chills running up people's spines. Junior grandaunt, I haven't seen her before. Murong Bing shook her head. Third senior sister, since you haven't seen her, how can you say that you're not as beautiful as her? Liu Luo asked, looking unconvinced. Well, Sister Shu Chu has seen her before. She said that woman is a peerless beauty, Murong Bing said with a faint smile. However, a hint of bitterness could be seen in her smile. When Zhou Shuchu had told Murong Bing about the peerless beauty from the Taiyi Celestial Sect through a communication celestial talisman, Zhou Shuchu had also said that beautiful woman was by the side of the man whom she had dearly missed. In fact, she, herself, didn't know why she would miss that man so much when she had only seen him once. She had forced herself to not think about him, but it was futile. When she learned there was a woman more beautiful than her next to him, she felt her heart ache. Sister Shu Chu. Liu Luo fell silent after hearing Murong Bing's words. She had met Zhou Shuchu many times since Zhou Shuchu was Murong Bing's best friend. Therefore, she knew Zhou Shuchu was a trustworthy person. If Zhou Shuchu had said the other woman was more beautiful, then, it had to be true. However, Liu Luo was still firm in her beliefs. Third senior sister, you'll always be the most beautiful in my eyes. Even if Sister Shu Chu says that woman is a peerless beauty, it might not be true since everyone has different preferences. Perhaps. Murong Bing smiled faintly, then, she looked at the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and asked, Senior Aunt, are we arriving soon? She changed the topic. She was clearly unwilling to discuss that subject. At the same time, the figure of a man appeared in Murong Bing's mind. Since that woman is here, he must be here as well. Chapter 2833 A Special Guest. The man who appeared in Murong Bing's mind was a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary air about him. The man was none other than Duan Lingtian. She sighed inwardly as she thought to herself, I wonder if he looks forward to meeting me. The reason Murong Bing had taken an interest in the alchemy conference was not just due to her best friend, Zhou Shuchu, it was mostly because she wanted to see Duan Lingtian whom she missed dearly and who was also attending the alchemy conference. He was currently the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect in the Wasteland who was recognized by the three prominent celestial alchemists of the sect. When Murong Bing had first learned about this, she was shocked beyond words. She did not expect that he would grow so strong in such a short time. In just a blink of an eye, he had left that remote place where they met and went to the center of the wasteland and entered one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. She did not think she would be able to meet Duan Lingtian again, so she asked Zhou Shuchu to look out for him. I will find you. The woman I slept with can only be mine alone. These were the words Duan Lingtian had said after she left. In fact, she did not really leave. She had hidden at the side and quietly watched his reaction after he thought she had left. It was at that time that she overheard his words. She had thought he was too domineering and did not take his words to heart. Who knew after she returned to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, he and his words would appear constantly in her mind. When she learned her senior aunt had sent someone to kill him, she could not help but worry. Thus, she had asked Zhou Shuchu, who so happened to be in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect at that time, to protect the man after she returned to the wasteland. Murong Bing sighed inwardly again, perhaps, you've already forgotten about me. She heard from Zhou Shuchu that there was a peerless beauty who followed Duan Lingtian around. According to Zhou Shuchu, the peerless beauty not only had a close relationship with him, but they also often cultivated together in the same room for months on end. With all these in mind, she did not think they had a platonic relationship. We'll arrive after passing through 2 more streets ahead, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said to Murong Bing. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, so they were given a good residence in Alchemy City, similar to the people from the Taiyi Celestial sect. After the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's group settled down, they returned to their independent courtyards one after another. In the end, only Liu Luo and Murong Bing did not leave. They stood in the courtyard of the sect leader Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, waiting for everyone to leave. Senior Aunt, why don't you bring us to the Taiyi Celestial sect's residence? Liu Luo asked excitedly. Why, do you want to meet that woman from the Taiyi Celestial sect to see if she's more beautiful than your third senior sister? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked as she shook her head. Yes, Liu Luo did not deny it. She nodded and said, I just want to see how beautiful that woman is. Even Sister Shu Chu said she is more beautiful than the third senior sister. Sister Shu Chu is your third senior sister's best friend, so she has no reason to side with an outsider over your third senior sister. This matter had been on Liu Luo's mind as well during their journey to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's residence in Alchemy City. Zhou Shuchu was Murong Bing's best friend. Zhou Shuchu would not arbitrarily side with an outsider and say that the other woman was more beautiful than Murong Bing. This made her even more curious about the other woman's appearance. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect did not respond to Liu Luo. Instead, she looked at Murong Bing and asked, Binger, do you want to see her as well? No, Senior Aunt, Murong Bing shook her head. Since that woman was here, Duan Ling Tian must be here as well. If she went to have a look at the woman, she would definitely run into him. What would he think when he saw her? Would he not think she was overenthusiastic? She would never do something that would trample on her pride. Liu Luo had been looking at Murong Bing expectantly. After all, if Murong Bing wanted to see the woman, the sect leader would definitely bring them over to have a look at that woman. She began to feel anxious when she heard Murong Bing rejecting the sect leader's offer. Third senior sister, aren't you curious at all about how that woman from the Taiyi Celestial sect looks like? I don't believe you're not curious at all. I'm not curious. Murong Bing shook her head. She said, slightly angry, Liu Luo, I'm going to rest now. Are you coming? If not, I'll go ahead on my own. After that, she bade farewell to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect before she turned to leave. Upon seeing this, the innocent Liu Luo cried out anxiously, Third senior sister, wait for me. I'm coming with you. She did not waste any time and hurried after Murong Bing. After Murong Bing and Liu Luo had left, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect frowned slightly as she muttered under her breath, there's something off with Binger today. She's extremely adamant and decisive about not meeting the woman from the Taiyi Celestial sect. How strange. She was quite observant, being able to see that something was amiss with Murong Bing solely from Murong Bing's reactions. However, she would never imagine the reason Murong Bing was acting strangely was due to the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect. Most importantly, not even in her wildest dreams could she imagine that the man whom she wanted to kill for taking Murong Bing's innocence away and had escaped with a shadow void escaping talisman was the chief celestial alchemist from the Taiyi Celestial sect. Murong Bing and Liu Luo shared a courtyard that had 2 rooms. When they entered the courtyard, they entered their respective rooms one after another. Liu Luo sat on the bed, resting her face in her hands. She muttered to herself with a pout, what's wrong with third senior sister? Why did she tell the senior aunt that she doesn't want to see that woman? Liu Luo was clearly frustrated that Murong Bing had rejected the sect leader's offer to bring her to visit the Taiyi Celestial sect's residence. After a while, she rose to her feet. Her eyes gleamed as she said, HMPH. Since the sect leader and third senior sister don't want to visit the Taiyi Celestial sect's people, I'll just go on my own. I'm the last disciple of the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, my senior granduncle is a 10-direction celestial duke and an elite in the 6 southeastern regions. They wouldn't dare to turn me away even if they want to. Then, she quickly left the room. At the Taiyi Celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City. Master Duan, Situ Ming cried out anxiously in Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. Duan Ling Tian had just refined a prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. When he heard Situ Ming's voice, he quickly put away the overarching heaven pill and walked out of his room. Master Situ, what's the matter? As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out, he saw the urgent expression on Situ Ming's face. It seemed like Situ Ming had something important to tell him. Master Duan, you finally came out. I've been waiting for a long time. Situ Ming sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian. His anxiety had also eased. What happened? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed. Nothing happened. However, an uninvited guest came half a day ago and demanded to see Miss Huiner. Naturally, we didn't agree to it even though the visitor has somewhat of a special background. The old ancestor sent me over to ask for your opinion, Situ Ming said. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian raised his brows. The guest claims to be the last disciple of Dan Feng, the second guardian of Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She said the 10 Directions Celestial Duke of Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is her senior granduncle. She wants to meet Miss Huiner because she has heard about Miss Huiner's peerless beauty, Situ Ming continued to say. Duan Ling Tian seemed to only hear the first part of Situ Ming's words. Master Situ, you said that she claims to be the last disciple of the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Dan Feng. Are you sure? His eyes were bright as he spoke. Well, that's what she said. Situ Ming nodded. Take me to her, Duan Ling Tian said urgently. Master Duan, the person she wants to see is Miss Huiner. Situ Ming smiled wryly. No matter, if she wants to see Huiner, she'll need my permission, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. Although his tone was calm, an indescribable emotion flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he was not mistaken, Mirong Bing was also the direct disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Chapter 2834 Mirong Bing's junior sister. Mirong Bing was the third disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. 2 of the disciples who came before Mirong Bing had passed away a long time ago. One of them had died in an accident, and the other one was personally killed by Wang Dan Feng. He knew Wang Dan Feng had 5 disciples, including the 2 who had died. Among the 3 disciples, Mirong Bing was the most talented. The other 2 living disciples were slightly inferior compared to her. He had learned all this from Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. If this person is really Wang Dan Feng's last disciple, then, she's Mirong Bing's junior sister as well. Duan Ling Tian was excited to see the special guest, hoping that Mirong Bing had come as well. Situ Ming nodded and said, okay. I'll bring you to her. Although the guest's identity was rather special, he believed the old ancestor would support Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian refused to let the guest meet Huiner. As they walked, Situ Ming could not help but remind Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, the guest is rather young. If she says anything that offends you, please don't take it to heart. He had seen the guest earlier and heard her say she refused to believe Huiner was an unrivaled beauty unless she saw Huiner with her own eyes. She had even accused them of exaggerating Huiner's beauty since they refused to let her meet Huiner. They felt rather helpless, but they did not refute her words. Now that he was bringing someone other than Huiner to meet the guest, he could only imagine the offensive words that would spew out of the guest's mouth. Don't worry, I know the limit. Duan Ling Tian nodded. If the guest was truly the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, then, she was also Mirong Bing's junior sister. He had long regarded Mirong Bing as his woman, so he would treat Mirong Bing's junior sister as his junior sister as well. He would let it slide even if her words were offensive. Moreover, Situ Ming had said she was only a young girl. After a while, Situ Ming and Duan Ling Tian finally came to the main hall of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City. Duan Ling Tian saw 2 people in the hall. One was Yang Chong, and the other was a girl who stood with her back facing him. Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Chong said helplessly, Miss, for the last time, please be patient. They'll arrive soon. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even someone as patient as Yang Chong seemed to be at his wit's end. He could imagine how difficult the guest was. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Situ Ming entered the hall, Yang Chong cried out in relief, they're here. They're here. His eyes brightened the moment he saw the duo. It was as though he had seen his savior. They're here. A melodious voice rang in the air, and the green-clad figure turned around. She was delicate and pretty. Although she was still young, one could see she would grow into a beauty in the future. The girl was none other than Liu Luo. Are you bullying me because I'm young? Liu Luo's expression soured immediately when she saw Situ Ming and Duan Ling Tian. She sounded furious when she spoke. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Don't tell me he's Huiner, the unrivaled beauty whom everyone has been talking about. Duan Ling Tian ignored Liu Luo's pointed gaze and asked, Little girl, are you really the last disciple of Wang Dan Feng, the second guardian of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? So what if I am or if I am not? I don't care about you. The person I want to meet is not you. Liu Luo said coldly. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to ask, is Murong Bing your third senior sister? Huh. Liu Luo was slightly shocked when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, do you know my third senior sister? Of course, Duan Ling Tian calmly replied, not only do I know her, but I'm very close to her as well. Perhaps, you can address me as brother-in-law. You're close with my senior sister. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Liu Luo frowned, failing to grasp the meaning of Duan Ling Tian's words. However, Situ Ming and Yang Chong understood the meaning of Duan Ling Tian's words. The two looked at each other in shock when they heard him say he was close to Murong Bing and even asked the little girl to address him as brother-in-law. Is Master Duan dating Murong Bing of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Yang Chong asked Situ Ming through voice transmission. How would I know? I haven't heard Master Duan mention this before, Situ Ming responded. I mean, I am your third senior sister's boyfriend. Since you're her junior sister, you should call me brother-in-law. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Bullshit, Liu Luo said vehemently, my third senior sister is a pure and innocent woman. There's no way she has a boyfriend. She's the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so she can't have a boyfriend. Did she come to Alchemy City as well? Duan Ling Tian asked. Why should I tell you that? Liu Luo said disdainfully. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and said, I see. You must be deliberately diverting my attention in hopes that I'll forget about the purpose of my visit. Then, Liu Luo turned to look at Situ Ming and Yang Chong before firing words after words at them. Even Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Both of you are still insisting you're not trying to hide anything. What's the meaning of this? I've waited for such a long time but I still haven't seen Huaner. You even brought this effeminate man to meet me. It's obvious you're exaggerating Huaner's beauty and are afraid of being exposed by me. Those people are really blind for saying Huaner is more beautiful than my third senior sister. If she's so beautiful, why is she hiding? Situ Ming and Yang Chong looked at Duan Ling Tian helplessly. When Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock, he asked, do you really want to see Huaner? Of course, otherwise, why do you think I'm here? Liu Luo retorted, if you want to see Huaner, you'll need my permission. Duan Ling Tian calmly said, if you answer my question truthfully, I'll let you meet Huaner. Do you think I'll believe you? Liu Luo looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. Earlier, these two old men also said that I'll be able to meet that woman. In the end, after waiting for such a long time, I only got to meet a shameless pretty boy. It's fine if you call me a pretty boy, but why are you calling me shameless? Duan Ling Tian frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Didn't you say you're my third senior sister's boyfriend? Isn't that shameless? Liu Luo said irritably. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. He did not know how to respond. Who knew if Liu Luo would tell Wang Danfeng about him and Murong Bing? If Wang Danfeng found out about it, she would definitely kill Murong Bing. After all, she had killed one of her disciples in the past for the same reason. In the end, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and said to Liu Luo, little girl, I promise. If you tell me whether your sister is in Alchemy City or not, I'll take you to Huaner immediately. After a beat, he added, although I do think your senior sister is a rare beauty, Huaner is still slightly more beautiful. This is a fact. Even if I'm your senior sister's boyfriend, I will not arbitrarily take her side. You also think Huaner is more beautiful than my third senior sister. Liu Luo became even more upset when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She said, I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I'll ask my senior granduncle to annihilate the Tai Yi Celestial sect. You better believe it. He's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, so he can easily destroy your Tai Yi Celestial sect, who only has an 8 Trigrams Celestial Duke. A proud expression could be seen on her face at this moment. She clearly took pride in the fact that her senior granduncle was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Little girl, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me if your third senior sister is in Alchemy City, and I'll take you to Huaner immediately, Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of impatience. My third senior sister is here, Liu Luo said. She's here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 28:35. No one would believe that. Duan Ling Tian had been looking forward to seeing Murong Bing again. He was nervous earlier, uncertain if she had come to Alchemy City as well. Now that Liu Luo said Murong Bing was in the city as well, his eyes brightened, and he could not help but feel excited. He would be able to see that woman whom he had considered his own soon. Liu Luo sternly said, "I've already answered your question, so you better take me to that woman called Huaner. You better not lie to me. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off the hook. My senior granduncle won't let the Taiyi celestial sect go as well." "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise," Duan Ling Tian calmly said. Then, he turned to look at Situ Ming and Yang Chong, who were standing at the side, and said, "Master Situ, Master Yang, both of you can take your leave. Just leave her to me." "All right," Yang Chong hurriedly replied, lest he had to deal with Liu Luo again. "Thank you, Master Duan," Situ Ming said. Then, the two prominent celestial alchemists left the main hall together, leaving only Duan Ling Tian and Liu Luo in the hall. Liu Luo was about to speak again when Duan Ling Tian looked at her and said, "Let's go." Then, he turned around and walked outside. Liu Luo quickly followed Duan Ling Tian. After she caught up with him, she asked, "Hey, pretty boy, my name is Liu Luo. What's your name?" "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian responded, "Also, I'm not a pretty boy. If you call me pretty boy again, I'll go back on my words." Faced with Duan Ling Tian's threat, Liu Luo was dissatisfied. She said with a scoff, "I thought you're more honest compared to those two old men, but I guess I was wrong." Duan Ling Tian did not respond to her words. Instead, he asked, "You went to such great lengths just to meet Huaner and verify if she's more beautiful than your third senior sister?" "Of course," Liu Luo replied, "so many people said she's more beautiful than my third senior sister, so I want to see how beautiful she is. My third senior sister is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. I don't believe there's someone more beautiful than her. Your third senior sister did not come with you. This means she doesn't care about this matter, right? You came on your own not only because of your third senior sister Sake, but you're curious as well, right?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Liu Luo knowingly with his bright eyes. It seemed as though he could read Liu Luo's thoughts. "So what, anyway? You've already promised me, so you have to take me to her." Liu Luo did not deny Duan Ling Tian's words. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived in his courtyard in the Taiyi celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City. He asked Liu Luo to wait for him in the compound before he walked to Huaner's room. He gently knocked on the door before he opened it and walked in. Liu Luo wanted to follow Duan Ling Tian into the room, but he shut the door in her face. Realization dawned on her as she stared at the room intently, as though she was afraid she would miss the people coming out of the room. "That woman is in this room." Inside the room, Duan Ling Tian had told Huaner they would explore Alchemy City after resting for a few days. She had taken this time to comprehend her celestial methods and divine abilities. "Brother Ling Tian," Huaner called out when she discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. "Huaner, there is a little girl outside who wants to see you," Duan Ling Tian said. "Huh?" Huaner was confused when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Little girl, who's she?" "Her name is Liu Luo, and she's a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. I promised her that I'll let her meet you. You just need to go out for a moment, and let her take a look at you," Duan Ling Tian said. Huaner smiled slightly and rose to her feet, getting ready to leave the room. "Well, since you promised her, I'll go out and meet her." She did not even ask Duan Ling Tian why he agreed to Liu Luo's request. In her eyes, everything Duan Ling Tian did was for good reasons, and he would never harm her. Therefore, she trusted him unconditionally and did not put up her guard against him. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian nodded, preparing to leave the room as well. Before they exited the room, he added, "That girl's words can be offensive. Just let her look at you for a short while, then you can return to your room." "Okay." Huaner nodded before she left the room under Duan Ling Tian's lead. When Huaner's door opened, Liu Luo's eyes lit up immediately. She had been staring at the door all this while. "She's here." Liu Luo ignored the familiar figure that walked out of the room first. Her attention was completely focused on the second person who was walking out of the room. When she saw the appearance of the second figure, her eyes widened slightly as a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The sunlight shone on a woman dressed in a thin white robe, revealing her face and figure. The white-clad woman's appearance was flawless, and her figure was graceful. She had never seen such a beautiful woman in her life. It was as though the white-clad woman was a goddess who had descended from the heavens. The white-clad woman's face seemed as though it was personally sculpted by God himself. Moreover, Although the white-clad woman was peerlessly beautiful, she exuded an air of innocence. These contradicting traits made the white-clad woman even more charming. She had no choice but to admit the white-clad woman's beauty eclipsed her third senior sister's beauty. Before this, she did not think such a beautiful woman existed in this world. She could not tear her eyes away from the white-clad woman even though she was also a woman. She had seen many beautiful women in her life. In fact, her third senior sister was a rare beauty. However, none could compare to the white-clad woman standing before her. Liu Luo's eyes were trained on Huaner as she thought to herself, she's really too perfect. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Everyone appreciated beauty, and Liu Luo was no different even if she was just a little girl. All the men who see her will definitely go crazy for her. Ordinary men definitely wouldn't be able to resist her charm and beauty. Some might even be driven to commit heinous acts. Fortunately, she's from the Taiyi celestial sect, so most people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, I don't think she'd be able to remain safe for long. Huaner, you can return to your room now, Duan Ling Tian said when Liu Luo was still in a daze. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Liu Lu regained her senses. She watched as Huaner, who was only obedient to Duan Ling Tian, returned to her room. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Liu Luo and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" What a surprise! There's truly a woman who's even more beautiful than my third senior sister. Pretty boy, you're really lucky to be favored by such a woman, Liu Luo said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She had noticed Huaner did not look at her at all when she came out of her room. Huaner's attention was completely focused on Duan Ling Tian, and her eyes were filled with tenderness when she looked at him. Although she was young, she knew a lot about the romantic relationships between men and women. "Did you just call me a pretty boy again?" Duan Ling Tian frowned and said, somewhat dissatisfied, "Are you burning the bridge now that you've gotten what you want?" "So what if I am? I have already seen her, so you can't threaten me anymore," Liu Luo said smugly. She was delighted when she saw the dissatisfied expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Her bad mood seemed to have disappeared. She felt as though she had successfully taken revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not bicker with Liu Luo. She was a little girl after all. Instead, he solemnly said, "Liu Luo, I want to meet your third senior sister." Huh, Liu Luo's smug expression froze when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She frowned and asked, "Why do you want to see my third senior sister?" She scoffed before she continued to say, "Master's right. Men are all no good. You're a cheater. You already have such a perfect woman by your side, and yet, you still have designs on my third senior sister. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between Huaner and me. I treat her like my younger sister," Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. "Younger sister," Liu Luo said disdainfully, "do you think I'm stupid? I'm young, but I'm not blind. The way she looked at you earlier told me everything I need to know. No one would believe there's nothing going on between both of you." Chapter 2836 Lin Ru, the first guardian of compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Liu Luo's words. In the early days, Huaner was extremely innocent and naive. She was fully dependent on him at that time and was clueless about romance. However, as time passed, she was no longer as ignorant as she used to be. After she had some understanding of romance, her feelings toward him had gradually changed. He was aware of her feelings, and he felt helpless. He could only pretend to be unaware of her feelings. After all, he had no intention of getting into another relationship. His two wives, partner, family, and friends were still imprisoned in the divine offering land. He only wanted to diligently cultivate and get stronger so he could enter the divine offering land to save them after the passage from the Devata realms to the divine offering land was opened. There was no doubt Huaner was the most beautiful woman Duan Ling Tian had seen in his 2 lifetimes. Moreover, she was gentle and obedient. He would be lying if he said he was not moved at all. However, he was truly not in the mood to get entangled with another woman. The burden on his shoulders was too heavy. After all, it was fine if he did not think too deeply about it, but when he did, he felt suffocated. It doesn't matter. Since she's already in Alchemy City, it's only a matter of time before I see her. Duan Ling Tian's desire to immediately see Murong Bing had faded when Liu Luo mentioned Huaner's feelings for him. Liu Luo was certain Duan Ling Tian was guilty since he was unable to refute her words. Meanwhile, the frown on Duan Ling Tian's face disappeared as he glanced at Liu Luo briefly. He said as he walked out of the compound, "I will send you out." Liu Luo followed him. She scoffed and muttered to herself, "This pretty boy is a womanizer." Duan Ling Tian was about to turn around after he sent Liu Luo to the gate when he saw an old woman appearing out of thin air behind Liu Luo. As soon as the old woman appeared, she glanced at Duan Ling Tian. He felt chills running up his spine when he saw her looking at him. He could not help but shudder. He sighed in relief when the old woman disappeared with Liu Luo. He muttered to himself, "Who's she?" At some point, unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, an old figure had appeared next to him. "She's Lin Ru, the first guardian of compassionate celestial traveler sect." Old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, shocked by the old ancestor's sudden arrival. The old ancestor of the Tai Yi celestial sect continued to say, "She followed that little girl here." However, she didn't come in. She was hiding outside. Old ancestor, if I'm not mistaken, Lin Ru, the first guardian of compassionate celestial traveler sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke, right? Since she deliberately concealed her presence, how did you detect her? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed. She didn't conceal her presence. In fact, I suspect she deliberately let me discover her presence. The old ancestor's eyes were bright as he looked in the direction where Liu Luo and Lin Ru had left. After a while, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Master Duan, did that little girl from the compassionate celestial travelers sect really come here just to see Miss Huaner?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian nodded as he said, "she wasn't convinced when many people said Huaner is more beautiful than her senior sister. Therefore, she came to verify if those people's words are true." She looked calm when she left. "Did she see Huaner?" the old ancestor asked. "So is she convinced?" the old ancestor asked with a smile. He had lived for a very long time and had seen countless beauties. However, none was comparable to Huaner. She was flawlessly beautiful. It was as though God had favored her, so he made her into such a beauty. "I think so." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he recalled Liu Luo's stunned expression when she saw Huaner. Meanwhile, Liu Luo had returned to the compassionate celestial travelers sect's residence in Alchemy City. She was unaware that someone had been protecting her all this time. Moreover, that person was the compassionate celestial traveler sect's first guardian, her senior grandaunt. As soon as Liu Luo entered the courtyard she shared with Merong Bing, she saw Merong Bing sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard. Merong Bing, who had taken off her veil, seemed to be lost in her own thoughts as she rested her cheek on one hand. "Senior sister, weren't you cultivating in your room?" Liu Luo asked. Liu Luo, you went out." Merong Bing frowned slightly when she saw Liu Luo returning from outside. Did you go and see that woman from the Tai Yi celestial sect?" She knew her junior sister well. Her junior sister was bold and was used to acting as she pleased. Liu Luo giggled as she sat opposite Merong Bing. "Senior sister, you really know me well. Girl, your curiosity is your only shortcoming. Based on how excited you look, I guess you managed to meet that woman from them Tai Yi celestial sect, right?" Merong Bing asked. She was not worried about Liu Luo's safety because she knew their senior grandaunt would definitely follow Liu Luo to protect her. After all, their senior grandaunt had come on this trip to protect and keep an eye on the younger generation. "Yes," Liu Luo nodded. "So how was it?" Merong Bing asked. An expectant expression flitted swiftly across her face before it disappeared. Her best friend, Zhou Shuchu, a disciple of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect in the wasteland, had said the woman from the Tai Yi celestial sect was more beautiful than her, and she did not doubt Zhou Shuchu's words. However, she still looked forward to hearing her junior sister's evaluation now that she found out her junior sister had seen that woman. Liu Luo had grown up next to Merong Bing, and they shared a very close relationship. Liu Luo had even less of a reason to exaggerate. "Senior sister, you should see for yourself," Liu Luo said as she took a pearl out from her spatial ring and handed it over to Merong Bing. "When I saw her, I secretly recorded it with a floating image pearl. This floating image pearl that's inscribed by a celestial duke is really amazing. Anyone weaker than a celestial duke won't be able to discover it." Neither the pretty boy nor the beautiful woman noticed it. Floating image pearls were generally considered as primitive celestial tools. However, if it was inscribed by an elite using superior materials, its grade would definitely rise. The higher the grade, the less easy it was to discover it. "Pretty boy, Mirang Bing held the floating image pearl and sent her celestial origin energy into it. Suddenly, a clear recording appeared in the space above the floating image pearl. Mirang Bing saw a closed door. After a while, the door opened, and a purple figure walked out. When she saw the purple figure, her expression changed drastically as an indescribable emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was no stranger to the purple figure, after all. She felt her heart tremble as she thought to herself, he hasn't changed at all. The purple-clad young man in the recording looked exactly the same as when they last met. His eyes and body exuded a strong sense of confidence. Third senior sister. Do you know him? Liu Luo had seen the change in Mirang Bing as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared. She had paid close attention to Mirang Bing's reaction because Duan Ling Tian had mentioned Mirang Bing earlier. She was curious if Mirang Bing and Duan Ling Tian truly knew each other. Now that she had seen Mirang Bing's reaction, she was rather certain Duan Ling Tian and Mirang Bing were acquainted. More questions appeared in her mind. She wondered when or how Mirang Bing met Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, based on Mirang Bing's expression, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was special to Mirang Bing. How could Liu Luo not be curious? Mirang Bing had never lacked pursuers. One of her pursuers was Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, she had never seen Mirang Bing pay any attention to her pursuers. She did not even care about someone like Bai Yuzan who had an extraordinary background. At this moment, Mirang Bing finally saw Huaner, who was walking behind Duan Ling Tian. When she saw Huaner's perfect appearance, she could not help the sense of inferiority that rose in her heart. She sighed inwardly. Indeed, I can't compare to her beauty at all. Chapter 28:37 Don't want any harm to come to him. For the first time in her life, Mirang Bing felt a sense of inferiority when compared to another woman. Moreover, she had only seen the other woman through the recording of a floating image pearl. Although there might not be much of a difference between the real person and a recording, one could only imagine how beautiful the other woman was in real life. Disheartened, she murmured inwardly, so this is the woman by his side. After that, Mirang Bing waved her hand and dispelled the floating image pearl's recording with her celestial origin energy, and it vanished without a trace. Liu Luo looked at Mirang Bing and curiously asked, Third senior sister. Do you know that womanizer? Womanizer. Mirang Bing was confused. Who's a womanizer? Liu Luo replied, the guy in the floating image pearl's recording. Him. Mirang Bing frowned slightly. Liu Luo, how can you call people names? Don't you know it's rude to name call? Liu Luo was taken aback by Mirang Bing's words. However, she only playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Third senior sister, I don't mean anything by it. However, he really looks like a womanizer. Quit calling him names, okay? Mirang Bing looked at Liu Luo sternly. Why? Liu Luo asked. She paused for a moment before she meaningfully asked, Third senior sister, do you know him? I. Mirang Bing stammered. She was rendered speechless by Liu Luo's question. You do know him. Realization dawned on Liu Luo when she saw Mirang Bing's reaction. It seems like he wasn't lying when he said he knows you. Third senior sister, just ignore him. There must be something going on between him and that woman. I saw how affectionate her gaze was when she looked at him. If there's really nothing going on between them, I, Liu Luo, will spell my name backward. Her tone turned solemn as she spoke. It was as though she was afraid Mirang Bing would be deceived by the purple-clad young man that appeared in the recording of the floating image pearl. As soon as Liu Luo finished speaking, Mirang Bing sternly said, Liu Luo, I'm capable of discerning a person's character. There's no need for you to remind me about it. Her tone turned slightly harsh as she spoke, clearly angered. Third senior sister, are you angry at me because of that guy? You've never gotten angry at me before. Liu Luo said in shock. She looked aggrieved with tears brimming in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Mirang Bing realized she had spoken a little too harshly to her junior sister. She quickly apologized. Liu Luo, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Okay, I'll forgive you. However, I want to know what relations do you have with him? Why are you so defensive of him? Liu Luo asked. Tears were still glistening in her eyes. Mirang Bing remained silent as Liu Luo tried to extract information from her. Nobody knew about the matter between her and Duan Ling Tian except for Zhou Shuchu, her best friend, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who was her senior grandaunt, and an elder who was the sect leader's subordinate. Liu Luo, naturally, noticed the abnormality of Murong Bing's behavior. She stopped crying and solemnly said, "Third senior sister, were you fooled by that womanizer? No wonder. No wonder he asked me to address him as brother-in-law. Ridiculous. I must inform senior grandaunt about this. Otherwise, he might become an obstacle on your path to becoming the next sect leader." After she finished speaking, she turned around to leave. Upon seeing this, Murong Bing cried out, "Liu Luo." In just a flash, she moved to stop Liu Luo from leaving. It's not what you think. If it's not what I think, then what is it? Liu Luo asked in confusion. Tears began to brim on her eyes again as she asked, "Third senior sister. Do you not trust me?" It was clear that Murong Bing had been keeping a secret from her. She felt wronged. Was she such an untrustworthy person in her third senior sister's eyes? Was her senior sister afraid she would disclose her secret? To be honest, before we left for the alchemy city of the barren land, I heard Master saying that 30 years ago, Sister Shuchu had asked you to attend the previous alchemy conference. Moreover, the previous conference was held in the Cross region that's not too far from our sect, and Master even personally led the group to attend the conference. However, at that time, you declined to attend the conference. I've already felt something was wrong when I heard you wanted to attend the alchemy conference this time around. After all, not only will the alchemy conference be held further away from our sect, but Master is also not leading the group to participate in the conference. Why would you suddenly accept Sister Shuchu's invitation? I didn't dwell on it, thinking you just wanted to come out and relax. However, it seems like things aren't that simple, right? If I'm not mistaken, you decided to attend this alchemy conference because of that womany, that Duan Ling Tian from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, right? Liu Luo asked as she looked at Murong Bing intently. Liu Luo had seen how Murong Bing had lost her composure when Murong Bing saw Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, she had made such a bold guess. After all, this was the first time she had seen Murong Bing losing her composure. Moreover, she could sense Murong Bing's despair, as though she had completely lost her soul, when Murong Bing saw Duan Ling Tian. Coupled with how reluctant Murong Bing was to visit the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate in Alchemy City, she came to this conclusion. Murong Bing was inwardly amazed by how intelligent and observant Liu Luo was. Liu Luo. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. Then, she recounted what had transpired between her and Duan Ling Tian. She told Liu Luo about her quest to look for the world-cleansing horsetail wisp, one of the guarding celestial weapons of the sect, and how she had encountered Duan Ling Tian. Then, she told Liu Luo about how she found out Duan Ling Tian was now a chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect through Zhou Shuchu. Upon hearing Murong Bing's words, Liu Luo stood frozen like a statue. It took her a long time to process what she heard before she regained her senses. Her doubts and questions had disappeared after listening to Murong Bing's words. No wonder you didn't seem happy even though you found the world-cleansing horsetail wisp. You would stay on the top of the mountain alone, and look in the direction of the wasteland all the time. I thought you were thinking about Sister Shuchu. As it turns out, you were thinking about him. After a moment, her expression turned grave as she asked, "Third senior sister, Master doesn't know about this, does she? Do you think I'll be standing here if Master knows about it?" Murong Bing smiled bitterly. "Third senior sister, you know that paper can't contain fire. Senior grandaunt might be able to help you, but she won't be able to help you forever. I was confused when senior grandaunt kept putting off your appointment as the next sect leader whenever the sect brought it up. As it turns out, it was deliberate. She's afraid of Master finding out that you lost your virginity, and to a stranger no less," Liu Luo said. The immensity of the matter finally dawned on her. "Yes." Murong Bing nodded. "Third senior sister, what are you going to do?" Both of them had been conversing through voice transmission the entire time to make sure their conversation would not be overheard. I don't know," Murong Bing replied. Liu Luo stared at Murong Bing as she asked, Do you have feelings for that womany?" Duan Ling Tian. Murong Bing avoided meeting Liu Luo's knowing gaze and hesitantly answered, maybe. "Third senior sister, when I was at the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate in Alchemy City, Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to meet you. If you want to see him, I'll accompany you there. We'll have to come up with a good excuse though. Otherwise, senior grandaunt would definitely be suspicious," Liu Luo said through voice transmission. Now that she found out the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had previously sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian, she knew if the sect leader found that Duan Lingtian was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, the sect leader would definitely attempt to kill Duan Lingtian again. No, I don't want to meet him. Murong Bing shook her head. It was obvious she was determined not to meet Duan Lingtian. Why, is it because of that woman next to him? Liu Luo asked in disgust. A hint of resentment and dissatisfaction could be seen in her eyes when she thought about Duan Lingtian and the white-clad lady next to him. After all, those two people caused her senior sister to suffer such grievances. Liu Luo, do you honestly think it's possible for us to be together? Even if he doesn't have another woman by his side, Master still won't spare him. It's better for me to die alone than to drag him into this matter. Although we were only together for a short time, I don't want to see any harm coming to him, Murong Bing said as her eyes shone with determination. Chapter 28:38 Looking for Trouble. Third senior sister, if he's a responsible man, he would take you away. Both of you can leave the borderlands and head to the central area. There's no need for you to worry about Master coming after you once you enter the central area. Master won't leave the borderlands before she becomes a celestial king. Even if she follows you into the central area, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if she wants to find you, Liu Luo said through voice transmission. Leave the borderlands. Murong Bing shook her head. She said resolutely, no, I can't do that. It would be an injustice to Master for her years of care and nurturing if I do that. I've already thought about it. When the cat is out of the bag, I'll leave it to Master to decide my punishment. Even if it means death, I'll have no regrets. It was clear she was prepared to die. Third senior sister. Liu Luo's eyes turned red. She could tell Murong Bing was determined. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists as she trembled. A hint of determination flashed so briefly in her eyes that Murong Bing did not notice it. In the Taiyi celestial sect's residence in Alchemy City, 2 days had passed since Duan Lingtian sent Liu Luo away. At this moment, he had taken Huaner with him to see the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect to inform him of his and Huaner's intention to go out and take a stroll around the city. Master Duan, even if you didn't come today, I plan to look for you in a day or two. We've been in Alchemy City for a few days now, but our shop selling medicinal pills and medicinal herbs is still not open. We'll need to put some effort into it, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect said. We'll do as you wish, old ancestor. However, I plan to take Huaner around the city during these 2 days. Meanwhile, why don't we let the 3 masters take charge of the shop opening? Duan Lingtian suggested. This is not a bad idea. I'll ask Master Situ and the others to overlook the opening of the shop while I accompany you and Miss Huaner to stroll around Alchemy City. The old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect nodded in agreement. He was not worried about the safety of the 3 prominent celestial alchemists. However, it was different for Duan Lingtian and Huaner. After all, it was likely the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect held a grudge against Duan Lingtian due to their previous conflict. Even if there was no conflict, he still would not leave Duan Lingtian unprotected. After all, Duan Lingtian's safety was of great importance. The main reason he had decided to lead the people from the Taiyi celestial sect to Alchemy City was to protect Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain a double trait or triple trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability. He was not worried about losing the sect's king grade celestial weapon since he believed in Duan Lingtian's alchemy skill, but it was still important to guard the king grade celestial weapon. Most of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions would definitely make a move to regain a king grade celestial weapon they lost. Naturally, they would act in the dark. After all, they acted openly, they would tarnish their reputation. However, since the Taiyi celestial sect was one of the weakest sects among the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, it would be difficult for them to regain the sect's king grade celestial weapon if the sect lost it to another top sect. Upon hearing the old ancestor's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Old ancestor, it's fine even if you don't accompany us. By now, I'm sure the young master of profound heaven celestial sect must have found out I'm a prominent celestial alchemist and the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi celestial. He knows if I choose to detonate my celestial fire, I'll be able to kill a celestial king, let alone someone like him or a celestial duke. I don't think he'll take the risk and provoke me. Master Duan, things aren't as simple as you think, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect said with a sigh. Even if you want to detonate your prominent celestial fire, it'll only work if you have the time to do so. The young master of profound heaven's celestial sect might not be a threat to you, but what if a celestial duke attacks you instead? At that time, I'm afraid you won't even have time to detonate your prominent celestial fire. Unless you're a celestial duke, it'd be impossible for you to protect yourself if a celestial duke chooses to attack. There was no need to worry if Duan Ling Tian was a celestial duke, even if he was just a one basic celestial duke. Even against a 10 directions celestial duke, a prominent celestial alchemist who was one basic celestial duke would be able to kill a 10 directions celestial within 300 feet. Even a celestial king would sustain grievous injuries, if not die. After all, even a one basic celestial duke would be able to detect a 10 directions celestial duke. You have a point. Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly when he heard the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect's words. He had forgotten that the young master of profound heaven's celestial sect could send someone else to cause trouble or kill him. Duan Ling Tian could still defend himself against the 3 heroes of Huangzhong, but he would be powerless to deal with celestial dukes. Moreover, he did not possess a prominent celestial fire. What he possessed was the chaos divine flame. Who knew if he could even make the chaos divine flame detonate? It was only an empty threat when he said he could detonate his celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner spent the next 2 days strolling around Alchemy City with the protection of the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. They did not encounter any problems at all. Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, seemed to have vanished. After 2 days, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had explored almost half of Alchemy City. The city was extremely lively now compared to when they first arrived. The shops of the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions gradually opened one after another. The shops lined the streets and alleys of Alchemy City. On the other hand, the Taiyi celestial sect shop was not open yet. The sect was still in the process of opening it. Huaner, who had spent 2 days exploring Alchemy City, found that the city had lost its novelty. When they passed the Taiyi celestial sect shop, she held Duan Ling Tian's hand and said, "Brother Ling Tian, let's help Master Situ and the others." As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the shop. Master Duan, Lady Huaner, Old Ancestor. The 3 prominent celestial alchemists stopped what they were doing and greeted in unison when Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and the Old Ancestor walked into the shop. The Old Ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect looked around the shop and said with a smile, "3 masters, it seems like the preparation is almost done. We should be able to officially open the shop tomorrow, right?" "Yes, we're almost done with the preparation." Situ Ming nodded. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Master Duan, you must come to the shop tomorrow for the opening. After all, we're selling the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, that you refined. It's widely known that there were no prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect, or the entire wasteland for that matter, who could refine overarching heaven pills. Nobody knows about you after all. There's an agreement in place to sell pills in Alchemy City. Sects can only sell pills that are refined by their sects, celestial alchemists. This is to prevent sects from resorting to unfair means to steal businesses. The sects can only sell pills refined by their own celestial alchemists. There's such a rule." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. After all, he was not aware there was such a rule in place. However, after thinking about it, he felt it was only normal for Alchemy City to impose such a rule. The Alchemy City's purpose was to serve as a venue for the Alchemy Conference. It was not surprising that it would have various rules. "That's right," Yang Chong nodded. "When we open our shop, it's inevitable that there would be people who come looking for trouble and accuse us of selling pills that aren't refined by our sect's celestial alchemists. At that time, we would need Master Duan to refine overarching heaven pills to shut them up." As expected, the next day, when the Taiyi celestial sect opened its shop, 2 groups of people with obvious bad intentions came looking for trouble. One of the leaders of the groups was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe whose face was pockmarked. When he arrived at the shop, he had his men clear the scene and obstruct customers from entering the shop. He said with a scoff, "The Taiyi celestial sect has violated the rule agreed by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions by publicly selling the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills, that aren't refined by celestial alchemists of their sect. Do you think we're blind?" Chapter 2839 The Prophecy. The people from the Taiyi celestial sect reacted immediately when they heard the green-clad middle-aged man's words. "The troublemakers are here." Situ Ming, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing were the first to step forward. Situ Ming was furious. He coldly asked, "Who is it? How dare you act so brazenly in the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop?" The green-clad middle-aged man with a pockmarked face calmly looked at Situ Ming, who was clearly angry. "Situ Ming, do you not recognize me?" Situ Ming's anger seemed to vanish instantly when he had gotten a good look at the green-clad middle-aged man. His expression turned indifferent as he said with slight derision, "I was wondering who could it be. As it turns out, it's someone I defeated 30 years ago." The green-clad middle-aged man was clearly angered by Situ Ming's words. He said irritably, "Situ Ming, my defeat to you 30 years ago is only due to a momentary slip. There's no reason for you to feel proud. During the upcoming alchemy conference, I'll definitely defeat you and let everyone know that you're inferior to me, Guan Qifei." Meanwhile, in the shop, the old ancestor of Taiyi Celestial Sect was sitting at a wooden table. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner sat opposite him. He cocked an eyebrow and said, "Guan Qifei. So it's him. Who's he?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "He's a prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect that's in the Shadow region. The supporting Sun Celestial Sect is one of the 4 top sects in the Shadow region. The sect leader told me Guan Qifei and Master Situ had competed in the alchemy conference 30 years ago. Guan Qifei was eventually defeated by Master Situ due to a slight error. His mistake cost him a medicinal formula. I've not seen him prior to today," the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect replied as he calmly watched the proceeding outside. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. So this Guan Qifei came with ill intentions. The old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect continued to say, "Speaking of, 100 years ago, there was a huge conflict between the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and our sect. For this reason, there's still animosity between the sects up to this day. Guan Qifei came with his men today because he knows the supporting Sun Celestial Sect won't let him suffer losses in front of the Taiyi Celestial Sect's people." Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad figure in amusement. It was as though he was looking at a circus clown who was performing. "I was just wondering why a mere celestial alchemist like him dares to look for trouble. As it turns out, he has the support of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect." At this moment, Situ Ming replied tauntingly to Guan Qifei's provocation, "Do you think I, Situ Ming, am afraid of you? I'm only waiting to defeat you during the alchemy conference." Then, he coldly said, "Now take your men and leave. Stop disrupting our business. Situ Ming, I'm not here to challenge you today. I will settle the score with you during the alchemy conference. I'm here today to represent the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions to order the Taiyi Celestial Sect to cease selling the prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. You have no right to sell the overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City since they aren't refined by the celestial alchemists in your sect." Guan Qifei said with a scoff. Then, he turned to the other leader of the group who had also come to the shop and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, Vice Sect Leader Tan came here for this matter as well, right?" The other group only consisted of 3 people. The leader was an old man with a goatee who looked like a Taoist priest. He was dressed in what seemed to be like a priest's robe and held a whisk in his hand. 1 young man and 1 young woman stood behind him. The old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect said to Duan Ling Tian, "This old Taoist priest is Tan Zhengyi. He's the vice sect leader of the 1,000 Leaves Celestial Sect from the Light region. He's the 4th strongest person in his sect after the sect leader and the 2 supreme elders. He's a 7-star celestial duke. The vice sect leader of 1,000 Leaves Celestial Sect from the Light region." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and asked, "Old ancestor, do we have a conflict with the 1,000 Leaves Celestial Sect as well?" "No," the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect shook his head. "The Taiyi Celestial Sect and the 1,000 Leaves Celestial Sect usually don't meddle in each other's affairs. Tan Zhengyi is probably here to investigate the matter of us selling prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills." Meanwhile, outside the shop, Tan Zhengyi nodded and replied to Guan Qifei, "You're right." Then, he looked at Situ Ming and said with a smile, "Master Situ, as far as I know, there are only 3 prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi Celestial Sect and none of you are able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Is it possible that sometime during the past 30 years, a skilled prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills has joined the Taiyi Celestial Sect?" His words were more mocking than curious. He had met the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi Celestial Sect a few times, and he was certain the three prominent celestial alchemists would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pills with their celestial fires even if they possessed the pills formula. One could only successfully refine the pills if one had the pills formula and a high-grade celestial fire and were skilled in pill refining techniques. He did not think it was possible for any of the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect to obtain a higher-grade celestial fire. It would be impossible for them to subdue and claim a higher-grade celestial fire due to their existing inferior celestial fires. In the past, there were a few prominent celestial alchemists who tried to replace their celestial fires with a higher-grade celestial fire. However, all of them died in the process because they failed to subdue and claim the higher-grade celestial fire and caused it to detonate. The force of the explosion was so powerful that it could even kill a 10-direction celestial duke who was in range. Only prominent celestial alchemists who were celestial kings or stronger would be able to survive the explosion. Moreover, in the history of the 6 southeastern regions, a supreme celestial fire was a rare find in the past 10,000 years. If anyone obtained a supreme celestial fire, word of it would spread like a wildfire through the 6 southeastern regions. How could the birth of a supreme celestial alchemist not cause an uproar in the 6 southeastern regions? For this reason, he was very certain the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect did not refine the overarching heaven pills. At most, a new prominent celestial alchemist who was capable of refining the overarching heaven pills had joined the Taiyi celestial sect. However, would someone like that join the Taiyi celestial sect? Obviously not. In the 6 southeastern regions, prominent celestial alchemists capable of refining the overarching heaven pills were mostly gathered in the general region, the cross region, the light region, and the shadow region. Since at least 10,000 years ago, there were no prominent celestial alchemists in the wasteland and the barren land who were capable of refining the overarching heaven pills. Since these prominent celestial alchemists were highly revered, they could easily join any of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. It was unnecessary for them to condescend themselves to join the weakest sects among the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. It was also for this reason, Tang Zhengyi was certain the Taiyi celestial sect had violated the rules and was selling pills that were not refined by the celestial alchemists of the sect. As the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, how could he turn a blind eye to this matter? After all, the Thousand Leaves celestial sect was one of the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. The sect had a part in implementing the rule after all. Vice-sect leader Tan is, indeed, knowledgeable. The Taiyi celestial sect has, indeed, gained a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, Situ Ming said with a smile. It was as though he did not see the look of mockery in Tan Zhengyi's eyes. Oh, after listening to Situ Ming's words, Tan Zhengyi's flashed as he looked into the Taiyi celestial sect shop. I wonder, is the prominent celestial alchemist in the shop? If he is, Master Situ, please introduce us, he said with a smile. However, he was clearly skeptical. Before Situ Ming could respond, Guan Qifei interjected, Vice-sect leader Tan, he'll definitely say the prominent celestial alchemist isn't around. In fact, he'll probably say the prominent celestial alchemist didn't come to Alchemy City and isn't participating in the alchemy conference. He had spoken so confidently as though he could prophesy the future. Chapter 28:40 A Marvelous Beauty. After Guan Qifei finished speaking, he looked at Situ Ming with a triumphant and contemptuous expression on his face. Then, he continued to say in an increasingly derisive tone, it's impossible for someone like that to join the Taiyi celestial sect. After all, they would definitely join superior sects who would make them an elder. Why would a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills stoop so low to join the Taiyi celestial sect? In my opinion, the Taiyi celestial sect is only lying so they can sell overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City. After all, we can't immediately find out if there's truly such a prominent celestial alchemist who has joined the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland. Guan Qifei did not relent. He continued to look at Situ Ming smugly and said, fortunately, the old ancestors of the top sects, who set the rules, are smart enough to come up with a way to counter lies like this. Not only must sects sell pills that are refined by their celestial alchemists, but the pills they sell must only be refined by the sects, celestial alchemists who are participating in the alchemy conference in Alchemy City. In other words, even if a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills has joined the Taiyi celestial sect, you're still not qualified to sell overarching heaven pills if he's not here. A prideful expression, appeared on his face. Clearly, he thought he was smart for being able to see through the Tai celestial sect's supposed lie. Indeed, there's such a rule. Tan Zhengyi nodded. Then, he looked at Situ Ming and said, Master Situ, even if there's such a celestial alchemist in your sect, you can't sell these pills if he isn't in Alchemy City. Just as Master Guan has said, sects are only allowed to sell pills that are refined by the sects, celestial alchemists who are attending the alchemy conference. He repeated the rule as though he was afraid Situ Ming was unaware of the rule. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the Tai celestial sect shop. Isn't this the Tai celestial sect shop? Is someone making trouble? The crowd was rather huge that those who were not in the know might even think the Tai celestial sect was giving out free pills and medicinal herbs. Otherwise, why was it so lively outside the shop? The two groups of people here aren't simple. One of them is Guan Qifei, a prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun celestial sect in the Shadow region. The other person is Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect in the Light region. I can understand why the people of the supporting Sun celestial sect are causing trouble. After all, the supporting Sun celestial sect and Tai celestial sect have never been on good terms. However, why is the Thousand Leaves celestial sect joining in as well? I don't think there's any conflict between the Thousand Leaves celestial sect and the Tai celestial sect. Don't you know, they came because of the sale of overarching heaven pills in the Tai celestial sect shop. Overarching heaven pills. There are overarching heaven pills in Tai celestial sect shop. Early this morning, the Tai celestial sect shop opened and started selling overarching heaven pills cheaper than other shops. Therefore, more and more people came here to buy overarching heaven pills. Outside the Tai celestial sect shop, more and more people were watching the drama. The onlookers finally found out why the members of the supporting Sun celestial sect and Thousand Leaves celestial sect came to cause trouble. As far as I know, there's no prominent celestial pill alchemist who's capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, in the Tai celestial sect, right? The Tai celestial sect has never sold overarching heaven pill in Alchemy City before. The top sects of the 6 southeastern regions have prohibited sects from selling pills in Alchemy City that aren't refined by the sects' own celestial alchemists who aren't participating in the alchemy conference. Is it possible that the Tai celestial sect has successfully recruited a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills? That better be the case. Otherwise, the Tai celestial sect will be in big trouble. Yes, it's not a trivial matter to blatantly violate the rules set by the top sects. Their carelessness might even cause the top sects to attack them. Many of the onlookers had similar thoughts as Tan Zhengyi. They did not think Tai celestial sect was capable of recruiting a prominent celestial alchemist who was able to refine overarching heaven pills, nor did they think the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect were capable of refining overarching heaven pills. Tai celestial sect is in big trouble this time. What on earth is the Tai celestial sect thinking? Is it worth it to break the rules for a little bit of gain? That's right, are they worried they won't be able to sell the overarching heaven pills in the wasteland? Many people shook their heads. They felt the Tai celestial sect was foolish and reckless for blatantly violating the rules set by the major sects of the 6 southeastern regions. They were certain the Tai celestial sect was in big trouble this time. Bolstered by the onlookers' words, the triumphant look in Guan Qifei's eyes intensified as he looked at Situ Ming provocatively. He could not wait to see how Situ Ming was going to extricate himself from this situation. In his opinion, there was no way Situ Ming would be able to get away from this. Vice Sect Leader Tan, I'm aware of the rule you mentioned. Situ Ming remained calm in the face of Tang Zhengyi's aggressive words and Guan Qifei's provocative words. If our Tai celestial sect's prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, didn't come to Alchemy City, the sect, naturally, wouldn't dare to sell overarching heaven pills. Huh. Guan Qifei was taken aback by Situ Ming's words. Meanwhile, Tan Zhengyi looked at Situ Ming in disbelief. Master Situ, are you saying the prominent celestial alchemist from your sect who's able to refine overarching heaven pills is here as well? Of course. Situ Ming nodded. He's in the store now. Situ Ming, who are you trying to fool? Guan Qifei, who had regained his senses, said disdainfully, don't think I'm unaware of the people of Tai celestial sect who came to Alchemy City. Apart from 3 of you and the old ancestor of your sect, only a young man and a beautiful woman came to the city. Don't tell me you're going to say the prominent celestial alchemist lost his way so he's not here at the moment. He had heard about the conflict between the people from the Taiyi celestial sect with the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect when they arrived in the city. For this reason, he knew how many people from the Taiyi celestial sect had come to Alchemy City to participate in the alchemy conference. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang from the Taiyi celestial sect shop. Soon after, an old figure emerged from the shop. The person was none other than the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. As soon as he walked out, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and greeted him. Vice sect leader Tan, long time no see. He did not even spare a glance at Guan Qifei, blatantly ignoring him. Huaner held Duan Ling Tian's hand as both of them slowly walked out of the shop as well. Upon seeing the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, Tang Zhengyi no longer dared to be as bold as he was before. His expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists together. Senior Hishan. In terms of seniority, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect was above him. More importantly, the old ancestor's cultivation base was higher than his. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. He glanced at the two people standing behind him and sternly said, "Both of you, hurry and greet Senior Hishan." Senior Hishan is the ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect and a powerful 8 trigrams celestial duke. However, the pair of young man and young woman seemed as though they did not hear Tan Zhengyi's words. They stared at the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect in a daze. At this moment, everyone, including Guan Qifei, seemed to have fallen into a daze as they looked over the old ancestor's shoulder. To be precise, they were staring at Huaner, who had walked out hand in hand with Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though they had seen some peerless treasure. Isn't she the woman who caused the conflict between the Taiyi celestial sect and the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect a few days ago? I have long heard that there's a peerless beauty with the people from the Taiyi celestial sect this time. Now that I've seen her, I have to say the rumors aren't exaggerated. She's even more beautiful than I'd expected. I didn't think there would be such a perfect woman in this world. I have lived for nearly 10,000 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful woman. Compared to her, all the beauties I've seen can't be called beauties as well. As long as Huaner did not conceal her appearance, she would definitely attract attention everywhere she went. What a marvelous beauty! Even Guan Qifei, who had come to stir up trouble, was charmed by Huaner's beauty. His eyes were trained on Huaner. It seemed like he could not look away at all. Even Tang Zhengyi was shocked by Huaner's beauty. No wonder Ganger and Wei are stunned. If I were young, I would have been charmed by such a peerless beauty as well. Chapter 2841 Naive Kid. Hishan. So this is the old ancestor's name. While the onlookers' attention was focused on Huaner, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect in the light region, addressing the old ancestor as Senior Hishan. It was the first time he heard the name of the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. At this moment, the young man and the young woman standing behind Tang Zhengyi finally regained their senses. They shifted their eyes from Huaner to the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect and bowed in unison as they greeted him. Senior Hishan. The young man obviously had a significantly harder time tearing his gaze away from Huaner, compared to the young woman. It was only natural since Huaner was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. He found it hard to believe such a beautiful woman existed in this world. Not even in his imagination would he be able to dream up such a peerless beauty. Hishan nodded in response to the young man and the young woman's greeting. Then, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and asked with a smile, "Vice sect leader Tan, are they your disciples?" Yes. Tan Zhengyi nodded. He pointed to the young man and the young woman standing behind him before he continued to say, "These are my disciples, Changda Gang and Zhang Xiaowei." Hishan nodded and politely said, "Well, they both have striking appearances." At this moment, Guan Qifei, a prominent celestial alchemist in the supporting Sun celestial sect, finally averted his gaze from Huaner. When he regained his senses, he looked at Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, and said, "Senior Hishan, you came at the right time. You're a senior member of the Taiyi celestial sect. What's your opinion on the illegal sale of the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, in the Taiyi celestial sect shop?" He sounded accusing when he spoke. Alas, Hishan did not even spare Guan Qifei a glance and ignored him. As the saying went, everyone has a temper. Guan Qifei was, naturally, furious when he saw Hishan's disregard for him. He Shan, don't think I'll drop this matter just because you ignore me. The Taiyi celestial sect is violating the rules set by the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. He Shan continued to ignore Guan Qifei. However, Situ Ming glanced at Guan Qifei coldly and asked, "Are you sure?" Guan Qifei, you'd better shut up before the truth is revealed. Don't you dare tarnish the reputation of the Taiyi celestial sect. Guan Qifei scoffed, I'm only telling the truth. Didn't you say the prominent celestial alchemist from your sect who's able to refine overarching heaven pills is in the shop? Where's he? Summon him here so he can show us. Master Duan is already here. You're just too blind to notice it, Situ Ming said with a sneer. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Guan Qifei's gaze instinctively fell on Huaner. He asked skeptically, Master Duan's here. You don't mean to tell me she's the prominent celestial alchemist from your sect who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills, right? At this moment, everyone, including Tan Zhongyi, turned to look at Huaner. The peerless beauty was the prominent celestial alchemist in Taiyi celestial sect who could refine overarching heaven pills. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, whose hand Huaner was holding, looked at Guan Qifei indifferently and said, Master Situ is right, you're really blind. He was talking about me. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone shifted their eyes from Huaner to him. You. Guan Qifei's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's mocking words. Then, he laughed before he said condescendingly, Boy, I've already investigated you with my divine consciousness when you came out. The aura of your body has betrayed the fact that you're not even 100 years old. You're still wet behind the ears. How can you claim to be a prominent celestial alchemist? Moreover, you're also claiming you can refine the overarching heaven pills. Are you dreaming? As soon as Guan Qifei finished speaking, quite a number of the onlookers extended their divine consciousness and probed Duan Ling Tian's age. Indeed, he's really younger than 100 years old. It did not take long before they confirmed the purple-clad young man, who clearly had the favor of the peerless beauty, was not even 100 years old. What a joke, he's not even 100 years old. How dare he pretend to be a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills? Is he crazy? That's right, he might have gotten lucky and obtained a prominent celestial fire before he hit the age of 100. However, just because he possesses a prominent celestial fire, it doesn't mean he's qualified to be called a prominent celestial alchemist. He must have the skills and techniques to refine prominent celestial pills before he can be called a prominent celestial alchemist. It's nearly impossible for someone who's not even 100 years old to become a prominent celestial alchemist. And yet, he even claimed he's a prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine overarching heaven pills. In addition to possessing the pill formula and a prominent celestial fire, to refine overarching heaven pills, one has to be highly skilled in alchemy as well. It's already difficult enough to refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pills. Keep dreaming. I really don't understand. Why does such a peerless beauty like a liar like him? He doesn't deserve her at all. When Huaner appeared while holding onto Duan Ling Tian's hand, many men who were present noticed her tender gaze when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious that she liked him. They were, naturally, filled with envy and hatred toward Duan Ling Tian. With Guan Qifei fanning the flames, their words were filled with righteous indignation as they spoke about Duan Ling Tian. They all thought Duan Ling Tian was just a naive kid. At this moment, Tan Zhongyi looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, Mister, please be careful with your words. We might take your words seriously and treat you as a prominent celestial alchemist who's capable of refining overarching heaven pills. If you fail to refine the overarching heaven pills, the major celestial sects of the 6 southeastern regions won't let you off the hook. His tone was rather threatening. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He asked with a faint smile on his face, What's the matter? Vice Sect Leader Tan doesn't believe I'm capable of refining overarching heaven pills as well. I'm afraid no present on the scene believes. You're a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine overarching heaven pills, Tan Zhongyi bluntly replied. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian turned to Huaner and asked with a smile, Huaner, why don't you tell Vice Sect Leader Tan if you think I'm capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Huaner, whose eyes did not leave Duan Ling Tian up to now, responded with a smile, Brother Ling Tian, it's easy for you to refine overarching heaven pills. She did not care about everyone's attention at all. It seemed like there were only 2 people in her world, Duan Ling Tian and her. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the old ancestor and the three prominent celestial alchemists of the Taiyi celestial sect before he asked, Old ancestor, three masters, do you believe I'm a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills? Of course, I believe you. Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, nodded. I believe you as well. The three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect answered one after another. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Tan Zhengyi and said with a faint smile on his face, Vice Sect Leader Tan, you said there's no one present who believes I'm a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining overarching heaven pills. What about now? Tan Zhengyi was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Ling Tian asking the people from Taiyi celestial sect if they believed he could refine the overarching heaven pills. It was only natural for the people from the Taiyi celestial sect to take his side. He did not expect this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old to be so shameless. Seeing his master struggling to find words, the young man, Chang Dagang, snorted as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Brat, it's only natural that the people from the Taiyi celestial sect would take your side. You intentionally took my master's words literally. You know very well he meant to say that, apart from the Taiyi celestial sect's people, no one believes you're a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills. His eyes were brimming with contempt as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Huaner, Duan Ling Tian said, stopping Huaner. As soon as Cheng Dagang finished speaking, he had felt celestial origin energy surging from Huaner's hand that was still holding onto his hand. He patted Huaner with his other hand and said through voice transmission, I don't care about their words, so why should you care? Earlier, when the people began to mock Duan Ling Tian, Huaner was about to make a move to attack them, but he stopped her. Now that she wanted to attack again, he stopped her again. He did not think it was necessary since he had nothing to hide. Apart from that, he was not worried about Huaner. After all, Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, was here. He did not think any of the people present on the scene would be able to hurt her. Chapter 2842 Do you have the guts? Boy, didn't you hear me? Cheng Dagang, Tan Zhengyi's male disciple, was furious when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. To add oil to flames, Duan Ling Tian also blatantly flirted with Huaner in front of him. I'm giving you face by ignoring you. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Cheng Dagang indifferently as he said, since you clearly want me to pay attention to you, I'll tell you why I ignored you. You, a junior, are not qualified to point your finger at me while I'm talking to your master. The onlookers were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. He had clearly placed himself on the same level of seniority as Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, by calling Cheng Dagang his junior. As the saying went, when the elders speak, the younger ones must not interrupt. This was the most basic respect for one's elders. Cheng Dagang flushed red when he heard Duan Ling Tian's rebuke. He said coldly, do you really think you're worthy of being on the same level as my master? If you aren't pretending to be a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pills, I wouldn't even waste my breath talking to a pup who's not even 100 years old. Tan Zhengyi, a thunderous voice rang in the air as soon as Cheng Dagang finished speaking. It was Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. He glared at Tan Zhengyi and asked, is this how you teach your disciples? Master Duan is the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Identity-wise, he's on equal footing with you. Your disciple is too arrogant and even dares to disrespect the chief celestial alchemist of my sect. As his master, you didn't even do anything to correct his behavior. You've failed in disciplining and teaching your disciple. His voice was so cold that the temperature seemed to drop. Xian's words caused an uproar among the onlookers. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect? What? This kid who isn't even 100 years old is the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi celestial sect? Is it true? Nonsense. Of course, it's a lie. Impossible. Even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire before the age of 100, it's impossible for him to become a prominent celestial alchemist even if he works hard. Let alone a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill, it would be difficult for him to refine ordinary prominent celestial pills. The people from the Taiyi celestial sect are too shameless. How dare they claim a kid who's not even 100 years old as the chief celestial alchemist of their sect just to sell overarching heaven pills in their shop? Did they have any shame? The old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect is a senior member of the sect, and yet, he went along with his sect members' lie as well. He has lived for so long in vain. Based on the discussion in the surroundings, it was clear everyone thought Xian was lying as well. A loud explosion rang in the direction of the crowd. A blood mist appeared before it was pulled to the ground by an invisible force. The blood stained the ground a dazzling color of red. Everyone gasped. The person who was killed was a middle-aged man who had said Xian had lived for so long in vain. He had clearly paid the price for his insult. Upon seeing this, everyone who was happily gossiping earlier fell silent as they looked at Xian fearfully. Although Xian did not make any movements, the crowd clearly felt a powerful surge of power from him swept toward the middle-aged man earlier. "Senior Xian, please calm down," Tan Zhongyi hastily said. "That man didn't have any malicious intentions. He just found it hard to believe your words. After all, the young man from your sect hasn't even reached the age of 100. After seeing Xian's fierce attack, Cheng Dagang, who mocked Duan Ling Tian earlier, paled immediately. He quickly hid behind Tan Zhongyi. He no longer dared to argue after seeing Xian kill the middle-aged man for his insult. Who knew if Xian would attack him? After all, Xian was an 8 trigrams celestial duke, and he was even stronger than his master, Tan Zhongyi. His master might not even be able to stop Xian if Xian wanted to kill him. That's right. Guan Qifei stepped forward at this moment and coldly said, "The Tai celestial sect's words are too outrageous. We won't believe you unless this brat refines an overarching heaven pill in front of us. Otherwise, the Tai celestial sect would be considered as violating the rules set by the major celestial sects of the 6 southeastern regions. If you're guilty, you might even lose the qualification to participate in the alchemy conference forever." He was clearly gloating. "Who do you think you are?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Guan Qifei and said disdainfully, "Someone like you isn't worthy of watching me refine overarching heaven pills." Then, he added confidently, "If you want me to refine overarching heaven pills, please summon representatives from all the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions. I don't want any lunatics to come again in 2 days to cause a commotion. I'll show everyone once and for all that I, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, am capable of refining overarching heaven pills. Our sect isn't breaking any rules by selling overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City. Who did you call a lunatic?" Guan Qifei's expression darkened. His eyes were brimming with killing intent when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, even Tan Zhongyi's expression had turned gloomy. After all, Duan Ling Tian had indirectly called him a lunatic as well. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before he said in a deep voice, "Young man, you're overthinking things. As long as you refine an overarching heaven pill in front of me, Master Guan, and everyone present, the people from the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions will be convinced that the Tai celestial sect is qualified to sell overarching heaven pills in Alchemy City." Duan Ling Tian looked at Tan Zhongyi intently as he asked, "Vice Sect Leader Tan, are you sure you're qualified to speak on behalf of the major celestial sects of the 6 southeastern regions?" "Brat," Guan Qifei said coldly, "don't think I'm unaware that you're just trying to stall for time. I don't understand why you're still so stubborn when things have reached this point. What's the point of stalling for time? I advise you to confess to your mistake. If you humble yourself and admit your mistakes, the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions might be lenient to the Tai celestial sect and give the sect a lighter punishment." Duan Ling Tian ignored Guan Qifei and vehemently said, "I, Duan Ling Tian, will not refine overarching heaven pills unless all the representatives of the top celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions are present." Without waiting for Tan Zhongyi and Guan Qifei's response, Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Naturally, if you're going to insist that I refine overarching heaven pills right now, I will oblige as long as you give me some kind of reward. I, Duan Ling Tian, won't refine pills for no good reason." Then, he looked at Guan Qifei provocatively. "Reward? What reward?" Guan Qifei sneered. He was certain Duan Ling Tian was only stalling for time and calling his and Tan Zhongyi's bluff. He did think a brat under the age of 100 was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. "I heard that there's a double trait Duke grade celestial method, an offensive and defensive type, in the supporting Sun celestial sect." Duan Ling Tian looked at Guan Qifei and Tan Zhongyi as he said, "I also heard there's a double trait Duke grade divine ability, an offensive and movement type, in the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. As long as you give these 2 things to me, I'll refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, in front of everyone right now. Naturally, the Taiyi celestial sect won't be unfair or shameless. If I fail, our sect will give you 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities. I'm sure you've heard of our sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities. The supporting Sun celestial sect had a double trait, offensive and defensive, Duke-grade celestial method. The Thousand Leaves celestial sect had a double trait, offensive and movement, Duke-grade divine ability. Xian had informed Duan Ling Tian of these things before they came out of the Taiyi celestial sect shop. It was Duan Ling Tian's decision to gamble with the people from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect who came to stir up trouble. He wanted to try and win the two sects, double trait celestial method and divine ability. However, he was not certain if Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei would agree to the bet. After all, they would need the permission of those with a higher ranking in their respective sects. They would need to seek consent from their respective sect leaders even if they wanted to bet. Duan Ling Tian was clearly provoking them as he said, "How about it? Do you have the guts to accept the bet? If you don't, you can summon the representatives from the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although it would take some time, at least you don't have to worry about losing your sects, double trait celestial method and divine ability." Chapter 28-43 Test. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, silence descended on the entire place. Nobody expected Duan Ling Tian would suggest such a bold bet. Even Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists of the sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden decision. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would try to obtain double trait and triple trait celestial methods and divine abilities from the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions before the alchemy conference even started. He really did not play by the rules. Did they not agree that they would only put their plan in motion during the alchemy conference? Realization dawned on Xian at this moment. No wonder he asked me about the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect's celestial methods and divine abilities before we came out of the shop. As it turns out, he was already scheming to obtain the double trait celestial method and divine ability from the two sects. Duan Ling Tian had asked, and he had told Duan Ling Tian about the supporting Sun celestial sect's offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect's offensive movement Duke-grade divine ability. Master Duan, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing smiled wryly when they returned to their senses. They really did not think Duan Ling Tian would take advantage of the two people's pettiness. Are you saying? Guan Qifei, who had returned to his senses first, looked at the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect before looking at Duan Ling Tian and coldly asked, "Are you saying that you want the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect to give you to an offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method and an offensive movement Duke-grade divine ability respectively if you successfully refine an overarching heaven pill in front of us? If you fail, the Taiyi celestial sect will compensate us with 1 Duke-grade celestial technique and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities." He stared at Duan Ling Tian's expression intently as though he was trying to read Duan Ling Tian's mind. Alas, there was nothing he could glean from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's gaze and expression were calm from beginning to the end. He stood motionlessly like an old monk. "Yes, how smart of you to understand what I mean," Duan Ling Tian said derisively. "How about it? Do you have the guts to gamble with me? If not, just scram. Go summon the representative of the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions. At that time, even without a reward, I'll refine an overarching heaven pill in front of everyone to clear the accusations toward the Taiyi celestial sect." He ignored Guan Qifei whose expression had turned gloomy. Instead, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and said with a smile, "Vice Sect Leader Tan, please invite the representatives of the major celestial sects of the 6 southeastern regions here." Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Huaner and said softly with a smile, "Huaner, let's return to the shop. We'll wait for Vice Sect Leader Tan and Master Guan to invite the representatives from the major celestial sects in the 6 southeastern regions here." Then, he turned around and entered the shop with Huaner. After Duan Ling Tian entered the shop, his voice and laughter rang clearly from inside. "Unfortunately, I think they would only be able to gather everyone by tomorrow." Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei's expression soured even more as they exchanged a glance. Tan Zhengyi asked Guan Qifei through voice transmission, "Master Guan, you're a prominent celestial alchemist. Do you think there's a possibility that he might be a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining overarching heaven pills? Regardless of his question to Guan Qifei, he really did not think Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. How could he be so skilled in alchemy? When Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to bet with them, his first thought was Duan Ling Tian was trying to call their bluffs and scare them. Moreover, although they were just single-trait celestial method and divine abilities, he was still tempted by Duan Ling Tian's offer. After all, none of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions would refuse getting their hands on more celestial methods and divine abilities. He did not agree to Duan Ling Tian's bet immediately because he was just being cautious. Impossible, Guan Qifei said confidently, he's not even 100 years old. Even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, it would take him years upon years to gain the experience to refine the overarching heaven pill. There has never been a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine overarching heaven pill before they reach the age of 100 in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the 6 southeastern regions. In fact, there's no one who has successfully become a prominent celestial alchemist before the age of 100. Like I said earlier, at most, there are some who managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. However, they could hardly be considered as prominent celestial alchemists since they didn't have the skills to refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. I can't deny there are prominent celestial alchemists younger than 100 years old, but they are few and far in between in all of the spirit overarching heaven. Even then, I've never heard of a prominent celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Well, that's just my ignorant opinion. After all, I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist who had spent more than 100 years in the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory before returning to the borderlands. What do I know? He did not forget to blow his own horn at the end of his speech. Indeed, Guan Qifei had left the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands to go to the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory 200 years ago. When he was there, he discovered that he, a revered, prominent celestial alchemist in the borderlands, was a nobody in the central area. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were a dime in a dozen in any clans or sects that had even the slightest bit of standing, let alone the strong forces. Although the central area broadened his horizons and had superior cultivation and alchemy resources compared to the borderlands, he returned to borderlands because he did not get the attention and recognition that he thought he would get there. Moreover, his cultivation base was only average. All he had was his skills in alchemy. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. After his return, he joined the supporting Sun Celestial sect of the Shadow region as a celestial alchemist. Tan Zhengyi, as the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, was privy to this. Therefore, he had decided to ask Guan Qifei for his opinion. After all, in regard to alchemy, he was indeed less knowledgeable compared to Guan Qifei. He asked for confirmation again, so this young man is just deliberately trying to stall for time and calling our bluffs. Of course, Guan Qifei replied without any hesitation. Then, his eyes lit up as he added, Vice-sect leader Tan, I don't know if you noticed. When that brat said he wanted to bet with us, the old ancestor and the prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai Yi Celestial sect looked stunned. It's obvious they were blindsided by the brat's words. With that, I'm even more certain that brat is only putting up an act to scare us away. He probably thinks we won't dare to accept the bet. However, if we don't agree to his bet, we would only be embarrassed. Then, Guan Qifei tried to persuade Tan Zhengyi. Vice-sect leader Tan, if you plan to accept his bet, I'll return and persuade my sect leader to agree to the bet as well. Not only will this prevent us from embarrassing ourselves, but we'll be able to gain 1 celestial method and 2 divine abilities for our respective sects as well. Even a sect as strong as the Profound Heaven Celestial sect wouldn't refuse more Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, right? Although he was keen to accept Duan Ling Tian's bet, he knew he would need Tan Zhengyi's agreement as well. If Tan Zhengyi refused, Duan Ling Tian would not agree to bet with him alone. Seeing Tan Zhengyi hesitating, Guan Qifei hastily said, Vice-sect leader Tan, if you don't feel at ease, I'm willing to take the risk and test the brat. I'll tell him the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect won't get involved, but the supporting Sun Celestial sect would accept his bet. Naturally, if he agrees to it, when I win the bet, the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect will have no part of the reward. However, if he declines and insists on betting with 2 sects or none at all, it'll show that he's only calling our bluffs and trying to stall for time. At that time, you can agree to the bet without any worries. Tan Zhengyi was inclined to agree to Duan Ling Tian's bet. However, after much consideration, he decided to play it safe. In that case, you should test him first. Meanwhile, the crowd who was unaware of Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei's conversation through voice transmission was baffled when they saw both of their in action. No way, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Levens Celestial Sect and the prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect are going to let that kid off just like this. Chapter 2844 The Two Sect Leaders. Why are they so foolish? It's obvious that the kid from the Taiyi Celestial Sect is only calling their bluffs. How could they be intimidated by that kid's act? It's only natural that they would hesitate. After all, the best celestial method and divine ability from their sects are at stake. Even so, that kid is clearly lying. Those two are sure to win the Taiyi Celestial Sect's celestial method and divine abilities if they only agree to that kid's bet. That kid's talking nonsense. He's not even 100 years old. How dare he use the Taiyi Celestial Sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as stakes without asking for permission? Those are the treasures of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. I really don't know what the supporting Sun Celestial Sect's prominent celestial alchemist and the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are thinking. Why are they hesitating when someone's handing a Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities on a platter to them? The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves. Most of the men in the crowd were against Duan Ling Tian even though he had no enmity with them. These men were hostile purely because they were jealous of Duan Ling Tian who had Huaner's affection. They wanted to see Duan Ling Tian being humiliated. However, how could they see such a sight if Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei did not agree to the bet? As dissatisfied as they were, they did not dare to directly rebuke Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei. They could only furtively whisper among themselves. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner who had crossed the threshold of the shop suddenly came to halt when a sharp voice rang in the air. "You dirty swine, stop right there." Everyone fell silent immediately. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. Their eyes turned to the person who had spoken. It was none other than Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect. With this, the eyes of the dissatisfied men lit up immediately. Things are getting heated. It looks like we're going to have a good show to watch. Meanwhile, after a beat, Duan Ling Tian ignored Guan Qifei and continued walking. However, he said, "Huaner, I seem to hear a dog barking behind us. I wonder who the dog is barking at." Although he was speaking to Huaner, his words were clearly directed at Guan Qifei. "Brat, you're seeking death." Guan Qifei finally lost control of his temper after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. Celestial origin energy began to roil as his eyes turned red. It seemed like he was about to attack Duan Ling Tian. Soon enough, another angry voice resonated in the air. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." "What?" Guan Qifei cried out before he screamed in pain. Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, had only flicked his sleeves, but a vast and peerless force charged toward Guan Qifei like 1,000 galloping horse before it sent him flying back. Guan Qifei's celestial origin energy was suppressed, causing his body to tremble violently before he spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you disrespect the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect? If it were someone else, I would have already killed them. You should be thankful you're a celestial alchemist in the supporting Sun Celestial Sect," Xian said coldly. At this moment, the people who came with Guan Qifei cried out in unison. "Master Guan!" They hurried toward him in a panic. However, they obviously did not care about his injuries. This was because all of them hid behind him as soon as they approached him, clearly frightened by Xian. These people were not members of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect. They were only mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists who had flattered Guan Qifei and followed him here to watch a show. Without Guan Qifei, they would not be able to stir up trouble for a top sect like the Taiyi Celestial Sect. This was enough for them to brag for a lifetime. However, they realized now that if they were killed, no one would stand up for them. Since Xian had restrained his strength, it did not take long for Guan Qifei to heal his injuries. However, he did not show his anger to Xian. He only said angrily, "Duan Ling Tian, I'll bet with you." Duan Ling Tian who had entered the shop finally turned to look at Guan Qifei. "Finally, you're being reasonable. Guan Qifei said coldly, I agree to your bet. However, are you sure you can use the Taiyi Celestial Sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as stakes? When you lose, I'm afraid you won't hand over the promised reward. He Shan looked at Guan Qifei coldly and interjected, I can represent the Taiyi Celestial Sect. I vouch for him and give him permission to use the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as stakes. If he loses, the sect and I won't have any complaints. Did you hear that? Duan Ling Tian asked Guan Qifei. Then, without waiting for Guan Qifei to respond, he looked at Tan Zhengyi and asked, Vice Sect Leader Tan, Master Guan has agreed to bet with me. What about you? Guan Qifei interjected before Tan Zhengyi could respond, Vice Sect Leader Tan won't bet with you. I will, just you. Duan Ling Tian sneered before he said disdainfully, I'm sorry. If it's just you, then, I have no interest in betting. Guan Qifei burst into laughter for a moment before he said, You're just afraid of being exposed. Then, he said to Tan Zhengyi, Vice Sect Leader Tan, do you feel at ease now? Tan Zhengyi looked at Duan Ling Tian pointedly and said, Master Duan, since you want to bet with us, then, I'll gladly oblige. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei with a hint of derision. Sure, however, both of you should ask permission from your respective sect leaders before you agree to the bet. Otherwise, your sects might refuse to give me the prize when both of you lose. That would be very annoying. I don't need to return to obtain the sect leader's permission. I'll recount what happened to him through a communication celestial talisman, and he's sure to reply to me, Tan Zhengyi said. The same goes for me, Guan Qifei said. In that case, you should invite your sect leaders over through the celestial communication talismans. After all, I'm afraid if they don't witness this with their eyes, they might not hand over the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability later, Duan Ling Tian said, I don't feel at ease without their presence. After all, if the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect weren't here today, I'm sure you won't believe me as well when I said that I'll use the sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as stakes. My request isn't too excessive, right? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly after he finished speaking. Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi looked at each other and conversed through voice transmission again. Vice Sect Leader Tan, the more requests he makes, the more obvious that he's afraid. I agree. Since he wants our sect leaders here, let's do as he asked. Otherwise, he'll think we're afraid of him. After that, Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei did not hesitate to use the communication celestial talismans to invite their respective sect leaders over. The three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, were stunned when they saw Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei did not hesitate to invite their respective sect leaders over. They looked at the two men as though the two men were fools. Did they not see how confident Duan Ling Tian was? And yet, they still dared to bet with Duan Ling Tian. How could they carelessly use their sect's offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method and offensive movement? Divine ability as stakes. Alas, Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei mistaken the three prominent celestial alchemists' reactions for them being afraid. Meanwhile, someone who's not even 100 years old refining overarching heaven pills. How's that possible? A prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pills even though he's not even 100 years old? Ridiculous. These were the reactions of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect after receiving Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi's message. Both of them did not hesitate and made their way to the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop. Similar to Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei, they thought it would be a loss not to accept the bet. After all, it was akin to the Taiyi Celestial Sect freely handing over their Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities. Chapter 2845 Disrupting the Peace. If the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect are giving their Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities for free, there's no reason to refuse them. This was the thought of the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Therefore, they wasted no time after receiving the messages from Tan Zhengyi and Guan Qifei and made their way to the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop in Alchemy City. Meanwhile, not only did the crowd in front of the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop not dispersed, but the crowd grew even bigger. More and more people came to watch the excitement. This time, the Taiyi Celestial Sect has landed themselves in big trouble. Perhaps, even the old ancestor did not expect Master Guan and Vice Sect Leader Tan would really invite their respective sect leaders over. The purple-clad young man from the Taiyi celestial sect has done it this time. I wonder who he is. He even got the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect to go along with his crazy plan. I didn't expect to see such drama before the alchemy conference even begins. This trip to Alchemy City in the barren land is truly worthwhile. Apart from the crowd who came to watch the excitement, Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun celestial sect, and his people, and Tan Zhengyi, the vice-sect leader of the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, and his 2 disciples were standing outside the Taiyi celestial sect shop as well. As for the people from the Taiyi celestial sect, they had gone into the inner chamber of the shop, away from prying eyes. Since Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, was here, everyone, including Tan Zhengyi, did not dare to recklessly extend their divine consciousness in there to find out what was happening. However, in the eyes of the people outside, the actions of the people from the Taiyi celestial sect made them look guilty. In the inner chamber of the Taiyi celestial sect shop. Old ancestor, when the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect arrive, there's a possibility they might not agree to my bet. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xian and said, at that time, I hope you'll cooperate with me to put on a show. At that time, please do this. Duan Ling Tian revealed his plan to Xian to ensure the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect would not refuse to bet. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's plan, Situ Ming smiled widely. If you do this, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect will definitely take the bait. Yang Chong said with a smile, we're going to have a good start ahead of the alchemy conference. Perhaps, we can even win a triple trait Duke grade celestial method or divine ability for the sect in the future. On the contrary, Xian frowned as he said, Master Duan, it's not difficult to ensure the sect leaders of the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect to take the bait. As long as they confirm you're not even 100 years old, they won't believe you're a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone capable of refining overarching heaven pills. However, if you refine pills publicly, won't everyone find out about your heating speed? If that happens, it'd be difficult to make a bet with others in the future. Initially, Xian had hoped to obtain double trait celestial methods and divine abilities for the Taiyi celestial sect. However, with this bet, he no longer felt the same way. After all, the sect was about to obtain a double trait celestial method and divine ability from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. At this moment, his goal had changed to obtaining triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities for the sect. You can rest assured, old ancestor. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Xian's concern. A shrewd look flashed briefly in the depths of his eyes as he said, I have complete control over my cauldron heating speed. Although the same can't be said for increasing my speed, it's easy for me to slow my speed. I'll keep my heating speed to 8 hours after this. With that, we can still continue with our plan. That's right, we can prolong the time if we want. With Master Duan's skills, slowing down and prolonging the time cannot be any easier, Situ Ming said. Don't worry, old ancestor. Yang Chong chimed in. That's good. Xian sighed in relief when he heard their words. His eyes brightened as he said, after today, our Taiyi celestial sect will have an offensive-defensive Duke grade celestial method and an offensive movement Duke grade divine ability. Once the Taiyi celestial sect obtained the double trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect, the improvements in the sect would not be immediately apparent. However, with time, the overall strength of the sect would surely improve. At that time, even if the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect joined forces, they still might not be able to suppress the Taiyi celestial sect. As an old generation powerhouse of Taiyi celestial sect, Xian, naturally, hoped to see the Taiyi celestial sect rise higher before he had to leave the sect in the borderlands. As he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he found Duan Ling Tian becoming more and more pleasing to the eyes. All this is thanks to this celestial alchemist. About a quarter of an hour later, Tan Zhengyi's voice rang from outside the shop. Senior Xian, my sect leader is here. Guan Qifei's voice sounded in due course as well. The sect leader of the supporting Sun celestial sect is here as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xian and solemnly said, Old ancestor, the sect leaders are here. Whether they agree to my bet or not, it'll depend on you. Don't worry, Master Duan, I'll make sure to succeed. After all, Whether our sect can obtain a double trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability hinges on this. He-Shan replied. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly. Then, he, Huaner, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing followed He-Shan out of the shop. So many people have gathered here. Situ Ming was shocked when he saw the crowd in front of the shop had grown bigger. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and the others walked out, two strangers stepped forward and took the initiative to greet He-Shan. Senior He-Shan, with Guan Qifei and Tan Zhongyi standing at the back of the two strangers, it was not difficult to figure out their identities. They were obviously the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect respectively. The person standing in front of Guan Qifei was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body who was dressed in a flaming red robe. His face looked stern, and his eyes radiated power. On the other hand, the person standing in front of Tan Zhongyi was an elegant middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He was handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand, making him look like a scholar. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, and Xiao Teng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. When they were in the shop, He-Shan had briefly spoken about the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect to Duan Ling Tian. He-Shan also informed Duan Ling Tian that Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were both 8 trigrams celestial dukes as well. However, although their cultivation bases were similar to He-Shan, they were lower in seniority since He-Shan was the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Sect leader Lian, sect leader Xiao, it has been a while since we last met, He-Shan responded to Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng. He feigned a helpless expression as he spoke. He-Shan's helpless expression, naturally, did not escape Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng's notice even though He-Shan's expression had quickly returned to normal. Senior He-Shan, I heard about what happened. This is just a trivial matter. Why don't you order Master Duan to refine the overarching heaven pills to clear Taiyi Celestial Sect's name? There is no need for a bet, Lian Chengyi said to He-Shan. That's right, Xiao Teng chimed in, Senior He-Shan, why don't we forget about the bet? You can just order your sect's celestial alchemist to refine the overarching heaven pill. Upon hearing Liang Chengyi and Xiao Teng's words, He-Shan seemingly sighed in relief. He hurriedly said to accept their proposal, well, since the two sect leaders have spoken. However, before He-Shan could finish his sentence, Guan Qifei looked at He-Shan seriously as he interjected, Senior He-Shan. Earlier, your Taiyi Celestial Sect's Master Duan proposed a bet, and you've said that you'll support him. It seems like you're regretting your words now and planning to go back on them. Isn't it inappropriate? He smiled smugly when he finished speaking as though he was certain of his success. Who do you think you are? He-Shan looked at Guan Qifei coldly and rebuked him, I'm talking to the two sect leaders. It's not your place to interrupt me and order me around. His expressions were colorful as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian who was standing close to He-Shan saw the various expressions flitting across He-Shan's face, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. The old ancestor's acting skills are really quite impressive. Senior He-Shan, Tan Zhongyi seized the opportunity and chimed in, it's as Master Guan said, the bet was proposed by Master Duan. Even if you plan to go back on your words, I think you should speak to Master Duan before agreeing to anything. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Soon enough, everyone shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. Vice Sect Leader Tan, Duan Ling Tian fearlessly met Tan Zhongyi's gaze and loudly said, I agree with Sect Leader Lian and Sect Leader Xiao. Making a bet out of this will disrupt the peace between our Taiyi Celestial Sect and your two sects. Upon hearing this, Tan Zhongyi and Guan Qifei could not help but curse Duan Ling Tian for being so shameless. On the other hand, He-Shan, Situ Ming, and others looked stunned as well. What's Master Duan doing? Isn't he afraid the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect would really give up on accepting the bet? Chapter 2846 The bet goes on. He-Shan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, had said such words earlier to mislead the people from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect into thinking he was feeling guilty and frightened. His words would not affect the outcome as long as Duan Ling Tian followed the agreed-upon script and refused to refine the overarching heaven pill in public without a prize. He was confused when he saw Duan Ling Tian veering off the plan and agreeing with Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. What's Master Duan doing? Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were perplexed. On the other hand, everyone, including Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng who had just met Duan Lingtian, felt Duan Lingtian was really shameless. Before Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng arrived, they had already heard about Duan Lingtian. Now that they arrived, they confirmed with their divine consciousness that he was truly not even 100 years old. With this, they were completely convinced that Duan Lingtian was not a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone one who could refine overarching heaven pills. When Duan Lingtian agreed with them, they were completely certain the people from the Taiyi celestial sect were afraid of being exposed and had regretted their earlier actions. Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng had said those words earlier to Hishan only to test the people from the Taiyi celestial sect. They would not just take their subordinates' words as it was. They had to personally confirm it as well. After all, they were afraid of going out for wool only to come home shorn. Their most precious celestial method and divine ability were at stake, so it would pay to be cautious. Now that Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were certain the Taiyi celestial sect was guilty, they, naturally, grew anxious when it seemed like the people from the Taiyi celestial had no intention of going through with the bet. After all, 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities were at stake. They quickly transmitted their voices to their respective subordinates, urging them to find a way to make the Taiyi celestial sect continue with the bet. Master Guan, Zhengyi. Due to Duan Lingtian's shamelessness, Guan Qifei and Tan Zhengyi were in a conundrum. They racked their brains, finding a way to ensure Duan Lingtian would continue with the bet. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke up again. Well, it's fine if you refuse to bet. I will refine the overarching heaven pill for everyone to see. However, my words from before still stand. I'll only refine it when you gather the representatives from all the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. In any case, since you have no intention of betting, you can all get lost. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar among the crowd. I thought he has already admitted defeat. However, it seems like he has no intention of backing down. I really don't see the purpose of him stalling for time. He won't be able to refine overarching heaven pills anyway. Perhaps, he thinks stalling for time can delay the ruin of the Taiyi celestial sect's reputation. The crowd waited excitedly for the supporting Sun celestial sect and Thousand Leaves celestial sect's response to Duan Lingtian's words. Were they going to give up and gather the representatives from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions? It was a tall order to gather representatives from all of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions before the alchemy conference. After all, there might be some sects that had not arrived in Alchemy City or the Barren Land. Meanwhile, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hishan, Situ Ming, and others finally sighed in relief. For a moment, they were worried about losing this golden opportunity. Lian Chengyi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hishan and said, Senior Hishan, your Taiyi celestial sects. Master Duan seems insistent on making a bet with us. Hishan, back in his acting mode, glanced at Duan Lingtian who was standing at his right and side before he said, Master Duan. Let's forget about this. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Upon seeing Hishan's reaction, everyone was convinced Hishan was telling Duan Lingtian it was futile to continue putting on a tough front and it was better to confess that they had broken the rule. It was clear to everyone that Hishan did not want to continue with the bet. Old ancestor, Duan Lingtian cried out as he looked at Hishan with a grave expression on his face. After that, he did not speak again. However, his expression changed a few times. This made everyone think Duan Lingtian was conversing with Hishan through voice transmission. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was conversing with Hishan through voice transmission at this moment. For a moment, Hishan's expression turned seemingly grim. His eyes inadvertently landed on Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng. Then, his attitude seemed to have made a 180-degree turn as he said, Sect leaders, I support Master Duan. Either accept the bet or return to your residences. When the alchemy conference begins, Master Duan will naturally clear the name of the Taiyi celestial sect in front of the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. Hishan's change caused everyone to feel baffled. It was too sudden and drastic. Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were certain Hishan's 180-degree change was due to Hishan and Duan Lingtian's recent secret conversation. It was not difficult to guess the general gist of their conversation. They were convinced Duan Lingtian had implored Hishan to help him turn down the bet. Hishan's words were only to confuse them and call their bluffs. Senior Hishan, since you want to bet, I'll respect you and give in to your wish. The supporting Sun celestial sect accepts the Taiyi celestial sect's bet. Lian Chengyi said loudly. Then, he looked at the Duan Ling Tian with a gaze similar to that of a cat toying with a mouse. The Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect accepts the bet as well. Xiao Teng chimed in as soon as Lian Chengyi finished speaking. With these words, the crowd broke into an uproar again. They accepted the bet, finally. This has dragged on for too long. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. That Master Duan is going to be exposed. How dare that kid who's still wet behind the ears claims to be a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the overarching heaven pill. The crowd had no intention of leaving. All of them were eagerly waiting to watch a show. Earlier, the three sects were dilly-dallying for such a long time that they were not sure if the bet would go through. However, with the two sect leaders' words, the show they were eagerly anticipating was finally about to begin. At this moment, Guan Qifei looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Brat, did you hear what sect leader Lian and sect leader Xiao said? The supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect accept the bet. No more excuses. You can start refining the overarching heaven pill now. I want to see how Brat who's not even 100 years old is going to refine an overarching heaven pill. The others remained silent. However, all of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian intently. Duan Ling Tian, who had become the center of attention, grinned triumphantly and said, since the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect are eager to give their Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, we, naturally, will not refuse. Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng had noticed Duan Ling Tian's triumphant smile and confident words. They were taken aback as a vaguely ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Was it possible for a kid who was not even 100 years old to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? At this time, Guan Qifei sneered and said, Brat, you're still talking glibly at such a moment. Stop wasting time and refine the overarching heaven pill now. Upon hearing Guan Qifei's words, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng calmed down again. That was right, the other party was not even 100 years old. How could he be a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone refine overarching heaven pills? Duan Ling Tian ignored Guan Qifei. He raised his hand, drawing out a gray flame. The gray flame was the third form of the chaos divine flame. At the same time, a cauldron appeared in Duan Ling Tian's other hand before it swiftly flew in front of Duan Ling Tian and hovered in midair there. Upon seeing this, many people began to discuss heatedly among themselves. It's a prominent celestial fire. It's a prominent celestial pill cauldron. He actually possesses a prominent celestial fire. One of the primitive celestial alchemists who had followed Guan Qifei here said enviously and spitefully, he's not even 100 years old but he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. He's extremely lucky. I spent 10,000 years searching for celestial fire, but I only came across a primitive celestial fire. Guan Qifei scoffed. So what if he possesses a prominent celestial fire? It only shows that he's lucky. He's definitely not skilled enough to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron in less than 10 hours. Guan Qifei gave a cold snort and said. Duan Ling Tian feigned an expression of surprise as he asked, how do you know that it takes me more than 10 hours to heat up the cauldron? You're not even 100 years old. With your alchemy skills, it's impossible for you to be a prominent celestial alchemist. Even if you have the best prominent celestial fire, it'll take more than 10 hours to heat the prominent celestial pill cauldron, Guan Qifei said disdainfully. If you have a lower grade celestial fire, it would take even longer. Chapter 2847. It suddenly dawned on her. Guan Qifei was certain Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills were not as great as Duan Ling Tian tried to make them believe they were. Duan Ling Tian, who was beginning to heat the cauldron, said with a slight smile, just because I take a longer time to heat the cauldron, it doesn't mean that I can't refine the overarching heaven pill. When he finished speaking, the third form of the chaos divine flame flew into the cauldron at lightning speed. Flames rose inside the cauldron. Everything was under Duan Ling Tian's control. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian's cauldron. However, about a quarter of an hour later, the crowd began to get distracted. Many of the mediocre celestial alchemists and primitive celestial alchemists who had followed Guan Qifei here were whispering among themselves. The time it takes to heat a cauldron reflects the alchemist's speed. There are no prominent celestial alchemists capable of refining overarching heaven pills in the 6 southeastern regions who take more than 7 hours to heat a cauldron. Yes. The speed of heating the cauldron not only shows the grade of a celestial fire, but it also shows the skills of a celestial alchemist. Both of these factors affect the time to heat a cauldron. A high-level celestial alchemist with a high grade celestial fire would definitely have a swift cauldron heating speed. Since Duan Ling Tian takes more than 10 hours to heat his cauldron, there's no way he can refine the overarching heaven pill. He said it takes more than 10 hours for him to heat the cauldron. How can he be so delusional to say he can refine overarching heaven pill with such a slow heating speed? What a lunatic. Who cares about what he said? He's just a brat younger than 100 years old who lucked out and obtained a prominent celestial fire. He won't be able to refine a prominent celestial pill at this age. That's right, I'm sure he can't even refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill that's one of the most precious prominent celestial pills. The mediocre and primitive celestial alchemists were confident Duan Ling Tian could not refine overarching heaven pills. Since they were celestial alchemists, most people did not doubt their words, and their gazes toward Duan Ling Tian turned even more scornful. I really don't know what's going through his mind. He should just tell the truth if he really can't refine the pills. Why is he trying to delay the inevitable? If he keeps stalling, it'll be even more embarrassing for him when he fails. Yes, it's not only him, but even the Taiyi celestial sect will suffer from humiliation. I really don't know why the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect blindly supports him. I can't believe the old ancestor agreed to use their sect's Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities as stakes. Duan Ling Tian clearly heard the discussions in the surroundings, but he paid them no mind. He had no intention of explaining himself. He was focused on refining the overarching heaven pill without revealing his true heating speed and winning his bet with the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. At that time, he and the Taiyi Celestial Sect would obtain an offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method and an offensive-movement Duke-grade divine ability. Hishan and Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, had promised to give him priority to comprehend the double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability first. Meanwhile, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng were slightly taken aback when they saw the calm expression on Hishan's face. No hint of panic could be seen on Hishan's face at all. He did not look like someone who was about to lose his sect's treasured Duke-grade celestial method and divine abilities. Both of them exchanged a worried glance. Lian Chengyi said through voice transmission, "Sect Master Xiao. Everything will go as planned, right?" "I guess so. Both of us had investigated that Master Duan with our divine consciousness. There's no doubt he's not even 100 years old. At this age, even if he was lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, it's highly unlikely for him to possess the skills to become a prominent celestial alchemist or refine prominent celestial pills, let alone one of the top prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pill." Xiao Teng responded through voice transmission. Apart from reassuring Lian Chengyi, his words also served to reassure himself. "I hope you're right. I just find it strange that Senior Hishan and the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect are so calm," Lian Chengyi said apprehensively. Xiao Teng instinctively turned to look at Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing. It was just as Lian Chengyi said, three of them looked calm as though they were not worried Duan Ling Tian would fail to refine the overarching heaven pill. With this, the ominous feeling in his heart intensified. In the end, he said, "Let's just wait while he heats the cauldron first." All the celestial alchemists present have said that among the prominent celestial alchemists capable of refining overarching heaven pills in the 6 southeastern regions, even the slowest of them takes 7 hours at most to heat a cauldron. The young man just said he takes more than 10 hours to heat a cauldron. Based on his own words, it's impossible for him to refine overarching heaven pill. "You're right." Lian Chengyi gradually felt more at ease after listening to Xiao Teng's words. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to stay outside the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Duan Ling Tian and the cauldron hovering in front of him. However, once in a while, there would be a commotion in the periphery of the crowd. This was caused by new people coming to watch the show. News of this matter had spread through Alchemy City like a wildfire after all. Almost everyone downtown of the city had heard about this matter. After about 7 or 8 hours, everyone in Alchemy City, except for those in closed-door cultivation, had heard about what was going on outside Taiyi Celestial Sect's shop. As one of the top sects of the 6 southeastern regions, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect from the Wasteland also had its own residence in Alchemy City. The news of the incident outside of Taiyi Celestial Sect's shop had spread like a wildfire. It was only natural it had spread to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's residence as well. In a spacious, quiet, and elegant courtyard, a green-clad girl registered a shocked expression on her face when she heard the news. Then, her expression turned disdainful as she said, "How dare that pretty boy lie about being able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? He's not even 100 years old." A beautiful purple-clad woman frowned slightly as she said reproachfully, "Liu Luo, this is the last time. Don't be rude." Upon hearing this, the green-clad girl chuckled sheepishly before she said, "Senior sister, I was too excited I forgot to address him by his name." Meanwhile, there was a third woman in the courtyard as well. The woman narrowed her eyes as she murmured to herself, "Overarching heaven pill. He can refine the overarching heaven pill. I heard Master saying that the Taiyi celestial sect had amassed a large number of overarching heaven pills from an unknown source recently. As it turns out, it's from him. No wonder the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi celestial sect." Realization dawned on her at this moment. Although the woman's voice was not loud, it sounded clear in the quiet courtyard. "Sister Shu Chu, are you saying the pretty bow, I mean, Duan Ling Tian, can refine the overarching heaven pill?" the green-clad girl asked immediately. She was shocked. Based on the three women's words, their identities were clear. They were none other than Marong Bing, Zhou Shuchu, and Liu Luo. Marong Bing turned to look at Zhou Shuchu as well. Although Zhou Shuchu had told her that man was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland, she did not know how skilled he was. She was surprised to find out he was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Even in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, only one prominent celestial alchemist was capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. For that reason, that prominent celestial alchemist was given a high status in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. To a certain extent, that prominent celestial alchemist's status was almost equal to her master's. Zhou Shuchu solemnly replied, "Although I'm not 100% certain, considering what I've heard, I'm, at least, 80% certain." After all, when Duan Ling Tian was strangely given the title of chief celestial alchemist in the Taiyi celestial sect, the three prominent celestial alchemists in the sect were, oddly, not dissatisfied. Moreover, they seemed to wholeheartedly acknowledge him as the chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi celestial sect. At that time, everyone in the wasteland was baffled by that. Now that Zhou Shuchu heard about the incident in the Taiyi celestial sect shop, the puzzles began to fall in place. If he can really refine the overarching heaven pill, it makes sense why the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi celestial sect easily accepted him. That's why the three prominent celestial alchemists continued staying in the sect even after he was made the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Chapter 28:48 11 hours. The weak respect the strong. This is not just the case for strength but also alchemy. Since celestial alchemists can share their knowledge and help each other improve, the weaker celestial alchemists have great respect for knowledgeable and skilled celestial alchemists. It makes sense why the three prominent celestial alchemists in the Taiyi sect wholeheartedly accept Duan Ling Tian as the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. After all, they stand to learn a lot from Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's so accomplished even though he's not even 100 years old. One can only imagine how bright his future is. Such a talented celestial alchemist, apart from those who have a personal grudge with him, I don't think there's anyone who would oppose being friendly with him. When he grows stronger, it would be harder to befriend him. Zhou Shuchu was confident Duan Ling Tian was capable of refining the overarching heaven pills, 80% certain. Liu Luo was shocked by Zhou Shuchu's words. She did not expect Zhou Shuchu to think so highly of Duan Ling Tian. She asked, "Sister Shuchu, are you sure? He's not even 100 years old. How is it possible for him to refine the overarching heaven pills?" Zhou Shuchu replied, "The world is so vast. Nothing's impossible. Moreover, I've met him a few times and conversed with him. I'm certain he's not someone who would make empty promises or the type to eat his words." Then, she murmured to herself as her eyes flashed, "I'm afraid, this time, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect from the Shadow region and the Thousands Leaves Celestial Sect from the Light region are going to have a tough time. The offensive-defensive Duke-grade Celestial Method and the offensive movement Duke-grade Divine Ability will surely fall into Duan Ling Tian and the Taiyi Celestial Sect's hand." When a purple figure appeared in her mind, she instinctively looked at Marong Bing. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes, and it disappeared as quickly as it appeared when she looked at Marong Bing. Bing, who was standing at the side, fell into a daze when she heard Zhou Shuchu's words. His skills and knowledge of alchemy are so high. Although she had learned from Zhou Shuchu that Duan Ling Tian possessed a prominent celestial fire and was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, she did not expect him to be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. It was widely known in the 6 southeastern regions that prominent celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists capable of refining the overarching heaven pill were highly respected. This was especially true for the latter. Their statuses were almost god-like even in the strongest sect of the 6 southeastern regions, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Even the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect would have a certain measure of respect for them. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. He's really impressive. Bing was certain Duan Ling Tian would be unrivaled in the future. Even in the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory, she was sure he would make a name for himself. This was the first time she felt admiration toward him. It was easy for a woman to fall in love with the man they admired. Although Bing was a genius among the younger generation in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she was still a woman and could not escape from emotional trappings. Moreover, she had even had sexual relations with Duan Ling Tian before. How could her heart not be moved? The woman whom I, Duan Ling Tian, slept with can only belong to me. When Bing recalled Duan Ling Tian's domineering words, her face flushed red. At this moment, Liu Luo said to Bing and Zhou Shuchu, third senior sister, Sister Shuchu, let's go have a look. I still don't believe Duan Ling Tian is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Well, if your senior sister is going, then, I'll come along. Otherwise, Zhou Shuchu replied. Liu Luo instantly turned to look at Bing. Third senior sister, you didn't visit the Taiyi Celestial Sect's residence with me. This time, you must accompany me to visit their store. Bing pondered on it for a moment before she shook her head and said, no. Before Liu Luo could protest, she added, even if we go there, there's no guarantee you'll be able to see anything since it's so crowded. Naturally, if she was truly keen on taking a look, as long as she revealed their identities, the crowd would surely make way for them. However, she did not want to meet Duan Ling Tian. She felt nervous whenever she thought about meeting him. Liu Luo, your third senior sister is right. Let's wait for news here, Zhou Shuchu chimed in. Then, she said to comfort Liu Luo, who was clearly upset, it would take 1 day, at most, before we get the results. In the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's residence in Alchemy City, Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had also heard about what was happening in front of the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop. He was slightly surprised to find out the purple-clad young man was the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Bai Yuzan was extremely jealous of Duan Ling Tian. After all, the beautiful white-clad woman next to Duan Ling Tian had left a lasting impression on him. He wished he was Duan Ling Tian so that he could receive that peerless beauty's affection. His eyes were brimming with scorn as he muttered to himself, a brat who's not even 100 years old claims he can refine the overarching heaven pill. He's either delusional or a liar. I'd like to see how the Taiyi Celestial Sect is going to dig themselves out of this hole. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said through gritted teeth, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect will die during the alchemy conference. Bai Yuzan had come up with a perfect plan to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Hishan would definitely die during the alchemy conference. As long as that old geezer is dead, the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect would be like ants. That peerless beauty will become mine. His expression was lecherous when he thought about the white-clad beauty. He wanted to kill Hishan not just because Hishan had humiliated him the other day, but also because Hishan was an obstacle that stood in his way of obtaining the beauty. As long as he got rid of the obstacle, it would be easy for him to get his hands on the beauty. Outside the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop, it felt time passed in just a blink of an eye. 9 hours had passed since Duan Ling Tian began to heat his prominent celestial pill cauldron. The crowd watched as they discussed among themselves. It has been 9 hours, and he's still not done with heating his cauldron. With this speed, he thinks he can refine the overarching heaven pill. Is he dreaming? Based on his speed, even if his prominent celestial fire is not too bad, he still won't be able to refine ordinary prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. Well, it seems like he's not lying when he said it takes him more than 10 hours to heat a cauldron. With this kind of skills, he dares to claim he's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Moreover, he even dared to bet with the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Is he seeking death? Clearly, none of them thought Duan Ling Tian was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Guanqi Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was focused on heating his cauldron, and said disdainfully, as the saying goes, calves aren't afraid of tigers. I want to see how you're going to get yourself out of this mess. Chang Da-gang, who stood behind Tani Zhengyi, looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully as well. After 9 hours, Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng, the respective sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, were no longer as anxious as before. They felt completely at ease now. When they look at the calm expressions of Hishan and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, the duo thought they were only putting on a tough front. Lian Chengyi sneered inwardly. Let's see how long you'll be able to pretend. Another 2 hours passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, the crowd saw Duan Ling Tian finally taking out ingredients and putting them into his cauldron. 11 hours. It took him 11 hours just to heat the cauldron. With this kind of speed, no matter how extraordinary his prominent celestial fire is, he would only be a mediocre celestial alchemist at best. It would be impossible for him to refine prominent celestial pills, let alone the overarching heaven pill. Now that he's done heating the cauldron, based on the number of ingredients he had thrown into the cauldron, we'll have the result in 2 to 3 days at most. He won't be able to stall for time any more than that. Chapter 2849 3 Overarching Heaven Pills. For Duan Ling Tian, it was extremely tortuous to slow his speed and prolong the time of him heating the cauldron. It made him feel as though he was losing his mind. The feeling was similar to how if one possessed the fastest sports car but had to drive on an empty road at the speed of 10 miles an hour for 11 hours straight. It was enough to drive an ordinary person insane. Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had been given a new lease on life after he finally finished heating the cauldron 11 hours later. Since I've decided to do it, I'll definitely see it through. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he exhaled. A light flashed briefly in his eyes. Then, he began to refine the pills while holding back his true skills. As the saying went, outsiders are only here to watch the show while knowledgeable people know how to look at the details. The primitive and mediocre celestial alchemists who followed Guanqi Fei here shook their heads when they saw the way Duan Ling Tian refined the overarching heaven pill. Some of them even thought they were superior to him. What a terrible technique! With this kind of skills, he claims he can refine overarching heaven pills. Is he joking? How did he become the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect with this kind of skills? One of the men standing behind Guanqi Fei sneered. Do you really believe he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial Sect? With these skills, he's not even comparable to the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from Taiyi Celestial Sect. They would not have chosen him to become the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. That's right. The people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect probably made that up so they can fool us into believing there's someone capable of refining overarching heaven pills in their sect. I really can't wait to see how the Taiyi Celestial Sect is going to dig themselves out of this hole. The discussion between the group of celestial alchemists behind Guanqi Fei was clearly heard by everyone in the surroundings. They made no attempt to lower their voices at all. With those words, those who had no knowledge of alchemy assumed Duan Ling Tian's speed was extremely slow when heating the cauldron, and his skills and techniques of refining the overarching heaven pill were awful. With these skills, he would be a mediocre celestial alchemist at most. Exactly. How did he even obtain a prominent celestial fire with these skills? He's really lucky. Many celestial alchemists present on the scene were extremely jealous of Duan Ling Tian's prominent celestial fire. Based on Duan Ling Tian's skills, they were certain he was just a mediocre celestial alchemist at best. Some of them were more skilled than him, and yet, he managed to obtain a prominent celestial fire. When the people from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect saw Duan Ling Tian's alchemy skills, all of their anxieties and uncertainties disappeared. Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, said loudly as he laughed, 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities. Sect leader Xiao, it seems like our trip to Alchemy City this time is rather fruitful. At this point, he did not even bother to converse through voice transmission anymore. Indeed, Xiao Teng nodded with a smile. Let's just treat this as a welcoming gift. When the alchemy conference begins, our luck might continue, and we might be able to win other things. The battles between celestial alchemists in the alchemy conference was more like a gamble. A small gamble would have ordinary pill formulas, a small number of celestial stones, or some low-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities as stakes. On the other hand, a huge gamble between celestial alchemists would have rare pills formulas, a big number of celestial stones, high-grade cultivation methods, celestial methods, or divine abilities as stakes. Some celestial sects would even use king-grade celestial weapons as stakes. However, only those from really powerful celestial sects would dare to use king-grade celestial weapons as stakes. Although the Taiyi celestial sect was one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, they were relatively weak compared to the other top sects. For this reason, Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, did not dare to simply bring out the sect's king-grade celestial weapons as a stake. Moreover, even if the Taiyi celestial sect managed to win a king-grade celestial weapon from a powerful celestial sect, they might not even be able to hold on to their prize. Although there might be really strong powerhouses protecting the Taiyi celestial sect in the dark, those powerhouses would definitely not step forward for a matter as trivial as a king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, the Taiyi celestial sect only had themselves to rely on. A welcoming gift. Lian Chengyi laughed happily when he heard Xiao Teng's words. Then, he turned to look at Xian, Situ Ming, and the others. When he saw their calm expressions, he sneered, still putting on a front. Meanwhile, Guan Qifei looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously and said, "What a naive brat. With this kind of skill, how dare he show off in front of me?" Tan Zhengyi did not comment, but a smug smile could be seen on his face. Time continued to pass, and another day had gone by. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was finally at the final step of the pill refinement process. All he needed to do now was to retrieve the pills. The celestial alchemists present on the scene could, naturally, tell Duan Ling Tian was almost done. Based on his posture, he should be able to retrieve the pill within half an hour. There's probably nothing but crumbs in his cauldron. I can't wait to see his reaction. Guan Qifei's eyes were brimming with disdain, and the sneer on his face deepened. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smacked his palms against the cauldron, causing the cauldron to shake. He's almost done. I thought he would continue to stall for time. I didn't expect him to finish refining the pills so soon. Perhaps, he knows there's no point in prolonging the inevitable. After all, there's nothing in his cauldron. There's no difference if he finishes now or later. The celestial alchemists present on the scene looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes, clearly taking delight in what they perceived would be his misfortune. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian was refining the overarching heaven pill, quite a few people, including Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng, had tried to extend their divine consciousness to probe the cauldron. However, they discovered that their divine consciousness were blocked. Although they were shocked, they did not think it was strange. After all, there were prominent celestial fires that could block divine consciousness. Let alone a celestial duke, some prominent celestial fires could even block the divine consciousness of a celestial king. This did not mean the prominent celestial fires were particularly powerful, it was just one of the traits that the prominent celestial fires possessed. It was just its nature. Regardless of how powerful one was, it would be difficult to defy nature. Before anyone could react, 3 streaks of mysterious black light suddenly shot out from the cauldron into Duan Ling Tian's hand in just a blink of an eye. 3 distinct sounds of wind whistling rang in everyone's ears at this moment. The 3 streaks of light had moved at light speed. For this reason, the crowd had seen the 3 streaks of light first before they heard sounds of wind whistling. It was so quiet at this moment that if a needle dropped, everyone would be able to hear it. At this moment, everyone wore a stunned expression on their faces. They looked as though they could not believe the scene before their eyes. 3 overarching heaven pills. Are you joking? He managed to refine the pills. Are those really overarching heaven pills? Impossible. He doesn't have the skills required to refine overarching heaven pills. That's right, maybe those aren't overarching heaven pills. It's possible that he refined some other pills. Impossible. The ingredients he used are for overarching heaven pills. Moreover, based on the auras of the pills in his hand, there's no doubt those are prominent celestial pills. I just tried investigating with my divine consciousness. Those are undoubtedly overarching heaven pills. Those who doubted the authenticity of Duan Ling Tian's pills were immediately cleared of their doubts. Some of the stronger powerhouses had confirmed Duan Ling Tian's pills were indeed the overarching heaven pills. No, impossible. Guan Qifei's face was pale as he stumbled backward a few steps. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his pale face. Tan Zhengyi's expression had changed drastically as well. Chapter 2850 Talent Poaching. Whether it was Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun Celestial sect, or Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, both of them had extended their divine consciousness as soon as the 3 pills shot out of the cauldron into Duan Lingtian's hand. Before the pills landed in Duan Lingtian's hand, they had thoroughly determined that the 3 pills were, indeed, overarching heaven pills. Based on the fact that Duan Lingtian managed to refine 3 pills, it showed that his success rate of refining pills was not very high. Nevertheless, even if he had only successfully refined 1 pill, it was enough to prove he was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng, the sect leaders of the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect respectively, were grim. Just a moment ago, they were thoroughly convinced of their victory. How could their mood not flip like a switch? A moment ago, they were still in heaven. In just a blink of an eye, they were plunged into hell. It was, naturally, difficult for them to accept this. It made no sense at all. Overarching heaven pills. He actually managed to refine overarching heaven pills. The crowd outside of the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop was in shock and disbelief when they saw Duan Lingtian had refined 3 overarching heaven pills. Most of them were puzzled by how he managed to refine the pills when his skills and techniques were mediocre, at best. It's true, he managed to refine it. His refining skills are terrible, and yet, he managed to refine a top prominent celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. Is this a joke? Well, maybe it's because he possesses an extraordinary prominent celestial fire. I tried to extend my divine consciousness into his cauldron earlier. After all, I'm a celestial duke, but I still can't probe his cauldron with my divine consciousness. An extraordinary prominent celestial fire. Impossible. If his prominent celestial fire is extraordinary, he wouldn't have taken 11 hours just to heat the cauldron. Moreover, he's visibly exhausted after refining the pills. It's obvious the process has taken a toll on him. At this moment, it did not occur to anyone that Duan Lingtian had deliberately hidden his skills. After all, he was young, not even 100 years old. It was already amazing that he could refine the overarching heaven pill at this age. Apart from that, there was no reason for him to hide his skills at all. While everyone's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, such a shame that the remaining overarching heaven pills have to go to waste. In truth, Duan Lingtian had refined 7 overarching heaven pills even though he had deliberately refined it with mediocre skills and techniques. However, he only collected 3 of the pills. He left the remaining 4 pills in the cauldron, and they were destroyed by the 3rd form of the Chaos Divine Flame. It was not only the Chaos Divine Flame, but pills that were not collected from a cauldron would be destroyed by a celestial fire as well. I hope the 4 overarching heaven pills that I sacrificed will help me during the alchemy conference. I have to do this so people would think my success rate of forming pills is low even if they know I can refine the overarching heaven pill, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had to downplay his strength because he did not want to expose his true alchemy skills. The news of Duan Lingtian successfully refining 3 overarching heaven pills would undoubtedly spread throughout Alchemy City in due time. He had to keep his skills hidden so he could still lure other prominent celestial alchemists into betting with him during the alchemy conference. For example, he could use his seemingly low success rate to lure people to compete with him on the success rate of refining pills. Situ Ming had told him that during the alchemy conference, people would compete on many different things such as heating speed and success rate of refining pills. The possibilities were endless. As such, it was better for him to downplay his skills. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he looked at Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng before he said with a faint smile on his face, "Sect Leader Lian, Sect Leader Xiao, thank you for the celestial method and divine ability." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a murderous rage rose in Lian Chengyi and Xiao Teng's hearts. Alas, they had to suppress it. They were wary of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, after all. Although their cultivation bases were similar to Hishan in which they were all 8 trigrams Celestial Duke, Hishan who was older than them was still stronger than them. Even if both of them joined forces, they were not sure if they could defeat Hishan. Apart from that, they could not bear to humiliate themselves by going back on their words and dishonoring the bet they had agreed to. Before Lian Chengyi regained his senses, Xiaoteng looked at Duan Lingtian intently and said, Master Duan, you finally revealed your hidden skills. Senior He Shan is right. You're truly worthy of being the Taiyi Celestial Sect's chief celestial alchemist. At the same time, he took a memory celestial talisman out and tossed it over to Duan Lingtian. The memory celestial talisman clearly contained the double trait offensive movement Duke grade divine ability from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. As Duan Lingtian reached out to retrieve it, Xiaoteng turned around and said to Tan Zhengyi tonelessly, Vice Sect Leader Tan, let's go. Although he had tried his best to suppress his anger, one could still detect a hint of coldness in his seemingly apathetic tone. Yes, Sect Leader, Tan Zhengyi hastily replied. He could, naturally, sensed Xiaoteng's fury. Xiaoteng, who rarely got angry, was thoroughly infuriated at this moment. He quickly followed after Xiaoteng, who had begun to walk away. Now that Tan Zhengyi had made a move to leave, his male and female disciples, naturally, followed suit. The male disciple, Cheng Dagang, looked at Duan Lingtian before he left. The disdain in his eyes had completely vanished as he looked at Duan Lingtian warily and fearfully. After all, it did not matter if a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill was strong or weak. As long the prominent celestial alchemist wished to kill someone, there would be many powerhouses clamoring to gain favor and kill for him. Is he really younger than 100 years old? Cheng Dagang was perplexed. It was difficult for him to accept a brat who was not even 100 years old was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. The crowd obediently parted to the sides to make way for the people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. They fell silent for a moment and only resumed their conversations once the people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect faded from view. Those from the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect truly have gone out for wool but went home shorn. Not only did they fail to acquire Taiyi Celestial Sect's Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities, but they even lost their Duke grade divine ability. Although it's just a divine ability, the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect lost an extraordinary divine ability. It's a double trait Duke grade divine ability after all. It contains both offensive and defensive divine abilities. Leave that aside for now. Look at the supporting Sun Celestial Sect. I think Sect Leader Lian must feel like killing Master Guan now, right? If you ask me, I don't think he should blame Master Guan. After all, no one expected that a young man who's not even 100 years old is capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Guan Qifei felt everyone's gaze trained on him and Lian Chengyi. He, naturally, heard their words as well. He cautiously looked at Lian Chengyi only to be met with Lian Chengyi's cold eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily sent a voice transmission to Lian Chengyi to explain himself. Sect Leader, I apologize. I really don't know how he managed to refine the overarching heaven pills when he hasn't even reached the age of 100. Contrary to his words to Lian Chengyi, inwardly, he grumbled, annoyed by Lian Chengyi's gaze, I can't be held solely responsible for this matter. If you didn't want to bet, I wouldn't have been able to force you no matter how hard I try. It seems like I should leave the sun-supporting celestial sect after the alchemy conference. Fortunately, Lian Chengyi could not read Guan Qifei's mind. Otherwise, he might have killed Guan Qifei in a fit of rage. He was aware that his anger at Guan Qifei was not entirely justified. Therefore, he replied through voice transmission, Master Guan, there's no need to apologize. You're not the only one to blame her. Alas, Guan Qifei remained annoyed and ignored Lian Chengyi's good intentions and did not take Lian Chengyi's words to heart. After a short moment, Lian Chengyi said, Master Duan, you're too humble. Then, he passed a memory celestial talisman that contained the supporting Sun Celestial Sect's offensive-defensive Duke-grade celestial method to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, why don't you consider joining the supporting Sun Celestial Sect after the alchemy conference? The supporting Sun Celestial Sect is much stronger than the Taiyi Celestial Sect. We even have a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. If you're willing to join us, the supporting Sun Celestial Sect is also willing to make you our chief celestial alchemist. In fact, we'll fulfill your every wish as long as it's within our means. Upon hearing Lian Chengyi's words, Duan Lingtian did not reply through voice transmission. Instead, he openly said, Sect Leader Lian, you said if I join the supporting Sun Celestial Sect, the sect will fulfill every demand I make as long as it's within the sect's means. Master Duan, you, Lian Chengyi, naturally, did not expect Duan Ling Tian to reveal everything. His face flushed red from embarrassment, and his expression soured. At the same time, he keenly felt Xianxia's pointed gaze. Chapter 2851 Gone out for wool and come home shorn. That's right, the expression of Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, darkened when he saw the cold gaze of Xianxia, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial sect. Now that he was exposed, he could only soldier on. He said to Duan Ling Tian, "That's right. If you're willing to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect and become our sect's celestial alchemist, our sect will satisfy each of your requests as long as they're within our means." Since Duan Ling Tian had revealed his intention, there was no longer any need for him to hide his intention as well. Since he had already offended Xianxia, the matter could not possibly get any worse. Moreover, a celestial alchemist like Duan Ling Tian was a talent, a valuable asset. He was most likely just an interim revered elder of the Taiyi Celestial sect. Xianxia could not restrict Duan Ling Tian's freedom and stop Duan Ling Tian from leaving. No one could say anything even if Lian Chengyi openly invited Duan Ling Tian to join his sect. At most, people would say he valued talented people. Lian Chengyi, Xianxia bellowed as he glared at Lian Chengyi, "It's disrespectful and unbecoming of you to poach my Taiyi Celestial sect's talent right under my nose." Upon hearing that, Lian Chengyi turned to Xianxia and said, "Senior Xianxia, there's an old saying, birds pick the best tree to perch on. If Master Duan truly intends to stay in the Taiyi Celestial sect, no matter what I say or what benefits I offer, he still won't join my supporting Sun Celestial sect. If he decides to join my sect, it simply means the Taiyi Celestial sect isn't giving him enough to make him stay." Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a faint smile, "Master Duan, I've stated my offer, is there anything else you'd like to add to it?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lian Chengyi before he shifted his eyes away. "Your supporting Sun Celestial sect's master Guan's displeases me." Upon hearing this, Guan Qifei, the prominent celestial alchemist from the supporting Sun Celestial sect, who was standing next to Lian Chengyi, glared at Duan Ling Tian murderously as though he wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into a million pieces. Before Duan Ling Tian revealed his ability to refine the overarching heaven pill, he had only regarded Duan Ling Tian with contempt. Now that he had seen Duan Ling Tian's high innate talent in alchemy, he knew Duan Ling Tian had a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would die. Otherwise, when Duan Ling Tian rose in ranks later, Duan Ling Tian might look for trouble with him. As a vindictive person, he, naturally, assumed Duan Ling Tian was like him. He did not know that Duan Ling Tian did not care about him at all. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he was but a clown. Duan Ling Tian had seen the murderous glint in Guan Qifei's eyes, so he said, "Why don't you kill him for me?" Guan Qifei's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would request this as part of his condition to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect. He had been in the supporting Sun Celestial sect for many years. Based on his understanding of Lian Chengyi would definitely not hesitate to kill him if it meant Duan Ling Tian would join the supporting Sun Celestial sect. He stared at Lian Chengyi warily, his guards up. He was prepared to detonate his prominent celestial fire if it was necessary. "Impossible," Lian Chengyi sternly said. "Master Guan is one of the supporting Sun Celestial sect's revered elders. The supporting Sun Celestial sect will protect him and will never harm him. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this. Please make another request, Master Duan." "Forget it, I have no wish to force you." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. On the other hand, Guan Qifei stared at Lian Chengyi in surprise. He did not expect Lian Chengyi would take his side. This changed his view of Lian Chengyi. In fact, he was somewhat moved by this. He even felt guilty when he thought about how he had planned to leave the supporting Sun Celestial sect after the alchemy conference. With this, he let his guard down and no longer maintained his connection with his prominent grade celestial fire to detonate it at a moment's notice. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian is a cunning one. In the beginning, he had acted as though he couldn't refine the overarching heaven pill to deceive us. Guan Qifei looked at Lian Chengyi and said, "You must not believe his words." Not only Duan Ling Tian and those from the Taiyi Celestial sect were speechless, but the crowd was speechless as well when they heard Guan Qifei's words. In the first place, Duan Ling Tian did not deliberately do anything. It was their own ignorance that led them to assume someone who was not even 100 years old was not capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. I know. Lian Chengyi nodded and smiled at Guan Qifei. Master Guan, don't worry. The supporting Sun Celestial sect won't just throw you away for another prominent celestial who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Thank you, sect leader. Guan Qifei hurriedly bowed as he thanked Lian Chengyi. As he bowed, he failed to notice a cold glint that flashed in Lian Chengyi's eyes. In just a split second, two beams of gray light shot out of Lian Chengyi's eyes before they merged into the form of an eagle-like shadow. Before Guan Qifei straightened his back, the shadow landed on him. Outwardly, it did not seem to cause him any harm. However, the celestial dukes present on the scene could clearly see the eagle-like shadow had vanished into Guan Qifei's body. It's a soul attack. He Shan's eyes widened in shock. Lian Chengyi actually killed Guan Qifei for Master Duan. In just a second, Guan Qifei toppled to the ground with a crash. His body was as stiff as a statue. The sound of his body crashing to the ground was exceptionally loud due to how silent the surroundings were. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect is really vicious. Initially, most of the onlookers were confused. However, with the explanation from some of the celestial dukes, they learned about what happened. At this moment, most of them regarded Lian Chengyi with fear and wariness. Guan Qifei provoked the Taiyi Celestial sect for no reason and caused the supporting Sun Celestial sect to lose one of its precious Duke-grade celestial method. Since he's just an interim revered elder of the sect, his punishment has been halved. I've given him an easy death. Lian Chengyi explained as everyone's attention was focused on him. As the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, he was certainly not foolish. If he had openly said he had killed Guan Qifei due to Duan Ling Tian's request, he would definitely gain a terrible reputation. Everyone would think he was vile and had no morals in pursuit of benefits. Who would dare to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect as an interim revered elder at that time? In order to avoid gaining a bad reputation, he had killed Guan Qifei under the pretext that Guan Qifei had wronged the supporting Sun Celestial sect. Lian Chengyi said to Duan Ling Tian, Master Duan, since I've already killed Master Guan, I hope you'll keep your word and join the supporting Sun Celestial sect. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. His voice transmission was vastly different from what he had openly said. Upon hearing Lian Chengyi's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian openly replied, Sect leader Lian, why did you send me a voice transmission saying you killed Guan Qifei for me when you just told everyone you killed him because he caused the loss of the supporting Sun Celestial sect's Duke-grade cultivation method? Lian Chengyi looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent as he said through voice transmission, Master Duan, don't try to act dumb. If it weren't for you, do you think I'll kill Master Guan who was a prominent celestial alchemist? I don't know what you're getting at, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently through voice transmission, Sect leader Lian, you can still convince me to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect if you openly admit that you killed Master Guan for me. Master Duan, are you trying to get something from nothing? Lian Chengyi's voice was cold. He seemed like he was about to attack at any given moment. Trying to get something from nothing? Duan Ling Tian continued to say through voice transmission, where did that come from? Sect leader Lian, if you're too embarrassed to say it, I can do you a favor. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare spit out another word, the supporting Sun Celestial sect will hunt you down until you die. At this moment, Liang Chengyi finally realized Duan Ling Tian was messing with him. He took a deep breath to calm down before he said, Senior He Shan, congratulations for having such a remarkable prominent celestial alchemist like Master Duan in your sect. Goodbye. Then, he turned to leave, acting as though he had nothing to hide. He no longer openly said another word to Duan Ling Tian. After Liang Chengyi turned around, no one saw his eyes flashing murderously. He sent a last voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian before he left, Duan Ling Tian, I won't let this matter go. Chapter 2852 A Wise Xiaoteng. Duan Ling Tian did not take the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, Lian Chengyi's threat seriously. This was not his first time being threatened anyway. If he were to get frightened every time he was threatened, he would have died a long time ago. In any case, Lian Chengyi's actions had taught him a lesson. Unless one had a high worth, one's life would be constantly at stake and at the mercy of others. Duan Ling Tian had noticed the killing intent in the eyes of Guan Qifei, the former prominent celestial alchemist of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, earlier. He knew letting Guan Qifei live would only bring trouble in the future. Saying that, he did not expect Lian Chengyi, the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, to mercilessly kill Guan Qifei at his request. After all, killing Guan Qifei would affect Lian Chengyi's reputation. Since the supporting Sun Celestial sect could easily disregard the life of an interim revered elder, they, naturally, could do the same again in the future. With this, who would dare to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect? Nevertheless, Lian Chengyi's cunning and ruthlessness had surprised Duan Lingtian. Lian Chengyi had even come up with a plan and an excuse so quickly to justify his killing of Guan Qifei. Duan Lingtian knew Lian Chengyi was afraid Guan Qifei would detonate his prominent celestial fire, so Lian Chengyi had intentionally soothed and assured Guan Qifei to make Guan Qifei let his guard down. Then, Lian Chengyi had quickly killed Guan Qifei when Guan Qifei's guard was down. It was only natural for Lian Chengyi to be so cautious. If Guan Qifei had detonated his prominent grade celestial fire, at such close proximity, even powerhouses like Lian Chengyi would be in grave danger. Based on how vicious Lian Chengyi is, who knows when he would sacrifice me for the greater good of the supporting Sun Celestial sect if I really join the sect. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this fact, so he had never considered joining the supporting Sun Celestial sect at all. Moreover, he was not a fair-weather person. Since he had joined the Taiyi Celestial sect, he would not abandon the Taiyi Celestial sect as long as the Taiyi Celestial sect did not wrong or mistreat him. He left. The sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial is really decisive. He didn't even hesitate to kill Guan Qifei, a prominent celestial alchemist, just for causing trouble to the supporting Sun Celestial sect. I think there's more to it than that. It's possible that he killed Master Guan for the Taiyi Celestial sect's Master Duan, right? However, it seems unlikely as well. Otherwise, Master Duan would have joined the supporting Sun Celestial sect, and sect leader Lian wouldn't be leaving alone. He's probably just very decisive in upholding the sect's rules. Since the crowd was not privy to the voice transmission between Duan Lingtian and Lian Chengyi, most of them thought Lian Chengyi was just really strict and had killed Guan Qifei for violating the supporting Sun Celestial sect's rule. For this reason, Lian Chengyi's action did not negatively impact him and the supporting Sun Celestial sect. In fact, it made people think Lian Chengyi and the supporting Sun Celestial sect were fair. They did not even hesitate to punish an interim revered elder who was a prominent celestial alchemist. Not every sect would be able to do that. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were highly respectable. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, the supporting Sun Celestial sect was the only sect that was so decisive with its punishment. There was a small number of people who thought Guan Qifei did not deserve to die, but their voices and opinions were drowned out by the majority. Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial sect, had lived for a very long time. He could, naturally, see through Lian Chengyi's actions. He asked through voice transmission, "Master Duan, Lian Chengyi killed Guan Qifei in order to lure you over to his sect, right?" He was, in fact, slightly worried earlier that Duan Lingtian might agree to join the supporting Sun Celestial sect after Lian Chengyi killed Guan Qifei. However, although Lian Chengyi seemed outwardly calm when he had left, he could tell Lian Chengyi was furious. For this reason, he knew Lian Chengyi had failed to recruit Duan Lingtian. "You're right, old ancestor," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a faint smile on his face. "He invited me to join the supporting sect and told me he killed Guan Qifei just as I'd requested through voice transmission. However, I told him I would only join his sect if he openly admits that he killed Guan Qifei for me. He's unwilling to do that, so that's the end of it." A wide smile could be seen on Xian's face as he replied through voice transmission, "Of course, he won't admit it. Although you're a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill and has a bright future, to Lian Chengyi, his reputation and the reputation of the supporting Sun Celestial sect are more important." After that, his tone turned solemn as he said, "Nonetheless, Master Duan, Lian Chengyi will definitely put all the blame on you for today's accident. You've just created enmity between him and you." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission, "Well, he did say that he won't let this matter go," through voice transmission before he left. "He won't let this matter go?" Xian sneered. "It's just the death of a prominent celestial alchemist, and yet, he acts as though his parents had been killed. Although he's the sect leader of the supporting Sun Celestial sect, he'll still have to go through me and the Tai Celestial sect if he wants to get to you. His words were, naturally, meant to reassure Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, from now on, it's best if you don't stay too far from me. Meanwhile, the people from the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect did not disperse after arriving in their temporary residence in Alchemy City. All of them were gathered at the courtyard of the residence with Xiaoteng, the sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Without any prompt, Tan Zhengyi, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, instantly apologized as soon as they entered the courtyard. Sect leader, I'm to blame for today's incident. Please punish me. Vice sect leader Tan, you're not solely at fault today. Xiaoteng shook his head in response to Tan Zhengyi's apology. If I weren't so careless, we wouldn't have lost the Duke-grade divine ability. His eyes narrowed as he said, no one expected Duan Lingtian, a brat who's not even 100 years old, to be a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining a top-tier celestial pill like the overarching heaven pill. Tan Zhengyi sighed in relief upon hearing Xiaoteng's words. It seemed like Xiaoteng had no intention of blaming him. He hurriedly said, echoing Xiaoteng's words, yes, yes. Who would have thought someone who's not even 100 years old to be capable of refining the overarching heaven pill? What happened today showed us that we must never underestimate anyone. There's always someone who's better out there. Xiaoteng said. Sect leader. Tan Zhengyi's eyes flashed briefly when a thought appeared in his mind. Should we extend an invitation to Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect? After all, we're much stronger than the Tai Celestial sect. I'm sure he knows it's more beneficial for him to join us than staying in Tai Celestial sect. His eyes were bright when he spoke. As soon as Tang Zhengyi finished speaking, the expression of his male disciple, Chang Dagang, changed drastically. He had offended Duan Lingtian earlier. After all, it would be fine if Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tai Celestial sect, but if Duan Lingtian joined the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect, Duan Lingtian would certainly seek revenge from him. If Duan Lingtian truly intended to seek revenge from him, he was rather certain that his master, Tang Zhengyi, would not stop Duan Lingtian at all. In fact, his master might even take the initiative to send him to Duan Lingtian. He was well aware of his master's character after all. His master would do anything for the sect. Let alone a mere disciple, his master would even sacrifice himself for the sect. Contrary to Tan Zhengyi, who was excited, Xiaoteng remained indifferent to Tan Zhengyi's suggestion. Vice sect leader Tan, do you think Master Duan joined the Tai Celestial sect for the benefits Tai Celestial sect could give him? Would he choose to join the Tai Celestial sect if he's after benefits? As a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill when he's not even 100 years old, if he wants to, he'll be welcomed even in the strongest sect of the 6 southeastern regions, the profound heaven celestial sect. It's impossible for him to join our Thousand Leaves Celestial sect. Xiaoteng was clearly more rational and wiser than Tan Zhengyi and Lian Chengyi. Tan Zhengyi fell silent for a moment. It seemed like Xiaoteng was right. Upon hearing Xiaoteng's words, Chang Dagang, who was standing behind Tan Zhengyi, could not help but inwardly sigh in relief. In the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City, the incident outside Tai Celestial Sect's shop had spread like a wildfire in Alchemy City. It was only natural that it had spread to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect as well. He actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Sister Shu Chu, you're right. After hearing several people recount the incident, Liu Luo, the disciple from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at Zhou Shuchu in shock. That's right, although Zhou Shuchu had expected this outcome, she was still somewhat shocked. That purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Chapter 2853 The Alchemy Conference. Marong Bing, who was standing at the side, remained silent, but a myriad of emotions was flashing in her eyes. After a moment, she sighed inwardly as though she had recalled something. Her bright eyes dimmed as well. Meanwhile, many similar discussions could be heard in the Alchemy City of the Barren Land. Hey, did you hear that the Tai Celestial Sect is sending a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill to attend the Alchemy Conference? The Tai Celestial Sect. The Tai Celestial Sect from the Wasteland. A prominent celestial alchemist with such skills would be highly respected in the entire 6 southeastern regions in the Southern Heaven Territory. What is someone like that doing in the Tai Celestial Sect? How would I know? Anyway, that's not the shocking part. The shocking part is that the prominent celestial alchemist isn't even 100 years old. Isn't even 100 years old? Are you joking? It's already shocking that someone who isn't even 100 years old became a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. It's the truth. Many people personally witnessed him refining the overarching heaven pill. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian's name to be known in Alchemy City. Almost 90% of the people in the city knew about him. Only those who were in closed-door cultivation did not hear about him yet. Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, was a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old but was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. His innate talent in alchemy was truly shocking. In the profound heaven celestial sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City, upon receiving the news that Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined the overarching heaven pill, Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was in disbelief. He went on a tirade immediately. What? That brat from the Taiyi celestial sect who isn't even 100 years old actually refined the overarching heaven pill? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. Even if he's lucky enough to obtain a prominent celestial fire, he shouldn't have the skills to refine a top-tier pill like the overarching heaven pill. Fake news. The news is definitely fake. He had been waiting for the Taiyi celestial sect and Duan Ling Tian to humiliate themselves. Who knew they actually managed to refine the overarching heaven pill? Bai Yuzan had met Duan Ling Tian, and he had ascertained that Duan Ling Tian was truly not even 100 years old. It was unimaginable that someone who was not even 100 years old to possess the capability to refine the overarching heaven pill. He was unwilling to believe this, so he had sent some men to investigate the veracity of the news. Alas, after confirming the news was true, he had no choice but to believe it. His expression was unsightly when he confirmed the news was true. How did the Taiyi celestial sect get so lucky to recruit a talented prominent celestial alchemist like that young man? No wonder he's so arrogant. As it turns out, he's a highly skilled prominent celestial alchemist, a genius celestial alchemist. He's not even 100 years old, but he's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Bai Yuzan was well aware that such a genius talent would be highly respected by his father. If Duan Ling Tian was willing, his father would even welcome Duan Ling Tian to the profound heaven celestial sect with open arms. At that time, he could not even afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. His eyes glinted resolutely as he thought to himself, it doesn't matter if you're a genius in alchemy and can refine the overarching heaven pill. Bai Yuzan, will get that woman. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City, Duan Ling Tian, the name sounds familiar. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had also heard of the news today. She wondered inwardly, where have I heard this name before? I'm rather certain I've heard of the name of the Taiyi celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist before. At this point, it still had not dawned on her the reason why Duan Ling Tian's name sounded familiar to her was due to her sending her subordinate to hunt down and kill him in the past. She had heard the name Duan Ling Tian after her subordinate had returned to report that she had failed the mission. Duan Ling Tian was none other than the man who had taken her niece's virginity. Naturally, she was one of the very few people in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who knew Mirong Bing was her biological niece. Although everyone in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect knew their sect leader favored Mirong Bing, they assumed it was due to Mirong Bing's high and extraordinary innate talent. No one would expect that even if Mirong Bing's talent was only average, the sect leader would still favor her due to their blood relations. Similarly, the temporary residences of the other top sects of the 6th Southeastern region were in an uproar as well. No one expected a genius prominent celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old capable of refining the overarching heaven pill would appear before the alchemy conference began. This young man's future was extremely bright. There was no doubt his name would resound in the entire borderlands in the future. Even the forces in the central region of the Southern Heaven Territory would want to recruit a remarkable alchemist like Duan Ling Tian if they knew about him. A prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill might be nothing to those forces, but a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill who was not even 100 years old was a completely different story. It was not a stretch to say the major forces in the central region would compete to recruit him. Since he was able to refine the overarching heaven pill at such a young age, his future would be as boundless. As Duan Ling Tian grew more famous in Alchemy City, the Taiyi Celestial Sect shop in Alchemy City was booming in business as well. The shop was so busy, and there were so many customers that it seemed that the shop could collapse. For this reason, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing became incredibly busy. After a while, Duan Ling Tian stopped frequenting the shop as well. Although there were still many customers, there were a lot fewer customers when Duan Ling Tian was not around. Did those customers only come for Master Duan? It did not take long for Situ Ming to figure this out. Master Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill even though he's not even 100 years old. It's only natural that people are curious about him, Yang Chong said. Should we ask Master Duan to frequent the shop more often? That way, our sales will increase even more, Situ Ming suggested. However, Situ Ming's suggestion was quickly vetoed by Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing. Master Situ, are you that desperate to get rich? We're already busy as it is. If things get as busy as when Master Duan is here, I think we'll work ourselves to death, Yang Chong quickly said. No, Yu Zhongjing was as taciturn as usual. His answer was curt to the point. He did not explain himself like Yang Chong. A few days later, in the Taiyi Celestial Sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City, in the main hall, Duan Ling Tian had just consecutively sent a few groups of visiting celestial alchemists away. He could not help but grumble to Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. I thought I'd be able to get some peace and quiet after I stopped going to the shop. Who knew it would be even busier? After Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, he said to Xian, old ancestor, I can't deal with this anymore. I won't be leaving my room until it's time to attend the alchemy conference. Please receive the visitors on my behalf regardless of who they are. Just tell them I'm in closed-door cultivation. I don't care even if they say I'm arrogant. After he finished speaking, he did not even wait for Xian's reply before he left the main hall with Huaner in tow. During the past few days, a couple of dozens of celestial alchemists had come to visit Duan Ling Tian. All of them had a remarkable background or came from top sects of the 6 southeastern regions. They, naturally, came to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Someone was as talented as Duan Ling Tian was definitely worthy of respect. Many of them thought it was better to befriend him now. Once he grew famous, it would be harder to befriend him. Duan Ling Tian had no intention of meeting any of these people, but Xian had requested that he represent Taiyi Celestial Sect to receive the visitors. After a few days, Duan Ling Tian, who hated socializing, was finally done with it. After he made his intention known to Xian, he left immediately. Xian, who was currently left alone in the main hall, could only smile bitterly. If Duan Ling Tian was a normal Taiyi Celestial Sect's elder, he would have rebuked Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian was only an interim revered elder of the sect. It could be considered that Duan Ling Tian had lowered himself to stay in the Taiyi Celestial Sect when there were so many stronger sects that wanted to recruit him. Therefore, Xian thought it was only natural to accommodate Duan Ling Tian's whims and please him. Xian did not waste time and issued a statement immediately. From today onward until the start of the alchemy conference, the Taiyi Celestial Sect will no longer be receiving visitors. Please forgive us. The people from various forces who wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian out of curiosity were stopped at the entrance to Taiyi Celestial Sect's temporary residence. Time passed, and days flew by. In just a blink of an eye, the alchemy conference was about to commence. Chapter 2854. A quaint box. The alchemy conference was jointly hosted by the top factions in the 6 southeastern regions. It was organized once every 30 years, and the venue would rotate between the 6 southeastern regions. Each of the 6 southeastern regions had its own alchemy city to host the alchemy conference. Currently, it was the Barren Land's turn to host the alchemy conference. Although the marketplace was considered the heart of Alchemy City, this was only due to its location in the center of the city. The true heart of Alchemy City was closed to the public. It was also the venue of the alchemy conference. Only when the alchemy conference began would the place be open to the public. Alchemy Square. Duan Ling Tian only learned about the name of the venue of the alchemy conference from Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, before they left for the alchemy conference. Alchemy Square was located within the marketplace and was shrouded by a thick fog. Previously, he had seen that place when he was strolling around the marketplace with Huaner. At that time, Xian had only told Duan Ling Tian it was the venue of the alchemy conference but did not disclose its name since Duan Ling Tian did not ask. He also told Duan Ling Tian that the venue was shrouded by an illusory formation that was set up by the three major celestial sects of the Barren Land. The alchemy square had a wide square stone platform in the center. On the platform, a few seats were arranged facing forward, overlooking the square. When Duan Ling Tian saw the few seers on the stone platform in the center of Alchemy Square, he curiously asked, "Old ancestor, how come there are so few seats on the stone platform? I don't think they're enough for all the high-ranking officials of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions." There were only 8 seats on the stone platform. 2 seats were placed facing each of the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. There were 22 top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. There were clearly insufficient seats even if only one representative from each sect was given a seat. "Master Duan, those seats are not for us," Xian said with a smile. "The seats are reserved for the members of the Alliance of Celestial Masters." The Alliance of Celestial Masters. Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled the Alliance of Celestial Masters. It was an alliance for celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the overarching spirit heaven. After a celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman reached a certain stage, they would be able to obtain a uniform from the alliance that corresponded with their level. The Alliance of Celestial Masters were voluntarily run by celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen without any compensation. Most of the decision-makers of the alliance were sectless cultivators. Even so, not many people dared to offend the members of the Alliance of the Celestial Masters even if they were sectless cultivators, since there were many skilled celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the alliance. These skilled celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen had a wide connection. Therefore, offending a member of the alliance would definitely be detrimental. Yes, Xian nodded. Every alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions is chaired by members of the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Usually, the representatives from the alliance are supreme celestial alchemists and sectless powerhouses. Sectless powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Most of the supreme celestial alchemists from the alliance are sectless cultivators. They, naturally, have many friends who are sectless cultivators as well. When they attend the alchemy conference, those sectless cultivators would protect them, Xian explained. The powerhouses that protect the supreme celestial alchemist during the alchemy conference are quite mysterious. They range from 9 palaces celestial dukes to 10 directions celestial dukes. His expression was solemn as he spoke. 10 directions celestial dukes, 9 palaces celestial dukes. Duan Ling Tian was shocked that there were such strong powerhouses in the borderland of the Southern Heaven territory. He had thought only the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions had 9 palaces celestial dukes and 10 directions celestial dukes. Who knew there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the sectless cultivators as well? Duan Ling Tian was about to ask about the number of supreme celestial alchemists who would be attending the alchemy conference when a voice dripping with disdain rang in the air. "You want to exchange a Duke-grade celestial method or Duke-grade divine ability with this lousy empty box? You must be out of your mind." Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw the source of the voice. It was a sturdy middle-aged man. The sturdy middle-aged man was speaking to a short old man who was holding on tightly to a quaint box. Faced with the sturdy middle-aged man's provocative words, the old man calmly replied, "My grandmaster found this box in a little world left behind by a celestial lord. This is no ordinary box." The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully before he said with a sneer, "I extended my divine consciousness into your box, and I found nothing in there. Do you think I'm a fool? If I open the box and there's nothing in there, are you willing to pay me 10,000 primitive celestial stones? If you're able to open this box, I'll give it to you without asking for anything in return." The old man continued to speak calmly. "My grandmaster was an 8 trigram celestial duke before he left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area of the Southern Heaven territory. Even he could not open the box. Such a lousy old box, I wouldn't want it even if you give it to me for nothing. However, since you've asked me to open it, I'll open it for you." After taking the box from the old man, he attempted to open the old box. However, after struggling for a while, he failed to open the box. The opening did not budge at all. The middle-aged man's face flushed red. There was nothing he could do even if he was dissatisfied that he could not open the box. How's this possible? Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man and the old man's conversation had also attracted the attention of the people in the surroundings. "It's an empty box. My divine consciousness easily penetrated the box. It's true that there's nothing in there. Since it's so easy for our divine consciousness to penetrate the box, why is it so hard to open? Based on his celestial origin energy, the middle-aged man is a celestial duke, at least. This box is quite strange. Even a celestial duke can't open it. Meanwhile, Xian also extended his divine consciousness into the box in the middle-aged man's hand. He confirmed that it was, indeed, empty. It's an empty box, there's no doubt about it. He had transmitted these words to Duan Ling Tian after investigating the box out of curiosity. Upon hearing Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the box as well. He had expected to meet with some resistance, but his divine consciousness easily entered the box. Indeed, the quaint box was empty. It's really empty. At this moment, Xian stepped forward and said to the middle-aged man, "Allow me to give it a try." He was curious. Many of the onlookers recognized Xian immediately. Soon after, the crowd identified Duan Ling Tian as well. It's Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. He's the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. I saw him outside of the Taiyi celestial sect shop about 20 days ago. He's the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. Since the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect is here, Master Duan should be here as well, right? That's the prominent celestial alchemist, Master Duan. He's Master Duan. It's true he's not even 100 years old. He's a monster. After a while, everyone's attention shifted from Duan Ling Tian back to Xian, who had just taken the quaint old box into his hands. To be precise, their attention was riveted on the quaint old box in Xian's hand. "Can I give it a try?" Xian turned to look at the box's owner. "You mentioned earlier that even an 8 trigram celestial duke failed to open it." "Yes, Senior Xian," the old man replied respectfully when he found out about Xian's identity. "I know Senior Xian is an 8 trigram celestial duke. It's my honor if you're willing to try and open the box. You'll help me verify my words." Xian did not waste time and began to gather his strength to open the quaint old box after obtaining the old man's permission. The crowd was staring intently at the box in Xian's hands at this moment. It was no secret that the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect was an 8 trigram celestial duke. They were all curious if Xian would be able to open the box that the old man claimed was unopenable. Meanwhile, an ancient voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. "There's something valuable in that box, boy. You must obtain it. I will join forces with the profound divine metal to help you open the box after he wakes up. Only someone who is, at least, a celestial lord would be able to open it." Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the voice in his mind. It's the Chaos Divine Flame. Chapter 2855. I really want this box. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's voice. He instinctively replied, "Senior, I've checked with my divine consciousness. There's nothing in the box." The Chaos Divine Flame scoffed. "There are several formations on the box. Only a celestial lord or someone stronger would be able to neutralize the 3 small formations. What your divine consciousness detected is just a false image constructed by the small formations. There are 3 items in the box that can save your life. You must obtain it." Then, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice turned softer and softer as it spoke. "I'll have to sleep for now. In a month, when I wake up, I'll wake the profound divine metal up as well. At that time, the profound divine metal should have enough energy to wake up. Then, we'll join forces and help you open this box. Of course, that's only if you're able to obtain the box." After the Chaos Divine Flame's voice trailed off, it no longer responded no matter how many times Duan Ling Tian called out to it. The Chaos Divine Flame said only a celestial lord or someone stronger can see through the formations on the box and open it. This must be why everyone, including the old ancestor, can't sense anything from the box. It must be due to the 3 formations. Although the Chaos Divine Flame's words sounded crazy, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt its words. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame existed in his body now. It was part of his strength. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Flame that had entered the 3rd form and was equivalent to a prominent celestial fire that he could skillfully refine pills. Naturally, it was more extraordinary than prominent celestial fire. It was only natural that he believed the Chaos Divine Flame's words over the people in the surroundings. "I can't open it," Xian said. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. "It seems like the box has some really complex formations. Even the old ancestor who's an 8 trigram celestial duke can't open it." Duan Ling Tian heard an onlooker's words just as he regained his senses. He turned to look at He-Shan and saw He-Shan sending his celestial origin energy into the box to open it, but to no avail. He-Shan's face flushed red from the exertion. No matter how much celestial origin energy he sent into the box, it refused to open. Based on this, it was clear an 8 trigrams celestial duke was not strong enough to open the box. In fact, based on how He-Shan had struggled to open the box, perhaps, even a 9 palaces celestial duke or a 10 directions celestial duke might not be able to open it. I can't open it, He-Shan freely admitted he could not open the box. Then, he turned to look at the owner of the box and said, "This box is really complex. It's quite useful to store precious things. Thus, it can also be considered as a treasure. However, there's nothing in the box. And since the box can't be opened, the box itself is of no value. Senior He-Shan, believe it or not, my Grand Master really did obtain this box in Little World left behind by a strong celestial lord. My Grand Master wouldn't lie to me," the old man said solemnly. "I didn't say you lied." He-Shan shook his head and handed the box over to the old man. "I merely said the box is of little value. If I'm not mistaken, those weaker than celestial kings won't be able to open it at all. If it can't be opened, there's no way you can exchange it for a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability." Upon hearing He-Shan's words, the sturdy middle-aged man scoffed. "Did you hear that?" Senior He-Shan said no one would exchange their duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities for your stupid box. The old man remained silent. He was inwardly shaken. His master would not lie to him. Then, was it possible that his Grand Master lied to his master? After all, he was not familiar with his Grand Master. In fact, he had never even met his Grand Master before. He had only heard about his Grand Master from his master. Moreover, his master was only a nominal disciple of his Grand Master. His master had only learned from his Grand Master for half a month. For this reason, his master did not know much about his Grand Master as well. This old box was the only thing his Grand Master left to his master. Naturally, his master also determined there was nothing in the box. His master had always treated the box as a keepsake from his Grand Master even if there was no value to it. Since his master was killed, he decided to exchange this box for a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability to improve his strength so he could avenge his master. The old man began to doubt himself. Did Grand Master really obtain this box in a little world left behind by a strong celestial lord? After all, it was possible that his Grand Master had lied to his master to make the box seem important. Meanwhile, after listening to He-Shan's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves with voices that were dripping with contempt. This old man actually wants to use such a useless thing to exchange for a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Is he trying to scam people? There are so many dishonest people in this world. Does he really think he can deceive us? Does he think we're 3-year-olds? Only a fool will exchange a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for his box. When the old man heard the discussions in the surroundings, his face flushed red in embarrassment. "Let's leave. There's no need for us to waste our time on a liar." "Yes, let's go." The crowd was about to leave when Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and asked the old man who was about to leave as well, "What kind of duke-grade celestial method or divine ability do you want in exchange for the box?" The crowd who was about to leave came to halt immediately. All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. They, naturally, decided to stay and watch the excitement. The chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Is he going to exchange a duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the old man's useless old box? He can't be that stupid, right? I don't think he's that stupid. He's probably trying to test the old man to see how greedy he is. That's right. Who knows if the old man is audacious enough to ask for a double-trait offensive-defensive duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed something they had previously overlooked. The crowd finally saw Huaner, who was holding onto Duan Ling Tian's hand and looking at him affectionately. "Huh, isn't that woman next to Master Duan the famous peerless beauty?" "Yes, that's her." The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect had a conflict with the Taiyi celestial sect because of her. Someone said with a sigh, "She's beauty that brings disaster." In any case, her beauty is truly unrivaled. Master Duan. Due to the conversation in the surroundings, the old man knew Duan Ling Tian was the young chief celestial alchemist of Taiyi celestial sect. Moreover, he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I only want to exchange for a single trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Anything is fine except for assistive Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. Similar to the crowd, he did not think Duan Ling Tian was interested in exchanging anything with him. However, due to Duan Ling Tian's status, he did not dare to be rude and honestly answered Duan Ling Tian's question. Under everyone's baffled and horrified gaze, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Xian and said, Old ancestor, I really want this box. Can I exchange our Taiyi celestial sect's Duke-grade celestial method or one of the two divine abilities for the box? Everyone's minds were boggled when they heard Duan Ling Tian said he wanted the box. Even Xian was baffled. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Master Duan, I just said that this box. Duan Ling Tian interjected, Old ancestor, I really want this box. He looked at Xian seriously as he waited for Xian's answer. This was Xian's first time seeing Duan Ling Tian so serious. His expression changed slightly as he took a few deep breaths. Then, he finally said, Master Duan, since you insist, the Taiyi Celestial Sect and I will naturally support your decision. Chapter 2856 Box acquired. Xian, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect, was of the opinion that the old man's quaint box was not even worth a single trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. However, since Duan Ling Tian seemed eager and determined to obtain the box, he did not have the heart to refuse Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian had won a double trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability previously, there was no doubt Duan Ling Tian would continue to win precious celestial methods and divine abilities during the alchemy conference as well, contributing to the Taiyi Celestial Sect. With Duan Ling Tian's massive contribution to the sect, Xian would not object to trading a single trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the old box. Thank you, old ancestor, Duan Ling Tian smiled widely as he waited for Xian's approval. He knew Xian would not refuse him. Although he had the double trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability that he had won from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect, he could not trade them for the box since he had not memorized the content from the memory celestial talismans or mastered them yet. Since the Taiyi Celestial Sect had copies of their 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities, it would not affect the sect at all to trade them for the box. The onlookers were baffled when they saw how eager Duan Ling Tian was to obtain the box. He even insisted on trading for the box even after the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect explained that the box was worthless. They wondered what was going through Duan Ling Tian's mind. Did he go crazy? All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a fool. Does Master Duan know what he's doing? A Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability in exchange for the box. How's it worth it? Even the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect has said the box is worthless, and yet, he still insists on obtaining the box. Imbecile. Does he really believe the old man and thinks that the box came from a little world left behind by a celestial lord? Master Duan, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing opened their mouths to try and dissuade Duan Ling Tian. However, they fell silent immediately when Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at them. It was the first time they had seen Duan Ling Tian with such a solemn expression. With this, they knew they had no chance of dissuading him at all. On the other hand, Huaner only stood silently next to Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, it did not matter if everyone questioned Duan Ling Tian's judgment. She had full confidence in Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian asked her to trade her Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability for the box, she would not hesitate at all. She would do anything as long as it made him happy. Master Duan, you're not joking, right? The old man asked tentatively as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian was just trying to pull his leg. I'm not joking, Duan Ling Tian replied without beating around the bush. The Taiyi Celestial Sect has 1 Duke-grade celestial method and 2 Duke-grade divine abilities. The celestial method is a movement type, and the divine abilities are assistive type and offensive type respectively. Pick one. Master Duan, why you're really serious? The old man felt as though he was dreaming. Who could blame him? The chief celestial alchemist from the Taiyi Celestial Sect said he wanted the box that even the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect had deemed worthless. It sounded too good to be true. Duan Ling Tian became slightly impatient after being repeatedly questioned by the old man. He said with a frown on his face, I'm serious. I don't have time to joke with you. Are you going to trade or not? It's fine if you don't. I'm just curious why the box can't even be opened by a 10-direction celestial duke, that's all. When the old man realized Duan Ling Tian was serious and was getting impatient, he hastily said, yes, of course. Let's trade. Master Duan, I want the Taiyi Celestial Sect's assistive Duke grade divine ability. He looked at Duan Ling Tian nervously as though Duan Ling Tian might renege on the deal. After the old man stated his request, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xian and said, Old ancestor, I don't have the memory celestial talisman for the assistive Duke grade divine ability with me. Do you have it with you? Before coming to Alchemy City, Duan Ling Tian had only asked for the memory celestial talismans for the Duke grade celestial method and the offensive Duke grade divine ability from Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect. He did not ask for the assistive Duke grade divine ability since he had no use for it. After all, he already possessed the heaven grade elementary devouring tactic that was equally as powerful as any assistive Duke grade divine ability. If he had comprehended the Taiyi celestial sect's assistive Duke grade divine ability, who knew if by the time he had mastered it, he would have already obtained an assistive king grade divine ability. Yes, I have it. Xian nodded and passed a memory celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian took the memory celestial talisman, he did not even look at it before he handed it over to the old man. Go ahead and check it. If everything is fine, you can hand the box over to me. I trust you and Senior Xian, the old man said before handing the box over to Duan Ling Tian. He cradled the memory celestial talisman as though it was a precious gem before he began to look at the content of the memory celestial talisman. This assistive Duke grade divine ability. Thank you, Master Duan. Thank you, Senior Xian. The old man repeatedly thanked them before he finally left. However, as soon as the old man left, a few people were quick to follow after him. Needless to say, they were after the assistive Duke grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was aware of this. He cocked an eyebrow as he thought to himself, the old man must have his own ways to protect himself since he dared to publicly trade with me. Even if he's incapable of protecting it, it's his luck. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duan Ling Tian was already numb to all the killing and robbing in the world. Even if he helped the old man, it would not change the nature of the world at all. At this moment, Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Master Duan, the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect wants to meet us. He just greeted me through voice transmission. Let's go over there. He was not bothered about the box that Duan Ling Tian just obtained. After all, after investigating it, he was certain it was worthless. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian only wanted the box out of curiosity. Although it was a willful act, even if he had to exchange a Duke grade celestial method and 2 Duke grade divine abilities for the box, he would still do it to appease Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was far more valuable than the single trait Duke grade celestial method and divine abilities. Alright, Duan Ling Tian replied. With Huaner, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, the 5 of them kept up with Xian. The onlookers began to disperse as well, but they did not stop discussing among themselves. I don't understand. Why did the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect not stop him and let him have his way? Exactly, he'd already said the box is worthless, and yet, he indulged that prominent celestial alchemist. What's so surprising about that? Don't forget, Master Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill even though he's not even 100 years old. It's nothing to sacrifice a single trait Duke grade divine ability to please someone like Master Duan. That's right, half a month ago, Master Duan had won a double trait Duke grade celestial method and a double trait Duke grade divine ability from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect. If the Taiyi celestial sect slights him, do you think they'll be able to obtain the double trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability? Chapter 2857 The Arhat of the Blissful Sect. As they followed Xian, the old ancestor of Taiyi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian could hear the discussions in his surroundings, but he paid them no heed. He believed the chaos divine flame would not deceive him. The contents of the box are equivalent to 3 life-saving talismans. You must acquire the box. These were the words of the chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian speculated that the chaos divine flame was aware that they were in a place where celestial dukes and other strong powerhouses were abundant. The contents of the box would probably help him if he were to run into trouble with any celestial dukes. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the box's content can only be seen by celestial lords or those who are stronger. If that's the case, the contents must pose a threat to celestial kings as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he looked at the old quaint box again. He was eager to see the mysterious contents in the box. Senior He Shan. A familiar voice rang out and pulled Duan Ling Tian back to his senses. When he looked up, he discovered, under the lead of He Shan, they had already arrived in front of a group of people. The leader of the other group was a tall and muscular middle-aged man with a sloppy appearance. He had a face full of beard. Contrary to his appearance, his robe was spotlessly clean. His bearing and aura indicated that he had a high status. This man was none other than Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian recognized Chai Kong Yu immediately. After all, including this time, this was their third meeting. The first time they had met was outside the entrance of the little world, the second time was when he had exited the little world, and today was their third meeting. Sect leader Chai, it's been a long time since we last met, He Shan said with a smile. I didn't expect you to personally lead the people of your sect here. I had assumed Teng Yunshan would lead the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's party to attend the alchemy conference since he had come out of his closed-door cultivation. Teng Yunshan was an 8-trigram Celestial Duke from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He was also known as the Golden Buddha. He was also the father of Teng Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who had a conflict with Duan Ling Tian in the past. Teng Qing was eventually killed by Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Due to Teng Qing's death, Teng Yunshan came out of his closed-door cultivation. He had visited the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's estate previously, and Duan Ling Tian had detected Teng Yunshan's hostility, but he had no idea why Teng Yunshan was hostile toward him. The old ancestor has entered closed-door cultivation again, that's why I led the group here. I didn't expect Senior He Shan to personally lead the group from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect as well. I had expected sect leader Bai Ping to come instead, Chai Kong Yu replied with a smile. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. He smiled and greeted Duan Ling Tian as though they were old friends. Master Duan, we meet again. Sect leader Chai. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly out of courtesy in response. Previously, I had wondered why Master Situ and the others had willingly acknowledged you as the chief celestial alchemist of Tai Yi Celestial Sect. It's no wonder since you're not even 100 years old, but you're a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, Chai Kong Yu said with a sigh. I'm so envious of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect that they have you as an interim revered elder. Sect leader Chai, you're flattering me, Duan Ling Tian replied modestly. Master Duan, you're being too modest. Even the two revered elders from our sect want to meet you. Chai Kong Yu began to introduce the two men standing behind him to Duan Ling Tian. They were both revered elders and prominent celestial alchemists of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, they did not dare to put on airs in front of Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had not even reached the age of 100, but he was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. The two prominent celestial alchemists from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect were in the midst of getting acquainted with Duan Ling Tian when a woman's voice rang in the air. Greetings, Senior He Shan, sect leader Chai. The woman's voice sounded rather familiar to Duan Ling Tian, so he instinctively turned around to look. He saw a green-clad lady leading a group of people over. The green-clad lady was none other than Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. It did not take long for him to discover that Zhou Shuchu was among the party of people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. As soon as Zhou Shuchu arrived, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, Liu Luo told me she had met you and told you that Binger is also in Alchemy City. Why didn't you look for Binger? Before Duan Ling Tian proved his capability of refining the overarching heaven pills, Zhou Shuchu knew it would not be wise for him to look for Murong Bing since the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect would kill him for taking away Murong Bing's virginity. However, with Duan Ling Tian's status and skills now, he was more than capable of negotiating with the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect to see Murong Bing. In fact, if Duan Ling Tian was willing to join the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, the sect might even be willing to allow a marriage between him and Murong Bing. This is my business, and I have my own plans. I wouldn't be bothered with it if I were you, third miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Ling Tian responded indifferently through voice transmission and no longer paid any attention to her. Zhou Shuchu was left stewing over this matter on her own. Master Duan, Jian Chu Luo greeted Duan Ling Tian warmly and courteously. Similar to Chai Kong Yu, their sudden change in attitude was due to their discovery that Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill even though he had not even reached the age of 100. His future would be limitless if he managed to obtain a supreme celestial fire in the future. Who would not seize the opportunity to befriend such a person? Sect leader Jian, Duan Ling Tian greeted Jian Chu Luo with a smile. Then, Jian Chu Luo began to introduce the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to Duan Ling Tian. Just like the prominent celestial alchemists from the martial dragon celestial sect, the three of them were modest in front of Duan Ling Tian and were humbled by his skills. Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see an old lady who seemed to be in her 70s among the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. While Duan Ling Tian was busy chatting with the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, a condescending voice rang from behind him. So, you're Duan Ling Tian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect in the wasteland. Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the voice, therefore, he deduced the speaker was a stranger. Based on the stranger's tone, he was clearly arrogant and thought he was above everyone else. After a beat, he decided to ignore the stranger and continued his conversation with the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Alas, their conversation was disrupted. The three prominent celestial alchemists were clearly distracted, their eyes contained a hint of fear as they stared at the stranger standing behind Duan Ling Tian. One of the prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect kindly reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Master Duan, this is the Arhat of Blissful Sect. Arhat, what's an Arhat? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the Blissful Sect. The first little world he had entered was left behind by a celestial king from the Blissful Sect. However, this was his first time hearing about an Arhat. Arhat is a title given by the Blissful Sect to a person they had chosen to be their next sect leader, the prominent celestial alchemist from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect explained via voice transmission. Seeing the atmosphere had turned heavy when Duan Ling Tian ignored the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, Hishan quickly said to dispel the tension, "You're the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. I wonder why you're looking for Master Duan." Chapter 2858 The Strongest Nine Palaces Celestial Duke in the Six Southeastern Regions. Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, took the initiative to greet the Arhat of the Blissful Sect out of courtesy. However, his greeting was rather casual. His attitude was similar to how he treated Bai Yuzan, the young master of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, previously. He was the strongest person and a key figure of the Taiyi celestial sect. It would be absurd for him to bow down to a junior even if the Arhat was from a stronger sect. The Arhat of the Blissful Sect was a young monk wearing a silver kasaya with 9 ordination scars on his head and a mole on his glabella. The young monk had pleasant facial features and could be considered handsome if he had grown his hair out. However, the young monk carried an arrogant and domineering air that made him look unfriendly and unapproachable. The young monk asked, "So you're Hishan, the 8 trigrams celestial duke of the Taiyi celestial sect?" "Yes, I'm Hishan," Hishan replied coldly. He was, naturally, displeased that the young monk had addressed him without using a title. It was a disrespectful gesture, after all. He had long heard about the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, but this was his first time meeting the Arhat of the Blissful Sect. "Since you're here, that's great. The Blissful Sect wants the Taiyi celestial sect to hand Duan Ling Tian over," the Arhat of the Blissful Sect bluntly said. "Naturally, you're allowed to refuse. However, you'll have to bear the consequence. Please bear that in mind before you decide." He blatantly threatened Hishan and looked at Hishan condescendingly, clearly unafraid of Hishan. Upon hearing the threats from the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, Hishan burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" the Arhat of the Blissful Sect grimly said as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. When his laughter finally subsided, Hishan looked at the Arhat of the Blissful Sect and said, "If others no one mentioned you're the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, I would have a hard time believing it. I can't believe the people from the Blissful Sect are so blind to have chosen a brat like you to be the Arhat. Although the Taiyi celestial sect is not as powerful as the Blissful Sect, we're still one of the top sects in the 6 southern regions. In terms of seniority, you're a few generations younger than me. Upon meeting me, You disrespected me even though I'm your senior. That's fine and all, but you even threatened me. Do you honestly think I'll be scared by your threats? A sneer and a disdainful expression could be seen on his face when he spoke. Although the blissful sect was a force to be reckoned with, the Arhat of the blissful sect was not someone Xian was afraid of. You, the Arhar of the blissful sect, was infuriated, temporarily rendered speechless. He was about to leap into a fit of rage when a mellow voice rang in the air. Fenrir, why are you here alone? Soon thereafter, a middle-aged monk wearing a golden kasaya leading 5 people appeared. An old monk among the group of 5 seemed to hold the highest rank. The remaining 4 people must be the prominent celestial alchemists from the blissful sect. Grand Master, the Arhat of the blissful sect stepped forward and greeted with a bright smile on his face. His arrogance from earlier had vanished without a trace. After that, the newly arrived people from the blissful sect walked toward the groups of people from the Tai celestial sect, the martial dragon celestial sect, and the thousand spiders celestial sect. Greetings, Senior Lian, Chai Kong Yu and Jian Chu Luo, the sect leaders of the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect respectively, were the firsts to greet the middle-aged monk. Their tones were respectful. Based on this, it was clear the middle-aged monk's status was high. The middle-aged nodded faintly in response to Jian Chu Luo and Chai Kong Yu before he turned to look at Xian. Xian, do you feel a sense of accomplishment putting on airs in front of a junior? Xian's expression turned grave when the middle-aged monk appeared. Upon hearing the middle-aged monk's words, he feigned a joking tone and said, "So, this Arhat is your grand disciple?" Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Xian curiously. Xian did not back down, nor was he subservient when faced with Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, and the Arhat of the blissful sect. This was the first time he saw Xian being tolerant of someone. Who on earth was this middle-aged monk? The good-looking middle-aged monk's eyes were cold, causing an ominous feeling to rise in Duan Ling Tian's heart. After a moment, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he recalled Satu Ming's words to him during their journey to the alchemy city in the barren land. Lian, that's right, Master Satu had mentioned that Lian is the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southern regions. Lian was one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect and was widely regarded as the most powerful 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southern regions. The other old ancestor of the blissful act was a 10 directions celestial duke, the only known existing 10 directions celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. Xian, are you displeased with the blissful sect's current choice of Arhat? In fact, I'm the one who personally selected Fenrir as the Arhat of the blissful sect. What was it you said about the blissful sect blind for choosing Fenrir as the Arhat of blissful sect? Do you think you have a better insight? Lian said in a displeased tone as slowly approached the people from the Tai celestial sect. Brother Lian, Xian was about to explain himself when Lian scoffed as a powerful gust of wind surged out of his body and swept toward the people from the Tai celestial sect, catching them off guard. However, when the wind was about to land on the people of the Tai celestial sect, it suddenly turned into a gentle breeze. It was clear that Lian deliberately displayed his fine control of his strength to show how he could manipulate it as he wished. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, the breeze had already dissipated. Suddenly, he heard a painful grunt and turned to look instantly. He saw Xian holding one hand to his eyes as blood trickled down his arm. "Thank you for being merciful, Brother Lian," Xian said. He removed his hand from his eye, revealing a bloody and disfigured eye. His left eye had been blinded. Although Xian had thanked Lian for showing mercy, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the rage brewing in the depth of Xian's right eye. What a joke. How could it be possible for one to sincerely thank the person who blinded one's eye? Xian had only said such words as to not escalate the matter further. "Indeed, I'm being merciful for not blinding both your eyes," Lian said flippantly. So this is the strength of a 9 palaces celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Even Xian, an 8 trigrams celestial duke, could not retaliate after being blinded. This made Duan Ling Tian acutely aware of how formidable 9 palaces celestial dukes were. In the 6 southern regions, rumors had been going around for years that the next person to become a 10 directions celestial duke would most likely be Lian. This is a world where the strong are revered. Although there might be some strong powerhouses secretly guarding the Tai celestial sect, as long as the enemies don't cross the boundaries, the powerhouses wouldn't interfere. Moreover, who knows if the blissful sect has powerhouses secretly guarding their sect as well? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chapter 2859 The Duan Clan of the Crimson Sky. It was at this moment that Duan Ling Tian deeply felt the insignificance of his existence in the Devata realm, the overarching spirit heaven. A 9 palaces celestial duke like Lian, one of the old ancestors of the blissful sect, could easily crush him like an ant. Moreover, there were other mighty powerhouses such as celestial emperors and celestial lords whom he had yet to encounter. I'm still too weak. I need to find a way to break through and become a celestial duke as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. After witnessing how Xianxia, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, had to submit like a tamed cat in front of Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, he was overwhelmed by a sense of crisis. After all, Xianxia was currently his strongest supporter. Meanwhile, the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect, including their sect leaders, remained silent from the beginning until now. Even if the 2 sect leaders were blinded by Lian, they still would have accepted it without retaliating. In the Devata realms, the strong ones were revered, and the weak could only be subservient to survive. Lian, whose displeased expression had vanished, looked at Duan Ling Tian as a smile bloomed on his face. So you're Master Duan from the Taiyi celestial sect? Yes, I am. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Inwardly, he sighed at the attention his new reputation had brought him. Currently, everyone knew he was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, even though he had not even reached the age of 100. Even the vicious Lian who had just blinded Xianxia was smiling at him and treating him politely. Lian maintained the smile on his face as he bluntly asked, Master Duan, are you interested to join our blissful sect? If Duan Ling Tian did not witness how ruthless Lian had treated Xianxia earlier, he would have assumed Lian was an amiable and modest monk. He replied, Senior Lian, I'm afraid I won't be staying for long in the 6 southeastern regions. After the end of the alchemy conference, I plan to leave the 6 southeastern regions for the central area of the southern heaven territory. It's been quite some time now, it's time for me to return, Duan Ling Tian said. Upon hearing the last part of Duan Ling Tian's words, Xianxia, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing were shocked. Only Huaner remained calm and unsurprised. Lian asked in shock as well, You're returning to the central area? Master Duan, do you mean you're F from the central area? Your clan is based in the central area? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded and said with a straight face, There's a rule in our clan, before the direct descendants reach the age of 100. We must leave the central area to train and prove ourselves in the borderlands before we're allowed to return to the clan. I plan to make a name for myself during the alchemy conference before returning to the clan. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was only making this up. He had to come up with a fake identity that would make Lian wary. Even if Lian did not completely believe his story, Lian would still think twice before attacking him. Since it carried with it a certain risk, Lian certainly would not feel it was worth it to take such a risk. Before Lian could speak again, Duan Ling Tian turned to the people from the Taiyi celestial sect and looked at them apologetically as he said, Old Ancestor, Master Situ, Master Yang, Master Yu. I'm sorry I concealed all of this from you and didn't tell you about my plans of leaving the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Chai Kong Yu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect, did not give a chance for the people of the Taiyi celestial sect to speak as he exclaimed, As it turns out, Master Duan is from a big clan in the central area. It's just as I've said, how's it possible for there to be a prominent celestial alchemist under the age of 100 who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill in the borderlands? In fact, when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's capabilities, he had been worried about a shift of power in the wasteland. Now that he learned Duan Ling Tian would be leaving the borderlands after the alchemy conference, he was, naturally, relieved. Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, felt the same way as Chai Kong Yu as well. He's from the central area. That makes a lot of sense. It's no surprise he's so talented if he's from the central area. After all, he hasn't even reached the age of 100, but he's already become a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Zhou Shuchu was also shocked to learn that Duan Ling Tian was from the central area of southern heaven territory. Although she knew about the affairs between him and her best friend, Mirong Bing, she was clueless about his background. Furthermore, his strength and cultivation base are extraordinary. He's also a great overarching golden celestial before he reaches the age of 100 and managed to survive after entering the little world. I bet such a genius is also rare in the central area of the southern heaven territory. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she was. What kind of clan could produce such a talent? Duan Ling Tian had to be the clan's most cherished treasure. There must be many incredibly strong powerhouses secretly protecting him, right? Zhou Shuchu instinctively scanned her surroundings, feeling as though they were under surveillance. Lian narrowed his eyes and asked skeptically, Master Duan, you're from the central area. May I know which clan in the central area you're from? Then, he continued to say, the previous ancestors of the blissful sect regularly ventured between the central area of the southern heaven territory and the 6 southeastern regions before they became celestial kings. Therefore, our sect has many records regarding the central area, including a list of powerful forces in the central area. I like reading, so I've read through many of the records. Who knows if I've read about your clan as well? Duan Ling Tian knew Lian was suspicious, but he calmly replied, I come from the Duan clan of the Crimson Sky. The Duan clan of the Crimson Sky. Duan Ling Tian had heard from Situ Ming that powerful clans in the central area would include their birthplaces as part of their clans' names. He was from the mundane realm, and he was born in a small town in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. That was how he had come up with the Duan clan of the Crimson Sky. Duan Ling Tian asked, have you heard of my clan, Senior Lian? No, Lian shook his head before he said with a smile, the central area is vast. Although my predecessors had been to the central area, it's impossible for them to know all the clans there. However, it seems like the Duan clan of the Crimson Sky isn't one of the top 10 famous clans in the central area. Duan Ling Tian replied, of course. The Duan clan of the Crimson Sky is not comparable to the top 10 clans in the central area. He had heard about the top 10 clans in the central area from Hishan. The clans had closed relations to the titled celestial lord who was in control of the central area. Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as though he was trying to read Duan Ling Tian's mind as he said, perhaps, Master Duan's clan isn't comparable to the top 10 clans in the central area. However, I believe your clan can't be an ordinary clan either. After all, your clan has a genius like you. Master Duan, I believe you must have a high cultivation base as well, right? It was clear he was trying to extract as much information as he could from Duan Ling Tian. After all, no one could say for sure if Duan Ling Tian was lying about his identity and origin. Moreover, based on the reactions of Hishan and 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, they were clearly unaware that Duan Ling Tian was from the central area as well. Before anyone could reply, Chai Kongyu chimed in, Master Lian, Master Duan is not only gifted in alchemy, but his cultivation base is high as well for his age. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Despite his outward appearance, Lian was inwardly shocked. Although the blissful sect had many great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old, none of them were also prominent celestial alchemists who could refine the overarching heaven pill. How was it possible for one person to be skilled in alchemy and also cultivation? Chapter 2860. Not even celestial kings can open it. In Li An's opinion, even if a celestial alchemist did not completely forsake cultivating for alchemy, it would still greatly affect his or her advancement in cultivation. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face as he asked, Master Duan, why you're also a great overarching golden celestial? As a 9 palaces celestial duke, Lian had discovered earlier that his divine consciousness could not probe Duan Ling Tian's soul. Therefore, he was unable to determine Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. He did not think much about it since there were many cultivation methods that could prevent others from investigating the cultivators with their divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian chuckled and feigned a hint of contempt in his tone as he spoke, great overarching heaven golden celestial. Then, he deliberately extended his divine consciousness and revealed his soul aura that was concealed by the profound divine metal. Upon feeling Duan Ling Tian's soul aura, the people from the 4 major sects quickly extended their divine consciousness to probe his aura. What they discovered shocked them to their cores. A profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He's a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Heavens, is he even human? Master Duan is a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Unbelievable. The people of the Taiyi celestial sect were similarly shocked to discover Duan Ling Tian was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. They had always thought of Duan Ling Tian as a highly talented prominent celestial alchemist and assumed he was a great overarching golden celestial. How could they not be shocked to discover he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He was not even 100 years old. A profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Jian Chu Luo was astonished. A profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't even reached the age of 100. Thank the heavens he's not staying in the Taiyi celestial sect for long. Otherwise, the position of the martial dragon celestial sect as one of the top sects in the wasteland would be threatened. Chai Kong Yu was shocked and relieved at the same time. In any case, both the sect leaders of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect respectively were glad and relieved that Duan Ling Tian had no plans to stay in the Taiyi Celestial Sect for long. Meanwhile, an incredulous expression could be seen on the face of Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. How's this possible? He's also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Is he really from the central area? Impossible. If he's a direct descendant of one of the clans in the central area, would he be lacking Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities? He had to use the Taiyi Celestial Sect's Duke-grade divine ability to exchange for a useless box earlier. The more he thought about it, the less frightened and threatened he felt. However, a sense of unease rose in his heart when he saw the delighted expression on the face of Lian, his grandmaster. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a rare genius. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years, but he was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill, and he was also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, he decided to cast suspicion on Duan Ling Tian. He said in a light tone, "Your alchemy skills and cultivation base are, indeed, extremely remarkable. However, it doesn't prove you're from one of the clans in the central area. After all, if what you said is true, you shouldn't be lacking Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, right? However, earlier, it seemed like you needed to ask the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect for the sect's Duke-grade divine ability to exchange for a useless box." A sneer appeared on his face as soon as he finished speaking. He had convinced himself that he had successfully exposed Duan Ling Tian's lie. Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at Ji Fan briefly before he looked away. He said, "The direct descendants of the Duan clan of Crimson Sky are required to obtain and master the celestial methods and divine abilities from the outside world before returning to the clan. This has always been our clan's tradition. It seems like the arhat of the blissful sect doesn't believe that I'm from the central area. In any case, whether you believe it or not, it's none of my business." Then, he turned to Lian and calmly said, "Senior Lian, it seems like the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect is right. It seems like the arhat you've chosen for the blissful sect is not qualified at all." He Shan's expression changed slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. These words had caused him to be blinded by Lian. By repeating his words, was Duan Ling Tian trying to provoke Lian? He prayed inwardly, "I hope Lian wouldn't act recklessly before he confirms Master Duan's identity and background. If Duan Ling Tian was truly from a clan in the central area, and he met with a mishap today, it might be disastrous for the Taiyi Celestial Sect as well." After all, Duan Ling Tian was under the Taiyi Celestial Sect's protection while he was in the borderlands. The people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were looking at Lian in suspense. Was Duan Ling Tian going to lose an eye as well? While the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect were anxious, the people from the other sect were just curious about Duan Ling Tian's fate. Is he mad? Why would he provoke Lian when his identity isn't proven? Zhou Shuchu was worried about Duan Ling Tian putting himself in danger. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Lian looked at each other calmly and silently. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian's confidence convinced Lian somewhat of his identity. In the end, Lian said with an unnatural smile, "Master Duan must be joking. To be honest, this grand disciple of mine has his merits and capabilities as well." Lian's reaction was a huge relief to the people from the Taiyi Celestial Sect. It seemed like Lian dared not attack Duan Ling Tian, at least not until he could determine Duan Ling Tian's identity and background. Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Master Duan, I heard you used a Duke-grade divine ability to exchange for a box. Can I have a look at the box?" He had heard the box was worthless and empty. Even He Shan had confirmed it. The strange thing was even He Shan, an 8 trigrams celestial duke, was unable to open the box. Thus, Lian was curious. Even if it was just a worthless and empty box, it was worth taking a look at the box that even Xian could not open. Yes, of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his hand to pass the box to Lian. Although the box is empty, I think it's not an ordinary box since even an 8 trigrams celestial duke is unable to open it. After returning to the central area, I plan to ask the celestial kings in my clan to try and open the box. With their cultivation bases, they might be able to open the box, Duan Lingtian said. His expression remained unchanged as he uttered that bald-faced lie. As it turns out, Master Duan wanted the box not just out of curiosity. Realization dawned on Xian and the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect. The people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect were not around earlier, so they did not know about the box. What box is it? A box that even an 8 trigrams celestial duke can't open. After Situ Ming explained what had happened, they finally had a grasp of what had happened earlier. At the same time, they extended their divine consciousness into the box that was currently in Lian's hands. Indeed, the box was empty. At this moment, Lian mobilized his celestial origin energy and attempted to open the box with all his might. Alas, the box remained tightly shut. Then, he returned the box to Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, even a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't be able to open this box. In fact, even ordinary celestial kings might not be able to open it. Ji Fan scoffed at this moment. He openly mocked Duan Lingtian. Only a fool would exchange a duke-grade divine ability for a box that can't be opened. Arhat, mind your words. It might bring you trouble, Duan Lingtian said lightly as he slowly turned to glance at Ji Fan. Chapter 2861 The Reunion with Murong Bing. Are you threatening me? Ji Fan looked incredulous. As the Arhat of the Blissful Sect, this was his first time being threatened. Well, you can consider it as a threat if you want. As the future sect leader of the Blissful Sect, you should be responsible for your words and actions. You might get yourself killed and bring trouble to the Blissful Sect, Duan Lingtian said confidently. Lian's expression soured as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He scoffed as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, Master Duan, are you saying that if Fanur were to offend you, not only will you attack him, but you'll attack the Blissful Sect as well? The Blissful Sect must be held responsible as well since they have chosen him as the next sect leader, Duan Lingtian said, seemingly unafraid. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian intently, trying to read Duan Lingtian's expressions and movements. He was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian were to show the slightest sign of lying. However, Duan Lingtian remained poised and confident. Therefore, Lian did not attack Duan Lingtian even though he did not 100% believe Duan Lingtian was from the central area. In any case, it was better to be prudent. After all, if Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, he would definitely bring disaster to the Blissful Sect if he killed Duan Lingtian. Since it was just a slight conflict, it was better for him to just disregard this matter. In the end, he only scoffed and gave Duan Lingtian a pointed look before he said, Fanur, let's go. Then, Lian left with Ji Fan and the others from the Blissful Sect. Grandmaster, do you really believe him? Ji Fan asked, clearly frustrated. No, Lian shook his head. I don't believe him. However, unless we're certain he's lying, it's unnecessary to take the risk. I'll send a communication celestial talisman back to the sect and ask the sect leader to send someone to investigate his background. I'll search through the entire wasteland to find out everything about him if that's what it takes. If he's really from the Duan clan of the Crimson Sky in the central area, then I'll let the matter go. However, if I find out he's lying, I'll definitely kill him. Lian said murderously, clearly enraged by Duan Lingtian's act of threatening Ji Fan. Ji Fan's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he turned back to look at Duan Lingtian from afar. I hope you're not lying, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, once we find out the truth, you'll die. After the people from the Blissful Sect left, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect shifted their attention back to Duan Lingtian. They were still in shock that Duan Lingtian had such an extraordinary background. Master Duan, forgive us for being unaware of your identity. Chai Kong Yu and Jian Chu Luo, the respective sect leaders of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, were even more courteous toward Duan Lingtian now. Unlike Lian and Ji Fan, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill and was also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though he had not reached the age of 100. These were remarkable feats. A person like him must be rare even in the central area of the southern heaven territory. How could they not believe him? At this moment, Chai Kong Yu's eyes suddenly lit up when he noticed something in the distance. Master Duan, Senior Hishan, Sect Leader Jian, I see some of my acquaintances, I'm going over to greet them. Farewell. He quickly excused himself and left with his disciples. Then, one of the prominent celestial alchemists from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect said, Sect Leader, the people from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers Sect are here. A group of 10 people, comprised of women, had just arrived in the alchemy square. The leader was a beautiful woman. Standing at her back were 3 old women, 2 middle-aged women, 3 young women, and a young girl. The young girl who was dressed in a green robe began to look around curiously as soon as they arrived. At this moment, Huaner suddenly asked, Brother Ling Tian. Isn't that the girl I met previously? The green-clad girl was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Previously, she had visited the Tai Yi Celestial Sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City to verify that Huaner was, indeed, more beautiful than Marong Bing, her senior sister. Meanwhile, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Situ Ming, and Yang Chong had seen Liu Luo as well. It's that young miss. Yang Chong smiled wryly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was staring at the young woman who was standing next to Liu Luo. The young woman seemed to be engrossed in a conversation with Liu Luo. The woman wore a simple purple robe. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched, and her skin was radiant and unblemished. She had a wasp waist as well. She wore a translucent veil to cover the lower half of her face, but her bright eyes and elegant air were enough to make the surroundings pale in comparison. The translucent veil on her face that barely concealed her appearance filled men with the urge to remove it. She was so charming and beautiful even with the veil on, one could only imagine how much more beautiful she would be if she took her veil off. It's her. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian instantly recognized Marong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and the woman whom he had sex with before. She was dressed exactly the same as when he first met her. Meanwhile, Marong Bing who was talking to Liu Luo felt Duan Ling Tian's eyes on her. She turned to look at him, and their eyes met. A tingling sensation akin to a jolt of electricity ran through her body. She unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Third senior sister. Liu Luo knew something was amiss when she discovered Marong Bing had suddenly stopped moving. She followed the direction of Marong Bing's gaze and discovered Duan Ling Tian and Marong Bing staring at each other. That's why she's distracted. It's all because of this womanizer. Liu Luo thought to herself. After learning about what happened, she was of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian was irresponsible, unreliable, and had failed his duty as a man. It did not take long before the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, who was in the lead, discovered Marong Bing and Liu Luo had stopped moving. She looked at them and asked in confusion, Binger, Liu Luo, why aren't you? She trailed off when she saw the expression on Marong Bing's face. She had seen this expression before on the face of her twin sister, who was also Marong Bing's mother. Her sister would have this expression whenever she thought about the man she loved. She followed the direction of Marong Bing's gaze and saw Duan Ling Tian. It's him. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect's expression changed drastically as soon as she saw Duan Ling Tian. She did not expect to see the man from the portrait that she had previously seen. She had sent an elder to kill this man previously for defiling her beloved niece. The elder who had returned to the sect after failing her mission had shown her a portrait of the man and told her his name was Duan Ling Tian. No wonder I found the name Duan Ling Tian familiar. He's the one who took Binger's virginity. So he's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. She had already heard about Duan Ling Tian, and now that she had seen the people from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect with him, it was not difficult to figure out he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect who had recently become famous in Alchemy City. Chapter 2862 Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect was looking at Duan Ling Tian, her eyes gleamed with killing intent. No, Zhou Shuchu exclaimed inwardly, and her face paled. It was obvious to her that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had detected something amiss through Murong Bing's expression when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect must have heard about him from the elder she sent to kill him. Perhaps, when the sect leader heard the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect was called Duan Lingtian, she did not make the connection that it was the same man who had taken Murong Bing's virginity. However, now that the sect leader had seen Murong Bing's expression as she gazed at Duan Lingtian, there was no doubt the sect leader had made the connection with her intelligence. Worried that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would kill Duan Lingtian at lightning speed, Zhou Shuchu quickly called out through voice transmission, Junior and Nangong. After all, she knew if Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, made a move to kill Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he Shan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial sect, could do since Nangong Shu was a 9 palaces celestial duke. Although Nangong Shu was slightly weaker than Lian, the old ancestor of Blissful sect, who was also a 9 palaces celestial duke, she was still stronger than he Shan. Zhou Shuchu's master and Murong Bing's master, Wang Danfeng, had a good relationship and would refer to each other as sisters. They had wandered the outside world in their early years together. For this reason, Zhou Shuchu addressed Nangong Shu as junior aunt. Since Wang Danfeng was slightly older than Nangong Shu, Murong Bing would address Wang Danfeng as junior aunt as well. Nangong Shu was successfully distracted by Zhou Shuchu's voice transmission. When she looked at Zhou Shuchu, the killing intent flashing in her eyes had disappeared. She smiled and said, "Little Shuchu, you're here as well." Junior Aunt Nangong, I assume you're aware that Master Duan from the Taiyi Celestial sect is B. Bingers, man. Zhou Shuchu asked tentatively through voice transmission. You're aware of Binger's matter as well. Nangong Shu narrowed her eyes that were flashing with killing intent again and bluntly said, "You're right. It doesn't matter if he's a member of the Taiyi Celestial sect, I'll kill him today." Upon noticing this, Zhou Shuchu hastily said through voice transmission, "Junior Aunt Nangong, if you don't want disaster to fall on the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, it's better to leave him alone." "What do you mean?" Nangong Shu looked at Zhou Shuchu apprehensively. "Little Shuchu, are you trying to scare your junior aunt in order to protect him?" "Junior Aunt Nangong, I might lie to you, but my senior sister definitely won't lie to you. You can verify my words with her later. You can even verify it with the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect." Zhou Shuchu smiled wryly. Zhou Shuchu's senior sister was Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Then, Zhou Shuchu quickly recounted what happened earlier with the people from Blissful sect and Duan Lingtian's background. Lian actually held back. The killing intent in Nangong Shu's eyes vanished and was replaced with a hint of fear after she heard Zhou Shuchu's words. She knew Lian's character very well. Unless he really believed there was a high chance Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, Lian definitely would not have held back. When she calmed down slightly, she asked through voice transmission again, how did he prove his identity and background? "He did no such thing," Zhou Shuchu replied. Nangong Shu frowned. "He didn't have evidence to prove his identity. Based on what I know about Lian, he definitely wouldn't hold back unless he was presented with irrefutable evidence. In fact, there's no need for him to present evidence to prove his identity. After all, it's impossible for someone like him who's highly skilled in alchemy and also possesses a high cultivation base to come from an ordinary background," Zhou Shuchu replied. "High cultivation bases? I heard about his skills in alchemy. He's a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill even though he hasn't even reached the age of 100. It would be amazing enough even if he's just a great overarching golden celestial," Nangong Shu said. "Earlier, he revealed his cultivation base to us. Apart from being a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill, he's also a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Zhou Shuchu replied, Profound overarching heaven supreme celestial." Nangong Shu widened her eyes in shock. She tried to extend her divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Junior Aunt, he has a way to conceal his cultivation base. We were only able to confirm his cultivation base because he intentionally let us sense his soul aura," Zhou Shuchu quickly said as though she already knew beforehand that Nangong Shu would try to investigate Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. While Zhou Shuchu was conversing with Nangong Shu through voice transmission, Mirong Bing, who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian, returned to her senses. She quickly pulled Liu Luo along to catch up with the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She discovered her sect leader and her aunt, Nangong Shu, had stopped moving and was looking at Zhou Shuchu, her best friend. She frowned, worried. It was clear they were both communicating through voice transmission about Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally greeted Mirong Bing through voice transmission. It's been a long time since we last met. However, Mirong Bing did not respond to Duan Ling Tian until she saw him taking 2 strides in her direction. Her face, hidden under the veil, turned pale immediately. She hastily warned him through voice transmission. Don't come over. Mirong Bing's sudden warning caused Duan Ling Tian to instinctively stop in his tracks. He smiled and said through voice transmission, "You're willing to speak to me now. If you don't want to die, don't come over." Mirong Bing said coldly. Moreover, what happened previously in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the blissful Celestial sect was purely an accident. I've thrown it out of my mind. Don't have any ideas of being with me. I know you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi Celestial sect, but I still don't like you. It's better for you to give up. I'd rather die than to become your woman. Her gaze was indifferent when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though she was looking at a stranger. Duan Ling Tian trembled for a moment upon listening to her words. He felt his heart ache. He inhaled deeply as he stared at Mirong Bing, who wore a determined and cold expression on her face. His heart ache. I don't care if you like me or not. You can't change the fact that you're my woman. You might not like me now, but I'm certain you'll like me in the future. In any case, I'm going to bring you away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian's words to the people from the blissful sect were not complete lies. He had decided to bring Mirong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect in Borderlands and head to the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory for Mirong Bing's safety after the end of the Alchemy Conference. After all, who knew when Mirong Bing's master would find out about the fact that Mirong Bing had lost her virginity? At that time, her master would surely injure, if not kill, her. Therefore, he was determined to bring Mirong Bing away as soon as he could. If it were not for her, he would have stayed a little longer in the 6 southeastern regions until he had another breakthrough. Alas, he could not afford to stay any longer since Mirong Bing's situation was like a ticking time bomb. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Mirong Bing's seductive body trembled slightly. She had to admit she was moved by his words. She knew Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring her away since Zhou Shuchu had told Duan Ling Tian about her situation. However, due to her feelings for him, she was extremely reluctant to become a burden to him. It would suffice for her to suffer alone. She took a deep breath to suppress her emotions before she coldly said, "I won't leave. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is my home. Even if I die, I'll die in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." Mirong Bing's expression changed when she saw Duan Ling Tian try to take another step forward. "Don't come over. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll die in front of you right now." Her tone was resolute. There was no doubting that she meant what she said. Duan Ling Tian knew Mirong Bing was not joking when he heard how resolute her tone was. He stopped moving immediately and sent a voice transmission Mirong Bing to placate her. "I won't go over. Don't do anything reckless." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had been distracted by Mirong Bing, finally discovered the killing intent from Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Is it possible that Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, knows that I'm the one who took Mirong Bing's virginity? Duan Ling Tian had learned the name of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect from Hishan. Based on Nangong Shu's murderous gaze, it was clear to him that Nangong Shu knew something. Chapter 2863, laying it out in the open. After all, she's the one who sent the Celestial Duke after me. That Celestial Duke not only knows my name, but she knows how I looked as well. It's not difficult for her to draw a portrait of me since she has seen me. Taking all these things into consideration, Duan Ling Tian did not find it surprising that Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, had recognized him. Her eyes were brimming with killing intent when she looked at me earlier. It only dissipated after she looked at Zhou Shuchu. Zhou Shuchu must have recounted what happened earlier to her. Since even Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, didn't dare to simply make a move against me, it's likely that she won't recklessly make a move against me as well. As the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, she won't act recklessly until she thoroughly confirms my background. After all, if I'm truly from a clan in the central area, and she acted against me, it'd bring calamity to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Having seen the lightning-fast exchange between Nangongshu and Zhou Shuchu, it was not difficult for him to deduce the conversation between the duo. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Brother Ling Tian, is she Sister Bing whom you told me about? The person who had spoken was none other than Huaner. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. As he looked at Murong Bing again, Huaner followed the direction of his gaze as well. He noticed that Murong Bing had intentionally avoided Huaner's gaze. He thought to himself resolutely, I have to think of a way to persuade her to come with me. The alchemy conference is a good opportunity. If I miss this chance, it'll be extremely difficult to find another chance. Meanwhile, Nangongshu led the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect to the people from the Taiyi celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. She greeted Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect. Junior Uncle Hishan, it's been a long time since we've met. Since Hishan had a higher seniority than her, she had to address him as Junior Uncle. Little Shu, we haven't seen each other since you've become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, right? Hishan looked at Nangongshu and sighed. He recalled the last time he had met her was years ago. At that time, she was just a young girl and had yet to become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. In just a blink of an eye, she had grown up. Not only did she become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but her cultivation base had also surpassed his. Indeed, it has been a few years. Junior Uncle Hishan, have you been well these years? Nangongshu asked with a faint smile. Her master and Hishan had a friendly relationship. Although their friendship was not deep, she still had to give him his due respect since he was her master's friend. It should be known that with her current status and cultivation base, even if she did not take the initiative to greet Hishan, he would still have to greet her. After all, this world was one where strength was the most important. Well, it's the same as always, Hishan replied, not daring to put on any air. He knew Nangongshu was already being considerate by taking the initiative to greet him and address him as junior uncle. Although he was friendly with her master, they were just mere acquaintances after all. Even if Nangongshu was not considerate or respectful, there was nothing he could say or do. At this moment, Jianchu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, called out, Junior Aunt Nangong. Similar to Zhou Shuchu, she addressed Nangongshu as Junior Aunt. Upon hearing this, Nangongshu faintly nodded at Hishan before she turned her attention to Jianchu Luo. She said with a faint smile, Chu Luo, it's been 30 years since we last saw each other. It was during the previous alchemy conference, right? Indeed, 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye, but Junior Aunt Nangong's appearance didn't change in the slightest, Jianchu Luo said with a smile. The two made some small talk for a little while. Then, Nangongshu's eyes eventually shifted to Duan Ling Tian. She asked with an indifferent smile on her face, this gentleman, you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, right? Duan Ling Tian smirked faintly, radiating a cold air. He bluntly said, Sect leader Nangong, you should know that very well. After all, didn't you send a powerhouse to kill me? Nangongshu, naturally, did not expect Duan Ling Tian to lay everything out in the open. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. On the other hand, Murong Bing's expression changed drastically as she hastily sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Why are you mentioning this matter? Are you seeking death? Her tone was laced with anxiety, and it was obvious she was worried about him. She knows who I am. If it weren't for your best friend, she would have made a move earlier, Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, a brilliant smile bloomed on his face as he asked, are you worried about me? Naturally, their conversation was carried out through voice transmission. Oh, of course not, Murong Bing stammered, her beautiful face that was partially hidden under the veil flushed red. Then, she quickly averted her eyes from Duan Ling Tian before she looked at Zhou Shuchu and spoke to Zhou Shuchu through voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's words to Nangongshu caused a commotion among the people from the Taiyi celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Sent someone to kill him. Sect leader Nangong actually dared to send someone to take Master Duan's life. Is this true? With Master Duan's background, she still dares to go after him. Is she not afraid that the Duan clan of the Crimson Sky would annihilate the compassionate celestial traveler sect? None of them had expected there was such a huge grudge between Duan Ling Tian and the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. He looked at Nangong Shu coldly and said, "If it weren't for Murong Bing's sake, I wouldn't have stopped my clansmen from killing that celestial duke from your sect. You should know that to stop my clansmen from killing that old woman, I had to waste a shadow void escaping talisman." His eyes were brimming with confidence, and not a hint of fear could be seen in them at all. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Nangong Shu's expression changed dramatically. When Zhou Shuchu had told her about his background earlier, it had also crossed her mind that if Duan Ling Tian was truly from a powerful clan in the central area, he must have strong powerhouses secretly guarding him. She had been confused about why he had escaped at that time. After all, the powerhouses guarding him would definitely step forward to protect him if he was being attacked. Now that she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, her questions were answered. Although I still don't completely believe him, what he said makes sense. Moreover, if he has an ordinary background, it would be difficult for him to obtain a shadow void escaping talisman. Then, Nangong Shu said, "If that's the case, I thank you for showing mercy to my subordinate." At the same time, she began to study Duan Ling Tian before she nodded inwardly. Indeed, he's a peerless talent. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already become a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill and has already become a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if his background isn't extraordinary, he can still be considered as a good match for Binger. Although no one knew Nangong Shu was Murong Bing's biological aunt, the latter being the daughter of Nangong Shu's twin sister, she had always treated Murong Bing like her niece. If there were no way to kill Duan Ling Tian, it would not be bad if her niece could live a happy life with this man. If you want to thank someone, then, you should thank her, Duan Ling Tian said. He could clearly see the killing intent in Nangong Shu's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a hint of tenderness. At this time, Murong Bing finally learned about what happened from her best friend, Zhou Shuchu. She still did not dare to meet Duan Ling Tian's gaze as she asked through voice transmission, Are you really from a powerful clan in the central area?" She clearly remembered when she first met this purple-clad young man, his strength was rather pathetic. However, in just 3 years, he had successfully become a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he was also a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. He had achieved all these feats even before reaching the age of 100. A person like him had to be rare like a dragon horn or a Keelin's feather even in the southern heaven territory. How could she not be shocked? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly as he asked in return, "If I am, are you willing to come with me?" I'll have to ask my master." Murong Bing replied as she lowered her head. In the beginning, when they met, Murong Bing was standing high up while Duan Ling Tian was at the bottom. Currently, he had climbed high enough that he was, at least, standing on equal ground with her if not higher. After all, even if his cultivation base was not as high as hers yet, he was also a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. "Your master." Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow when he heard Murong Bing's reply. He asked in a grim tone, "What if she disagrees and wants you to atone for your supposed sin with your life?" "Then I'll atone with my life," Murong Bing replied, filled with conviction. It was as though she did not place much value in her life. Chapter 2864 The Alliance of Celestial Masters arrives. "You're so stubborn." Duan Ling Tian felt helpless when he heard Murong Bing's reply. He did not answer her question of whether he was from a powerful clan in the central area. He did not want to lie to her, but he had a feeling if she learned of the truth, she would not have any hope of them being able to be together. Although she treated him coldly, it was not difficult for him to see that she was truly concerned about him. Previously, he had learned from Zhou Shuchu that Murong Bing cared about him, but at this moment, he could finally see it with his own eyes. He was certain Murong Bing was not completely unmoved by him. This woman was not completely unmoved by him. At this moment, a familiar voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Pretty boy." He instinctively turned to look at the green-clad figure standing next to Murong Bing. The person who had called out Duan Ling Tian was none other than Liu Luo, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Murong Bing's junior sister. "If you're a man, take responsibility and bring third senior sister away from the 6 southeastern regions back to your clan." I'm afraid the matter of her losing her virginity wouldn't be hidden from our master for long, Liu Luo said in a grave tone. With our master's temperament, if she finds out third senior sister no longer has the chance of becoming the sect leader, she would definitely not hesitate to kill third senior sister. A long time ago, I had a senior sister who experienced this. My master didn't hesitate to kill her. At the end of her sentence, her voice trembled slightly. It was clear she was truly worried for Mirong Bing. After all, she had grown up with Mirong Bing. She had spent more time with Mirong Bing than her master. She treated Mirong Bing as her biological sister. It was only natural that she did not want any harm to come to Mirong Bing. Then, Liu Luo added in a compromising tone, if you're willing to bring her away, not only will I stop calling you pretty boy, I'll even address you as brother-in-law. Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, Duan Ling Tian discovered she must have found out about the matter between him and Mirong Bing. He was certain she must have only found out about it after her visit to the Taiyi Celestial Sect's temporary residence in Alchemy City. If your third senior sister knows how much you care about her, I'm sure she'll be very happy. Although Liu Luo's words were rather childish, Duan Ling Tian could feel the sincerity of her words. Liu Luo truly wished for the best for Mirong Bing. He said, I just asked her to come with me, but she's unwilling. She said that she has to ask for her master's permission. If her master is unwilling and wants her life, she's willing to die. Liu Luo fell silent when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She shifted her gaze to Mirong Bing and looked at Mirong Bing with a helpless expression not dissimilar to the one Duan Ling Tian wore on his face. Indeed, this was her senior sister's character. At this moment, Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, called out to Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Then, both people from the two sects walked away, leaving the people from the Taiyi Celestial sect behind. After the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Thousand Spiders Celestial sect left, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Master Duan, is it true that Nangong Shu sent someone to kill you? Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as well, curious about what had happened. What was the reason the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sent someone to kill Duan Ling Tian? Why? Hishan asked again. Because if I'm alive, Mirong Bing won't be able to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect who were standing at the other side of the square. If you're alive, Mirong Bing can't be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Why? Hishan was baffled. Although he had been in seclusion all this time, he was not unaware of the matters of top forces in the 6 southeastern regions. He knew Mirong Bing was selected as a candidate for the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He heard that more than 90% of the high-ranking officials in the sect wanted her to be the next sect leader. Barring any accidents, she was certain to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. How could he not be confused by Duan Ling Tian's words? Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, because Mirong Bing is my woman, and apparently, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect isn't allowed to have a relationship with a man. Upon hearing these words, the people from the Taiyi Celestial sect grew even more confused. They furtively looked at Huaner who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and discovered that she was extremely calm. It was as though she did not care that Duan Ling Tian had proclaimed that Mirong Bing was his woman. Hishan, naturally, did not expect that Duan Ling Tian and Mirong Bing already slept together. He assumed both of them had feelings for each other, and as long as Duan Ling Tian was alive, Mirong Bing was unwilling to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He said, so, Nangong Shu thinks that after she kills you, Mirong Bing would have no choice but to obediently accept the position of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Faced with Hishan's question, Duan Ling Tian remained silent. What could he say? Could he say that he and Mirong Bing had slept together and regardless, if he were dead or alive, Mirong Bing could never become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since she had lost her virginity? Hishan took Duan Ling Tian's answer as a tacit confirmation. At this moment, Situ Ming, who was looking at the stone platform in the center of Alchemy Square, suddenly exclaimed, "The Alliance of Celestial Masters is here." Duan Ling Tian and the others instinctively turned to look at the stone platform in the center of the square. A middle-aged man and an old man descended on the platform first. the middle-aged man held a folded fan in his hand and looked like a scholar. His face was like a chiseled jade. It was clear that he must have been exceptionally handsome in his youth. On the other hand, the old man who was dressed in a gray robe had turbid eyes, and his face was expressionless. His appearance was that of an ordinary old man. Despite the old man's ordinary appearance, as soon as he appeared, many people swarmed to the platform and greeted him reverently. Master K. Among the people who swarmed over to greet the old man, most of them wore the Celestial Alchemist's uniform from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Based on their uniforms, it could be seen there was no lack of prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with some of the people who swarmed over to greet the old man. Those people were the celestial alchemists from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man, Hishan said, "This gray-clad old man is Kazan. He's a supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Although he's rather weak in the Alliance, since the number of supreme celestial alchemists can be counted on one hand in the 6 southeastern regions, he's highly revered here." Hishan continued to explain, "The middle-aged man is a 9 Palaces celestial duke. His name is unknown, but Master K addresses him as Little He. Therefore, we only know his surname as He." Soon after, a group of people descended on the stage, and Hishan began his introduction again. The newcomers were another supreme celestial alchemist, a few prominent celestial alchemists, and a group of people who were clearly there to protect the celestial alchemists. It was worth noting that one of the celestial alchemist's guards looked identical to the celestial alchemist he was protecting. They were clearly twins. Most importantly, the guard was a 10 Directions celestial duke, Master Zhang. As soon as the twins appeared, several prominent celestial alchemists took the initiative to greet the twin who was a celestial alchemist. Lord Zhang Ji. Soon after, the people below the stone platform greeted the other twin as well. After all, he was a 10 Directions celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, 10 Directions celestial dukes were the most powerful existence. Zhang Shang, Zhang Ji. Duan Ling Tian stared at the twins. He had heard about them from Hishan previously. Zhang Shang was the elder twin brother in the celestial alchemist, while Zhang Ji, the younger twin brother, was the 10 Directions celestial duke. Chapter 2865. The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is dead. Among the party from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, there were 4 supreme celestial alchemists. Apart from that, there were 3 9 Palaces celestial dukes and a 10 Directions celestial duke accompanying the celestial alchemists. They were all invited here by the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions to preside over the alchemy conference. The 4 seats on the stone platform in the center of the alchemy square were prepared for the supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. At this moment, Hishan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Master Duan, let's go over there and greet the celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters." Then, he walked toward the stone platform without waiting for the others. Duan Ling Tian, Situ Ming, and the others did not hesitate and followed Hishan. From the beginning to the end, Huaner stayed by Duan Ling Tian's side. However, her eyes would stray, once in a while, to the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. To be precise, she would look at Mirong Bing, who wore a veil to conceal her face. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she looked at Mirong Bing. Duan Ling Tian had told her about his affairs with Mirong Bing. Therefore, she was envious of Mirong Bing, whom Duan Ling Tian considered as his woman. After all, she could feel that he was deliberately avoiding her, and to a certain extent, only treated her sincerely as a younger sister. This was not something she wanted. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Huaner's current thoughts. He was unaware that she had gained more and more experience in the world and was no longer unaware of the matters between men and women. In a way, she was currently experiencing her first love and found it difficult to extricate herself from these feelings. When Duan Ling Tian and the party from the Taiyi celestial sect arrived at the stone platform, many of the others from the top forces of the 6 southeastern regions, excluding a few top sects that had yet to arrive, were already gathered there, crowding around the 4 supreme celestial alchemists to greet them. The profound heaven celestial sect from the Cross region, which was widely acknowledged as the strongest sect among the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, were among those who had not arrived. What a beauty! Huaner, who did not wear her veil and hat, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. She must be the rumored peerless beauty from the Taiyi celestial sect. If it were not for the Taiyi celestial sect, many impulsive young men would have tried to lay their hands on her. Meanwhile, Liu Luo, who was standing at the side with the people from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, said to Mirong Bing, third senior sister, in my eyes, you're the most beautiful. She's not as beautiful as you, in my opinion. Upon hearing Liu Luo's words, Mirong Bing smiled faintly and said, Liu Luo, when did you learn to lie? Lady Huaner's beauty is unrivaled. I'm far from being comparable to her. I'm, at least, aware of this. Then, she glanced at Duan Ling Tian and thought to herself, with such a peerless beauty by his side, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to forget about me, right? She felt a pang of despair in her heart when she thought about this. Before she met him again, she had longed for him and worried about his safety. Now that she had met him, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, her feelings for him had grown deeper than she had expected. At this moment, several people cried out one after another. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect has arrived. It's the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. In just a blink of an eye, everyone shifted their attention to the group of newcomers who had arrived at the Alchemy Square. A middle-aged man with a majestic air despite his medium build and ordinary appearance led the group of people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man, he vaguely found the middle-aged man familiar. After a brief moment, he realized why he had found the middle-aged man familiar. He must be Bai Yuzhan's father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Indeed, Bai Yuzhan, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, bore some resemblance to the middle-aged man. Moreover, the middle-aged man was clearly the leader of the group from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to deduce that the middle-aged man was Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Hishan had briefly spoken about Bai Wuji to Duan Ling Tian. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect is a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. The sect has 3 10 Directions Celestial Dukes and quite a few other 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes. Hishan's voice rang in a timely manner in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Master Duan, he's Bai Yuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. The azure-clad old man behind him is one of the 4 great protectors of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He's a 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes as well. Upon hearing Hishan's words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes to the azure-clad old man standing behind Bai Wuji. Hishan had previously mentioned that there were 3 supreme elders in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect who were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes and 4 great protectors who were 9 Palaces Celestial Dukes. The great protectors were known individually as the Azure Dragon Protector, the White Tiger Protector, the Vermilion Bird Protector, and the Black Tortoise Protector. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, this old man must be the Azure Dragon Protector. When he saw the old man looking at him pointedly with his turbid eyes, he felt a chill running up his spine. His heart raced as he shuddered inwardly, acutely aware of the terrifying strength of a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Wuji led the group of people over to the stone platform. As they neared the stone platform, 8 people who were on the stone platform descended one after another to greet and welcome them. It should be noted that when the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Blissful sect had arrived near the stone platform earlier, these people did not leave the stage to greet them. Based on this, one could see that the status of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was far higher compared to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the Blissful sect. As the 8 people and the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect were about to exchange greetings, a voice laden with anxiety rang in the air. Sect leader, sect leader. Although the voice was not particularly loud, everyone clearly heard it due to the silence that had descended upon the arrival of the party from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. A few moments later, everyone saw a young man whose face and robes were stained with blood limping into the Alchemy Square. When a silver-clad middle-aged man from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect saw the young man, his expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Little Sixth." The young man was his direct disciples. He was rather talented and was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the sect. Meanwhile, a slight frown could be seen on Bai Wuji's face. Master." Upon hearing the silver-clad middle-aged man's voice, the young man who was stained with blood immediately flew toward the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. He did not seem to hear his master as he shot toward Bai Wuji. The young man fell to his knees immediately in front of Bai Wuji. An aggrieved expression could be seen on his face as his mouth opened and closed a few times, seemingly unable to find the right words to say. Little sixth, what happened to you? Bai Wuji asked with a frown. Little sixth, the silver-clad middle-aged man felt uneasy when he saw his direct disciple's actions. He knew his disciple very well. If it were not for something important, his disciple would not act in this manner. Eventually, the young man said in a trembling voice, sect leader, senior brother Yuzan. He. Shuaner. What about him? Bai Wuji's expression turned grim. He quickly took out Bai Yuzan's soul pearl. When he saw the soul pearl was intact, he sighed in relief. However, in just a blink of an eye, his expression changed again. He discovered the energy in his son's soul pearl seemed to have disappeared. This meant the soul pearl could no longer tell him if his son was dead or alive. At this moment, the young man finally finished his words. It's the old ancestor from the Taiyi celestial sect. He killed senior brother Yuzan. Chapter 2866 The death of the old ancestor of Taiyi celestial sect. The soul pearl stored one's energy and was able to show if one was dead or alive. However, the energy in the soul pearl would dissipate over time, and thus, losing its use. One would need to infuse the soul pearl with energy from time to time to keep it functioning. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, did some mental calculations and discovered his son was due to infuse his energy into the soul pearl half a month ago. His expression became extremely grim at this moment. Senior brother Yuzan, he's dead. It's the old ancestor of the Taiyi Celestial Sect. He killed senior brother Yuzan. The young man's words resounded through the alchemy square that was quiet as a graveyard. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the young man's words. Then, he instinctively turned to look at Hishan, the old ancestor of Taiyi Celestial Sect, who wore a shocked expression on his face. The young man's words caused a commotion among the crowd in the alchemy square. It did not take long before everyone turned to look at Hishan. They looked at him as though he was a dead man walking as they fervently discussed among themselves. Senior brother Yuzan, that's Bai Yuzan, right? The young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Hishan from the Taiyi Celestial Sect killed him. Is Hishan crazy? Bai Yuzan is the only son of the sect leader of Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Why did Hishan kill Bai Yuzan? Is it due to their conflict a month ago? But, why did Hishan let this young man live after he killed Bai Yuzan? Isn't this just digging a hole for himself? Look at how wretched the young man looks. It's obvious that he barely escaped with his life. Can't see the wound on his chest. It's obvious it's meant to be a killing blow, but the wound is slightly to the side of his heart. That's probably why he survived. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji glared at Hishan before he bellowed, Hishan. Bai Wuji's celestial origin energy surged out without any warning. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was standing, leaving only a pit and his afterimage in his wake. Cracks appeared on the ground and began to spread outward. The people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect took to the air as the ground caved in due to Bai Wuji's force. Another explosion resonated in the air before Bai Wuji's afterimage even disappeared. The crowd saw Bai Wuji appearing in front of Hishan before he sent Hishan flying back. Cracks similar to spider webs formed on the ground where Hishan stood as well. The force was so powerful that half of Hishan's body was buried in the ground after he landed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground a dazzling red. He struggled to catch his breath as he said with great difficulty, Sect leader Bai, I didn't kill your son. He might have resigned to his fate if he had really killed Bai Yuzan, but the truth was he did not kill Bai Yuzan. Hishan was about to speak again when the young man coldly said, Hishan, I bet you didn't expect things to turn out this way, right? You missed when you tried to pierce my heart. You probably think no one would find out after you killed me and senior brother Yuzan, right? His eyes flashed with hatred, and his body trembled violently as he pointed at Hishan. Fortunately, I survived. Senior brother Yuzan isn't as lucky and was killed by you. Hishan looked at the young man pointedly and asked in a grim tone, Who are you? Why are you slandering me? Hishan. Bai Wuji cried out as his body flickered out of sight and appeared near Hishan again. A month ago, your disciple had a conflict with my son. Indeed, my son was at fault at that time. I had ignored him even though he had asked for my help. Regarding that matter, I think I've shown enough respect to the Taiyi Celestial Sect. However, you dare to kill my son. I would be doing my son an injustice if I don't kill you today. An eye for an eye. He looked at He-Shan murderously as his celestial origin energy violently surged out from his body. Sect leader Bai, I've already said I didn't kill. Before He-Shan could finish explaining himself, Bai Wuji attacked him at lightning speed. He could only struggle to defend himself against Bai Wuji's attack. It's too fast. Bai Wuji and He-Shan's movements were so fast that some people, including Duan Ling Tian, were unable to clearly see them. Nevertheless, the force of their collision was so strong that it felt like there were 10,000 horses stampeding across the alchemy square. The wind blew violently at the crowd, and a seemingly bottomless pit appeared on the ground where the two men exchanged blows. The pit was so big that half of the stone platform was destroyed. The 8 chairs that were placed on the stone platform were blasted away and destroyed as well. Something's not right, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself skeptically when he recalled the genuine shock on He-Shan's face as he denied killing Bai Yuzan. Naturally, he had no way of knowing if He-Shan truly killed Bai Yuzan or not since he was not always with He-Shan. However, based on He-Shan's reactions, it seemed unlikely that He-Shan had killed Bai Yuzan. If He-Shan had truly killed Bai Yuzan, logically, He-Shan would have killed that bloodstained young man as soon as he appeared for fear of being exposed. After all, even if the profound heaven celestial sect was infuriated that He-Shan had killed that young man, it was unlikely that they would kill He-Shan over the young man. After all, compared to the young man, He-Shan's status as the old ancestor of the Tai-Yi celestial sect was higher. In this world where the strong were revered, this was not a surprising thing. In line with that, if He-Shan had killed Bai Yuzan, Bai Wuji had more than enough reasons to kill He-Shan. Moreover, as long as Bai Wuji left the rest of the Tai-Yi celestial sect alone after killing He-Shan, the hidden powerhouses secretly protecting the Tai-Yi celestial sect might not even make a move since Bai Wuji's actions were justified. Bai Wuji had probably lost his rationality after hearing that his son had been killed. If he had thought about it with a clear mind, he would realize that since his son's soul pearl was intact, there was a possibility that his son was alive. The soul pearl had only just lost its energy, after all. If he was not consumed by anger, it might cross his mind that the young man from the profound heaven celestial sect could have lied as well. Alas, the only thought he had in his mind now was to kill He-Shan to avenge his son. The battle continued for roughly 10 more breaths before it abruptly came to an end. Bai Wuji, I didn't kill you, son. He-Shan's voice that was laden with resentment rang thunderously before blood rained down on the alchemy square. Bai Wuji finally reappeared in the midst of the blood fog as a spatial ring fell in the air. Chapter 2867 Quasi-Celestial Kings. It's the old ancestor's spatial ring. The old ancestor is dead. Duan Ling Tian, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing's expressions changed drastically when they saw the spatial ring that fell in the mist of blood. Old ancestor. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian at this moment. He-Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai-Yi celestial sect, had been killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. In roughly a dozen breaths, He-Shan, an 8 trigrams celestial duke, was killed by Bai Wuji, who was a 9 palaces celestial duke. However, he knew that the reason He-Shan was killed in such a short time was due to Bai Wuji's sudden first attack that seriously injured He-Shan. Regardless, there was no changing the fact that He-Shan, an 8 trigrams celestial duke, had died. He felt keenly aware of his insignificance when he recalled how an 8 trigrams celestial duke whom he looked up to was killed in just a dozen breaths. Meanwhile, the crowd on the alchemy square, who had just regained their senses, inhaled sharply. All of them were shocked that He-Shan was killed in such a short time. After all, He-Shan was widely regarded as one of the top 8 trigrams celestial dukes, if not the top, in the 6 southeastern regions. The old ancestor of the Tai-Yi celestial sect, He-Shan. He's dead, good heavens. He-Shan was one of the strongest 8 trigrams celestial dukes, but sect leader Bai killed him in just a dozen breaths. This is the difference between an 8 trigrams celestial duke and a 9 palaces celestial duke. Wait, He-Shan was definitely unprepared for Bai Wuji's sudden attack, so he lost most of his strength. Otherwise, I don't think he would have died so quickly. You're right, I forgot about that. He-Shan must have been caught off guard. After that sudden attack, He-Shan could not have been in peak condition to fight. If He-Shan was in peak condition, Bai Wuji might not be able to kill him under 50 breaths. Regardless, there was nothing that could bring He-Shan back to life now. From the beginning until the end, none of the people from the top forces in the 6 southeastern regions dared to intervene nor speak up. this included sects that were friendly with the Tai celestial sect. After all, in their opinion, the Tai celestial sect was at fault. Xian was unlucky. The young man survived and exposed his deed of killing the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Perhaps, he didn't expect his attack to miss the young man's heart by a hairbreadth. Well, although the person that the old ancestor of Tai celestial sect killed had a low cultivation base, that person was the only son of the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. The Tai celestial sect is clearly at fault. That's right, it's only normal for a father to avenge his son. In fact, this can be considered as a grudge between Bai Wuji and Xian and has nothing to do with both sects. Even if the hidden quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect find out about this matter, they have no grounds to avenge Xian. That's right, so long as Bai Wuji doesn't attack the Tai celestial sect after killing Xian, the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect probably won't make a move. Almost everyone from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions felt that Xian's death was justified and should not affect the relations between the Tai celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. The quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect whom they mentioned were powerhouses who chose to stay in the 6 southeastern regions instead of going to the central area of the South Heaven territory. Since they did not head to the central area, their cultivation bases reverted to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. Even then, they were far stronger than ordinary 10-direction celestial dukes in the borderlands. Therefore, they were called quasi-celestial kings in the borderlands. At this moment, Bai Wuji looked at Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Tai celestial sect before he loudly announced, "I'd like my fellow comrades to know that today's incident between me and Xian has nothing to do with the Tai celestial sect and the profound heaven celestial sect. My actions are only to avenge my son." Although the Tai celestial sect was weaker than the profound heaven celestial sect, he had heard that the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect had stepped forward in the past when one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions tried to annihilate the Tai celestial sect. For this reason, he was careful not to provoke the Tai celestial sect in fear of incurring the wrath of the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect. Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had a conflict with Duan Ling Tian earlier, looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully as he said, "Rest assured, sect leader Bai, the blissful sect will vouch for you." Soon after, the other sects that Duan Ling Tian was unfamiliar with spoke up one after another in support of Bai Wuji. Meanwhile, although the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect from the wastelands were inwardly happy about Xian's death, they did not openly say they would vouch for the profound heaven celestial sect to avoid offending the Tai celestial sect. A bad relationship between the 3 major sects of the wasteland was unnecessary and unproductive since they would regularly meet in the wasteland. Likewise, the compassionate celestial travelers sect did not speak up due to their numerous conflicts with the blissful sect. Moreover, the master of Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, had been friends with Xian. It would have been inappropriate for them to vouch for Bai Wuji. "Thank you, everyone," Bai Wuji said as he cupped his fists together. Then, he raised his hand before a gust of wind appeared and brought the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian and the people from the Tai celestial sect. He said, "I only killed Xian to avenge my son. There might be treasures in the ring that belong to the Tai celestial sect, and I have no interest in them." Sect leader Bai is really magnanimous. He even returned Xian's spatial ring to the Tai celestial sect. Bai Wuji's generosity won the hearts of the people. However, the sentiment was short-lived. The sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect must have returned the spatial ring because it contains the Tai celestial sect guarding celestial weapon. Tai celestial sect guarding celestial weapon. The king-grade celestial weapon. Rumors have it the king-grade celestial weapons is left behind by one of the Tai celestial sect's quasi-celestial kings when the celestial kings came out of seclusion to protect the sect from being annihilated. The sect that tried to annihilate the Tai celestial sect and was subsequently annihilated by those quasi-celestial kings at that time was even stronger than the profound heaven celestial sect. When they left the king-grade celestial weapon to the Tai celestial sect, they mentioned that unless the sect leader or the strongest powerhouse in the Tai celestial sect decides to give away the king-grade celestial weapon, those who try to forcibly take it away would be killed by them. I heard about that as well. Therefore, not only the forces of the 6 southeastern regions, but all the forces in the borderlands of the southern heaven territory daren't rob the Tai celestial sect of their king-grade celestial weapon. That's right, no one would dare to take the king-grade celestial weapon unless they aren't afraid of the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect. However, those who aren't afraid of the quasi-celestial kings are probably not interested in a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the conversations in his surroundings. He had heard about all these things from Hishan during their journey to Alchemy City. At that time, he had asked Hishan if the sect was capable of protecting the king-grade celestial weapon. The king-grade celestial weapon in the Tai celestial sect would always be in the possession of the strongest powerhouse in the sect. Only the strongest powerhouse or the sect leader had the right to give the king-grade celestial weapon away. Although many years had passed, everyone still feared incurring the wrath of the quasi-celestial kings from the Tai celestial sect if they tried to forcibly take the king-grade celestial weapon away. They, naturally, did not dare to take the risk since it could cost them their lives. Chapter 2868 The Chief Celestial Alchemist of Blissful Sect, Xiao Gangyu. The spatial ring of Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, hovered in the air in front of Duan Ling Tian and the members of the Tai celestial sect, but no one made a move to claim the ring. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian broke the silence first as he said, "Master Situ, please hold on to the old ancestor's spatial ring. Hand it to the sect leader after we return to the Tai celestial sect's estate." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Situ Ming, with a heavy heart, stepped forward and took Hishan's spatial ring before he put it away. Although Duan Ling Tian was not particularly close to Hishan, as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, he could not help but feel angry when he saw Hishan being killed. Nevertheless, there was nothing he or the sect could do for now since their strength was limited and the situation was not in favor of the Tai celestial sect. It seems like I'm right. There's more than meets the eyes. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the injured young man from the profound heaven celestial sect. The whistleblower was the cause of Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, flying into a violent rage, and subsequently, killing Hishan. He had been keeping an eye on the young man since he felt something was amiss. At this moment, he saw a flash of guilt on the young man's face when the young man looked at the spot where Bai Wuji had killed Hishan. If Hishan had truly killed Bai Yuzan, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, what was there for the young man to feel guilty about? It seems like Bai Yuzan's death has nothing to do with the old ancestor. This young man must know the truth. Up until now, it did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that Bai Yuzan might be alive. After all, he was unaware that Bai Yuzan's soul pearl had lost its energy. He was only certain that Hishan had nothing to do with Bai Yuzan's death. Alas, he had no evidence, so he knew no one would believe him even if he spoke up. Moreover, how could the profound heaven celestial sect believe an outsider over their sect's disciple? Old ancestor, although we've only known each other for a short time, and you only protected me because of my value to the sect, I'll do my best to prove your innocence, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he gazed at the spot where Hishan was killed. After 2 lifetimes, Duan Ling Tian had witnessed too many deaths, especially after he had ascended to this Devata realm. For this reason, he had grown slightly numb to the deaths of his acquaintances. However, regardless of Hishan's motives, there was no doubt that Hishan had treated him well. Moreover, as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, he felt he had to do something for the Tai celestial sect. He would wait until he was powerful enough before he investigated the matter and revealed the truth to prove Hishan's innocence. Hishan's death had caused a huge commotion and huge destruction to the alchemy square, but it did not stop the alchemy conference from commencing as it should. In the 6 southeastern regions, the death of an 8-trigram celestial duke was insufficient to stop a prestigious event such as the alchemy conference from taking place. It did not take long before the prominent celestial alchemists from the top sects began to compete and bet. Since the stone platform was damaged during the battle, the members of the Alliance of Celestial Master had lost their seats. For this reason, they made their rounds among the prominent celestial alchemists to make sure there was no foul play. Meanwhile, now that Hishan had died, Duan Ling Tian could sense the predatory and greedy gazes of some of the sectless cultivators on him. These sectless cultivators were among the strongest sectless cultivators in the 6 southeastern regions. He knew these people coveted the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability that he had won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves sect respectively. When Hishan was alive, these people, naturally, did not dare to have any covetous thoughts. Now that Hishan died, they had begun to show their true colors. However, he did not pay them any mind. He knew they would not dare to recklessly attack him even though Xian had died. After all, as one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, the Taiyi celestial sect was still a force to be reckoned with. Unless they were capable of killing the entire party from the Taiyi celestial sect, the sectless cultivators would not act. He thought to himself, if anything, we should be wary of the top sects from the 6 southeastern regions. However, based on their actions at the moment, it seems like they won't dare to rob me. There's no need for me to use the communication celestial talisman for now. Before they left the estate of the Taiyi celestial sect, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect, had given Duan Ling Tian a few communication celestial talismans. These were not just any ordinary communication celestial talismans, they were communication celestial talismans inscribed by celestial kings. These talismans were left as protection by powerhouses from the sect who had become celestial kings before they left the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. With these communication celestial talismans, one would be able to send a message in a matter of seconds. The sectless cultivators would not be bothered about the communication celestial talismans. After all, it would be difficult to identify or locate them since they were sectless. They would only be worried about shadow void escaping talismans inscribed by celestial kings since the talismans would allow one to escape. If their target survived, it would be easy for the sectless cultivators to be identified through means such as the floating image pearls. As one of the top sects in the wasteland, it would be easy for the Taiyi celestial sect to hunt them down as long as they knew what the sectless cultivators looked like. The only way the sectless cultivators could escape the sect's grasp was to escape to the central area. However, these sectless cultivators who coveted Duan Ling Tian's Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability were mediocre at best, and these included the celestial dukes. It would be difficult for them to leave the borderlands for the central area. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was not worried about them at all. At this moment, a loud and energetic voice rang in the air. Master Duan. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man walking toward him. The middle-aged man wore the Earth Celestial Master's uniform, similar to the one Duan Ling Tian was wearing. These were uniforms given by the Alliance of Celestial Masters to prominent celestial alchemists. Duan Ling Tian was still thinking about where he had seen the middle-aged man before since he found the middle-aged man rather familiar when Situ Ming's voice rang in his ears. It's Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, he recalled he had seen the middle-aged man standing behind Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, earlier. Why is he coming here? Yang Chong's expression turned grim. He was certain that Xiao Gangyu had come with ill intentions. Situ Ming said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, Master Duan, Xiao Gangyu is highly skilled in alchemy, and he's able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as well. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, Xiao Gangyu was only a few feet away from him. He asked lightly, what's the matter? Before Xiao Gangyu could reply, someone scoffed coldly and said, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, Master Xiao, would like to compete with you, the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Soon after, another figure walked toward Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2869 Show me your sincerity. The second man who had spoken up and was walking toward Duan Ling Tian was none other than Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. In just a blink of an eye, Ji Fan had walked next to Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, as he looked at Duan Ling Tian condescendingly. Since he was not completely certain if Duan Ling Tian came from a powerful clan in the central area, he and the people of the blissful sect did not dare to provoke Duan Ling Tian outright. However, it did not stop him from mocking or taunting Duan Ling Tian, thinking it would fine as long as he did not take things too far. Oh, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at Ji Fan briefly before he shifted his eyes to Xiao Gangyu. Is that so, Master Xiao? How would you like to bet? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's disregard for him, Ji Fan's expression darkened immediately. As the arhat of the blissful sect, even the sect leaders of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions were respectful to him. How could he not be angered when Duan Ling Tian blatantly ignored him? Without waiting for Xiao Gangyu's reply, he said coldly, Master Xiao will compete with you to see who has a higher success rate in refining the overarching heaven pills. Then, he scoffed before he continued to say contemptuously, it's fine if you refuse to compete. After all, your alchemy skills are only mediocre. It's only natural that you can't compare to our sect's chief celestial alchemist. The success rate of refining overarching heaven pills. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Fan as though Ji Fan was a fool as he said, I believe almost everyone in Alchemy City is aware of my success rate in refining overarching heaven pills. About a month ago, I had successfully refined 3 overarching heaven pills outside of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect shop. I'm sure everyone knows about it, right? He could clearly see through Ji Fan's hidden motives. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ji Fan's expression soured. Even Xiao Gangyu, who was standing next to him, looked slightly embarrassed. Indeed, they had approached Duan Ling Tian because they were aware of his success rate of refining overarching heaven pills. They planned to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian with the information they had. They had expected Duan Ling Tian to be provoked into agreeing to a bet, who knew Duan Ling Tian would remain calm and even openly lay out the facts. Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu were certain their plan was foiled when Duan Ling Tian looked at them with great interest and said, continue. What do you want to use as stakes? Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu looked at each other in disbelief. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to agree to the bet since Duan Ling Tian was clearly aware of what was going on. Xiao Gangyu sent a voice transmission to Ji Fan. Arhat, under such circumstances, it's unlikely that he'll really agree to compete with me. It's likely that he's just trying to find out what we want from him. Ji Fan had the same thought as well. There was no way Duan Ling Tian would agree to compete with Xiao Gangyu to see who had a higher success rate in refining the overarching heaven pill. Therefore, he smirked coldly and said, what's the point of asking if you dare not compete with Master Xiao? Dare not compete? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Ji Fan's words. He looked at Ji Fan intently before he said, who said so? If I dare not compete, why would I ask such a question? Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Did this mean Duan Ling Tian agreed to bet with them? Ji Fan asked, somewhat skeptical, so you accept the challenge? I don't see why I shouldn't, Duan Ling Tian replied. Ji Fan and Xiao Gang Fan fell silent as they exchanged a glance again, confused at the sudden turn of events. Xiao Gangyu asked through voice transmission, Arhat, Duan Ling Tian is well aware that we're privy to his success rate of refining overarching heaven pills, and yet, he readily accepts the challenge. Do you think he might be hiding his skills? Ji Fan said skeptically, impossible. A month ago, he had to refine overarching heaven pills to prove himself to the people from the supporting Sun Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. How could he have hidden his true abilities if he was trying to prove himself at that time? Unless he could predict today's challenge from a month ago, do you really think it's possible that he's hiding his skills? You're right, Xiao Gangyu nodded in response. He felt that Ji Fan's explanation made sense. After all, there was no way Duan Ling Tian could know they would challenge him today. However, he was not completely convinced. He could not help feeling that something was amiss. He asked doubtfully, then, why does he seem so confident in competing with me? Master Xiao, he must be putting on a front to confuse us and make us think he's hiding his true abilities. Perhaps, he's hoping to frighten us into backing off. If we back down, not only would he not suffer any losses, but people would think you're inferior to him as well. Ji Fan said as his eyes flashed. That must be it. After listening to Ji Fan's speculation, Xiao Gangyu was convinced Duan Ling Tian was only putting up a front to make them back down. After Ji Fan finished conversing with Xiao Gangyu through voice transmission, Ji Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, revealing his intention, very well. Since Master Duan is up for it, then, you'll compete with Master Xiao to see who has a higher success rate in refining overarching heaven pills. I'll be blunt, we want the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability you won from the Sun-supporting Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. A month ago, Duan Ling Tian had won a double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and double-trait Duke-grade divine ability respectively from the supporting Celestial Sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial Sect. Ji Fan clearly coveted them. The double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Duan Ling Tian feigned surprise and shook his head as he said, you should know the memory celestial talismans I have are sole copies of the Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. If I give them away, it'd be a complete loss for me since I've yet to master them or copy them into another memory celestial talisman. For this reason, their values are even higher to me. Indeed, Ji Fan nodded in agreement. Therefore, The blissful sect will use 2 double-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and 1 double-trait Duke-grade divine ability as stakes. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing immediately. "Why are you laughing?" Ji Fan asked apprehensively. It was clear he knew that the 2 double-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and 1 double-trait Duke-grade divine ability from the blissful sect were not as valuable since they were just copies. Even if he had to give them to Duan Ling Tian, the sect would not suffer any losses. On the contrary, if Duan Ling Tian lost his double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability, Duan Ling Tian would suffer a big loss. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Fan and said scornfully, "If this is all the blissful sect has to offer, then, I'm not interested in competing with Master Xiao. If you truly want to make a bet with me, you'll have to show me your sincerity." As time passed, Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan's conversation drew the crowd's attention. Many people began to gather around them, attracted by the commotion. After all, they were curious about Duan Ling Tian, the talented chief celestial alchemist from the Taiyi celestial sect who recently became famous in Alchemy City. He was not even 100 years old, but he was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Chapter 2870 Lian Compromises. The incident outside the Taiyi celestial sect shop in Alchemy City that happened a month ago had spread in the city. Almost everyone present in the Alchemy Square was aware that the Taiyi celestial sect's chief celestial alchemist was a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, even though he was not even 100 years old. Sincerity. Xiao Gangyu frowned slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Ji Fan asked, "Tell me, then. What kind of sincerity do you want the blissful sect to show?" Meanwhile, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion began to discuss among themselves. The blissful sect wants to compete with the Taiyi celestial sect to see which of their chief celestial alchemists have a higher success rate in refining overarching heaven pills. It seems like the blissful sect wants Master Duan to use the double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability he had won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect as stakes, right? However, Master Duan seems dissatisfied with the stakes from the blissful sect. The blissful sect is willing to use 2 double-trait Duke-grade celestial methods and 1 double-trait Duke-grade divine ability as stakes, and they want Master Duan to use his double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability as stakes. Although it seems favorable to Master Duan, the truth is it's the other way around. You're right. After all, even if the blissful sect loses the bet, they would only lose copies of the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine ability. However, if Master Duan were to lose, he would completely lose his double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability. Master Duan only obtained the double-trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability a month ago. It's unlikely that he has already mastered them or copied them into another memory celestial talisman. If he loses to the blissful sect, it's not like the Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect would give him new copies. Most of the onlookers were of the opinion that the stakes from the blissful sect were unfair toward Duan Ling Tian. One should not just judge an object's worth based on its appearance, one had to consider its value to its owner as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly as he replied to Ji Fan, "My request is simple." The onlookers' curiosity was, naturally, piqued by Duan Ling Tian's words. A simple request. I wonder what Master Duan wants. At this moment, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing looked at Duan Ling Tian and sent a message to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. They looked slightly worried, uncertain if Duan Ling Tian was confident he could win the bet with the blissful sect. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to them through voice transmission. He only looked at them with eyes that were brimming with confidence. Upon seeing this, the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect felt at ease. Although they did not know Duan Ling Tian for long, they knew he was a prudent and mature young man. Since Duan Ling Tian was confident, there was no need for them to worry. Ji Fan asked, "What do you want?" Duan Ling Tian looked at him and said in a casual tone, "I'm afraid you're not in the position to decide if the thing I want can be used as stakes. It's better if you invite the old ancestor of the blissful sect over so he can make the decision." After he finished speaking, he smirked at Ji Fan. Ji Fan's expression darkened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. His face flushed red from anger. Those words were a humiliation to him in front of such a big crowd. He said through gritted teeth, "In any case, I'd like to hear your request." I heard the blissful sect has a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. If the sect is willing to use it as a stake, I'll agree to compete with Master Xiao, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, completely ignoring Ji Fan's darkened expression. Suddenly, the crowd that was busy discussing among themselves fell silent. They shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison before they broke out in a commotion again. He wants the blissful sect's triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. Isn't he being greedy? That's right, a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method is worth, at least, 5 double trait Duke-grade celestial methods. How can he expect to only use his double trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability as stakes? His request is absurd. However, it's not a big deal even if the blissful sect agrees to it. After all, they're competing to see who has a higher success rate in refining the overarching heaven pills. We're all aware that Master Duan's success rate is rather low. I think he's only putting up a tough front to make the blissful sect back down. That way he'll be able to avoid embarrassment and humiliation. Apart from that, he can also say Master Xiao is afraid of competing with him. The onlookers thought Duan Ling Tian was too greedy for demanding a triple trait celestial method when he was only using a double trait Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability as stakes. Ji Fan's expression darkened even more when he heard Duan Ling Tian's request. Xiao Gangyu furrowed his brows as well. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and grimly asked, Master Duan, don't you think you're asking for too much? Too much? Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he continued to say, well, that may be the case. However, this is my request. Master Xiao, feel free to reject my request. It doesn't matter to me if we compete or not. After all, I'm not a competitive person. He feigned an understanding expression, causing Xiao Gangyu's expression to sour. Duan Ling Tian. Ji Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian and coldly said, make another request. The blissful sect. Before Ji Fan could finish his words, Duan Ling Tian ruthlessly interjected, if the blissful sect is afraid to bet with me, get lost. My time is precious. Stop wasting my time. He looked at Ji Fan impatiently. Who says the blissful sect is afraid? Ji Fan said indignantly. Then, invite the old ancestor of your sect here. He's the only one here who's qualified to decide if you can use your sect's triple trait Duke-grade celestial method as a stake, right? Duan Ling Tian retorted. Ji Fan was about to speak again when a voice rang from among the onlookers. Since Master Duan is willing to compete, the blissful sect will, naturally, follow suit. I'm also curious if Master Duan had deliberately hidden his skills. The onlookers parted, revealing a familiar figure that was walking toward Duan Ling Tian. The figure belonged to Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He was a powerful 9 palaces celestial duke and was widely regarded as the strongest person below 10 directions celestial dukes in the 6 southeastern regions. He had led the people from the blissful sect to the alchemy city in the barren land this time to participate in the alchemy conference. Lian walked over with the remaining people from the blissful sect in tow. Old ancestor, Ji Fan greeted Lian. When he heard Lian's words, he frowned slightly. His Duke-grade celestial method and divine ability are not worthy of our triple trait celestial method. Although he hasn't mastered them yet, it's still not worth it. It was clear that he was rather anxious. Fanur, do you really think he'll win? Lian asked Ji Fan through voice transmission. Old ancestor, although I don't think he'll win, we shouldn't let him take advantage of us by agreeing to his request, Ji Fan replied through voice transmission. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Lian nodded imperceptibly before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who seemed surprised, and said, Master Duan, we'll agree to your request if you up your stakes. I won't. Duan Ling Tian refused without any hesitation. If the blissful sect isn't going to agree to my request, I have no intention of forcing it either. He turned around and prepared to walk away as though he could no longer be bothered to continue the conversation. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian turned around, Lian's eagle eyes saw the hints of fear and guilt that flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He said, who says the blissful sect is afraid to bet with you? Fine, we'll agree to your request. Chapter 2871 He won't lose. At the crucial moment, Lian finally agreed to Duan Ling Tian's absurd request. However, Duan Ling Tian's request was not completely unreasonable. After all, the blissful sect was the one that initiated the bet and seemed eager to compete. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian had the upper hand during the negotiation. Duan Ling Tian had clearly stated his request, and it was clear that he did not care if the blissful sect rejected it. He was very firm with his stance. However, If the blissful sect rejected his request, the sect would be indirectly admitting that their chief celestial alchemist was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Fine, we will do as you say, Lian said in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, who had just taken a step forward, stopped in his tracks. However, he did not turn around. With his back facing Lian, he asked, Senior Lian, so you agree to use your sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method as a stake in the bet to see if Master Xiao or I have a higher success rate in refining overarching heaven pills, right? Yes, Lian replied without any hesitation. When Duan Ling Tian did not turn back to look at him, he assumed Duan Ling Tian was feeling nervous and guilty. He said indifferently, Master Duan, since the blissful sect has already shown its sincerity, I believe you have no more reason to refuse the bet, right? Otherwise, it just shows that you're afraid to compete with our sect's Master Xiao, not the other way around. Duan Ling Tian flicked his sleeves and finally turned around. He looked at Lian and calmly asked, Are you sure you want me to compete with your blissful sect's Master Xiao? It's still not too late to regret it now. Do you want to reconsider your decision, Senior Lian? There's no need for that, I don't need to reconsider my decision. Although none of Duan Ling Tian's actions revealed his inner thoughts, Lian was certain Duan Ling Tian was only feigning calmness and was panicking inwardly. He was sure that Duan Ling Tian only asked him to reconsider as a last-ditch attempt to make him back down. What a joke, was he someone who was easily scared off? Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old while he had eaten more salt than Duan Ling Tian had eaten rice. At this moment, the onlookers parted to make way for a group of people. It's the people from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. There are a few people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect as well. Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, led Murong Bing and the others from the sect over. A few people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, including Zhou Shuchu, tagged along as well. They had come over to watch the show after they heard about what was happening. At this moment, a woman sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, sometimes we must know when to back down. I heard from the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect that the blissful sect's chief celestial alchemist managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills in a go for a few times now. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to Zhou Shuchu. He knew she was concerned and was trying to dissuade him from betting with Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect. He briefly glanced at her as he replied, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then, he shifted his attention back to Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, without waiting for her reply. He said to Lian, Since Senior Lian insists that we compete, it'll seem like I'm afraid if I refuse. Alright, I accept the bet. Everyone from the blissful sect, including Lian, was shocked that Duan Ling Tian had readily agreed to the bet. Lian, in particular, did not expect Duan Ling Tian to agree to the bet. The people from the blissful sect were still flustered by Duan Ling Tian's decision when he said, There's still time for you to change your mind before the masters from the Alliance of Celestial Masters arrive. When he spoke, his eyes were trained on the 2 figures cutting a path across the crowd and making their way over. The 2 figures had identical appearances. They were Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi, the supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Zhang Qi was also the only 10 Directions Celestial Duke present at the Alchemist Conference. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the onlookers followed Duan Ling Tian's line of sight and saw the twin brothers, Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi, as well. Lian remained silent until Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi arrived at where they were standing. Master Zhang, Lord Zhang Qi. Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi had clearly learned about what happened. Zhang Shang studied Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Gangyu briefly before he asked with a faint smile on his face, Since you're going to bet, why don't I be the witness? What do you think? Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, It would be the best if Master Zhang is willing to be our witness. On the contrary, Xiao Gangyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Lian and asked through voice transmission, What do you think, old ancestor? Master Xiao, how confident are you? Lian responded with a question instead. Old ancestor, over the past decades, I managed to form 6 overarching heaven pills in a go for a few times now. Generally, I can refine no less than 5 pills at once. I'm 80% certain that I'll be able to refine 6 pills today. Xiao Gangyu sounded extremely confident when he spoke. Unless he's able to refine more than 6 overarching heaven pills, he'll definitely lose. That means he has to refine 7 pills, at least. Master Xiao, do you really think someone who only managed to refine 3 pills a month ago can refine 7 pills today? Li An's words were brimming with disdain toward Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Shang staring at Xiao Gangyu who had yet to respond, he said, Master Zhang, I'm afraid Master Xiao is not the one calling the shots today. With Duan Lingtian's reminder, Zhang Shang shifted his gaze to Lian. Elder Lian, is the blissful sect really competing with the Taiyi celestial sect on the success rate of refining the overarching heaven pill? If it's true, I will stay and watch as a witness. A hint of impatience could be heard in his voice. It was only natural since he had been waiting for a response from the blissful sect for a while now. When Lian regained his senses, he sensed Zhang Shang's impatience and hastily replied, Master Zhang, the blissful sect is, indeed, competing with the Taiyi celestial sect. Since that's the case, let's confirm the stakes again. Zhang Shang nodded as he said, I heard Master Duan will be using the double trait Duke grade celestial method and divine ability he won from the supporting Sun celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves celestial sect as stakes, while the blissful sect will use their sect's triple trait Duke grade celestial method as a stake, is that right? His eyes darted between Duan Lingtian and Lian as he asked for confirmation from both of them. Yes, Duan Lingtian and Lian nodded. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian a few times and discovered Duan Lingtian wearing an indifferent expression on his face. He sneered inwardly, go on and act all mysterious. I can't wait to see how long you'll be able to maintain your composure. He was rather convinced Duan Lingtian was only putting on a tough front to mislead them. Zhang Shang nodded after receiving the confirmation. He looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu before he said, in that case, the two masters can begin to heat their cauldrons. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu took 2 steps forward immediately. They brought out their prominent pill cauldron and began to heat them up. He's really going to compete with Master Xiao. Isn't he afraid that he might lose the Duke grade celestial method and divine ability that he just won? Zhou Shuchu could not help but frown as she watched Duan Lingtian heating up his cauldron. After a moment, she discovered her best friend, Mirong Bing, who was standing nearby, seemed indifferent as she watched the proceedings. She could not help but ask Mirong Bing through voice transmission, Binger, aren't you worried he might lose his Duke grade celestial method and divine ability? Isn't he being a little reckless? He won't lose. He won't lose. Zhou Shuchu was stunned by Mirong Bing's reply, but she quickly regained her senses. She asked again, when he refined the overarching heaven pills a month ago, he merely managed to refine 3 pills. On the other hand, Xiao Gangyu managed to refine at least 5 overarching heaven pills in the past. In fact, if Xiao Gangyu is lucky, he might even be able to refine 6 pills today. Chapter 2872 refines 6 pills. Under such circumstances, how do you know he won't lose? Zhou Shuchu looked at Mirong Bing incredulously. It's a gut feeling. Mirong Bing's answer was direct and simple. Zhou Shuchu was stunned speechless by Mirong Bing's answer again. She did not expect this answer from Mirong Bing. In the past, Mirong Bing would never have given such an answer since she was a very rational person. Mirong Bing was not the kind of person to rely on something as abstract as intuition. It was only natural that she found Mirong Bing's answer surprising. She mused inwardly, perhaps, love does make people do extraordinary things. She felt that Mirong Bing was acting so unlike herself due to Mirong Bing having fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. Mirong Bing's eyes did not leave Duan Lingtian after she answered Zhou Shuchu. She could vaguely sense his unwavering self-confidence. Strangely, the confidence he radiated put her at ease and caused her worries to vanish. It was as she had told Zhou Shuchu, she had a strong feeling that he would not lose. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, were fully focused on heating their cauldrons. They could only begin to refine the overarching heaven pills once they had heated their cauldrons. More and more people gathered to watch as both of them heated their cauldrons. As time passed, Xiao Gangyu finally finished heating his cauldron and prepared to move on to the next step. As the blissful sect's chief celestial alchemist, although it was not the fastest, his heating speed was still considered rather fast among the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions. Naturally, Xiao Gangyu's heating speed was incomparable to Duan Lingtian's true heating speed. The reason Duan Lingtian was taking his time to heat his cauldron was so he could preserve his strength. He planned to use 10 hours or more to heat his cauldron. The onlookers were impressed that Xiao Gangyu took less than 7 hours to heat his cauldron. This is why he's the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect. He finished heating his cauldron so quickly. Put everything aside, I'm sure only a handful of prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions can compete with his heating speed. It's really fast. He managed to heat a prominent celestial pill cauldron in less than 7 hours. That's astonishing. Xiao Gangyu, naturally, heard the praises from the onlookers. He quickly glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who was still diligently heating his cauldron with a hint of contempt in his eyes before he moved on to the next step of pill refinement. He grew even more confident of his victory as he thought to himself, with his speed, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for some time after I finish refining my overarching heaven pills. Generally, the faster one can refine the pills, the higher the success rate would be. About a month ago, he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pill. It's mostly due to his incredibly slow heating speed. Xiao Gangyu continued thinking to himself, moreover, after arriving in the Barren Lands Alchemy City, my knowledge of alchemy has increased after a few discussions with some prominent celestial alchemists. I'm 80% certain I'll be able to refine 6 overarching heaven pills this time. Over the past decades, the few times Xiao Gangyu managed to refine 6 pills were mostly due to good luck. Most of the time, he could only refine 5 pills. However, this time, he was confident he would be able to refine 6 pills. Time flew by quickly, and 3 hours passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian lifted his arms and prepared to move on to the next step of refining the pills. Upon seeing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves again. Although Duan Ling Tian's speed had improved compared to last month, nobody thought he would be able to win. He has also finished heating his cauldron. His heating speed is much faster compared to last month. Indeed, I was there at that time. He took 11 hours to heat his cauldron previously, but now, it only took him 10 hours. Since his heating speed has improved, his success rate of refining pills should be higher as well, right? Not necessarily. Moreover, even if his success rate improves, he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills previously. At most, he would be able to refine 4 pills this time. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, heard the whispers in his surroundings. He thought to himself, this is the only way. To refine more than 7 overarching heaven pills, I have to hasten my heating speed. Although it's still possible for me to refine 7 pills if I limit my speed to 11 hours, I'll only be taking unnecessary risks. He was not completely confident he could refine 7 pills if he limited his heating time to 11 hours. However, if he hastened his speed slightly, he was 100% confident he would be able to refine more than 7 pills. At this moment, Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, spoke up. He said mockingly, Master Duan, I've long heard that you take a long time to heat your cauldron, but I didn't expect you to be so slow. Can you even refine 3 overarching heaven pills this time? As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Situ Ming, one of the prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, shot Ji Fan a dirty look and said, Master Duan is refining pills, it's not right for you to disturb him, right? Ji Fan was about to retort when he stopped by the piercing gaze of Zhang Sheng, a celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Although Zhang Sheng had superior alchemy skills, he was not a huge threat. After all, Zhang Sheng was just a celestial alchemist with a mediocre cultivation base. With Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect around, he was not worried about Zhang Sheng. However, there was Zhang Qi, who was next to Zhang Sheng. Not only was Zhang Qi Zhang Sheng's twin brother, but Zhang Qi was also a powerful 10-direction celestial duke. Zhang Qi was much stronger than Lian. For these reasons, he fell silent as soon as he saw Zhang Sheng's eyes on him. The onlookers waited eagerly as time continued to pass. At this moment, Xiao Gangyu, who finished heating his cauldron 3 hours faster than Duan Ling Tian, was finally ready to refine the overarching heaven pills. After he refined the pills, all there was left to do was to collect the pills. Master Xiao from the blissful sect is almost ready to collect his pills. How many pills do you think he'll be able to refine this time? I've heard that he managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills before. Although that could be attributed to luck, he's usually able to refine 5 pills. If that's the case, it's certain that the Taiyi celestial sect's Master Duan is going to lose, right? From the beginning, he has never stood a chance. Although his heating speed has improved, it still doesn't change the fact that he only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills a month ago. There's no doubt Master Xiao is going to win. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Gangyu finished with the last step and quickly moved to collect the pills. I'm collecting the pills now. Xiao Gangyu raised his hand and smacked his cauldron. There were many who were startled by Xiao Gangyu's sudden cry. Following that, several streaks of light shot out from the cauldron one after another. 1, 3. While Xiao Gangyu was collecting the pills, the onlookers counted every pill that shot out of the cauldron. 6. As the final overarching heaven pill flew into Xiao Gangyu's palm, Xiao Gangyu's face split into a wide smile. Then, he passed the 6 overarching heaven pills in his hand to Zhang Sheng, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, for verification. Master Xiao managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills. Zhang Sheng voiced out his confirmation. Xiao Gangyu instantly turned to Li Yan and said with a faint smile, "Old ancestor, fortunately, I didn't let you down today." "Well done, Master Xiao." A smile appeared on Li Yan's usually expressionless face. Even if Xiao Gangyu only managed to refine 5 overarching heaven pills today, he was still certain of Xiao Gangyu's victory. Now that Xiao Gangyu managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills, he had no doubt that Xiao Gangyu would win. "I'd like to see how many overarching heaven pills you'll be able to refine." Xiao Gangyu was in high spirits after refining 6 overarching heaven pills. A smug expression could be seen on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, the onlookers had no doubt that Xiao Gangyu would win. The result of this competition was too obvious. Master Xiao managed to refine 6 pills. It's quite clear what the outcome of this competition would be. Chapter 2873 8 overarching heaven pills. 6 overarching heaven pills. Zhou Shuchu's expression changed drastically when she saw how many overarching heaven pills Xiao Gangyu, the blissful sect's chief celestial alchemist, managed to refine. Xiao Gangyu is really lucky. He managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills today. Since Xiao Gangyu only managed to refine 6 overarching heaven pills at a go for a few times in the past, Zhou Shuchu attributed it to him being lucky. She had expected him to refine 5 overarching heaven pills today. Since Xiao Gangyu manages to refine 6 overarching heaven pills, is it still possible for him to win? Zhou Shuchu's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian. She felt anxious as though she was the one who was competing with the blissful sect instead. Zhou Shuchu had met many remarkable young talents in the 6 southeastern regions. In fact, her senior sisters had introduced quite a number of them to her, but none of them caught her attention like Duan Ling Tian did. As time passed, she learned more about Duan Ling Tian. His brilliance captured her attention, and she began to fall for him. If Duan Ling Tian was not her best friend's man, she would not have held back and would have pursued him. Nevertheless, she still could not help worrying about him even though she was trying to restrain her feelings. Currently, apart from Huaner and the 3 prominent grade celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, Bing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was the only one who had full confidence in Duan Ling Tian. All the others were certain Duan Ling Tian was going to lose. Time continued to pass by quietly. Everyone was silent. They watched with bated breath as Duan Ling Tian approached the end of the pill refinement process. Although none of them thought he would win, they were still curious about the number of pills he was able to refine. When Duan Ling Tian finally began to refine the pills, many people began to discuss among themselves again. "He's refining the pills. Although I'm certain Master Duan is going to lose, I'm still curious about the number of pills he'd be able to refine this time," a middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. "That's right, he managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills about a month ago. Since his heating speed has improved, I wonder if he'll be able to refine 4 overarching heaven pills this time." Many people said he's only lucky that he was able to refine 3 overarching heaven pills previously. "I'm afraid he'll probably refine less than 3 overarching heaven pill this time around." "Well, that's possible as well." The onlookers continued to gossip among themselves. They only fell silent when Duan Ling Tian was done refining the pills. They watched as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand to collect the pills. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian smacked the side of the prominent celestial pill cauldron. A mysterious energy shrouded the cauldron, causing it to buzz slightly. A streak of light suddenly shot out of the cauldron like a shooting star shooting across the night sky. Soon enough, several streaks of light shot out of the cauldron again. The cauldron only stopped buzzing and vibrating when the 8th streak of light shot out of the cauldron. At this moment, the onlookers wore a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Duan Ling Tian had 8 pills in his hand. When they finally regained their senses, an expression of incredulity and shock could still be seen on their faces. After all, apart from a few people, none of them thought he would be able to refine so many overarching heaven pills at once. Am I seeing things? E8 overarching heaven pills, one old man said in a trembling voice. I must be dreaming. Impossible. The Taiyi celestial sect's master Duan managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills. This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Naturally, a lot of people extended their divine consciousness to confirm the truth. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was holding 8 overarching heaven pills in his hand. Meanwhile, Xianxia, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, also confirmed that Duan Lingtian truly refined 8 overarching heaven pills. An expression of awe could be seen on his face as he looked at the 8 overarching heaven pills. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Incredible, he took such a long time to heat his cauldron, it would have been a miracle even if he manages to only refine 1 pill. However, he managed to refine 8 pills. It seems like the incident a month ago isn't exaggerated. Master Zhang, Duan Lingtian called. Zhang Shang snapped back to his senses immediately. He briefly glanced at Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, before he loudly said, Master Duan managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pills, so he's the winner. Lian finally snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Zhang Shang's announcement. As the expression of disbelief on his face disappeared, it was replaced by a grim one. This was beyond his expectation. How did a celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old manage to refine 8 overarching heaven pills? What was wrong with the world? How's this possible? How's this possible? Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect, who was standing next to Lian, muttered repeatedly. His face was pale, and his eyes were brimming with disbelief. It was already an incredible feat for a celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old to refine 1 overarching heaven pill, but he managed to refine 8. If he did not witness this, he would not have believed it. An ominous feeling had already begun to rise in his heart when he saw the 8 pills. After all, he was the one who suggested betting with Duan Lingtian. It was his fault. E8, Xiao Gangyu's expression was unsightly. Then, he said with a jeer, Duan Lingtian, you're really cunning. You hid your strength outside of the Taiyi celestial sect shop a month ago. As a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill, he should kill himself if he still could not figure out what was going on. Upon hearing Xiao Gangyu's words, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves again. He hid his true strength. Based on Master Xiao's words, it seems like Master Duan deliberately hid his true strength a month ago when he refined the overarching heaven pills. Is that possible? Did he predict this would happen today? Well, I don't think he's able to predict today's event, but it's possible that he has already planned to bet with others during the alchemy conference. It'd explain why he hid his strength. That seems very likely. Most of the onlookers agreed with Xiao Gangyu. They thought it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had deliberately downplayed his strength so he could compete with others during the alchemy conference. Indeed, that was Duan Lingtian's plan. After Zhang Shang passed the 8 overarching heaven pill to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he heard the conversations in his surroundings, I was wondering earlier how to look for someone to bet with. Who knew the blissful sect would offer themselves up? Moreover, they even agreed to use a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method as a stake. He knew if he were the one to initiate the bet, the stakes would definitely not be as high. Duan Lingtian only briefly glanced at Xiao Gangyu, who was sneering before he turned to look at Lian and said indifferently, Thank you, Senior Lian. I think the blissful sect should fulfill their part of the deal now, right? Under Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi's watchful eyes, Lian could only bring out the blissful sect's triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and give it to Duan Lingtian, regardless of how unwilling he felt. After confirming that the memory celestial talisman he had received, indeed, contained the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian and thanked him with a smile. Thank you very much, Senior Lian. Then, he looked at Ji Fan and Xiao Gangyu with a faint smile on his face as he said, I wonder which of you suggested betting with me. Regardless of who it is, I'd like to thank you as well. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to get my hands on this triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. As he neared the end of his sentence, he deliberately weighed the memory celestial talisman in his hands, drawing attention to it. Chapter 2874, An Invitation from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect, remained calm as he turned to look at Ji Fan, the arhat of the blissful sect. On the contrary, Ji Fan's face flushed red from anger. Alas, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Based on the duo's reactions, it was clear to everyone which member of the blissful sect was the one who suggested betting with Duan Ling Tian. In the end, Lian, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, broke the silence. "Let's go." His words effectively dissolved the tension brewing in the air. Before leaving with the rest of the party from the blissful sect, Lian looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. Duan Ling Tian seemed unintimidated by Li An's strength and status as he returned Li An's gaze with a calm and indifferent gaze. He knew it was important for him to maintain a fearless front at this time. If Lian saw the slightest hint of fear in him, Lian would be able to see through his lie about how he was from a powerful clan in the central area. At that time, Lian no longer had to feel wary about attacking him. Even after the people from the blissful sect left, the onlookers were still discussing among themselves. What a surprise! I really didn't expect Master Duan could refine 8 overarching heaven pills in one go. That's 2 more overarching heaven pills compared to Master Xiao. Well, there's no doubt Master Duan hid his strength a month ago. That's obvious. Otherwise, based on today's result, how could he only refine 3 pills back then? That's right, what a stark difference. Just as Master Xiao had said, Master Duan had hidden his strength. Master Duan must have already planned to lure others into betting with him. Well, many people have used this tactic in the alchemy conference over the years. If it weren't because Master Duan is not even 100 years old, the blissful sect would have been warier. That's right, Master Duan is really young. It's already an amazing feat that he can refine the overarching heaven pill. No one really expected that his success rate would be so high as well. 8 overarching heaven pills. He refined 8 overarching heaven pills. Even Sun Chao, the chief celestial alchemist of the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the Light region, who's publicly recognized as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, can only refine 10 overarching heaven pills at best, right? He has already achieved such a feat at such a young age. His future is limitless. I wonder how the Taiyi celestial sect managed to recruit him. I think even the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, the profound heaven celestial sect, would do anything in their capabilities to recruit such a celestial alchemist into their sect, right? The Taiyi celestial sect is really lucky. They're not just lucky, they're extremely lucky. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuchu, who was standing with the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was stunned. Her eyes were brimming with disbelief as she thought to herself, he actually won. She did not expect to win at all. At this moment, she admired him even more. A hint of adoration could be seen in her eyes when she looked at him. When she shifted her gaze to Marong Bing, who was standing nearby, she saw joy shining in Marong Bing's eyes. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Her best friend was truly lucky for having sex with such an excellent man. For a moment, she wished that she was the one who had sex him. Similarly, Liu Luo, who was standing next to Marong Bing, was in shock as well. She said, still dumbfounded, "Senior sister. He won." Nangong Shu, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, studied Duan Ling Tian intently. Various thoughts were running through her mind at this moment. Only the major clans in the central area would be able to produce such an outstanding talent like him, right? If Bing were with him, it'd benefit both her and the sect. Her eyes were shining brightly now as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, she found him incredibly pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, Zhang Shang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, called out, "Master Duan." He walked toward Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face, and his tone was enthusiastic and polite. "Master Zhang," Duan Ling Tian quickly responded with a smile. Not only was Zhang Shang a supreme celestial alchemist, but his twin brother, Zhang Qi, was also a 10-direction celestial duke. Zhang Shang and Zhang Qi were so strong in their own aspects that even the 3 10-direction celestial dukes in the sect master of the profound heaven celestial sect would not recklessly offend them. Moreover, as the saying went, no one would hate a friendly person. Since Zhang Shang was being friendly, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, friendly as well. "Master Duan, are you interested in joining the Alliance of Celestial Masters?" Zhang Shang bluntly asked, extending an olive branch to Duan Ling Tian. He, naturally, hoped Duan Ling Tian would join the alliance. The Alliance of Celestial Masters was different from a sect or clan. Most people who held a high position in the alliance were sectless cultivators. The alliance usually would not put much importance on members from a clan or sect regardless of how skilled they were, since the alliance did not want these people to prioritize their sects or clans over the alliance. If there were a conflict of interest, those people would likely choose their clans or sects over the alliance. For these reasons, if Duan Lingtian were to join the alliance of celestial masters, Zhang Shang expected Duan Lingtian to draw a clear line between him and the Taiyi celestial sect. Duan Lingtian could no longer hold on to his post as the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect. Thank you for your invitation, Master Zhang. If I were only the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, I'd definitely join the alliance of celestial masters. However, I must consider my clan as well. Duan Lingtian deliberately mentioned his supposed clan. After the alchemy conference ends, I plan to leave the southeastern 6 regions and return to my clan in the central area. Master Duan, your clan is from the central area. Zhang Shang seemed surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He was clearly disappointed as he said with a sigh, I guess you really don't have fate with the alliance of celestial masters. I didn't expect you to come from the central area. However, in hindsight, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. After all, it wouldn't be possible for you to be so outstanding if you didn't have an impressive background. After learning about Duan Lingtian's supposed background, he no longer had any thoughts about recruiting Duan Lingtian into the alliance of celestial masters. After all, they prioritized sectless cultivators in the alliance. Even so, he was still polite to Duan Lingtian. After all, there was no doubt Duan Lingtian was a peerless genius. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements, taking his age into consideration, he was definitely the most talented celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions in the borderlands. In fact, even in the central area, there were likely not many who had such achievements at such a young age. There was no doubt someone like that would be a force to reckon with in the future, providing he did not die young. It was for all these reasons that Zhang Shang decided to maintain a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he had his pride as well, so he would not overtly curry favor with Duan Lingtian. After exchanging a few more polite words with Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shang finally left with Zhang Qi. The onlookers began to leave one after another as well after the twin brothers' departure. At this moment, the 3 prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, finally stepped forward and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, congratulations. Nangong Shu followed suit and congratulated Duan Lingtian as well. Master Duan, congratulations. Upon seeing Nangong Shu's action, Jian Chu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, also congratulated Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, congratulations. You're lucky you managed to obtain an offensive-defensive movement celestial method just as the alchemy conference begins. You can use it as a stake to win other Duke-grade celestial methods or divine abilities with the same value later. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly pleased he managed to obtain the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. With this, he was a step closer to obtaining the offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade divine ability he wanted. Moreover, now that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Taiyi celestial sect, had died, he might not be able to use the Taiyi celestial sect's king-grade celestial weapon as a stake. After all, only the strongest powerhouse and the sect leader of the Taiyi celestial sect were qualified to decide if the king-grade celestial weapon could be used as a stake. With the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method he just obtained, he did not have to worry about not having anything valuable to use as stakes. Chapter 2875 The Capricious Duan Lingtian. The alchemy conference continued on. The news of Duan Lingtian hiding his true strength and obtaining an offense-defense movement Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect spread to the people in Alchemy Square, shocking them. The chief celestial alchemist from the Taiyi celestial sect, who's not even 100 years old, managed to refine 8 overarching heaven pill. Let alone refining 8 overarching heaven pills, it's already an amazing feat that he's able to refine the overarching heaven pill before the age of 100. If I'm not mistaken, in all of the 6 southeastern regions, only Master Sun from the Blazing Sun celestial sect in the light region has a higher pill refinement success rate than him, right? Yes, the highest number of pills Master Sun managed to refine at a go is 10 overarching heaven pill. Usually, he would only be able to refine 8 or 9 pills. Incredible. A young man who hasn't even reached the age of 100 is almost on par with Master Sun in alchemy. Many similar remarks could be heard in Alchemy Square. The Master Sun that many people mentioned was Sun Chao, the chief alchemist of the Blazing Sun Celestial sect in the Light region. He was also widely regarded as the most outstanding prominent celestial alchemist in the previous alchemy conference. Ever since the last alchemy conference, he was also known as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Almost a month ago, Duan Ling Tian became famous in Alchemy City because he managed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, and won the celestial method and divine ability from the supporting Sun Celestial sect and the Thousand Leaves Celestial sect respectively. It was also at that time that people found out he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect and a prominent celestial alchemist younger than the age of 100. Now that he won himself a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method from his bet with the blissful sect, there was no doubt he would only become more famous. As far as I know, the blissful sect only has one triple trait Duke-grade divine celestial method, right? Yes, it's the most precious compared to all the celestial methods and divine abilities the blissful sect owns, and they lost it to the Tai Yi Celestial sect's master Duan. Duan Ling Tian was also aware that the triple trait celestial method he won from the blissful sect was one of its kind in the blissful sect. They only had an offensive defensive and offensive movement Duke-grade divine ability apart from that. Upon hearing the people in his surroundings talking about the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect, Duan Ling Tian took a look at the content in the memory celestial talisman he had just obtained. So this Duke-grade celestial method from the blissful sect is called the Immobilization King. It's most powerful in defense and is comparable to high-grade defensive Duke-grade celestial method. Its offensive and movement techniques are only comparable to entry-level offensive and movement Duke-grade celestial method. After Duan Ling Tian put the memory celestial talisman away, he began to plan his next step. Now that I have an offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade method, next, I'll have to find a way to obtain an offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade divine ability. In the entire 6 southeastern regions, there are only 2 sects with such a divine ability, the Profound Heaven Celestial sect in the Cross region and the Blazing Sun Celestial sect in the Light region. Sun Chao, widely regarded as the top prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, is from the Blazing Sun Celestial sect. After everything that happened, it's likely that only highly skilled celestial alchemists from the top sects dared to compete with me in alchemy. Previously, during the journey to Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Duan Ling Tian felt that he would be satisfied as long as he obtained a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. However, now that he had easily obtained a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method, which contained offensive, defensive, and movement techniques, he was no longer satisfied with just obtaining a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method. He also wanted an offensive-defensive movement divine ability. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, although there's a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill in the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, his skills are only on Xiao Gangyu's level. Now that I defeated Xiao Gang Yu, it's unlikely that he would agree to compete with me. This means I can only compete with Sun Chao, who's widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Then, he looked at Situ Ming, one of the prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and revealed his plan to Situ Ming. Master Duan, although the Blazing Sun Celestial sect has an offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade divine ability, I don't think they'll use it to gamble with you. That Duke-grade divine ability is of great significance to the Blazing Sun Celestial sect. Their former sect leader obtained the divine ability at the cost of his life. The former sect leader was also the biological father of the current sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial sect. Based on this, you can imagine how important it is to the sect and to the sect leader. He won't allow anyone to use it as a stake for a bet, Situ Ming said, clearly not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances to obtain the triple trait Duke-grade divine ability from the Blazing Sun Celestial sect. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of this until he heard Situ Ming's words. Regardless, he still planned to give it a try. The Blazing Sun Celestial sect was a powerful sect in the Light region. Many people from the sect had also come to participate in the alchemy conference this time. Led by the sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial sect, one of the sect's elders and 4 prominent celestial alchemists had come to Alchemy City. Sun Chao was, naturally, among the 4 prominent celestial alchemists from the Blazing Sun Celestial sect who had come to attend the alchemy conference. Sun Chao was a well-dressed middle-aged man with a firm and honest appearance. At this moment, Situ Ming had led Duan Ling Tian to where the party from the Blazing Sun Celestial sect was. He also introduced Duan Ling Tian to the people from the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. After Situ Ming made the introductions, Sun Chao greeted Duan Ling Tian politely with a smile on his face. Master Duan, I heard about your feat a month ago. However, I didn't expect you to have hidden your true strength. Sun Chao's appearance and his current attitude left a good impression on Duan Ling Tian. It was to the extent that Duan Ling Tian felt slightly reluctant to plot against Sun Chao. Duan Ling Tian was not arrogant. However, based on his current skills in alchemy and the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame, he really did not think there was any prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions who was a match for him. For this reason, he was eager to compete. He knew he would not lose, after all. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, Master Sun, I've heard of you as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian and Sun Chan made small talk. Gradually, their conversation moved away from small talks to more serious conversations. In just a while, they became very familiar with each other as though they were friends who knew each other for many years. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian engrossed in his conversation with Sun Chao, seemingly to have forgotten about the plan, Situ Ming, who was feeling slightly anxious, sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Master Duan, didn't we come here too? Duan Ling Tian did not need to listen to all of Situ Ming's words to know what Situ Ming wanted to say. He sent a voice transmission to Situ Ming in response. Master Situ, I've changed my mind. I don't wish to compete with the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect anymore. Let's try to make a bet with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect instead. We can avenge the old ancestor while we're at it as well. After that, he turned his head slightly and looked at the party from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect with a cold look in his eyes. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Situ Ming was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he said with a wry smile, Master Duan, everyone knows about your skills in alchemy now. Among the prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions, I'm afraid only Master Sun from the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect will dare to compete with you. I don't think any of the other prominent celestial alchemists will dare to gamble with you. Although there are skilled prominent celestial alchemists in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the strongest among them is only comparable to Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist from the Blissful Sect. Now that you've defeated Xiao Gangyu, I'm afraid he won't dare to compete with you. Even if they agree to a bet, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect won't agree to use their sect's offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade divine ability to bet with you. He had carefully laid out his analysis for Duan Ling Tian. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would give up on betting with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect after listening to his words. Contrary to Situ Ming's expectations, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, I'm aware of this. Therefore, I plan to compete with the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Supreme Celestial Alchemist. Indeed, apart from the Alliance of Celestial Masters, there was a Supreme Celestial Alchemist in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was also the only Supreme Celestial Alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Coincidentally, the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had also come to Alchemy City this time. Supreme Celestial Alchemist. Situ Ming was taken aback. When he regained his senses, he quickly said to dissuade Duan Ling Tian, Master Duan, instead of competing with the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, why don't you ask if the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect is willing to bet with you? There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Moreover, you said the sect leader of the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect places great importance on the divine ability. He's unlikely to use it as a stake. Even if he's willing, I no longer plan to compete with the Blazing Sun Celestial Sect. I don't want to take advantage of Master Sun. He's a very nice person. Situ Ming was rendered temporarily speechless by Duan Ling Tian. He could not help but feel that Duan Ling Tian was too capricious. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Sun Chao and asked with a smile, Master Sun, do you want to come with me and join in the fun? Although he and Sun Chao had only met today and had only spoken briefly, Sun Chao's sincerity and personality left a good impression on Duan Ling Tian. He felt like Sun Chao was an old friend, causing him to recall all his good friends from the mundane realm. Join in the fun? Sun Chao asked in confusion. Chapter 2876 He Pei Yuan. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt a sense of kinship with Sun Chao. Sun Chao felt the same way as well. Before meeting Duan Ling Tian, Sun Chao had assumed Duan Ling Tian must be arrogant due to how highly talented he was at such a young age. With Duan Ling Tian's talent, no one would think much of it even if Duan Ling Tian were arrogant. However, contrary to his expectations, after conversing with Duan Ling Tian, he found he had been wrong in his assumptions about Duan Ling Tian. The outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old was not only humble, but he was also kind and easy to get along with. It seemed like this young and talented prominent celestial alchemist possessed a maturity beyond his age as well. All these things contributed to him getting along with Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's invitation, Sun Chao's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "What are you talking about?" Duan Ling Tian did not keep Sun Chao guessing. He directly said, "I'm going to find the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect and compete with him in alchemy. I'll use my offensive-defensive movement Duke-grade celestial method technique to gamble for the profound heaven celestial sect's triple trait Duke-grade divine ability." What? Sun Chao was so shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words that colors drained from his face. He said with a wry smile on his face, "Master Duan, a supreme celestial alchemist is one who has obtained a Duke-grade celestial fire and can refine Duke-grade celestial pills. Prominent celestial alchemists like us aren't their opponents. Perhaps, some prominent celestial alchemists might be more knowledgeable than supreme celestial alchemists, but in terms of practice, a prominent celestial alchemist can't defeat a supreme celestial alchemist." Out of misguided kindness, he tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from betting with the profound heaven celestial sect's supreme celestial alchemist. It was only natural that he assumed Duan Ling Tian, who was a prominent celestial alchemist and younger than 100 years old, was no match for the profound heaven celestial sect's supreme celestial alchemist. "Thank you for your reminder. However, I still plan to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect." Duan Ling Tian thanked Sun Chao for his kind intentions, but he was determined to stick to his plan. Then, he said, "Master Sun, if you're interested, come and watch the competition." Master Duan, Sun Chao remained motionless as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sincerely said, "Master Duan, you can obtain a triple trait Duke-grade divine ability in another way. After you fully comprehend the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method that you won from the blissful sect, you can inscribe it on a memory celestial talisman and bring it to our blazing sun celestial sect. At that time, I'll persuade my sect leader to exchange our sect's triple trait Duke-grade divine ability for your triple trait Duke-grade celestial method." He had come up with this idea to stop Duan Ling Tian from competing with the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect. "Master Sun, I appreciate your kindness. However, I can't wait that long." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He was grateful for Sun Chao's kindness, but he knew he did not have the time for that. He no longer spoke and made his way to the party from the profound heaven celestial sect. Huoner held Duan Ling Tian's hand and followed him closely. "Master Duan." Sun Chao felt helpless when he saw how determined Duan Ling Tian was. There was nothing he could do but to follow him. Similarly, the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, Situ Ming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, followed Duan Ling Tian as well. "Master Yang, Master Yu." Situ Ming sent a voice transmission to Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing and disclosed Duan Ling Tian's plan to them. Master Duan plans to compete with the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing's expressions changed drastically after they heard Situ Ming's explanation. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was biting off more than he could chew. How could a prominent celestial alchemist possibly best a supreme celestial alchemist? After Zhang Jing and Yang Chong recovered from the shock, they wanted to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from carrying out his plan. Alas, they had arrived in front of the people from the profound heaven celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, and loudly said, "Sect leader Bai, who's the Duke-grade celestial alchemy from your sect?" Everyone from the profound heaven celestial sect shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian immediately. "Master Duan." Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow when heard Duan Ling Tian's words and calmly asked, "Why are you asking?" "I want to compete with your profound heaven celestial sect's supreme celestial alchemist. I will use the Duke-grade celestial method I just won from the blissful sect as the stakes in exchange for the profound heaven celestial sect's triple trait Duke-grade divine ability," Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush. "Oh." Bai Wuji and the people from the profound heaven celestial sect exchanged confused looks. They thought they had heard Duan Ling Tian wrongly. "Am I hallucinating?" Did the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect, a prominent celestial alchemist, say that he wants to compete with Master He and that he'll use the triple trait Duke-grade celestial method he just won from the blissful sect as stakes? That's what I heard as well. The people from the profound heaven celestial sect looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was an idiot. At this moment, an old man stepped forward from the group of people from the profound heaven celestial sect. The old man was dressed in a gray robe, and he looked quite youthful for his age. You want to compete with me? The old man looked amiable. However, when he spoke to Duan Ling Tian, his turbid eyes were extremely fierce and cold. Master Duan, he's He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as soon as the old man stepped forward. Then, he tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian again. Master Duan, He Pei Yuan is a supreme celestial alchemist. You have almost no chance of defeating him. Why don't we forget this? Similarly, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to abandon his plan as well. However, after listening to the words of the three prominent celestial alchemists from the Taiyi celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian only looked at them with the same confident look he had before he competed with Xiao Gangyu, the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect. It was as though he was trying to convey his confidence to them and put them at ease just like before. However, this time, the trio still could not help but worry despite how confident Duan Ling Tian looked. It was only natural since the opponent Duan Ling Tian had picked this time was a supreme celestial alchemist who was superior to prominent celestial alchemists. Duan Ling Tian looked at He Pei Yuan fearlessly and bluntly said, "Let's compete in heating speed." Heating speed. He Pei Yuan was clearly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, someone scoffed loudly. It was none other than Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression as he said, "Master Duan, if I'm not mistaken, you must have also hidden your heating speed previously, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the courage to challenge our sect's Master He. Although Master He is a supreme celestial alchemist, he takes 8 or 9 hours to heat a Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron. Most prominent celestial alchemists in the 6 southeastern regions can heat pill cauldrons faster than him. Do you think the profound heaven celestial sect will agree to this disadvantageous bet?" A hint of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The people from the profound heaven celestial sect, including He Pei Yuan, looked at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously as they discussed among themselves. They felt that he was too naive. Isn't the chief celestial alchemist of the Taiyi celestial sect too naive? How ridiculous. Does he take us for fools? This is simply too laughable. Due to the commotion, many people began to gather around them. When the newcomers learned about what happened, they, similarly, thought Duan Ling Tian was too naive. Did he really think the people from the profound heaven celestial sect were fools? Sun Chao, who had followed Duan Ling Tian here, shook his head and said, "Master Duan, you're too naive. The profound heaven celestial sect won't agree to this bet." Even his heating speed was faster than He Pei Yuan's speed. Duan Ling Tian ignored the looks and whispers in the surroundings and looked at Bai Wuji as he said, "Sect leader Bai, instead of a Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron, what if both Master He and I compete in heating prominent celestial pill cauldron? Don't tell me the profound heaven celestial sect doesn't even dare to accept such a bet." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.